Chapter 1. Return to the Pre-Apocalypse. Ding-ling-a-ling. Awakened by a familiar yet strange sound, Tang Li instinctively sprang up, reaching out to silence the annoying noise, and then swiftly surveyed her surroundings with heightened vigilance. There were no companions, no zombies, and nothing else in sight. The tranquil, soothing aquamarine room, adorned with familiar 3D seaside stickers, was her own haven where she had resided for many years. For a fleeting moment, Tang Li felt a sense of disorientation as she gazed at the bed beneath her, as if emerging from a profound dream, gradually piecing together fragments of her memories. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced her chest, halting her recollections at the last image she had been impaled by an icy spike during a struggle with zombies. And just before closing her eyes, she had seen a horde of them rushing toward her. Then she awoke to find herself in this present moment. Or perhaps this moment was the dream. Wasn't she supposed to be dead? Or was she rescued? Did Ching Ching save her? Under such circumstances, survival seemed impossible, let alone returning to her own home. This was indeed her room. Yet the incident had occurred in City H. Rubbing her eyes vigorously and pinching herself hard, she realized this was not a dream. So, were those vivid memories, still lingering with a sensation of pain in her chest, mere illusions? Indeed, her chest she pulled aside her blue coral fleece pajamas. There was nothing there. The previous pain felt like a mere figment of her imagination. Tang Li closed her eyes, tapping into her psychic abilities. The spatial powers were still intact. Trembling, she found her phone. The date read October 31st, 20099 at 5:30 a.m. She scrutinized it repeatedly, then tightly shut her eyes, exhaling deeply. When she opened them again, the time on the screen had shifted to 5:31, yet nothing else had changed. After regaining her composure, she approached the bay window she once cherished. The dawn light was dim, yet the moon and stars were still visible. She opened the window to inhale the crisp, invigorating air, restoring her senses. If her perceptions were not mistaken, she had been reborn to a time before the apocalypse began. There were merely 2 months left until the world would undergo cataclysmic transformations. Returning to bed, she found sleep elusive despite the absence of immediate danger. An inexplicable blend of excitement and tension kept her nerves taut. Lying there, she meticulously recalled the events leading up to her demise. She had been on a routine mission with her team, tasked with clearing zombies from an abandoned processing plant and retrieving materials from within. Before departing, several team members had persuaded her to leave behind extra supplies under the pretense of recruiting new members, as the mission would extend over several days. Without much thought, Tang Li had acquiesced, parting with additional resources. At that time, Han Xiaoshe had subtly urged her to retain all supplies, cautioning that transporting materials might require more than she anticipated, fearing her spatial capacity might fall short. When they suggested extracting all the supplies, Tang Li did not elaborate further, providing only a portion of what she typically shared, while retaining the majority for herself. A spatial ability user would never truly deplete their own resources. Firstly, it was to ensure a contingency plan in case of unforeseen circumstances. And secondly, because spatial ability users as auxiliary powers needed protection from others, their self-preservation capabilities inferior to those of offensive ability users. Retaining supplies made them less likely to be abandoned. Unfortunately, she had ultimately been forsaken. No, she had been betrayed. The essence of spatial abilities lay in the vacuum space an adept user could create after mastering their powers. Countless such spaces existed in this world, parallel to our own, perceivable only by those endowed with special abilities. Upon awakening to their powers, spatial ability users initially could merely sense their capabilities, gradually learning to create and control a vacuum space, shifting objects between different dimensions using their psychic energy. Since the space was a vacuum, items placed within would not spoil, but only inanimate objects could be stored. Each spatial ability user crafted their unique space upon their demise. That space would remain undiscoverable. Initially, other ability users, having been influenced by apocalyptic narratives, fantasized about slaying spatial users for their resources, only to abandon such notions upon realizing the futility of such pursuits. During that period, many spatial users perished, and their rarity only increased thereafter. Ability users emerged after the onset of the apocalypse, comprising individuals with special powers. The strength of their psychic energy correlated directly with their mastery over their abilities, and the larger the space they could create, the more potent their psychic energy. Tang Li was naturally gifted with a robust psychic energy, which had enabled her to effortlessly memorize and learn various skills even before the apocalypse began. Many individuals, such as researchers with formidable intellects, exhibited inherently superior psychic energy compared to the average person. At present, Tang Li possessed the accumulated psychic energy from her previous life, enabling her to conjure a space as expansive as that which she had before her untimely demise. Prior to her incident, major bases had stabilized considerably, and spatial users had begun to seem somewhat redundant beneficial for missions, yet lacking offensive capabilities while emitting the enticing scent of fresh flesh, which attracted zombies. As most spatial users required protection from others, a single lapse in safeguarding could obliterate both the user and their team's resources. Therefore, in the latter stages of the apocalypse, as zombies grew increasingly formidable, spatial users became even less favored. After all, for short missions, it was often more advantageous to carry supplies oneself, as zombies did not consume inanimate objects. Teams willing to accept spatial users typically comprised exceptionally capable individuals. In her previous life, Tang Li was among the more renowned spatial ability users at the capital base. Skilled in combat, she did not solely rely on others for protection. Her spatial abilities were formidable, allowing her to store a significantly greater quantity of resources than the average user. With her strong psychic prowess, she could also serve as a harbinger of danger for her team. Additionally, her beauty of visage reminiscent of a cherubic, slightly chubby mixed race doll paired with a commendable figure, made her a sought-after figure at the capital base, far surpassing the fortunes of lesser-ranked spatial users. Perhaps this was why Han Xiaoshi harbored greater jealousy toward Tang Li. Tang Li, Su Qingqing, Han Xiaoshi, and Fu Dong were all students of S University. Among them, she shared a dormitory with Su Qingqing, their bond being the closest, often sparking discussions about who among them was the true campus belle. Fu Dong, with a face that could easily grace the entertainment industry, was a charismatic figure on campus. And while not particularly familiar with Tang Li and Su Qingqing before the apocalypse, his sunny disposition led him to occasionally jestingly refer to them as Goddess Qingqing and Goddess Li. Han Xiaoshi often appeared in flowing white garments at the library, having garnered a degree of recognition. She exuded a fairy-like charm, although not extraordinarily beautiful. Her taste in attire and poise enhanced her appeal. Frequently engaged in part-time work, she embodied a seemingly harmless flower-like persona. Thus, when they first encountered her, Tang Li and her friends had rescued her from a group of ruffians, despite her lack of abilities. Yet, this seemingly innocuous individual had ultimately inflicted a treacherous blow that led to Tang Li's demise. It serves as a reminder that first impressions can often be deceiving, as some individuals are adept at concealing their true selves. Chapter 2. Contacting Su Qingqing and the team. Su Qingqing, Fu Dong, Yin Yin, and a few others were the first batch of superhumans, possessing the highest levels of abilities. Han Xiaoshi, who awakened her powers later, was slow to manifest her abilities and of weaker talent. She relied entirely on Qingqing and her comrades for guidance and support, eventually becoming a mid-tier ice-type superhuman within the base. Typically, she presented herself as a delicate flower, surviving on the sympathy of others. However, as her powers grew stronger, she often casually mentioned her tragic past and her relentless struggle for survival, consequently attracting a group of admirers and supporters. She even went so far as to envy the dual support sister flowers, Tang Li and Su Qingqing, who enjoyed a smooth and prosperous life, subtly implying that their beauty afforded them constant protection, as if they could thrive effortlessly at that time. Qingqing was quite angered by this behavior, believing Han Xiaoshi to be excessively vain, forgetting how they had once protected her. Truly an ungrateful wretch. Tang Li, on the other hand, speculated that Han Xiaoshi had suffered greatly before they met her. After all, she had been an ordinary person, mingling with a group of ruffians for survival. Thus, she advised Qingqing not to take it to heart, even overlooking the jealousy that occasionally slipped out from Han Xiaoshi. In retrospect, it seemed that Han Xiaoshi had been twisted by her jealousy from the very beginning. Only pretending to be amiable in need of protection, it was only at that final moment, when the cold powers pierced her heart, that Tang Li truly comprehended the extent of Han Xiaoshi's envy towards her. Lost in thought, she unintentionally drifted into slumber. Upon awakening, she retrieved her phone to browse the headlines on Weibo and major news sites, only to find an abundance of celebrity gossip, devoid of any mention of the impending apocalypse. In truth, the recent viral outbreak had already shown signs of foreboding. However, this was merely the first wave, as humanity's resistance remained feeble, leading to a high mortality rate among the infected, thanks to timely interventions by the authorities. The spread had slowed considerably, and the majority of the contagion had been contained, allowing life to return to a semblance of normalcy. Yet, most ordinary individuals remained blissfully unaware that this was just the beginning. Soon, there would be further outbreaks, each one manageable with a relatively low death toll, as humanity appeared to develop some form of resilience. Tang Li felt an overwhelming weariness settle in her heart. Reflecting on how humanity's excessive exploitation and destruction of the natural environment had given rise to the viral spread, that by the time humanity began to react and impose control, the world had already become riddled with wounds. Though there was still a slim chance for remedy. Little did they know, a celestial meteor shower would soon arrive, leaving humanity with no further opportunities. Not death, but transformation into monsters. Some would become mindless husks, while others retained their consciousness, awakening supernatural abilities or undergoing physical mutations. Even years into the apocalypse, until Tang Li's last breath, humanity had yet to fully comprehend the precise reasons behind their mutations and the emergence of supernatural powers. It was as if a new, unknown substance had appeared in the world following that meteor shower, enabling individuals to awaken different types of powers according to their inherent conditions, akin to the spiritual roots in fantastical cultivation tales. The most common abilities fell within the 5 elemental categories of metal: wood, water, fire, and earth, while others, such as thunder, light, and space, remained rare. Most prevalent were physical mutations, resulting in changes to strength, speed, and enhancements to senses like sight and hearing. Mirroring certain animal traits, some individuals even manifested animal-like forms. This was all Tang Li knew before her demise. The world's order had yet to be restored, making the dissemination of information quite challenging. This knowledge was primarily due to her role as a spatial ability user. Frequently accompanying the base on various missions that as dawn broke, Tang Li rose swiftly, her first task being to call Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing was Tang Li's dearest friend in both her past and present lives. Prior to the apocalypse, Tang Li had already lost her family. Her mother had passed away when she was very young, and her father, a citizen of M country, had left before she entered university, leaving her with sufficient funds for her sustenance. Coupled with the fact that Tang Li inherited the best traits from both parents, her cherubic face, slightly plump yet with striking features, especially her deep-set eyes with large, light-colored pupils, resembling a Western Barbie doll and an Eastern fairy. Her mixed heritage allowed her to occasionally work as a model, ensuring she was never short of money. Su Qingqing's circumstances were somewhat similar. Her parents had divorced and each established new families abroad. She had begun living independently since high school. Tang Li had no family to reach out to, while Su Qingqing was unwilling to contact her estranged family. Their close bond was partly due to their similar backgrounds. "Hey Li Zi, what are you up to so early?" Upon answering the call, Tang Li felt a surge of excitement at Su Qingqing's voice. Taking a deep breath, she replied, "Qingqing, have you woken up? I have something very important to discuss with you. What's going on? Speak up." Su Qingqing's voice sounded much more alert than before. "Are you still in El City?" Su Qingqing had traveled to El City during her break to participate in a racing competition, only to be caught up in an outbreak just before her return, necessitating a hospital checkup. A situation Tang Li had heard her complain about several times. No need. The hospital called yesterday to inform me that everything is fine, so I can come back now. Then please hold off on returning for a couple of days," Tang Li urged. "Why not?" Tang Li struggled to explain the imminent apocalypse to her. Even those she trusted would find it hard to believe such a dire situation that in her past life. El City had fared better than S City. Where Tang Li resided, as a tourist city with several universities, S City became a focal point of disaster during the outbreak. Tang Li and Su Qingqing had barely escaped S City in the past. Furthermore, El City was quite close to C City, making it easier for Tang Li to seek out Fu Dong and Yin Yin. She preferred not to complicate matters over the phone, deciding to keep Su Qingqing calm for the moment. Intending to visit her and assess whether to reveal the truth later, that I heard from a friend at the police station that there have been new cases of infection in the province, and many people have already been infected. The source of the outbreak remains unidentified, making S City quite perilous that it would be wiser for us to stay in a safe location for a while. No way, I was just thinking about heading back, Su Qingqing exclaimed. Who told you this? How do you know someone at the police station? An old classmate I ran into by chance mentioned it. As a favor for our school ties, they kindly advised me to be cautious and suggested I stock up on food and water. They said we should know more in a couple of days. And we can afford to wait a little longer. All right then, I'll go to the hospital to pick up my results and delay my return for a few days. Also, make sure to buy extra food to keep at home. You never know how long this might last. What if there's a disruption in water or electricity? Stock up on more water too. Remember to get enough for 2 people. I'll check the train tickets. And if possible, I'll head over to see you in the next couple of days. Being home alone is terribly dull. Tang Li continued, listening to Su Qingqing's sighs from the other end. Tang Li planned to use this time to gather supplies for both of them. Intending to visit Su Qingqing before the apocalypse fully descended upon them, in her previous life. The world had already descended into chaos by the time she awakened, and finding Su Qingqing had been an arduous task. This time, she hoped to avoid such complications. All right, hurry over. If I have to stay alone at home any longer, I think I might go mad. Okay, I'll finish up my responsibilities here and let you know once I've booked the tickets. After hearing Su Qingqing's frantic voice, Tang Li ended the call. Chapter 3. Preparing to flee. Checking her phone, Tang Li noted that trains to L City were still operational. She was cautious not to delay too long. After all, having been reborn, she could not guarantee the apocalypse would arrive on schedule. She booked a ticket for 3 days later, deciding to spend the next couple of days preparing for the journey. Just as she was about to put down her phone, she suddenly remembered Fu Dong and Yin Yin, those who had always protected and cared for her and Qingqing in their previous lives. She hoped they would suffer less hardship this time. However, she only had Fu Dong's contact information, as she had met Yin Yin later in the apocalypse and had no way to reach him now. Thus, she resolved to contact Fu Dong first, recalling that they had met in C City in her previous life. After some consideration, she thought calling might be too abrupt, so she opted to use a social media platform. Are you there? Cat sneaking around. JPG Li Z Goddess. What's up? Cute face. JPG. I heard from a friend at the police station that there's been an outbreak in C City that I thought I should let you know since I heard from a classmate that you're there. Try to stay indoors and remember to stock up on food and water. Is that true? I'm shocked. Surprised at JPG. Thank you, Goddess. Heart to JPG. You're welcome. That was all she could convey. It was a necessary precaution that I recalled during our casual conversations. Fu Dong once shared a harrowing tale about how, shortly after his abilities awakened, he nearly fell prey to a zombie while foraging for food. I sincerely hope that this time he will come to trust the situation and stockpile provisions at home. As for Yin Yan's inability to reach Tang Li, there is no need for concern. In his previous life, Yin Yin navigated through it all quite well, that I have faith that with his military background, his physical fitness and reflexes will serve him well in the early days of the apocalypse. Moreover, both he and Fu Dong are currently in City C, where they encountered each other first in their previous lives. After the onset of the apocalypse, it should be relatively easy to find Yin. Once I locate Fu Dong in City C, Tang Li climbed into her little jeep, swaying slightly as she prepared to venture out in search of supplies. Unlike the protagonists in apocalyptic novels who fret over this and that, she recognizes that the entire world order has collapsed to be why the time major bases are established. Many records will have vanished. Who could possibly know what she did before the apocalypse? As for the potential panic caused by hoarding supplies, that is a consideration she need not entertain. The viral infection was real, and everyone has been holed up for so long. Who hasn't stockpiled a few essentials? Although things appear stable now, there are still plenty of cautious individuals hoarding supplies, and she certainly won't be the exception, even if she ends up with an excess. She can easily concoct an excuse to deflect any inquiries, especially since she plans to leave this city soon and isn't worried about anyone trying to take advantage of her in the aftermath. Given the state of City S post-apocalypse, she'll cross that bridge when she comes to it. After all, she is the only one privy to information about the impending apocalypse, and she must prepare ample supplies for her small team. Ensuring everyone has enough in her previous life, she lacked the foresight to prepare for the apocalypse, but now that the opportunity has presented itself, she is determined not to squander it. Tang Li vowed that she would not cease her shopping until her credit card was maxed out. Heaven knows that having supplies during the apocalypse brings a tremendous sense of security. This time, she resolved to ensure there would be enough food and drink, no longer living a life where she risked her life for a morsel to eat. The most fundamental and vital supplies include rice, flour, oil, and salt. These are absolutely indispensable. Tang Li visited numerous grain stores, purchasing copious amounts of rice, flour, oil, and salt from each as for the excuses she used. They were merely fabrications, claiming her household was large, that she had heard there might be another viral outbreak and needed to stock up, and that she was also helping her neighbors. She even requested the shopkeepers to assist in loading her purchases into her car and then transferring them into her space. Typically, a single bag of rice would last Tang Li 2 months, but with Qing Qing, Fudong, Yin Yin, and others to consider, the more the better. She then diverted her route to various supermarkets, buying additional supplies, including water and numerous vacuum-sealed ready-to-eat meals, as these are convenient and easy to store. She also gathered daily hygiene products, living essentials, and kitchenware, particularly knives, which might come in handy not just for cutting vegetables, but perhaps for dispatching zombies as well. Dried fruits and nuts were also on her list. It had been ages since she had enjoyed them in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Before the world fell apart, she was someone who couldn't survive without fruit. And it was a mystery how she had endured those times. The apocalypse truly has a way of curing all pretenses. This was also why, in her previous life, she accepted numerous tasks heading south. Unfortunately, in the subsequent years of the apocalypse, even plants began to exhibit strange anomalies and spices. Spices would not be produced again until the major bases were firmly established, and they are in high demand. She needed to stockpile as much as possible. Supermarkets had limitations on how much could be purchased, so she opted for individually packaged items to trade for necessities later, while bulk items could be acquired at the market for better savings. Tang Li bought a wide assortment of spices, telling the shopkeeper she was preparing to open a hot pot restaurant. She also picked up many items meant for hot pot, as it seemed more convenient than cooking elaborate meals during the apocalypse. Just toss everything in and boil. Though the aroma might be strong, they could wait until they were in a desolate area to enjoy it. After all, zombies are not attracted by the scent of food, but rather by the smell of human blood. Eating pungent foods could help mask their own scent. In the aftermath, she planned to take along the few individuals she had trusted most in her previous life, besides Su Qingqing, Yin Yin, and Fu Dong. She would add a few more members to the team to ensure their safety during the apocalypse, that a minimum of 6 people and a maximum of 10 would strike a balance. As seen in the elite squads of major bases after the apocalypse, this number would ensure combat effectiveness while maximizing harmony within the group. Smaller teams are less likely to fall into discord. As long as they avoided mingling with crowds and refrained from aligning with military forces, their supplies would remain concealed, and they would encounter fewer issues regarding rare post-apocalyptic food items, the more she contemplated. The hungrier she became in the past 2 days. Tang Li had indulged in all the food she had longed for in her previous life, and still had some left in her space. After all, in the aftermath, even the revitalized production capabilities of the major bases focused primarily on sustenance, rarely producing items meant solely for indulgence. Many unhealthy but satisfying snacks had ceased production entirely. Thus, even if she might have fewer opportunities to enjoy such treats out of fear of attracting unwanted attention, she absolutely had to stock up. Yes, this is the greatest advantage of being a spatial ability user. Indeed, having spatial powers is a must-have for someone reborn. Just imagining not being able to enjoy all these delectable treats in the aftermath would be unbearable. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Tang Li made a turn towards her favorite bun shop, devouring 2 baskets of soup dumplings and ordering several more to pack away into her space. She then drove her little Jeep to the clothing wholesale market, negotiating a price for a full set of sportswear, primarily summer garments and various jackets. Temperature fluctuations post-apocalypse are significant, with summer and winter being prolonged while spring and autumn are nearly non-existent. Those with abilities possess physical conditions far superior to ordinary individuals. Even without down jackets, most can endure the winter. Moreover, down jackets are cumbersome and restrict movement, making them unsuitable for combat in the apocalypse. They are best reserved for the relative safety of a base. Therefore, Tang Li prioritized purchasing simple summer clothes, winter wear, lightweight cotton jackets, and fitted thermal underwear, acquiring both men's and women's sizes. She also stocked up on padded or fleece-lined sportswear, camouflage outfits, and more. Only someone who has fought zombies in the apocalypse can truly appreciate the convenience of sportswear. Thus, even with her love for fashion, Tang Li refrained from buying unnecessary clothing. Any attractive but impractical outfits could be collected later when she came across clothing stores during the apocalypse. Continuing her shopping spree, Tang Li wandered into a shoe store, purchasing all available athletic shoes, from summer to winter styles, including breathable and insulated options, as well as leather boots, all in size 37, which is the size she and Qing Qing both wore. In her previous life, they often exchanged clothes and shoes, as their figures were quite similar, with the only notable difference being that Su Qingqing was slightly taller. The shopkeeper advised her to refrain from buying so many items, warning that they might go out of style. Tang Li merely smiled and declined the shopkeeper's well-meaning advice that I end the apocalypse. Who cares about fashion? Just having clothes to wear is a blessing for those who struggle. Oversized, undersized, or even tattered clothing is entirely normal. Seeing that the shopkeeper could not sway her decision, they ultimately offered Tang Li a discount off the wholesale price that as she left. Tang Li felt the shopkeeper was a decent person and took the opportunity to advise them. In a while, there may be another viral outbreak. Remember to stock up on food and water. With that, she left it to their discretion whether or not to heed her warning. Once she emerged from the wholesale market, night had fallen. Before returning home, Tang Li made a few stops at pharmacies, purchasing various essential medications, primarily for external injuries, alcohol, iodine, and gauze that end the apocalypse. Those who survive tend to possess better physical conditions and rarely fall ill. Injuries are far more common in the later stages. Those with abilities generally recover from injuries without significant issues, as wounds tend to heal quickly without much attention. Thus, these supplies should suffice for the early days of the apocalypse. Given the strict regulations on pharmaceuticals, she could not find supply channels as she did with everyday items, and buying too much at once from a pharmacy could raise suspicions. Reclining in her bathtub, savoring the luxury of a peaceful soak, she felt a wave of contentment wash over her as she contemplated whether she had overlooked anything. For a fleeting moment, Tang Li considered whether to inform others about the impending apocalypse. Setting aside concerns about self-exposure or whether anyone would believe her, spreading such panic-inducing news online would likely be suppressed. Seeking some peace of mind, she posted a few comments on a forum in Weibo, suggesting that friends and relatives have mentioned there might be another viral outbreak, while encouraging everyone to stockpile food. This way, she felt that her conscience was somewhat appeased. The next day, Tang Li once again stocked up in City S, gathering supplies before anyone could notice her. She then stowed her little jeep into her space and took a taxi to the train station. The area around the train station was too crowded, and the risk of being discovered with such a conspicuous vehicle was far too great. Upon disembarking from the train, Su Qingqing took Tang Li to the famous night market in El City to indulge in street food. Tang Li found herself unable to resist the delectable offerings, purchasing a variety of items and discreetly stashing them in her space as she ate. Have you not eaten in days? How can you consume so much? Su Qingqing looked on, dumbfounded by her suddenly voracious friend, unaware that Tang Li was not only indulging, but also secretly hoarding food in her space. Such was the habit cultivated in the aftermath. When food is available, one must always store more in their space, for who knows when hunger might strike. Tang Li relished every bite, fully aware that these were all non-renewable resources. In the apocalyptic world, yearning for such delicacies feels like a mere fantasy. Upon returning to the residence of Su Qingqing in the evening, Tang Li gazed at the delectable foods that seemed to belong to a past life, realizing that the provisions she had previously acquired were still insufficient. After all, there remains over a month before the apocalypse strikes. Although she had procured some supplies in S City, one can never have too many resources in a post-apocalyptic realm. After indulging in a snack, Tang Li discovered that there were still numerous delectable treats she had yet to collect, and it was truly a pity. Tang Li had come to find Su Qingqing early, fearing unforeseen events. After all, in many apocalyptic web novels, protagonists often experience rebirth, and the delicate flutter of a butterfly's wings can hasten the unfolding of events. However, if such occurrences do not transpire, the nearly 2 months ahead must not be squandered. As her best friend across 2 lifetimes, Tang Li felt it was time to reveal the truth to Su Qingqing, for it would be impossible to conceal it any longer. Even on the very first day, Su Qingqing had already sensed something unusual about her. Tang Li pulled Su Qingqing to sit on the sofa, her expression grave. "Qingqing, I must share something very serious with you. You may find it hard to accept, but it is the truth that you've secretly found a boyfriend behind my back. Su Qingqing replied, her face devoid of expression. Not at all, that I asked. There's something even more significant. Would you prefer to hear the good news or the bad news first? Bad news, please. The apocalypse is imminent. And the good news? I possess supernatural abilities. Oh, what kind of abilities? Su Qingqing regarded Tang Li with a serious demeanor, as if indulging in one of their playful banters. Because what are good sisters for if not to join in on the whimsical? Spatial abilities. Tang Li paid no heed to whether Su Qingqing believed her, instantly demonstrating her powers. She retrieved the food she had surreptitiously tossed into the snack street, placing it back, and then brought out other items she had purchased, continuing until she produced her own sofa and set it before Su Qingqing. After maintaining that position for what seemed like an eternity, Su Qingqing finally reacted. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Su Qingqing inspected Tang Li with wide eyes. Are you truly my sister? Or are you some sort of demon or enchanting beauty in disguise? You might as well sing about it. Tang Li rolled her eyes dramatically. Su Qingqing resumed her seat on the sofa, calmly sipping water. Now that I'm composed, you must tell me, what was that thing you just did? Spatial abilities. Su Qingqing trembled slightly as she took another sip of water, barely avoiding a mishap. Tang Li observed Su Qingqing's stoic expression. You exhibit quite a capacity for acceptance. It seems I can divulge everything to you without concern. Did I ask there more? Su Qingqing's eyelids fluttered. In truth, she was not as composed as she appeared. She simply did not know how to react. Tang Li nearly burst into laughter, fully aware that her friend was merely pretending to maintain her composure while turmoil raged within her. However, she needed to convey all that was necessary in one go to avoid complications. After all, the more lice, the less itch, right? Well, perhaps that metaphor was not quite fitting, that regardless that in less than 2 months, a meteor shower will occur, and the world will become far more terrifying than it is now. Various natural disasters will strike, some individuals will transform into zombies, while others will gain supernatural abilities, like my spatial powers, which are merely one variety. You and I are both endowed with such abilities. I possess supernatural abilities too. Not yet. You do not. Su Qingqing's expression shifted from disbelief to delight, only to revert to her neutral demeanor, her ability to change expressions so swiftly evoking a bemused reaction from Tang Li. The meteor shower that heralds the apocalypse will mark the onset of everyone's supernatural abilities. Su Qingqing immediately detected an inconsistency. Everyone? Why not include you? Did you sacrifice something? Tang Li felt a small warmth in her heart. Her best friend's first thought upon discovering her uniqueness was not what she had gained, but rather what she had lost. What exactly is happening? Su Qingqing inquired anxiously. Tang Li sighed at the furrowed brow of Su Qingqing. I suppose I sacrificed a chance at a second life. That I have already endured one apocalypse, only to be betrayed and killed. While I do not understand why I have returned or what force brought me back, I find myself with these abilities ahead of time. However, on the bright side, it all seems fortuitous that I am uncertain how many have perished only to be given a second chance, but I doubt the numbers are high. I prefer not to dwell on matters I cannot comprehend. Rather than agonize over what I might lose, I would rather focus on making the most of each day with what I currently possess. Then, Tang Li briefly recounted the events that transpired after the apocalypse and how she met her demise. Chapter 5. A reunion of good sisters. Han Xiaoshi. Is she the little white flower that drifts around the library daily? Su Qingqing recalled a bit about Han Xiaoshi. Tang Li nodded. You allowed such a trivial creature to cause your demise. You truly have a talent for it, Su Qingqing scoffed, her face a canvas of disdain. Although I did not see her, it must have been her, why spiritual energy sensed the direction from which that icy spike was launched, which must have been where she was located. Furthermore, I believe that aside from you, Fu Dong, Yin Yin, and a few others who were diverted, most of the remaining individuals chose to stand idly by. Tang Li's expression suddenly grew cold as Su Qingqing inhaled deeply. The apathy of humanity in the aftermath of the apocalypse is indeed chilling. The horrors of a biochemical crisis do not deceive me. As survival spaces dwindle and societal order collapses, the darker facets of human nature are laid bare. Tang Li swept her hair back, shifting the subject. Moreover, I am quite attractive. Many men pursue me, yet I have turned them all down. It is entirely possible that some harbored unrequited feelings, leading to resentment. There are also those envious of my lack of aggressive abilities, yet I still manage to thrive. Jealousy is not uncommon, that Su Qingqing rolled her eyes at Tang Li's self-adoration. So your success cannot possibly be attributed to my support? Pray tell, what supernatural ability do I possess? Tang Li dismissed her disdain, that I thought you were uninterested. I was merely concerned for you. That was merely a pretext. Now hurry and tell me. My prowess must surely correlate to some extraordinary ability. What kinds of powers are there? Are they akin to those in novels? Upon hearing the mention of supernatural abilities, Su Qingqing's excitement was palpable, quite similar indeed. You are formidable, possessing the rare dual attribute abilities of wind and water. Tang Li felt a surge of gratitude for her best friend's immediate concern and refrained from engaging in further banter. Oh, that doesn't sound particularly powerful. How does it work? Su Qingqing pondered, her chin resting thoughtfully in her hand. Well, initially, like me, it serves as a support ability, but later on, as your level increases, the tornado becomes quite formidable. Moreover, your water abilities are crucial. In the later stages, the city nearly ran out of water. Relying heavily on water-based supernatural users, Tang Li recounted the skills Su Qingqing had wielded in her previous life. Su Qingqing's brow furrowed deeply. But we were both mere novices at the beginning. That is not entirely true. Everyone starts as a novice, including the zombies, Tang Li replied nonchalantly, draping her legs over the edge of the sofa. In the early days, zombies are not particularly strong. Those who are bold and physically capable can survive without too much trouble. Given her experience in combating zombies in her previous life, she had no cause for concern. Then we must find an offensive partner. Are you suggesting that Fu Dong and Yin Yin are reliable? Yes, this time I do not intend to gather too many companions that I in a post-apocalyptic world. Human hearts are inscrutable that I in my previous life. A significant portion of my team consisted of individuals we rescued, yet they ultimately chose not to save me. Thus, I will refrain from rescuing others again. Our team values quality over quantity. We only need capable and trustworthy individuals who we find agreeable, that I will no longer meddle in the affairs of others. The apocalypse is merely Earth's way of clearing away the debris, survival of the fittest. Those lacking the ability to live will be discarded. Regardless, my space is filled with enough supplies to sustain the two of us for many years. After the apocalypse, I will ensure that you live well. Currently, aside from Qingqing, Fu Dong, and Yin Yin, Tang Li did not fully trust anyone else. After all, these were the only individuals she could be certain had not betrayed her in the end. This was also the reason why. Prior to that mission, Han Xiaosher had been so adamant about devising a way to send them away. The mission had initially seemed quite simple, aside from her own need as a spatial ability user to act as a porter. It did not matter who else participated. Han Xiaosher had volunteered to take on the role of a protector, leaving Tang Li uncertain whether their absence would raise suspicions upon their return. Having experienced the panic instigated by the onset of the apocalypse in her previous life, she had always felt that more people equated to greater safety, never considering that a larger group could lead to more troubles. Not everyone could unite under the threat of an apocalyptic crisis. Thus, in this lifetime, Tang Li resolved to limit her circle, understanding the wisdom behind the phrase better to have less than more. After experiencing one lifetime, she realized that one must not harbor any illusions in an apocalypse. One's back can only be entrusted to the most trusted companions. Were it not for the fact that her small team of a few individuals was insufficient, Tang Li would have preferred not to seek out anyone else. However, should she choose to search for more, she would do so with careful selection, relying on her past experiences to identify a few reliable allies. Su Qingqing observed her best friend's increasingly austere expression, rallying in solidarity. You are absolutely right. Tomorrow we shall gather supplies and spend all the money we have. What is your space like? How much can it hold? Can we bring things from home? Yes, I already took the items you left in your dormitory along with your belongings from home when I arrived that I can't really quantify the exact size. It's simply a vacuum space. Currently, it could probably accommodate around 20 to 30 of your household items. And as I continue to cultivate my abilities, it will only increase further. Su Qingqing's eyes widened in astonishment. Is it really that large? My home is over 100 square meters, and it will grow even larger. Does that mean you could eventually fit the entire Earth in there? Tang Li was taken aback by her whimsical thoughts and playfully tapped her head. What are you thinking? Get a grip. This vast space is the result of my extraordinary circumstances. It is the culmination of years of hard work from my previous life. It's not something just anyone can achieve. The enhancement of abilities becomes increasingly challenging in the later stages. Do you honestly believe I could live long enough for my space to encompass the Earth? Put away your unrealistic fantasies. Young lady, that I was just saying. But can we grow vegetables, raise chickens, ducks, and other small animals? Can people enter? Is there a kind of house like those described in novels? Su Qingqing rubbed her head and asked another question. The reason Tang Li felt comfortable sharing the realities of the apocalypse and her rebirth with Su Qingqing was that she knew they both shared a fondness for fantasy novels and often discussed the feasibility of time travel. Thus, Su Qingqing's rapid acceptance of Tang Li's return from the apocalypse stemmed from years of being exposed to various online literature that expanded her imagination. What you read are cultivation novels. Mine is an apocalypse narrative that my space is simply a vacuum. Nothing exists within it. Have you ever seen outer space? It cannot hold living beings, grow crops, raise animals, nor practice cultivation. There are no small creatures. No houses or techniques. Just be a good ability user, my friend. Tang Li felt that Su Qingqing was being overly demanding. When she first discovered her spatial abilities, she did not entertain such whimsical notions. Tang Li was familiar with the novels Su Qingqing mentioned and understood her imaginative mindset, especially since Su Qingqing had once obsessively wished for time travel. However, Tang Li still needed to dispel her fantasies. Despite her rebirth, she could not engage in cultivation. Su Qingqing sighed deeply, her initial excitement about the apocalypse and abilities waning. Ignoring her dramatics, Tang Li concluded that it was time to prepare for the necessities of the apocalypse. We should buy another vehicle. Aside from my little Jeep, we have no other means of transportation. What? Do you look down on my little motorcycle? Tang Li had a penchant for cool vehicles like Jeeps. While Su Qingqing favored motorcycles of all kinds, that I end Su Qingqing's words. What could be cooler than a motorcycle? Unfortunately, during the early days of the apocalypse in her previous life, Tang Li's space was not large enough to accommodate her motorcycle, which Su Qingqing had longed for. I brought your little motorcycle along. I end the apocalypse. Anything can happen. If my Jeep fails, I need a backup plan. Plus, we might have other companions in the future, so we need a vehicle with good performance that can carry more people. All right then, let's go buy a car tomorrow. How about a Hummer? After all, when a girl is unhappy, shopping is the remedy. Chapter 6. Collecting supplies afterward, the two of them compiled a list of items that were irreplaceable after the apocalypse. What needed to be collected before it began, and what could be gathered afterward, spending the night deliberating over it. After a lazy morning and a refreshing shower, Tang Li sighed. Bathing in the apocalypse is indeed quite troublesome. It will take some time before Su Qingqing's abilities can provide enough water for a bath, so they need to stock up on water to maintain a comfortable bathing routine. Thus, Tang Li and Su Qingqing ventured out to shop during the day and returned at night to fill up their water supply. The space operates like a vacuum, and Tang Li was uncertain about the principles behind it. She had never been to outer space. Yet her space could maintain the temperature of hot water without cooling down, and frozen or heated items would not easily alter their temperature. Boiling water in the apocalypse is a cumbersome task. Even with fire-type ability users, their powers are insufficient for boiling water at first. Therefore, while shopping, they bought various bathtubs to store water. Tang Li focused her mental energy on the space, filled with an array of supplies. They had nearly prepared all the essentials for eating, wearing, and using. Their recent shopping excursions were not for necessities, but rather for snacks that would be scarce after the apocalypse, indulgences to satisfy cravings, and items that could be used for trading once their base was established. Tang Li felt that as long as she survived, life in the apocalypse would be relatively enjoyable. I absolutely love this duck neck. It would be unbearable if I couldn't eat it later. Buy it! The two food-loving sisters once again set out to shop enthusiastically with their previously compiled list. This shop's brown sugar pearl sundae is also delicious. Let's buy more along with some milk tea. Sure. And how about this shop's donkey meat pastry? Will there still be donkeys in the apocalypse? Buy it and see. Cream cakes and pastries. There probably won't be anyone making such elaborate treats in the apocalypse. What dishes can you cook? If you cannot make my favorite gobeira, that won't do. We need to buy more. Will seafood mutate? It's better to buy some. The sea will be too dangerous. Uncle Ken's family bucket. What's wrong with junk food? In the apocalypse, junk food will be in high demand. Spicy crayfish. Can you make it? Forget it. Let's just buy it pre-made. You think the strong flavor will choke zombies to death. Hey, this is steak, Western cuisine. Which one TB in high demand? Let's buy some frozen steaks to prepare ourselves. It's simple. We can't just eat meat without vegetables, can we? Bean curd skin, spinach, oil wheat, garland chrysanthemum, baby cabbage. Oh, and boss, give me some vermicelli. A lot. It's for our company gathering. Gathering for hot pot. All right, why did I buy all hot pot ingredients? The two friends ambled about for over a month, purchasing nearly everything they could think of. After all, Tang Li had been reborn, and her thoughts were still anchored in the apocalypse, so the supplies she collected were primarily practical. Thankfully, with the help of Su Qingqing, who cherished enjoyment, Tang Li's space became filled with a variety of delicious foods, ensuring they could not only eat their fill, but also indulge their cravings during the apocalypse. That Su Qingqing roughly calculated their expenditures. Let me tell you, sister, we're almost out of money. If the apocalypse hadn't come, we'd be left to starve in the future. How could that be? More than half of what we've bought is food. We won starve for years. Tang Li slumped on the sofa, exhausted. This time had truly worn her out. Yet Su Qingqing, who expressed concern, was enjoying herself the most. Tang Li could see through her. Finally, she had a legitimate excuse to shop to her heart's content, and she was thrilled. Well, that's true. Can we take our bed with us? I don't want to sleep on someone else's bed. Su Qingqing's dramatic tendencies resurfaced. Taking it as possible. But are you overthinking this? Do you want to bring your pajamas too? Do you think you'll get to sleep every day in the apocalypse? Tang Li rolled her eyes and continued lounging on the sofa. Oh, what about a tent? Will we have to sleep in the wilderness? We should just prepare a motorhome. Since Su Qingqing learned that Tang Li's space was vast, her previously restrained shopping desires could no longer be contained. Tang Li pinched the bridge of her nose. Compared to Su Qingqing, her own purchases seemed far too pragmatic. Su Qingqing, we are preparing for an escape from the apocalypse. Not a holiday. Su Qingqing placed her hands on her waist and raised an eyebrow at Tang Li. What's wrong with the apocalypse? You were reborn. In a novel, you would be the protagonist with a golden finger. Can't you have a little spirit? You didn't come back just to endure hardships again, did you? The apocalypse hasn't even started yet. You have space, I have money, and I want the best supplies prepared. What is wrong with that? Tang Li observed Su Qingqing, now fully in shopping mode, and made a gesture of submission. All right, you are beautiful, so you are right. Seeing Tang Li yield, Su Qingqing smugly crossed her legs. Humph. Then let us add a few more items to the list we just made. We need to buy a few good pairs of shoes. Running around in the apocalypse requires taking care of our feet, and those cheap shoes you bought can be traded if they don't get worn out. Also, undergarments. I want to just wear anything I find on the street. Besides, my size isn't something anyone can find. Su Qingqing proudly puffed out her chest, glancing at Tang Li. Your figure is barely comparable to mine. With such superior conditions, don't make yourself look like a tomboy. And I need to protect my flowing locks. Shampoo and conditioner are essential. I don't have a baby face like you, so I can't just change hairstyles at will. By the way, did you buy any hair care products? Tang Li recalled how Su Qingqing had painfully cut her hair in her previous life. Does a hair tie count? I also bought a pair of scissors. From now on, we'll probably have to cut our hair ourselves in order to facilitate convenience. Tang Li has opted for a shoulder-length hairstyle that can be tied up or left down without hindering her in battle. This, she deems, is the optimal hairstyle that strikes a balance between beauty and practicality. After all, as Su Qingqing remarked, her face is indeed not particularly discerning when it comes to hairstyles. She could even pull off a bald look. Su Qingqing gazed at Tang Li, her expression conveying a silent message. Interpret this as you will. Tang Li chose not to refute her. If she wished to make a purchase, so be it. There is nothing amiss in striving to live better under favorable conditions. Having endured hardship in her previous life, Tang Li had long been accustomed to suffering and could hardly conceive of indulgence. Now, with the arrangement of Miss Su, her only responsibility was to provide a space for storing items, which was rather agreeable. There was no need to dampen her spirits. Sooner or later, Su Qingqing would come to realize that the apocalypse can remedy all pretentiousness. On the final day before the apocalypse, Tang Li and Su Qingqing organized their supplies at home. Since their space could not accommodate living creatures, they needed to prepare the fresh seafood they had purchased by cooking a portion and freezing another, ensuring they were packed just as they perished to maximize freshness. The cooked seafood was for their own consumption, while the frozen would serve as barter for resources with others in the apocalypse. There are often times when cooking is not feasible. So the two took turns preparing meals to their liking, packaging them neatly and placing them in their storage space while still warm. Tang Li also readied 2 generators, enabling the use of various electrical appliances, such as induction cookers and electric ovens, that as for portable gas stoves, they could only stockpile more small disposable gas canisters. The only challenge lay in acquiring weapons, as they had no connections, and even high-end arms during peacetime required a network to obtain. It seemed they would have to procure several knives instead. Tang Li and Su Qingqing, akin to thieves, discreetly changed locations each day to purchase knives, being cautious not to buy too many at once. They accepted all kinds: sickles, cleavers, watermelon knives, kitchen knives, daggers, and the like. Aside from these, they could also manage to acquire electric batons, though these seemed ineffective against zombies. Tang Li pondered over the electric baton given to her by Su Qingqing, tilting her head in contemplation, her small mind filled with great uncertainty. Regardless of its utility, she decided to keep it. Better to be prepared than caught off guard. If it proved useless against zombies, it could still serve as a means of defense against humans. As not all survivors would be amicable post-apocalypse. Perhaps after the onset of the apocalypse, they might stumble upon firearms or other lethal weapons. Chapter 7. Awakening of Abilities Lying in Bed Hand in Hand. Tang Li recounted her past life experiences of awakening her powers to Su Qingqing, offering her comfort as Su Qingqing felt a pang of anxiety, yet she was managing well enough. The month of preparation had kept her in a state of tension. Their daily errands felt as if they were preparing for a bright future. Yet deep down, Su Qingqing understood the apocalypse would undoubtedly be harsh. The meticulous preparations were merely a means to endure the cruel reality. Since fate had granted Tang Li the opportunity to be reborn, they must cherish their lives. Their daily indulgences were also a way to alleviate stress that Su Qingqing empathized with the hardships Tang Li had faced in the apocalypse. Urging her to savor this fleeting semblance of normalcy, in turn, Tang Li encouraged Su Qingqing to relish the time before the apocalypse, for such peace would soon be a distant memory. As they spoke, their gazes drifted outside. This was the first time Tang Li witnessed a meteor shower. The dark sky was illuminated by the streaks of meteors, faintly tinged with red. The air seemed to vibrate, as if a corner of the heavens had been torn asunder, revealing the true cosmos, beautiful and profound. The distant stars appeared to grow larger, as though they might crash before her. Tang Li felt as small as an ant, realizing that the description she had heard at the base paled in comparison to the reality before her in her previous life. This meteor shower had passed while she slept, and upon waking, the world was forever changed. Experiencing that dizzying sensation once more, Tang Li this time drew upon her past experience to remain conscious, for her instincts told her that staying awake would yield greater rewards. Qingqing, stay alert, that if you persevere, you shall become an ability wielder. Why maintaining her consciousness, Tang Li distinctly felt the changes occurring within her body. This familiar sensation was her spatial ability awakening. Gradually, she became aware of another peculiar feeling, an unfamiliar chill that seemed to penetrate her bones. Indicative of a second ability awakening. Dual abilities are exceedingly rare. Even in the later stages of the apocalypse, few individuals awakened a second power, with most remaining dormant until their demise. This was advantageous for her, as it bolstered her survival prospects in the apocalypse. Moreover, she noticed that the longer she remained awake, the stronger her mental fortitude became. This was a positive sign. Control over one's abilities is closely tied to the strength of one's mental capacity, especially for spatial abilities. Missing this opportunity would mean having to laboriously hone her skills over time. The meteor shower persisted for an indeterminate duration, and amidst the hazy confusion, she was once again confronted with the stunning panorama from before the end of days. Eventually, she succumbed to slumber, only to awaken in the afternoon. She first assessed her powers. Aside from her spatial ability, there was another. Extending her hand, she conjured an ice sphere in her palm, an ice-based ability. Ice abilities are a variant of water abilities and can be classified within the elemental powers. The advantage of water abilities lies in their drinkability, whereas ice abilities require an additional process. However, ice abilities possess greater lethality and combat prowess. Ice abilities fall under the category of offensive powers. Wazentihan Xiaoshi, an ice ability wielder. Without her awakening an offensive ability, she would have been just another weakling, unable to stand out at the base after a year. But how had she awakened an ice ability? She had not possessed one in her previous life. Was it possible that after being killed by an ice ability in her past, she was now compensated with the same in this life? Tang Li gazed at the melting ice in her palm, perplexed yet satisfied that it would be prudent to keep her spatial ability hidden from others at the onset of the apocalypse, as it represents resources and could attract unwanted attention. There might be fools who think they can loot her, or the base might conscript her. Casting a glance at the still dormant Su Qingqing, she toyed with the ice sphere. Tang Li was well acquainted with ice abilities, having taught Han Xiaoshu how to wield them in her previous life. Han Xiaoshu often lamented her own perceived weakness. Combining various fictional character skills from the games and novels she enjoyed, Tang Li had instructed her on how to amplify her destructive potential. To her surprise, the knowledge she imparted to others had now become her own. In this life, Tang Li would wield the very ability that had once led to her demise, thriving with it. Should she encounter Han Xiaoshu again, she would be curious to see how she fared without her. At this moment, Tang Li had no desire to eliminate her swiftly. Han Xiaoshu was never a formidable adversary, hardly worth any trepidation. Without her, both she and Qingqing would struggle to maintain any status at the base. In her previous life, Tang Li's downfall was due to her unguardedness. Had she been wary, Han Xiaoshu's abilities would have seemed trivial. After all, this individual often feigned fragility, appearing far from capable of homicide, especially against those who had supported her through thick and thin, solely out of jealousy that if it were not for the apocalypse, she would likely have made a name for herself in the entertainment industry, as her acting skills were worthy of accolades. For now, let her navigate the struggles of an ordinary person in the apocalypse, experiencing the same hardships Tang Li once faced that in this life. Tang Li and Su Qingqing would not extend their sympathy. They would watch her cling to anyone as coattails in her desperate bid for survival. Wasn't her jealousy of Tang Li's beauty the reason she had not been treated as a prize? While Tang Li had become a coveted asset as a spatial ability wielder in the early days of the apocalypse, in this life, Tang Li would thrive even more splendidly, using her identical ice ability to overshadow Han Xiaoshu. If she believed Tang Li owed her anything, then so be it. In this life, Tang Li would no longer extend her generosity. She was eager to witness Han Xiaoshu's true capabilities. If Han Xiaoshu sought her favor, her surname would no longer be Tang. Tang Li shook her head, setting aside her animosity. After a brief tidying up, she concealed her belongings in a backpack, ensuring everything from her home was safely stowed away. Leaving a note for Qingqing, she locked the door and stepped out with a sickle in hand. The first batch of ability wielders had yet to awaken. As daylight broke, the zombies remained dormant. For the lower-tier undead still detested sunlight, though that would soon change. Exiting the community, Tang Li discovered that many shops along the street had yet to open. At this juncture, the awakening of abilities had not concluded, and the initial awakening process required considerable time. Thanks to her prior experience, she had awakened earlier, while the majority were still in slumber. Aside from a few with poor physical conditions who had already transformed into zombies, she could say there was not a soul in sight. Tang Li sought out a 24-hour convenience store or barbecue joint that had been operating the previous night, knowing other places would likely remain closed. Forcing entry would be troublesome, and the noise could attract zombies. It was the first day, and there was no need for looting just yet. She aimed to secure a small convenience store first. Chapter 8. The beginning of the apocalypse. Upon entering a small shop, Tang Li surveyed the surroundings and found only a zombie cashier. Since it was no longer human, she felt no moral dilemma in claiming the items. After all, it would soon be someone else's turn. In the desolate world, nothing holds greater significance than the act of survival. All possessions of the living are seized, let alone those of the undead. However, as the apocalypse has only just begun, she would not resort to robbing others of their belongings while they still breathe. Instead, she would offer a warning, for although she has mentally prepared herself for the brutality of this new reality, others have not yet come to terms with it. Moreover, in these early days, resources abound, rendering the need to prey upon the living unnecessary. As Tang Li walked, she attuned herself to her newfound abilities, realizing that the pain endured throughout the night had not been in vain. Not only had her ice-based powers proven stronger than those of a typical awakening, but it was the enhancement of her mental fortitude that held paramount importance. Typically, those endowed with spatial abilities are also psychics, capable of using their mental energy to transfer objects within a certain radius into their designated space, with the extent of their spatial manipulation being directly proportional to the strength of their mental prowess. However, the mental strength of spatial ability users differs from that of pure psychics. While some psychic abilities are offensive in nature, others possess various functionalities. For instance, the renowned psychic from her previous life, Song Incheng, had the capacity to influence the thoughts of those with lesser mental strength, akin to brainwashing or hypnosis. Others with weaker mental faculties generally only exhibit heightened instincts of danger. Those with greater mental strength, like Tang Li at present, can distinctly sense impending threats within a certain vicinity and are less susceptible to psychic influences. Having traversed several supermarkets, she cleared their shelves, even taking the racks themselves. Among the remaining items were daily necessities, including toilet paper and various supplies essential for young women, which she collected in abundance. Coupled with her previous stockpiles, she no longer feared the scarcity of supplies. The memories of the post-apocalyptic days devoid of small comforts were not one she wished to revisit. Passing by a barbecue shop, she swiftly dispatched 2 zombies with her sickle and stored the freezer in her spatial realm. Her relentless collection of items took a toll on her stamina, and as she had only recently awakened her abilities, she had yet to regain her optimal condition. Were it not for the uncertainty of what unforeseen circumstances might arise before reaching her ultimate destination, and the responsibility of several team members relying on her, she would not have exerted herself so fervently that in an effort to maximize her haul, she had yet to employ her ice abilities, opting instead to clear her path with the sickle. After all, her ice powers were still in their nascent stages, best saved as a trump card. Riding her bright green motorcycle, she gathered supplies from nearby convenience stores and barbecue joints. Directly dealing with any zombies encountered she settled the unconscious Tang Li in a secure location. She only took a portion of the supplies that were difficult to store, mindful that if they regained consciousness as humans, they too would require resources for survival. Whether she could safeguard these supplies was beyond her control. She could only do her best and leave the rest to fate, before darkness enveloped the land. She needed to return, knowing that while future scavenging wouldn't be as convenient as today, it was not entirely impossible either. Qingqing should be awakening soon. Why am I so hungry? Su Qingqing roused from her slumber. Drawn by the tantalizing aroma of food, that you've been asleep for a day and 2 nights, of course you're famished. Tang Li presented the freshly prepared century egg and lean meat congee, sweet and sour ribs, and braised pork. Seizing the moment, she prepared as much of these elaborate dishes as possible, knowing that having a stock of such items in her spatial realm would save considerable effort during these trying times. Eat while it's hot. Once you're done, we must hit the road swiftly while the streets remain sparsely populated. Tang Li waited for Su Qingqing to finish her meal and wash the bowls and pots clean before storing them in her spatial realm. To avoid drawing unwanted attention, they chose to drive Tang Li's small Jeep instead of their newly acquired Hummer. Prior to the apocalypse, Tang Li and Su Qingqing had hoarded various supplies, but fuel was notably absent, making it essential for them not to miss the gas stations along the highway. Upon arriving at one, they disembarked to neutralize the zombies on the road. There was also a zombie confined within a small room at the gas station, which Tang Li glanced at but chose to ignore. After filling their tank, they stored the fuel truck in their spatial realm, unlike in the later stages of the apocalypse when they would dismantle fuel tanks. They currently had enough fuel stored to last them quite some time, still leaving some for those who might come after them. Survival in the apocalypse was grueling, while Tang Li had no desire to play the role of a savior. She was willing to offer a glimmer of hope to others, as long as it did not come at the expense of her own well-being. Throughout their journey, Tang Li took the wheel while Su Qingqing practiced her newly awakened abilities. As in her previous life, Su Qingqing was a rare dual-element user, wielding both water and wind powers that in her prior existence. Su Qingqing had mastered the application of these abilities, with the wind becoming an omnipresent force, allowing her to be acutely aware of atmospheric changes. Under Tang Li's formidable mental guidance, her control over her powers became second nature, leading to the development of numerous innovative applications of their abilities. For instance, Su Qingqing's water powers, when combined with her wind abilities, could create dense fog that as her mental strength increased. So too did the coverage of her fog, and with the wind's assistance, it could effectively mask the scent of humans, rendering them less detectable to the less mentally acute zombies for a limited time. Tang Li had shared this skill with her, and Su Qingqing found it immensely useful, striving to master it as soon as possible. The route planned by Tang Li and Su Qingqing was to first reach Sea City to locate Fudong and Yin Yin, and from there, head south, adjusting their path as necessary. Their ultimate destination was the southern province of Jie, a region surrounded by mountains and rivers, where highlands and basins alternated, boasting a relatively favorable ecological environment. Distant from other human settlements, before the apocalypse, it was an autonomous region, and in its aftermath, it remained largely unaffected by other bases. Becoming self-sufficient. Traveling from Jie province to others required traversing a long stretch of largely uninhabited land, essentially a natural no-man's land. Therefore, after the zombies were cleared from that area in the later stages of the apocalypse, there was little risk of hordes descending upon that in her previous life. Tang Li's base was the capital base to the onset of the apocalypse. Most believed the capital base would be the safest haven. Indeed, it became the largest base in the early days, as the government and military swiftly mobilized to establish the first large-scale shelter that is an ancient center of the nation. The capital had long been equipped with a defense system unknown to the common populace. However, with its dense population, the number of awakened abilities surged, leading to an influx of zombies, and many people continued to flock to the capital base. Following several zombie sieges, the death toll rose significantly. With only key national figures and a select few prominent ability users retreating to the ancient city, where an old moat provided a crucial barrier. The most significant defenses were housed there. And until her final moments, Tang Li had never qualified for entry. After the base stabilized, factional struggles erupted due to a significant turnover in leadership. This area attracted many capable and ambitious individuals. During the initial phase, humanity united out of necessity for survival. Yet as time passed, the multitude of leaders led to complex intrigues that in truth, Tang Li favored the new city base established in Jie province. Due to its geographic advantages, it was abundant in flora and fauna, and although some plants and animals had mutated, it was still far superior to the frequent zombie sieges experienced by other bases. In her previous life, the new city base also gathered many powerful ability users, becoming the second largest base after the capital, yet it did not impose as rigid a hierarchy as the capital. Geographic factors meant it was not under the jurisdiction of the capital base, that it was only after satellite communications were restored that contact with various major bases resumed. Chapter 9. Seeking companions, Tang Li and Su Qingqing took turns driving, capitalizing on the relatively sparse traffic as they made their way along the highway to Sea province. Their journey was relatively smooth, as they had departed early. At this hour, few could react swiftly enough to flee, with the majority of people opting to find a hiding place and await rescue. Consequently, they encountered only sporadic incidents, typically accidents caused by drivers who had suddenly turned into zombies. They simply had to exit the vehicle, eliminate the zombies, store the cars in their space, and then navigate around before releasing the vehicles to continue on their way. Initially, Su Qingqing struggled to adapt, but perhaps due to the mental preparation she had undertaken while listening to Tang Li's descriptions of the apocalypse beforehand, she found it easier to accept the anticipated outcomes. Moreover, with Tang Li by her side, exhibiting calmness in the face of danger, Su Qingqing's already formidable heart grew even more resilient that El City and Sea City were not far apart. Within less than 10 hours, they arrived at the center of Sea City. Darkness had begun to descend, and the number of zombies had increased significantly. Many individuals had roused from their stupor, with some bold youths venturing outside. Vehicles began to traverse the roads, and quick-thinking individuals were already seeking out supplies. Finding a secluded corner, they stored their vehicle and made their way to a large supermarket, where they observed others attempting to break down the doors. They refrained from intervening, instead waiting for the doors to be opened before joining the throng that surged inside. The first floor housed a beverage bar, a snack shop, and a boutique, along with 2 clothing stores. The second floor was dedicated to the supermarket, where the crowd immediately rushed. Tang Li and Su Qingqing ascended to the second floor, but did not follow the masses in seizing goods. Instead, they headed straight for the staff passage leading to the third-floor storage room, gathering everything within before hastily retreating back to the second floor undetected. The expansive second floor was laden with products, and it would take time to clear it all. At that moment, no one considered the storage area. Having previously scavenged the supermarket in her past life, Tang Li's recollections were particularly sharp upon returning to the second floor. She and Su Qingqing did not rush to compete with others for food. Rather, they proceeded to the supplies and frozen goods sections, areas that would not be the immediate focus of the incoming crowd. With no one watching, Tang Li made no apologies as she collected every living necessity and frozen item in sight before doubling back to the food section, where she took a substantial portion of sugar, tea, grains, and condiments, mindful not to take everything, as they were not in dire need. Then, aimlessly wandering back and forth, they casually picked up items to conceal in their backpacks, stashing them away in their spatial compartments. As the supermarket grew increasingly crowded, Tang Li took Su Qingqing back to the first floor, instructing her to keep an eye on the outside. Meanwhile, she gathered the ingredients for beverages from the water bar and items from the boutique, indiscriminately collecting whatever might prove useful. The pastries from the snack shop had been significantly depleted by the influx of people, and the remaining treats were in disarray, so Tang Li only salvaged the individually packaged items. "Are you certain Fu Dong will come?" Su Qingqing asked, as the sounds outside began to escalate into chaos. "Yes, I encountered him here in my previous life. Our current route mirrors that of the past," Tang Li replied, aware that soon the noise would attract a horde of zombies, along with a throng of people fleeing from them. Before long, the air was filled with frantic shouts and the sounds of combat. Peering outside, Tang Li indeed spotted Fu Dong and Yin coordinating their efforts against a group of zombies to Fu Dong, she called, as she and Su Qingqing rushed out wielding sickles. Together, they dispatched several zombies. And upon turning, Tang Li witnessed Fu Dong striking a zombie's head with a brick. Swiftly, she eliminated a zombie confronting Yin with an ice spike and signaled, "This way." She then called out to Fu Dong and Qingqing, urging them to follow her lead. Tang Li led them in a series of circles, dispersing the zombies that had been trailing them until they reached the vicinity of a military supplies store. This store, in fact, belonged to Yin, who had brought them here in their previous life before they left City C, allowing them to acquire useful items for their journey. Therefore, Tang Li remembered it well, though logically she should not have known. Hence, she merely pretended to run here, refraining from speaking that my home is just ahead. "Come with me," she said. With a sigh of relief, Tang Li heard Yin's words. She had been anticipating this. "You can hide here. My defenses are adequate," Yin assured, locking the doors and windows of the shop. "Goddesses, what brings you here?" Fu Dong finally managed to speak after catching his breath. Tang Li observed Fu Dong and Yin, momentarily feeling as though she had returned to her previous life. The Su Qingqing, however, felt little of that nostalgia, curiously eyeing Tang Li's former teammates that we fled here. The world has suddenly transformed into a veritable crisis. Our home became perilous, forcing us to escape. Fu Dong widened his eyes, glancing back and forth between the two athletic women wielding sickles. Wow, who would have thought our campus goddesses would display such valor in this world? Su Qingqing shot him a sidelong glance. "This is called gallantry, you know?" Yes, gallantry that you're beautiful, so whatever you say is right," Fu Dong retorted, and the two immediately fell back into their previous life's banter. "Hello, I'm Tang Li, and this is Su Qingqing that we are university classmates of Fu Dong. Thank you for letting us stay here," Tang Li introduced herself, dismissing their continued teasing and no need for thanks. "You helped me too." "I am Yin," he replied, standing upright, unlike the others who appeared more relaxed that it's dark now, and it's dangerous outside. "May we stay here for the night? In the apocalypse, it's best to find shelter at night and avoid wandering about." "Of course, feel free to stay," Yin assured, his voice as deep and steady as ever. Fu Dong naturally retrieved 2 military folding chairs for Tang Li and Su Qingqing that no need to be formal. "Brother Yin is very loyal." Tang Li rummaged through her large backpack, producing 4 packets of instant noodles and 2 cans of luncheon meat. "Would you like something to eat?" she inquired, looking at the 3 before her. Fu Dong's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Tang Li. "Goddess Li, I am truly moved. I vow to protect you in return for your life-saving gift of instant noodles." Su Qingqing glanced up at Fu Dong. "And the life-saving grace of Goddess Qingqing, I will also repay you," he added, eager to please. Tang Li cast a glance at Yin, who chimed in, "I will also repay you. I will protect both of you." Tang Li blinked. "I just wanted to ask if you have hot water." Upon hearing this, Yin silently rose to boil a pot of water. Chapter 10. Former companions after satisfying their hunger and thirst. Tang Li turned to Fu Dong and Yin. "What are your plans moving forward?" Fu Dong sighed. "At this point, I have no idea where might be safe that we can't just sit at home waiting to be rescued. And who knows if the government will come to our aid. Tang Li understood that rescue teams would not be forthcoming anytime soon. The government was likely overwhelmed. The apocalypse had struck suddenly. Only the capital was swiftly establishing a base, with some major cities gradually following suit. The military was beginning to converge on these bases to conduct rescues along the way, but that was a discussion for another time. Tang Li glanced at Yin Yin, who seemed to be contemplating the situation. Indeed, after a moment of thought, Yin Yin spoke, the government likely lacks the resources to rescue us for the time being. We should rely on ourselves. Qingqing and I plan to head to Province J. Given the geographical conditions, it is the safest option. Eventually, bases will be established everywhere, much like in a bioweapon crisis that as the number of zombies increases. Humans will surely find safety in numbers. Tang Li elaborated on her plans, subtly revealing her insights regarding the apocalypse. Now, it's up to you to decide. Fu Dong was utterly taken aback by Tang Li's meticulous planning. His mouth agape in disbelief that he hadn't expected that in the early days of the apocalypse, while he was still in a state of confusion, Tang Li could devise such a detailed and far-sighted strategy. It was astonishingly composed. Yin Yin furrowed his brow, contemplating. What you say makes a great deal of sense. Your plan is thorough. That he regarded Tang Li with some surprise, never having anticipated that this girl, resembling a Barbie doll, could articulate such logical analyses in such a short time. Moreover, the fact that these two girls had known to escape at the onset of the apocalypse instead of waiting helplessly for rescue indicated they were far from ordinary. While aimless wandering could sometimes be less effective than waiting for assistance, it was evident they had a plan. Based on their departure and arrival times, it seemed they had encountered no insurmountable challenges along the way. These were two highly capable young women, and their adaptability to the apocalypse surpassed that of many men. Such thoughts flashed through Yin Yin's mind. That I have no plan, but I pledge to protect you. Since you have a plan, I will follow along. Fu Dong finally snapped back to reality. Goddess Li, you are incredible. I'm still clueless, and you've already devised so much. I will follow you without hesitation. You must be a hidden powerhouse. Tang Li smiled, knowing this would be the outcome that I in her previous life. These two had also followed her and Qingqing without purpose until they formed their team and remained together. Generally, Fu Dong and Su Qingqing would not contradict her or Qingqing, demonstrating their easygoing nature. Since you have no other plans, that works splendidly, that we will be much safer together in this apocalypse. As comrades in arms. Let us introduce ourselves properly. I am Tang Li, a dual-element abilities user with ice and spatial powers. By referring to them as comrades, Tang Li knew she could foster a sense of camaraderie in Yin Yin. Glancing at him, she noticed his demeanor had turned serious. I am Yin Yin, a metal abilities user, possessing significantly enhanced strength, likely due to a mutation. Tang Li turned her gaze to Su Qingqing, who, sensing the attention, cleared her throat. Ahem, I'm Su Qingqing, a dual-element user of wind and water. Currently, I'm not very strong, but I shall provide all the water you need in the future. I believe I possess earth abilities. For now, I can only conjure a brick. It seems I might also have enhanced hearing, as I can now hear sounds much farther away than before. This auditory mutation. Our little team appears quite formidable. Tang Li remarked that we are all abilities users. Our chances of survival in the apocalypse have significantly increased. Very well. Let us get a good night's sleep, and we shall set out at dawn. Tang Li turned and selected a spacious area, summoning a bed from her spatial compartment. Qingqing, we can finally rest well tonight. She turned back, her eyes wide with a pitiful expression as she looked at Yin Yin and Fu Dong. We two girls have been driving for over 10 hours. Can one of you take the night watch? Wow, so this is what a spatial abilities user can do. A bed just appears. How cool is that? Fu Dong exclaimed, his mouth agape in exaggerated astonishment. Look at you, acting like you've never seen the world. That don't compare our Li to ordinary mortals. Newly awakened ordinary spatial abilities users can barely store food. Li's space can accommodate entire houses, he thought, adding silently to himself. And not just one. Yin Yin glanced at the suddenly materialized bed in his shop. I'll take the night watch. He then looked at Fu Dong. I also have a folding bed here. Su Qingqing, having dismissed Fu Dong's theatrics, flopped onto the large bed and yawned. Thank you for your hard work. There's no need to be overly tense. Just stay alert. Tang Li advised. I observe that your protective measures are rather commendable. Currently, the zombie apocalypse has not escalated to a dire level. and for the time being, they cannot breach this place. If fatigue sets in during the latter part of the night, we can swap places. Tang Li, glancing at the rather impolite Su Qingqing and Fu Dong, turned to Yin Yin and said, "I understand. Do not worry. You all should rest that I have grown accustomed to staying awake for extended hours during my time in the military. A sleepless night is hardly an inconvenience." Yin Yin folded up the camp chairs and set them aside. "We should utilize everything we have gathered from the store. If your space permits, bring it all along, that I will organize the items tonight." "Yes, I can fit it all, that we will take everything when we depart tomorrow. There should be minimal danger tonight, so you need not remain idle," Tang Li remarked, retrieving a sofa and snacks from her space. Without waiting for a response, she turned and squeezed onto a large bed with Su Qingqing. Yin Yin observed the sofa and snacks, which had appeared as abruptly as the bed itself, and his expression softened slightly. His earlier outing had not been to procure food, but to find his grandmother. With both of his parents having perished, he returned from military service solely to care for her. Upon awakening his abilities, Yin Yin rushed back to his grandmother's home, only to find her, trembling and shuffling towards him. Transformed into a creature akin to the monstrous beings outside, he bowed his head 3 times in reverence and, with a heavy heart, buried her in the yard, believing she would not have wished to become a monster. Initially, he had intended to gather supplies and leave this place, serendipitously encountering Fu Dong, who frequently visited his shop, and thus they formed a partnership. Subsequently, they were besieged by zombies at the supermarket's entrance, where they crossed paths with Tang Li and her companions. Yin Yin felt that accompanying them was a fortuitous decision. Chapter 11. The overlord of the new city in the previous life, as dawn broke. The 4 of them were mostly awake. The abrupt onset of the apocalypse rendered even the most carefree individuals unable to find restful slumber. Tang Li produced breakfast, consisting of the meals they had previously prepared and packaged. Having already disclosed her spatial abilities, there was no need for instant noodles, which she decided to save for later. She stored all of Yin Yan's organized items into her space, and the 4 of them set off in a small jeep. Departing from Sea City, Tang Li chose not to take the highway, opting instead for the national road that traversed the outskirts, following their planned route. The highway was now crowded with fleeing individuals. In their previous life, they had taken the highway, only to become ensnared in a chain collision when a zombie in one of the vehicles bit a fellow passenger, who subsequently transformed and bit those who ventured outside to investigate. Those injured by zombies, desperate to survive, refrained from disclosing their afflictions, leading to a progressively deteriorating situation where people lived in constant fear of those around them transforming into man-eating monsters. They were ultimately forced to follow the panicked crowd to escape. Among the remaining survivors, several formed a small team with them, including Han Xiaoshu. Prior to their final escape, Han Xiaoshu discreetly hinted at their predicament, which led them to confront the gang that had been abusing her. The gang, overwhelmed by their numbers and lacking the energy to monitor Han Xiaoshu, reluctantly allowed her to join them. Tang Li did not cast a glance towards the highway. In this life, she wished to avoid teaming up with those individuals again and had no desire to deal with Han Xiaoshu, preferring to let her fend for herself. The small jeep continued along the national road, navigating through an area dotted with dense housing, where zombies roamed the streets. Tang Li's mental acuity allowed her to sense the presence of living individuals within some of the houses, likely observing them, yet no one chose to escape. After traveling a distance, Tang Li halted the vehicle, sensing danger ahead along with unfamiliar mental energies. Noticing Tang Li's sudden stop, the others surmised that something was amiss. Fu Dong utilized her mutated hearing to listen carefully. Numerous zombies were present, along with 3 living individuals that we should investigate, she proposed. There was no alternative route available, only this singular path, and the fact that those 3 had survived amidst a zombie onslaught suggested they were likely ability users. Tang Li sensed their mental powers were quite formidable, that as they drew closer, they could hear the roars of zombies, the sounds of struggle, gunfire, and the crackling of electricity. 2 men clad in camouflage, bearing climbing packs, were accompanied by a seemingly frail young girl. 1 of the men appeared weak, holding a gun in one hand while being supported by the petite girl, while the other man stood before them, raising his hands as bolts of electricity surged from his palms, striking the zombies' heads with precision. Tang Li was suddenly reminded of a phrase frequently mentioned by Han Xiaoshu in her previous life: "If only we could encounter the great gods." Song and Bai, when they were so close to us. She recalled hearing that Chun Yin had provided care for Song during his moment of weakness, earning their special attention. These two men were no ordinary individuals. Yin Yin observed the scene with a serious expression, commenting, "They have military backgrounds, and not just any soldiers." Tang Li quickly regained her focus, declaring, "We should lend them a hand. Otherwise, we won't be able to pass." With that, she opened the car door, unleashing her ice blades to eliminate the nearest zombie threatening the weak man, and the girl de Su Qingqing conjured a mist to envelop the group, causing the zombies to appear disoriented. Unable to discern their targets, the Fu Dong pressed her hands to the ground, ensnaring the feet of the zombies in earth, immobilizing them. Yin Yin infused his scythe with metal abilities, rendering it exceptionally sharp. And with a swift motion, a zombie's head fell to the ground. This method of collaboration had been developed through their experiences in combating zombies along their journey that Su Qingqing's wind abilities now allowed her to wield blades in combat. Although her control remained insufficiently precise, fearing friendly fire in the current chaotic environment, she refrained from using them. The group worked together to clear the area of zombies, and the lightning ability user, visibly relieved, turned to them with gratitude. "Thank you all." Although he wished to request their assistance in escorting them to safety, given that Song Inching's condition was precarious, he recognized that with 4 individuals already in the jeep, it would be impossible to accommodate the 3 of them. Leaving behind only Song Inching would not sit well with him, and in the apocalypse, others would undoubtedly remain wary of them. Bai Haoyu could only watch as the 4 continued, stating, "If the opportunity arises, I will certainly repay your kindness today." There were no further words to exchange. After all, it was uncertain whether they would encounter one another again in this desolate world. Tang Li observed the man in camouflage, his striking and flawless features reminiscent of Han Xiaoshi's infatuation with Bai, the great god. She had indeed seen him in her previous life at a temporary military base established in Y City. Later, the military had transported the rescued ordinary people and ability users to the capital base, and those individuals vanished from sight. That it was only much later that she heard of Bai Haoyu, the foremost figure of the new city base. The circumstances surrounding their disappearance remained unknown to Tang Li. However, Han Xiaoshi seemed particularly invested, having learned that Bai Haoyu and Song Inching had been dispatched on a special mission by the government prior to the outbreak. Unable to complete it when the apocalypse struck, and losing contact with their superiors at the time, only the 2 of them had returned. They had endeavored to re-establish contact with the military to clarify their identities. But it seemed that during that period, the government's internal affairs had encountered complications, resulting in a change of leadership. The new regime issued commands that relegated them to perilous tasks, including this very mission. Tang Li speculated that they had narrowly escaped death this time, and upon Song Inching awakening his abilities, the 2 returned to the capital base only to discover internal strife within the government. The capital base could no longer accommodate them, prompting their journey to the distant new city base, with Chun Yin accompanying them all the way to As Tang Li meticulously observed by Haoyu. He too noticed her. This young girl was the first ice ability user to take action, that he watched as she gazed at him with wide eyes, pondering her thoughts while a smile graced his lips. This girl appeared delicate and charming, akin to a little sprite, a stark contrast to her earlier efficiency in dispatching zombies with ease. "You appear to be in need of assistance," he remarked. Tang Li blinked, regaining her composure as she turned her attention to the somewhat weak Song Inching. "Your friend does not seem to be in the best condition." Bai Haoyu raised an eyebrow in response. Song Inching looked surprised as well. Being a mental ability user, he had sensed their approach before they arrived, and he understood that they had paused for a moment, likely in hesitation, which did not align with their character to rescue others in such a perilous environment. Chapter 12. Winning over the Overlord in the Apocalypse. Choosing to preserve oneself when faced with danger is the most natural decision, and there is nothing amiss about it. The fact that they did not wait for the zombies to annihilate them, or for their own demise before acting, speaks to their discernment and their unwillingness to harm others for their own benefit. After all, saving the people on this side is also beneficial to them. However, Song Inching believes that the issue has been resolved, and he has no intention of clinging to them for assistance. The fact that this group did not simply turn and leave, but instead sought to help them, can truly be considered an act of kindness in these turbulent times. After all, Song Inching can see that their small jeep can no longer accommodate the 3 of them. The only way to assist would be to leave supplies for them. In this apocalyptic world, Being able to share resources with others is not something just anyone can achieve. That Su Qingqing and her companions were quite surprised when Tang Li mentioned the intention to save people. Throughout their journey, Tang Li had maintained strict criteria for rescuing others. There were times when they were moved by compassion, yet Tang Li would calmly analyze the situation and choose the most rational course of action. Although it may appear somewhat cold-blooded, they understood the harsh reality of human nature in the apocalypse. The current world cannot accommodate tender-heartedness. That as they drove past various shopping malls and supermarkets, they witnessed many individuals engaged in looting and destruction. The fabric of law and order had crumbled, and they had personally observed the lengths to which humanity would go for resources. They had sufficient supplies and did not wish to compete with those individuals, nor did they desire to attract trouble. Randomly rescuing someone could lead to complications, such as having someone with rich resources cling to them or act out of greed. However, Tang Li's perspective diverged from theirs. She intended to save those in need rather than simply leaving supplies and driving away. To save a person is to see it through to the end and to accompany them to their destination. These two individuals before them were bound to become influential figures in the new city base. Establishing a good rapport with such powerful allies, or even integrating them into their team, would significantly enhance their safety along this journey and beyond. As for character, the two exhibited a spirit of unwavering loyalty in the face of danger, and Chun Yin, who was not particularly powerful in abilities but had always stayed by their side for even the slightest assistance, revealed their true nature. Thus, they felt comfortable teaming up with them. Even if Chun Yin appeared to be a burden, it was inconsequential. The two were not fools. Anyone they kept close would certainly not be deceitful or malevolent. The issue of lacking abilities was also not a concern. Nearly everyone in their group possessed some form of ability, which was more than sufficient. Moreover, Chun Yin had managed to stay with these two influential figures in his previous life, indicating that he could not possibly lack the capacity for self-preservation. Tang Li returned to the vehicle, pretending to retrieve some high-calorie snacks such as chocolate and small pastries from her bag, and handed them to Song Inching. You appear to be awakening your abilities now. The energy expended during the recent battle was substantial, and without timely replenishment, it would be easy for you to succumb and turn into a zombie. She glanced at Chun Yin, who was supporting Song Inching. You should help him to the vehicle to rest. If he doesn't take a break, he won't be able to hold on much longer. During their first awakening, none of them had any experience, and most had fainted without understanding what was happening to their bodies. Song Inching also had his suspicions, but having been in danger earlier, he had no opportunity to rest. Song Inching cast a glance at Tang Li, accepted the chocolate she offered, and thanked her. He then turned to deeply observe Bai Haoyu before allowing Chun Yin to assist him into the jeep. Once inside, he instructed Chun Yin to remain outside, closing the door behind him to isolate himself within. Bai Haoyu understood that the look Song Inching had given him before entering the vehicle was a silent plea. If he were to turn into a zombie, Bai Haoyu must ensure to put an end to him personally. This was the unspoken bond between comrades. During missions, if a soldier were to succumb to danger, they would hope their comrades would be the ones to end their suffering. Inside the vehicle, Song Inching forced himself to consume a piece of chocolate before immediately falling into a state of unconsciousness. The previous environment had been unsafe, and Song Inching had pushed himself to the limit, concentrating on eliminating zombies and expending far too much energy and stamina. Once he realized he was safe, his body could no longer resist and succumbed to a deep sleep. Tang Li observed Song Inching in the vehicle with admiration. How had he managed to endure and rely on the three of them to eliminate zombies in his previous life, ultimately awakening his abilities? Was the physical fitness of soldiers truly this remarkable? No wonder the probability of soldiers developing abilities was the highest, while the chances of them turning into zombies were the lowest. By how you felt a deep sense of gratitude toward Tang Li and her companions. He was accustomed to killing zombies. They were all trained for it, and injuries or sacrifices were nothing to fear. However, Song Inching's current situation was different. Had they not intervened swiftly to eliminate the zombies and alerted them, providing Song Inching with the energy he needed to rest safely, he could very well have turned into a zombie under such circumstances that he could accept the bloodshed and sacrifices of comrades. But he could not bear the thought of his fellow soldier becoming a monster. Thank you for saving my comrade. If he awakens, we will surely repay you. That if he does not awaken, I will still repay you. Bai Haoyu regarded Tang Li with a solemn expression. Tang Li's heart skipped a beat. When a soldier spoke earnestly, they were undeniably handsome. particularly when they were already good looking that it was no wonder Han Xiaosher had been unable to forget him. However, in her previous life, their encounters had been brief, and as a space ability user, she had been focused on tasks and resource gathering, leaving little opportunity for interaction. But now, the opportunity was at hand. And with the promise from the influential figure, Tang Li felt elated. Her smile, adorned with two small dimples, radiated warmth and brilliance under the setting sun, reminiscent of an angel, leaving Bai Haoyu momentarily entranced. Tang Li glanced at the sky. The sun was nearing the horizon, that it was November, and darkness fell early that it would be wise to find a place to rest nearby today. She looked at Song Inching in the vehicle and furrowed her brow. She had no idea how long his awakening would take, and it was already afternoon. They needed to find a place to stay ahead of time, as nighttime was unsuitable for being outdoors. Turning to Bai Haoyu, she added, "Your comrade is in the vehicle. We do not know what condition he may be in. Therefore, we need 2 people to drive, just in case." Although Song Inching had successfully awakened in his previous life, no one could guarantee the specifics of how he had succeeded. Now that circumstances had changed, what if he did not awaken successfully? That possibility could not be dismissed. By how you understood Tang Li's concerns. Song Inching was awakening his abilities, and no one could assure that he would succeed, that in addition to the driver, someone needed to occupy the passenger seat, prepared to handle any unfortunate circumstances should Song Inching fail to awaken and become a zombie. This responsibility could only fall to him, as no one else would be willing to take on such a potentially blameworthy task. Moreover, Bai Haoyu knew that if something were to happen to Song Inching, he would prefer it to be him who intervened. Chapter 13. To save a life is to see it through. I'll sit in the passenger seat, Bai Haoyu declared without hesitation, opening the door to the front passenger seat. Tang Li nodded. "I'll drive, but we need to find a place to stay before nightfall." She then turned to the others. "It's best if the back seat is empty, so you'll just have to walk." The vehicle from her space could not be brought out, and while it seemed that the influential figures in their group were allies, Tang Li did have thoughts of integrating them into her team. However, given that this was their first meeting, exposing her space abilities so soon would be rather reckless. With her previous life's memories, she had an advantage that others did not. She did not want to be seen as a naive fool. Yin frowned. "Let me drive." It wasn't that he did not trust Bai Haoyu, but he felt it was unwise to let a young girl like Tang Li handle such a dangerous task, especially since he had just vowed to protect her. Su Qingqing and Fu Dong also wore disapproving expressions. Fu Dong smiled at Tang Li. "Goddess Li, you promised that I would protect you. Why aren't you giving me the chance?" Su Qingqing chimed in proudly. "Sister is the driving goddess of City L. It's embarrassing to let you take all the work." Tang Li shot them an exasperated glance. The decision to save people was mine alone. Therefore, it is only fitting that I see it through to the end. Besides, we're merely looking for a place to stay. Why would we need you, a race car driver? Your reckless driving would leave clouds of dust, making it impossible for anyone on foot to keep up. That don't speak as if someone's awakening is destined to fail. After all, we still have a comrade in the vehicle. She rolled her eyes, half-jokingly attempting to lighten the mood. In fact, I believe his chances of success are quite high. I sense that his mental fortitude is strong, and surely a soldier possesses good physical quality. Let us be optimistic. Grant me the opportunity to be saved by a future influential figure. Tang Li decided to ignore their protests, opening the car door and entering the driver's seat. The 3 of them, unable to stop her in time, conceded to her decision, promising to keep a close eye on the situation inside the vehicle. Bai Haoyu remained silent throughout, knowing that regardless of who drove, he would ensure their safety. So he had no hesitation in taking the passenger seat. As he closed the door, Tang Li felt a bit embarrassed. After all, they were concerned about his awakening potentially failing, and she understood how difficult that must be for him to hear. They seemed overly anxious. "Don't mind them," she reassured him. Bai Haoyu gazed at her profile and reassured her, "It's perfectly fine. Their concerns are valid. Indeed, there exists a possibility that I will remain vigilant regarding his condition and ensure that you are not placed in jeopardy." Tang Li, however, felt relatively unconcerned. Although the circumstances had shifted slightly, it was worth noting that in her previous life, Song Inching had succeeded. This time, things should ideally be more favorable than in her past experience. There was no reason for failure. The formidable individual should not be so fragile. Though situated in the outskirts, there were still houses around. Tang Li drove into what appeared to be a newly constructed villa area, detecting through her mental prowess that many of the properties were unoccupied, likely unsold. She chose one that was set back from the road and used her mental abilities to ascertain that none of the nearby houses harbored zombies before maneuvering the vehicle inside. After halting the car in front of a villa with a yard, she refrained from forcing the door open, as the gate could provide some barrier against the undead. Extending her hand, she unleashed her ice-based abilities to probe the lock. Assessing its internal configuration, she then conjured an ice key to unlock the door. The group, who had hurried behind her, witnessed this spectacle, particularly Fu Dong, whose expression was exaggerated, as if he were encountering the extraordinary for the first time. Wow, is that how you can use your abilities? Goddess Li, how can your mind be so astute? The others observed Tang Li's actions with contemplative expressions, seeing the group appear as though they had just attended a lesson. Tang Li couldn't help but chuckle, humbly remarking, "It's merely a small trick, nothing worthy of praise." These techniques were merely survival skills for the apocalyptic world. With enough experience, they naturally come to mind. After all, in a world rife with zombies, avoiding loud noises is a fundamental principle of survival. She parked the car in the garage of the yard, secured the doors, and left a slight crack in the window to prevent Song Inching from suffocating. Tang Li glanced at Fu Dong, who nodded, indicating he had heard no unusual sounds. Thus, she employed the same method to unlock the house door, after thoroughly inspecting each room and every corner to confirm there were no issues. They took a moment to rest on the sofa. Since Song Inching was in the process of awakening his powers, as Tang Li understood, those awakening their abilities should ideally remain still. Therefore, they needed someone by the living room window to keep a watchful eye on the outside movements, also serving as a warning. After all, they would need to assign night watch duties later on. With 3 new members joining, Tang Li opted not to reveal her spatial abilities, instead retrieving their pre-prepared backpacks, which were meant to conceal her spatial powers. Each of them had instant noodles and some personal favorites in their bags. Bai Hao Yu's backpack, however, was filled with compressed biscuits and beef jerky. Chun Yin, whom Bai Hao Yu and the others had rescued from a town along the way, had only a few flatbreads and water in his pack, in an effort to disguise the situation. Tang Li handed 2 packs of instant noodles to the other 2, reasoning that it wouldn't be fair for everyone to enjoy noodles while they consumed dry rations, especially since the flavor of the noodles was so rich. "No, I'm used to it." Bai Hao Yu dismissed that. "I don't need any either," Chen Yin stammered, having been timid since following them after his rescue, obediently doing whatever was asked of him. Tang Li sighed, "There is still food available. Once your comrade awakens, we can gather supplies nearby. There are usually processing plants near the suburban highways. Eat up. I'll be relying on you for protection along this journey, so refusing my food would imply you're hesitant to accept my kindness." She firmly pressed the noodles into their hands, effectively silencing their protest. At that moment, Su Qingqing cast a glance at Tang Li. She had just searched the kitchen, but found no kettle for boiling water. She signaled to Tang Li, "Li Zi, there is no kettle in this house. Isn't there one in our car? Could you fetch it from the trunk so I can boil some water?" Tang Li immediately understood, exclaiming, "I'll be right there," before swiftly heading outside. Upon opening the trunk, she retrieved an electric kettle from her spatial storage, glancing back at Song Inching, who remained unconscious, his position unchanged. Upon her return, she handed the kettle to Su Qingqing. Even though water had not yet been cut off, Su Qingqing opted not to use the tap water from the house, as its safety was uncertain. After all, she was a water ability user herself, and though her powers were not particularly strong at the moment, she could still boil water. Moreover, Tang Li, being an ice ability user, could at least provide a backup water source. Regardless of whether the water supply ceased, they had no need to rely on external sources. Fortunately, power had not yet been interrupted. Otherwise, Tang Li would have had to retrieve a generator from the trunk again. Chapter 14. Song Inching awakens after their meal. Tang Li and the others exchanged introductions with Bai Hao Yu and Chen Yin, also inquiring about Song Inching's name, thereby establishing a preliminary acquaintance, having driven for most of the day. Tang Li was urged to rest, while Yin Yin and Bai Hao Yu decided to do the same. 3 hours later, Yin Yin would take the first watch, followed by Bai Hao Yu for the latter half of the night. Tang Li had originally planned to arrange for 4 people to keep watch each night, pairing them up for conversation to stave off sleepiness. However, both Yin Yin and Bai Hao Yu, having served in the military, believed they could manage a night without sleep. asserting that it was unnecessary for the girls to join the watch, while Tang Li and Su Qingqing felt their attitudes were somewhat patriarchal. The two girls were at a loss for words in response to the men's military experience that Fu Dong felt that being assigned to the same treatment as the girls challenged his masculinity. After some deliberation, they agreed that the three with military training could take turns keeping watch alone when the danger was minimal, while those without training, regardless of gender, must pair up. Otherwise, it would be a sign of disrespect towards their teammates' lives. With Fu Dong now labeled as one who disrespected his comrades' lives, he refrained from suggesting he could keep watch alone and merely muttered about how he wished he had joined the military back then. Chun Yin, being timid and having just experienced the apocalypse, was too scared to sleep alone and move his mattress into the same room as Tang Li and Su Qingqing, since the house was new. Su Qingqing did not mind sharing the space. After all, in the presence of those she couldn't fully trust, she wouldn't expose Tang Li's spatial abilities, even if she had reservations. She wasn't the type of spoiled young lady who would let her personal discomfort overshadow her best friend's safety. Tang Li found herself unable to sleep past midnight and decided to check on the situation outside. As she entered the living room, she spotted Yin Yin, Bai Haoyu, and Song inching together. Your abilities have awakened successfully. Tang Li expressed her surprise. That was quite swift. Song inching smiled and nodded at Tang Li. Having just regained consciousness, while Yin Yin prepared to return to rest, I owe a debt of gratitude to Miss Tang for saving me. Don't mention it. Just call me Tang Li or Li Zi, she replied. What were you all discussing? Nothing much, just getting acquainted after awakening. Song Inching responded, his demeanor as warm and courteous as ever. By the way, what abilities did you awaken? Tang Li asked, sitting upright with curiosity directed at Song Inching. If it were the same as in her past life, it would likely be. Indeed, it was the wood element, as she observed the sprouting branches in Song Inching's hand. Wow, you successfully awakened your powers. Su Qingqing emerged from her room, having already been awake when Tang Li rose, while Chun Yin remained asleep, exhausted from the day. Song Inching smiled at her, Miss Su. Yin Yin nodded at Tang Li and Su Qingqing, indicating he would return to rest. Just call me Qingqing. Su Qingqing waved her hand dismissively. Tang Li had already discreetly informed her about these two individuals, suggesting that they might invite them into their group if the opportunity arose. Su Qingqing's attitude towards the prospective teammates was very positive. Song Inching's smile grew more genuine, seemingly touched by the improved attitude they received from this group. That I am truly grateful to all of you for rescuing me. Should you require my assistance in any capacity, please do not hesitate to ask. Tang Li settled onto the sofa, crossing her legs and placing a cushion on her lap, tilting her head while resting her chin on her hand. Her gaze earnest as she regarded Song Inching. Do you have any destinations in mind? It would be most advantageous if you could accompany us. It would ensure greater safety along the way. Song Inching and Bai Haoyu exchanged glances. Their years of experience in missions had honed their ability to read people. They discerned that Tang Li's group comprised individuals of commendable character. Yin Yin was a former soldier, while the other three were university students, with Tang Li's opinions subtly guiding their collective direction. Currently, Bai Haoyu and Song Inching were adopting a step-by-step approach, while Chun Yin remained entirely agreeable. The group exhibited considerable capabilities. Appearing unlikely to hinder progress, they understood Tang Li's intentions. Yet if they were to become teammates, some matters would need clarification. Song Inching turned to Tang Li, succinctly sharing the situation regarding the three of them. Without delving into excessive details, only mentioning what could be disclosed in this post-apocalyptic world, there was little left to keep secret. Thus, we may not remain at the capital base for long, if you plan to head there. We could travel together for safety. However, if you intend to settle at the capital base, it would be prudent for us to part ways upon arrival, as maintaining ties with us might not be advantageous for you. Tang Li gazed at him with a playful smile. That we never intended to head to the capital base. Instead, our destination is Province Jade. However, since we are now teammates, if you wish to visit the capital base, we can certainly accompany you, as it is on the way. Song Inching and Bai Haoyu were momentarily taken aback. The prospect of not going to the capital base was surprising. After all, following the apocalypse, the capital base was the preferred choice for most, especially given its proximity. These four individuals were indeed unlike ordinary people. Song Inching regarded the cheerful, impish girl, sensing that this unconventional idea originated from her. Why choose Province J? He inquired earnestly, fixing his gaze on Tang Li. Raising an eyebrow, Tang Li mused, "Is this a test from the esteemed strategist Song?" She then reiterated the reasoning she had previously shared with the others. Although Song Inching perceived that her explanation was not entirely comprehensive, he recognized her strong convictions and long-term vision at a glance at Su Qingqing, who languidly reclined on the sofa, her long legs swaying as she absent-mindedly toyed with a cushion. Revealed that everything Tang Li mentioned had already been meticulously planned by their team. The ability to swiftly adapt and devise a strategy in the wake of the apocalypse resonated with him. "I understand," he replied. "May I pose another question? Why did you choose us as your teammates?" Song Inching sensed that Tang Li exhibited genuine patience and sincerity in her desire for them to join the group. Thus far, they had only traveled as a close-knit quartet, which attested to their disinterest in meddling in others' affairs. After all, in the apocalypse, saving others was often the simplest task, as evidenced by their serendipitous rescue of Chun Yen. Curiosity piqued, Song Inching wondered what had motivated this seemingly guarded girl to regard them with such favor. It was evident that the decision to select teammates lay in the hands of this sprite-like girl, and her companions held steadfast faith in her judgment. Song Inching habitually sought to understand the character of a team's leader, as doing so allowed him to make swift assessments that esteemed strategist Song is indeed exceptional. It is futile to deceive someone of such intelligence, and if we are to truly integrate into the team, honesty is the best policy. Chapter 15. The 7-person squad. You possess remarkable abilities. Even without our intervention, you might still extricate yourselves from peril. Above all, your unwavering loyalty to your comrades in times of danger is our primary criterion for selecting teammates, that I have faith in a soldier's loyalty to their allies. Tang Li's gaze mischievously flitted between Bai Haoyu and Song Inching. And, might I add, you both are quite handsome. After all, with an onslaught of repugnant zombies, having some eye candy is a welcome diversion. What do you think, Qingqing? Su Qingqing lazily lifted her head, casting an ambiguous smile at Tang Li. You truly understand me, Li. Bai Haoyu, who had remained silent until now, chuckled, finding this team more engaging than he had anticipated. Meeting Song Inching's gaze, Bai Haoyu beamed at Tang Li and Su Qingqing, saying, "It is an honor to be favored by such lovely ladies. That I am Bai Haoyu, an ability user of both the lightning and light elements. And I shall be your future comrade." As Tang Li beheld the sun-kissed smile of Bai Haoyu, she marveled at how someone could embody both coolness and warmth simultaneously. Indeed, the illustrious Bai and his powers complemented each other perfectly. However, she was surprised he revealed both of his abilities, indicating his acceptance of their partnership. Tang Li felt elated, having heard of Bai Haoyu's reputation as the foremost lightning user in the past and his additional light ability. Su Qingqing, unaware of this, only knew that Tang Li had mentioned these two individuals were prominent figures in the new city, but they had never had the opportunity to delve into details. The light element, does it emit illumination? Su Qingqing inquired with curiosity. Bai Haoyu spread his palms, conjuring a luminous sphere in one hand and a lightning-infused orb in the other. Wow, how cool! Su Qingqing exclaimed as she watched Tang Li's eyes widen in awe. You truly are a walking source of light. You are precisely the type that Li adores. Although she bears the name Li, she is akin to a bird drawn to anything that glows, and she harbors a fear of darkness. Both cool and radiant. Could it be that Bai Haoyu is Tang Li's ideal from a past life? Such a romantic notion. Su Qingqing mused, noting the delight Bai Haoyu took in seeing his companion smile. In that moment, she felt a sense of clarity and resolved to assist her sister. It was indeed a misconception of Tang Li. While she did find him appealing, her earlier reaction was purely driven by curiosity, as she had never encountered such an individual in her previous life. Are you afraid of the dark? Bai Haoyu's voice resonated above her. Tang Li tilted her head to meet his gaze, his towering figure creating a striking silhouette. Cradling a sphere of light in his palm, it illuminated his flawless visage, rendering him akin to a celestial being. From Bai Haoyu's perspective, Tang Li resembled a divine maiden. Her luminous doe-like eyes glimmering innocently, her skin radiating a reflective glow. Truly, beauty shone brighter in the light, that if needed, I am willing to serve as your guiding light along this journey, Bai Haoyu said softly. His gaze warm, oh my, such a deep voice. I cannot handle it, Tang Li exclaimed, smacking her forehead to regain her composure. Ahem, it's nearly dawn, we should rouse the others, and after breakfast, we can discuss our plans. With that, Tang Li dashed away, and Su Qingqing, casting a lingering look at her retreating figure, turned to Bai Haoyu. Kindly awaken the gentleman. Luminous wanted Bai Haoyu chuckled at Tang Li's rapid departure, finding her endearing in an inexplicable way. Once everyone was awake, Tang Li informed them about the impending addition of 3 new members to their team and gestured for each of them to introduce themselves. Yin Yin, having a military background, harbored a favorable impression of them. Meanwhile, Fu Dong and Chun Yin awoke, feeling as though they had missed something significant. Yet Chun Yin appeared quite pleased. Bai Haoyu's demonstration of his dual elemental abilities elicited an exclamation of admiration from Fu Dong. Cool. Song Inching did not shy away from revealing his own dual abilities. Sensing that Tang Li was no ordinary individual as a psychic ability user, he discerned her formidable mental strength. Tang Li, intrigued by Song Inching's psychic abilities, noted that currently he could induce only minor illusions. Both Tang Li and Bai Haoyu exhibited considerable psychic power, and Chen Yin, also a psychic user, had the capacity to influence Yin Yin, Su Qingqing, and Fu Dong. Given Yin Yan's strong will, a soldier's training rendered him less susceptible to influence, leading Song Inching to select Fu Dong for a simple experiment that he instructed Fu Dong to reach for him. But Fu Dong extended his hand toward a point to Song Inching's left where nothing existed, yet he was convinced he had grasped it. When asked to catch Yin Yin, he mistakenly believed Bai Haoyu to be Yin Yin. Only when Song Inching relinquished his control did Fu Dong realize the truth. Tang Li regarded Song Inching with utmost seriousness that I believe you would excel in diplomatic endeavors. Henceforth, we shall entrust our diplomatic missions to you. She added a supportive pat on his shoulder, and the others nodded in agreement. Song Inching accepted the task with a smile, recognizing it as a fitting role for him. When it was Chen Yan's turn, she shyly gazed at the group, prompting Su Qingqing to encourage her with a gentle that do not be nervous. Just introduce yourself. While Su Qingqing perceived her as an ordinary girl, Tang Li was aware that this girl was anything but mundane. I am very fast, and can also become invisible. With that, a fleeting shadow flickered in the living room before vanishing. The group stood in stunned silence for a moment. Chen Yin, please inform us of your current whereabouts. Song Inching requested with a smile that To avoid getting her hair wet while washing her face. Tang Li wore a headband adorned with bunny ears, which suddenly twitched in midair, that a faux flower from the table floated towards Su Qingqing, who accepted it with a smile. The so-called invisibility was not true invisibility. It was more an illusion created through her psychic power. Those with strong mental faculties could still perceive her presence. And despite her speed, she left traces of movement. Song Inching elaborated. Indeed, I noticed that when Chun Yin moved, I could discern her general direction using my psychic ability. When she halted, I could sense her location. This is merely a visual illusion. Yet, it required prior awareness of her presence. Without any defenses, one might remain oblivious to her, and only those with sufficiently strong mental power could vaguely perceive her movements. Psychic ability users were scarce. And even rarer were non-psychic users with formidable mental strength. Typically, they were dual ability users with exceptional talent. Bai Haoyu belonged to this category, while Tang Li was an unexpected anomaly. Chapter 16, 7-Person Abilities in Summary. This was a commendable life-saving skill. Although initially ineffective against zombies that relied solely on scent, it would prove valuable in the later stages of the apocalypse when zombies possess cores, akin to brains, which could also be influenced by psychic power. Nevertheless, the skill was highly advantageous. Psychic users were indeed few, and when combined with her speed, it would be exceedingly difficult for most to capture her. The presence of zombies complicates matters further. In this apocalyptic world, possessing survival skills is of paramount importance. Tang Li gently patted Chen Yan's head to comfort her, that I can assist you all. Help with reconnaissance. Chun Yin declared, her courage bolstered as she gazed at the group. Indeed, you are quite valuable, Song Inching replied with a reassuring smile. Who would have thought our little Yin Yin could be so formidable? Fu Dong chuckled, revealing a radiant smile, that I am a soil-based ability user. Currently, I can only utilize the earth beneath to hinder the zombies' movements or create a soil shield or bricks. Yes, Fu Dong's abilities will prove more effective in forested areas, such as in Province J, which will be particularly advantageous for him. Song Inching had already begun to take on the role of strategist. Yin Yin, a metal-type user, possesses enhanced strength. Yin Yin glanced at the chopsticks on the table, conjured a gleaming golden pair in his palm, and offered them to Su Qingqing, then effortlessly lifted the single sofa upon which Su Qingqing toyed with the chopsticks Yin Yin had fashioned, her eyes widening in astonishment that if this ability existed before the apocalypse, it would have turned stone into gold. Alas, now gold cannot even procure sustenance. Suddenly, a gust of wind arose, and Su Qingqing motioned for Yin Yin to release his hold. Sensing the lightness in his grip, he withdrew his hands that Su Qingqing remained seated, floating gracefully in midair, as if a breeze swirled beneath the sofa, yet it remained perfectly controlled, never straying from its base. Allow me to take over. Let Li Zi's surprise be saved for last, Su Qingqing yawned, reclining on the sofa as she surveyed the others that Su Qingqing, a dual-type ability user of wind and water. You witnessed my water manipulation yesterday. It currently suffices for our modest drinking and cooking needs that as for my wind abilities, they are at this level now. While I cannot yet fly, floating for a time is no issue. And with the weight of this sofa, I could levitate longer if it were only me. With that, she gently lowered the sofa back to the ground. Furthermore, I could learn to wield the flying dagger technique to combat zombies. A golden chopstick, controlled by the wind, glided before them, swirling around Su Qingqing's hair before neatly securing it into a BUNAT present. I can only control 2 or 3 items with precision. Any more would result in chaos and potential collateral damage. Song Inching, usually composed, displayed a flicker of surprise that it appears our team is indeed filled with hidden talents that I wonder what delightful surprises the goddess Li Zi has in store for us. Perhaps in a buoyant mood. Song Inching playfully referred to Tang Li as the goddess. Tang Li marveled at Su Qingqing's rapid progress, astonished that she could control such a heavy sofa and execute a hair bun with such precision. Her gaze swept across the faces of the group, and she offered a meaningful smile to Su Qingqing, Fu Dong, and Yin Yin. This time, not only will the 3 of you be surprised, but you shall also receive a revelation. Tang Li had previously pondered why there existed both water and ice-type ability users, considering they should share a common origin. After several instances of using her powers, she discerned that Su Qingqing's water abilities merely regulated temperature, lacking the unique chill characteristic of her own ice abilities that in her past life. She had learned that the ice of ice-type users could not be melted by ordinary flames unless kindled by fire-type abilities. As the apocalypse wore on, fire-type users who frequently cooked in boiled water began mastering the control of their flame's temperature. Thus, could ice-type users manipulate the temperature of ice? After all, ice possesses its own temperature, and coldness is merely a form of temperature. Following numerous experiments, Tang Li was nearing success. Placing a piece of ice into a cup, she attempted to regulate its temperature, gradually retracting the coldness, and before the astonished eyes of her companions, the ice swiftly melted into a glass of slightly icy water. Even Su Qingqing and her companions were taken aback. The Fu Dong seized the cup and took a sip of the water, instantly feeling a refreshing chill course through him, causing an involuntary shiver. Wow, that's invigorating, Li Zi. This trick of yours is extraordinary. How delightful it would be to have a glass of this during the peak of summer. Why isn't it summer now? Fu Dong exclaimed, gazing skyward as Su Qingqing playfully kicked him, admonishing, "What are you howling about? You'll attract the zombies." Song Inching cast a glance at Fu Dong, reassuringly stating, "Fear not, Province J is in the south. You'll have your fill of heat in summer." That was only natural for Tang Li to possess strong mental fortitude and control over her abilities, yet her creative approach was indeed surprising. Many believed that abilities were divine gifts, remnants of hope left for humanity. Numerous ability users adapted their usage based on the inherent nature of their powers. This young woman, however, demonstrated remarkable ingenuity by conceptualizing the transformation of her ice abilities into water, even with another water-type user present in the team. By how you, like Song Inching, realized that Tang Li was no ordinary girl, that as he observed the slightly chubby girl adorned with bunny ears, an unfamiliar stirring occurred within him. Previously, he had only undertaken perilous missions, encountering women of a more mature disposition, like Su Qingqing. However, his preference lay with girls like Tang Li, whose smiles resembled that of an angel. Regrettably, such girls often exuded innocence and fragility, unacquainted with the bloodshed and peril of his world. This girl, however, was different. He recalled her expressionless, ruthless demeanor while dispatching zombies, clearly indicative of genuine fearlessness, akin to clearing obstacles in her path. The contrast between her current demeanor and that of her earlier self was striking. And Bai Haoyu suddenly grasped the concept of cuteness in contrast. With his arms crossed, he leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees, and raised his gaze to Tang Li, arching an eyebrow. Is this our surprise? What about ours? He recalled Su Qingqing's earlier words, realizing that this girl must possess abilities unknown to the newcomers, yet familiar to the original members. Tang Li noticed the sudden approach of Bai Haoyu, flipping her palm to conjure a razor, playfully offering it to him. Handsome Bai, you ought to shave. Bai Haoyu stared at the razor, pausing for a moment before accepting it. Thank you. Chapter 17. Y City Military Base. Su Qingqing rolled her eyes at Tang Li's suffocating antics, muttering that she had no flair for flirting. With a wave of her hand, a table filled with steaming dishes appeared out of thin air. I am Tang Li, a dual-type ability user of space and ice. This is the meal we prepared earlier, and I thought we would celebrate your joining us with a hearty feast. As Song Inching observed the series of events, he chuckled softly to himself. This team was far more entertaining than he had anticipated. Chun Yin gazed at Tang Li with starry eyes, then at the bountiful spread before them. Tang Li smiled as she handed her utensils, urging Bai Haoyu and Song Inching to dig in without hesitation. After their meal, Song Inching proposed searching for another vehicle nearby, as a single jeep could not accommodate all 7 of them. Su Qingqing suddenly turned to Tang Li, seemingly inquiring. Song Inching's eyelids flickered with a sudden realization, forming a bold hypothesis. Sure enough, Tang Li chimed in. No need. We have our own vehicle in the courtyard. A Hummer materialized out of thin air. My mental prowess is quite strong, allowing me to create ample space. I awakened my abilities relatively early, seizing several shopping malls before many others had even awakened, so we still have an abundance of supplies. Tang Li masked her resource gathering from her rebirth with the narrative of her early awakening. She only intended to share her rebirth with Qingqing, deeming it unnecessary for the others to know. The Hummer conveniently accommodated 7 individuals. For safety, Tang Li retracted the small jeep, and they all settled into the Hummer. While passing through a town, they encountered a stampede of cows and sheep. Fudong, able to manipulate the earth beneath without summoning it from thin air, sustained numerous earthen walls and spikes. This route was devoid of living beings, alleviating concerns of collateral damage. Yin Yin and Tang Li unleashed ice blades and metal shards, harmonizing with Su Qingqing's winds as they danced through the air, doubling their destructive power. Bai Haoyu released a torrent of lightning, as there was no fear of exposure in the absence of witnesses. Swiftly clearing obstacles was paramount. Lingering too long would attract wandering zombies, increasing their peril. Tang Li captured several ordinary cows and sheep, while Chun Yan's keen perception detected an anomaly among them, immediately alerting Tang Li to the presence of zombie-infested sheep. Tang Li ascended to inspect the zombie sheep and discovered that a crystal core had already formed within its head. Although it was merely the most rudimentary form of a crystal core, it was nonetheless disconcerting news. Logically, one would think that such rapid crystallization should not occur so soon after the onset of the apocalypse. However, in her previous life, she had only heard of crystal cores and had never pinpointed the exact moment they came into existence. It was conceivable that in this life, her awareness led her to recognize the core, whereas it might have also existed early on in her past life. Tang Li instructed Su Qingqing to cleanse the crystal core with water, and after a brief examination, the group decided to have Tang Li keep it, intending to await further research from the base regarding its applications. In truth, Tang Li understood that ability users could harness energy from the crystal cores, but their utility was not as profound as often depicted in pre-apocalyptic novels. They did not serve to enhance one's abilities. Rather, ability users could temporarily draw upon the energy within the core when unleashing their powers. Moreover, most of the energy contained within these cores was minimal, rendering the primary crystal core an almost superfluous entity. As ability users progressed to wield their powers on a broader scale, they would no longer be concerned about the meager energy found within the cores. Later, it was rumored that the government would develop methods to store abilities based on the energy from crystal cores, seeking to create weapons that would enable ordinary individuals to wield powers after training. It sounded reminiscent of conventional weaponry from the pre-apocalyptic era, though Tang Li had yet to witness this before her demise. After a drive to City Y, the group proceeded to the military base, following the troops for ease of travel and to maintain a low profile. The military base, being a fortified encampment, was well protected, with all entrants subjected to stringent registration and inspection. The group conspired to present their abilities discreetly. Tang Li as an ice ability user, Su Qingqing as a wind ability user, Fu Dong as an earth ability user, and Bai Haoyu as a lightning ability user, while Yin Yin, Song Yinxing, and Chun Yin would temporarily conceal their powers. With a team of 7, including 4 ability users, they could be perceived as formidable enough to avoid being bullied, yet not so conspicuous as to attract undue attention, thereby minimizing potential troubles. Once they confirmed everything was in order, their vehicle was parked in a designated area prepared by the military, allowing them the option to follow the troops in their own car. The group was assigned to a makeshift accommodation, surrounded by newly constructed temporary shelters. The military routinely patrolled the vicinity, maintaining order and discipline, as it seemed no one dared to cause a disturbance within the military compound. Their escort informed them that the base was nearing full capacity, and within a couple of days, the military would send personnel to escort them to the capital base. They could remain there for the time being, though supplies were scarce. Ordinary individuals could assist with cooking to receive provisions from the military, while ability users could venture out to gather supplies, albeit with a portion required to be surrendered upon return, subjecting them to inspections each time they left and re-entered. During their first 2 days at the base, they refrained from venturing out, as the food they brought was sufficient for their needs, and there was no necessity to compete with the station military for resources. Furthermore, given the multitude of secrets among their group, limiting interactions with others would minimize complications. Song Yinxing contacted the military commander to subtly disclose their identities, inquiring about the situation at the capital base. However, the outlook appeared grim. The orders from the capital were solely focused on rescue and resource gathering. Those rescued or seeking refuge would be sent to the capital base once a sufficient number had been amassed, which had reportedly reached a state of near completion. After spending 2 days in their temporary quarters, they received notification to prepare for departure to the capital base. Given their vehicle and several ability users in their ranks, the military permitted them to drive alongside the troops. The military had meticulously planned their route, clearing the majority of zombies along the way. Though occasional stragglers still appeared, as an ability user squad, they were tasked with assisting the military in zombie elimination. Before darkness fell each night, the military would identify suitable temporary resting places, typically large office buildings or factory dormitories. Since their squad had dealt with a significant number of zombies, their assigned accommodations and food provisions were relatively favorable. While this arrangement expedited their journey compared to traveling alone, it lacked the freedom they desired. They were unable to access their supplies at will. This period marked the most arduous phase they had endured since the onset of the apocalypse, yet they only needed to persevere until reaching the capital base. Once Song Yinxing and Bai Haoyu assessed the circumstances, their situation would improve. That moment, someone Tang Li had not anticipated suddenly appeared before them. Chapter 18. The petal of the past Han Xiaoshi came to Tang Li's mind as soon as she arrived at the military base, and she caught a glimpse of her amidst the crowd when leaving. However, Tang Li feigned ignorance, pretending not to have noticed her. Previously, Han Xiaoshi had not approached them to greet them, so why had she suddenly appeared now? Han Xiaoshi approached them with an air of feigned elegance. Tang Li, Su Qingqing, it's me, Han Xiaoshi. Do you remember me? I also attended S University, and it's such a delight to see you here. Tang Li regarded her with a puzzled expression. Is that so? My apologies, but I don't recall. She then glanced at Su Qingqing and Fu Dong, signaling them discreetly that Su Qingqing recognized this individual. She was the little white flower who had caused Tang Li trouble in her past life. Taking a quick assessment, her countenance was far from favorable, and she showed no inclination to engage in conversation. Han Xiaoshi was taken aback by the response, her expression stiffening. She had assumed that after several encounters, they would remember her, especially since they had exchanged words before. Su Qingqing, returning Han Xiaoshi's gaze, also wore a befuddled expression, shaking her head to indicate she did not recognize her. Han Xiaoshi then turned her gaze towards Fu Dong, her eyes wide with faux innocence. Fu Dong, you don't remember me either? I helped deliver water during your competition. Fu Dong did recall her, but given the strange look Tang Li had cast earlier, he had chosen to remain silent. However, since he had indeed interacted with her on multiple occasions, he could not maintain the pretense of ignorance. Oh, is that so? Hello there, he replied, opting for a neutral response, intending to inquire further about the situation with Tang Li later. Observing the lack of enthusiasm from everyone, which starkly contrasted with her expectations, Han Xiaoshu felt a pang of frustration. Shouldn't encountering old classmates in the apocalypse elicit joy and excitement? Why were they so cold? Especially Tang Li. They had met numerous times, and she must be deliberately feigning ignorance. Had becoming an ability user inflated her ego? What was so remarkable about it? She had awakened her powers yesterday as well. And she too was an ice ability user. Surely, she would surpass Tang Li one day. Although the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, Han Xiaoshu stubbornly remained, believing that if she could forge a connection with this group and team up with them, her circumstances would improve significantly. Moreover, their squad boasted several striking and formidable men, particularly the lightning ability user. Adopting a demeanor of feigned vulnerability mixed with sadness, she mused, perhaps I appear too disheveled right now. Which is why Tang and Su might not have recognized me. But it's quite all right. I forgive you. She then offered a perfectly timed, serene smile, as if she had been wronged yet bore no ill will. This left Fu Dong momentarily stunned, and he inadvertently entertained the notion that there might be some misunderstanding between them, leading to the suspicion that Tang Li was purposefully pretending not to know her. Before Tang Li and Su Qingqing could respond, Han Xiaoshu turned her wide eyes toward Bai Haoyu and Song Inqing, innocently asking, "Are you two also classmates from our university? How come I've never seen you before?" Bai Haoyu and Song Inqing had been engaged in specialized tasks for many years, having served as undercover agents and spies. The superficial theatrics she displayed were far too simplistic for them to take seriously. Bai Haoyu lowered his gaze to wipe his handgun with his sleeve, not bothering to look up. Meanwhile, Song Inqing regarded the girl, feigning innocence with a practiced official smile. "I'm afraid we do not know you." Casting a glance at Bai Haoyu, Han Xiaoshu's primary interest lay with him, that he was exceptionally skilled. During battles against zombies, his lightning abilities, combined with his striking features, made him seem almost divine. This man was both cool and handsome, yet not particularly talkative. He fit the archetype of the aloof yet passionate ice prince. Such powerful and stoic men often harbored loneliness within, and Han Xiaoshu believed that her unwavering companionship would surely touch his heart, leading him to appreciate her gentle kindness. While Han Xiaoshu's thoughts were filled with optimism, she had fundamentally misjudged the situation from the outset. Bai Haoyu was far from the ice prince she envisioned. He had no inclination toward the gentle and kind-hearted little white flower persona. His aloof demeanor stemmed from her outdated attempts at flirtation, and her overtly forward approach revealed her intentions too plainly, leaving him disinterested in engaging her further. In the past, when faced with such individuals during missions, Bai Haoyu had always adopted this detached facade, as his striking features lent themselves well to a high-cold persona that felt entirely natural and often led others to believe it was expected of him. Consequently, he habitually delegated interactions with strangers to Song Inqing, who excelled at formalities. Han Xiaoshu, undeterred, believed they simply failed to recognize her worth. "Tang Li, I awakened my abilities just yesterday, and I share your ice powers. We are truly destined to be connected. Could you possibly teach me how to wield my powers?" This time, Tang Li was genuinely taken aback. Han Xiaoshu had awakened her abilities so early in this lifetime. In her previous life, it had taken a year after the apocalypse for her powers to manifest, yet now it had only been a month since the onset of the end times. Could it be that without anyone to protect her, her potential was triggered prematurely? Tang Li maintained her composure, regarding her with a detached gaze, that in truth, she herself had yet to master her powers. She merely released them casually. Perhaps it was a matter of possessing a higher level that would naturally lead to proficiency. Given that she had already acquired her abilities, why did she not choose to rely on herself instead of seeking their assistance? Did she believe that everyone ought to lend her a helping hand? Tang Li was certainly not benevolent enough to instruct her in the use of her powers. That it seemed that Tang Li's indifference was too overt. For Han Xiaoshu's expression soured. Such claims of natural ability were clearly mere excuses. It was evident that she was unwilling to teach, likely fearing that she might be surpassed in the presence of handsome men. Such a selfish individual hardly deserved the protection of such exceptional men. What was the purpose of those several men constantly orbiting around Tang Li and Su Qingqing? Their early awakening of powers was merely a stroke of luck. Without those two faces, they might not have fared so well in the apocalypse, and yet here they were, so brazen. Han Xiaoshu cast a glance at Bai Haoyu. Her resolve to follow them solidified. She was determined to ensure that the admirable young men discovered Tang Li's true nature sooner rather than later. I acknowledge that my awakening was not as timely as yours, but I shall strive diligently. I do not know anyone else here. You are my only acquaintances. Would you allow me to accompany you? Once we reach the capital base, we will all need to form teams for missions. And I, too, am an ability user, familiar with certain matters. As she spoke, her voice quivered, feigning a facade of strength while suppressing tears. The familiar act. However, our vehicle can only accommodate 7 individuals, and we are already at full capacity. My apologies, Han, but we cannot take you with us. Yet you may continue with the military convoy. Surely they will not neglect you, will they? Why the sorrowful expression? Tang Li's face bore an expression of genuine regret and confusion. Chapter 19. The entanglement of the little white flower who cannot perform? She had once been a model and had participated in music videos. Han Xiaoshu had not even noticed how many people were in their group. Previously, she had been captivated by Hao Yu, using her conversation with Tang Li merely as an excuse to be near the handsome man. Only now did she take a closer look at their party and realize that beside Su Qingqing stood a frail little girl, who, upon meeting her gaze, instinctively shrank back behind Su Qingqing. Han Xiaoshu regarded Chun Yin with disdain. She detested girls who appeared even more delicate than herself, for she had always adopted such a persona, knowing it incited others' protective instincts. Yet this girl not only shared her type, but seemed even weaker, which irked her, though fortunately, she was not as attractive. However, Han Xiaoshu paid her little heed. What could a timid, powerless girl contribute in an apocalypse? What right did she have to accompany them? Throughout the journey, she had yet to witness the girl engage in combat against any zombies that is an ice-type ability user. Han Xiaoshu found herself far more useful. Individuals like her ought not to remain within the group. Who is this shy little sister? I had not noticed before. Are you related to them? Han Xiaoshu feigned curiosity. Su Qingqing did not even deign to glance her way. Song Inching furrowed his brow. Chen Yin was someone he and Bai Hao Yu had brought along, and she had aided them. Thus she was considered a comrade. She is with us. Does Miss Han have any objections? No, I merely inquired as I had not noticed before. And no need to call me Miss Han. Just call me Xiaoshu, that I have yet to ask for your names. Han Xiaoshu was taken aback to discover that this little girl was brought along by the 2 men, who were protective of her, which complicated matters. That my surname is Song. Song Inching nodded slightly. Su Qingqing, feeling somewhat irritated, glanced at Han Xiaoshu. That aren't you going to rest, Han? We still need to accompany the military in battling zombies this afternoon. Rest is essential. That I apologize. I was simply so excited to see you all that I lost track of time. Then, you should rest. May I join you here? Su Qingqing shot her a glance. The space is ample. It is not my home, so feel free. Han Xiaoshu surveyed the area, noting that everyone else was resting, and quietly found a spot to sit down as well. In the following days, Han Xiaoshu seized every opportunity to ingratiate herself with them, whether seeking advice from Tang Li regarding her powers or gazing starry-eyed at several of the men. Particularly by Hao Yu, she played the innocent, naive role. Everyone responded to her with indifference, which she pretended not to notice. Only Fu Dong occasionally engaged her in conversation, yet even he seemed aware of her ulterior motives, as she incessantly expressed her desire to team up with them. Gradually, her conversations became increasingly perfunctory, and she even attempted to steer discussions toward dead ends, hoping to prompt Han Xiaoshu to take the hint. Yet Han Xiaoshu remained resolute, possessing an exceptionally strong psychological fortitude. Even when no one engaged her, she found ways to speak. Topics such as mutual assistance in the base and the treachery of human hearts flowed from her lips, all delivered with a facade of genuine concern for the team, unfazed by the lack of understanding from others. Regardless of whether they acknowledged her presence, Han Xiaoshu carried herself as if she were already a member of their group. Nevertheless, no one paid her any mind. When they were alone, Tang Li and Su Qingqing had already informed their companions about her past attempts to sabotage Tang Li, warning them of her poor character and propensity for betrayal. They had refrained from exposing her due to a lack of evidence, merely urging others to ignore her. Currently, they were following a military convoy, and it was best not to attract attention, lest they complicate their covert operations once they reached the capital base. In any case, Han Xiaoshu was powerless to do anything. At most, she could engage in conversation. Eventually, they would part ways, and there was no need to take this petty clown too seriously. Han Xiaoshu clung to them. Those unaware of the true situation assumed they were quite familiar with one another. Many had witnessed Tang Li and her companions battling zombies, noting that several of them were formidable ability users. Thus, although Han Xiaoshu had yet to successfully infiltrate their group, the presence of Tang Li and her companions ensured that no one bothered her throughout the journey, and her acting skills earned her a certain level of civility from others. Han Xiaoshu had thus achieved half of her objective. Otherwise, as a solitary girl, even with her awakened abilities, she would not have enjoyed such a comfortable journey. Upon entering the capital base, during the registration process, Han Xiaoshu approached them once more, behaving as if she were one of their ranks, showing no signs of reservation. When Song Inching stated that they were a party of 7, she chimed in with a smile, declaring, "We are 8, Brother Song. How could you make such a mistake?" Song Inching smiled faintly, asserting, "No mistake. We are 7, having arrived by car, which is parked over there." He gestured for the registration personnel to continue. "Brother Song, that's not how it works. Although I couldn't sit with you due to lack of space in the vehicle, we will be on the same team moving forward. We must register together to be grouped." Han Xiaoshu was adept at feigning innocence. "However, I do not recall us being a team. We had no intentions of adding members, as our vehicle cannot accommodate more if we undertake missions." Unfortunately, they had encountered Song Inching, a cunning fox. The registration personnel grew impatient, urging them to hurry. 5 ability users were required to secure a separate accommodation. Not just anyone could choose to reside together. Han Xiaoshu's eyes lit up. "I am an ice-type ability user. If you add me, that makes 5. I understand that Brother Song may not be well acquainted with me yet, but we must consider the team's interests. It is of utmost importance that we grow familiar." She feigned a deeply principled demeanor that no need. "We already have 5 ability users." Han Xiaoshu felt a surge of anger. "Brother Song, you cannot deceive me like that." The registration personnel scrutinized them. New ability users must provide proof. Chun Yin, speed-type ability user. Song Inching nodded at Chun Yin, and everyone witnessed her suddenly move at a speed far surpassing that of ordinary ability users, circling Song Inching multiple times. Han Xiaoshu's face darkened. How could this girl, whom she believed to be insignificant, suddenly become an ability user? If she was indeed an ability user, why were the others so protective of her? They did not allow her to engage in combat or undertake any tasks. Previously, Han Xiaoshu had looked down on the girl, assuming that Chun Yan's preference for her stemmed from their shared type. Naturally, she would favor someone she had known longer. However, now that the girl had also become an ability user, Han Xiaoshu felt the urgency of her situation. She had never regarded the girl as a rival, nor had she ever spoken to her, only to find that now, the girl was no longer insignificant. After the 7 of them registered, they were assigned to a standalone villa. Had Han Xiaoshu been alone, she would have been left to random distribution among other ability users. Chapter 20. Displacing the little white flower, Han Xiaoshu turned and allied herself with several ability users who appeared easy to manipulate, securing her place among them. The additional ice-type ability user, especially one who was female, delighted the group that as Han Xiaoshu basked in their enthusiasm. Her discontent grew. Why did Tang Li and the others regard her with such disdain? Maintaining a cold demeanor throughout their journey. What significance does the awakening of one's abilities hold in the early stages? Eventually, one will be overtaken. Upon entering the base, Han Xiaoshu sought out the residence of Tang Li and the others. Knocking on the door, it was Song Inching who answered, having been unanimously chosen by the team as their diplomat. "May I inquire what brings you here, Miss Han?" Song Inching maintained his customary formal and polite demeanor. Han Xiaoshu noticed a fleeting shadow of displeasure cross his face. It was he who had caused her such embarrassment earlier. With this cunning fox of a man, Han Xiaoshu had no intention of ingratiating herself. After all, he was just an ordinary human, no matter how formidable he appeared. "Brother Song, why didn't you take me along earlier? Are you not aware that it is perilous for a girl to reside with strangers?" Han Xiaoshu feigned a sense of grievance, as though she had suffered a great injustice. "Not at all. That I observed that you seemed quite familiar with those individuals just now. Besides, didn't you claim to be an ice elemental? Which is quite impressive. If you require assistance, feel free to report to the base. Currently, there is a scarcity of elementalists, and the treatment is rather good. 5 elementalists can share one house, and with the 7 of us, we already exceed that number. Regrettably, we cannot accommodate you, Miss Han." Han Xiaoshu was infuriated by Song Inching's incessant use of Miss Han. His evasive tactics, a hallmark of his demeanor, had initially led her to believe she could ingratiate herself with them. Little did she know that this man, bearing the surname Song, wielded his words with such skill, leaving no room for rebuttal, that on the verge of losing her composure. Han Xiaoshu retorted, "You do not speak for the rest of your team. Nor are you an elementalist. What gives you the right to make decisions on behalf of everyone? Have you consulted the others? By what authority do you presume to represent all?" Standing at the threshold, she cast her gaze toward the individuals in the living room. "Tang Li, I know you harbor disdain for me, as I too am an ice elementalist. However, you must consider the broader picture and not just your own feelings. Think of Brother Bai and the others. Having one more elementalist in the team only strengthens our collective power. Even if I join, I will not overshadow you." With tearful eyes, she turned to Bai Haoyu. "Brother Bai, I know there is a misunderstanding between you and Tang Li, and I completely understand. Please, speak to her on my behalf. I truly harbor no ulterior motives, that I have no one else I can rely on but you." She found it hard to believe that Bai Haoyu would remain unresponsive. Their decision to bring along Qin Yin, that young girl, indicated they were indeed susceptible to her approach. Moreover, since Qin Yin was accompanying those two men, it was clear that Bai Haoyu had orchestrated her presence, and Song Yiqing was merely the errand boy, a protected ordinary individual. She had always suspected that Bai Haoyu was the type to appear cold, yet possess a warm heart. But alas, that ineffectual girl Qin Yin had ensnared him first. Once she entered the team, she would undoubtedly find a way to supplant Qin Yan, standing in Bai Haoyu's heart. Tang Li observed Bai Haoyu's impassive expression and sighed. Han Xiaoshu's antics might work on ordinary individuals, but they were insufficient against Bai. The esteemed one, at the sight of her tear-streaked face, failed to elicit even a hint of emotion from him. A true testament to his stature. Tang Li scoffed lightly, directing her gaze at Han Xiaoshu. "Classmate Han, you seem rather full of yourself. I recall that we are not well acquainted, and I bear no misunderstandings towards you. To us, you are merely a stranger. What is with your tone that seems to accuse us of betrayal? Neither Brother Bai nor Brother Song knows you. It stands to reason that knowing us does not entitle you to moral leverage over us. Our decision to deny your entry was a unanimous one. Brother Song's words represent us all. There is no need for you to cling to Brother Bai. You, how could you say that? Why must you be so intolerant of me? I am not clinging to Brother Bai. I merely wish for him to speak a word of fairness on my behalf. Naturally, Brother Bai, being the strongest, should assume the role of captain. You cannot dismiss his authority simply because you are more familiar with us." Han Xiaoshu's frustration reached its zenith, that I know Brother Bai is aloof and does not concern himself with trivial matters. But your actions are simply too much for me to bear. In a final gambit, Han Xiaoshu placed her hopes on Bai Haoyu, realizing that if she failed this time, they would likely never grant her another opportunity to join the team. Distancing her further from him and allowing Tang Li to seize the advantage, Bai Haoyu furrowed his brow at Han Xiaoshu's impassioned defense of him. His silence was not an attempt to uphold an aloof persona, but rather a directive from Tang Li to disregard Han Xiaoshu altogether. He recognized her interest in him immediately. Such tactics were common among inexperienced university students. During their special missions, they had encountered far more complex women. However, since Han Xiaoshu had not committed any egregious offense, engaging with her would only invite trouble. Bai Haoyu raised his gaze. He caught sight of Tang Li, who was watching him with a teasing expression, reveling in his discomfort. "Oh, Brother Bai, your charm is evidently quite potent. You need not utter a word for others to defend you. She is indeed correct. With your capabilities, you ought to take on the role of captain. From this moment forth, you are our captain. No need to raise hands. The motion passes unanimously. However, classmate Han, even if he is captain, it does not concern you. If I recall correctly, you initially stated that you wished to join our team solely because you recognized us. How has that transformed into a desire to champion Brother Bai? How long have you known him? You can count it on one hand, I presume." Tang Li seized the opportunity to establish Bai Haoyu's position as captain while simultaneously rebuffing Han Xiaoshu. She had long wished to promote this formidable individual, but had yet to find the right moment. The other members of the team were well aware of the situation and would not object. Su Qingqing was an indolent soul, preferring to lie down rather than sit, and if sitting, to avoid standing, often seeking the most comfortable posture. Fu Dong was intelligent yet laid back, a pragmatic individual who understood his place. Yin Yin, a former soldier, had joined without expressing any ulterior motives, silently protecting his comrades. When Bai Haoyu and Song Inching joined, Yin Yin, being more aware of their backgrounds, found it easy to accept their leadership. Thus, having Bai Haoyu as captain and Song Inching as vice-captain would create a harmonious dynamic, allowing her to operate with ease. After all, Tangli was merely seeking companions, intending to utilize her rebirth experiences to ensure their safety. It was only due to the lack of a more trustworthy individual that she had to take on the mantle of leadership. Chapter 21. A blow from the male deity, observing Tang Li seemingly relax. Bai Haoyu could only shake his head and chuckle softly, realizing she had shifted the burden onto him. Leaning forward, he ruffled Tang Li's fluffy hair with his long fingers, sighed, and ambled toward the door. The few steps from the sofa to the entrance felt like an eternity, his expression growing increasingly impatient, completely devoid of the warmth he had shown her moments ago. Upon reaching the door, Bai Haoyu frowned and sighed again, placing one hand on his hip while the other patted Song Inching's shoulder, gesturing for him to return to his seat. This lady, my silence throughout our journey, was not due to a lack of desire to converse, but rather a reluctance to engage with you. You are simply too clingy, and it is somewhat vexing. However, since I have been temporarily appointed as the captain of this team, allow me to clarify. Personally, I harbor no intention of allowing you to join our ranks. A sentiment echoed by all team members, myself included. Our team does not require another ice elementalist. One is sufficient that I prioritize quality over quantity. I trust a person of your educational background can comprehend this. As for the internal matters of our team, you need not concern yourself. By how you observed as Song Inching returned to his seat, then turned to Han Xiaoshu, his brow furrowed. Perhaps it was due to his cooler demeanor and striking presence that his authoritative tone differed significantly from Song Inching's polite manner, leaving her with a sense of coldness and detachment. Han Xiaoshu could hardly fathom that Bai Haoyu would utter such words. During the brief walk toward her, she had envisioned numerous scenarios of his possible reactions, his expressions, tones, whether he would scold her for causing trouble. Yet, she never anticipated such indifference. He neither displayed anger nor appreciation for her defense of him. Instead, he merely stated a fact. He disliked her and would not share a team with her. She had always assumed he was taciturn, aloof, and indifferent, but surely he would recognize her goodwill and be touched by her efforts on his behalf. How could it be otherwise? Han Xiaoshu gazed into his eyes, now filled with scorn, and the carefully rehearsed words she had prepared faltered on her lips. You, how can you be this way? How can you say such things? I have always admired you. It was for your sake that I spoke to Tang Li that way. I did it all for your benefit, and yet you, how can you say that? Han Xiaoshu lamented incoherently, casting a reproachful gaze at Bai Haoyu, unable to comprehend how this man could so casually disregard her goodwill. Bai Haoyu, repulsed by Han Xiaoshu's expression that resembled that of a scorned lover, placed his hand firmly on the door, prepared to usher this seemingly unstable young woman out at any moment. Thank you, but I must decline that if Miss Han has no further matters to discuss, we shall take our leave. As Bai Haoyu's impatience became increasingly apparent, and he appeared ready to close the door. Han Xiaoshu hurriedly stepped forward, blocking the entrance with her body, yet found herself at a loss for what to do next, her mind a muddled mess. The unconventional tactics of Bai Haoyu and Tang Li had disrupted her rhythm, rendering her prepared remarks utterly useless. Nonetheless, her subconscious insisted that she must join this little group. Otherwise, she feared she would miss something significant. Perhaps it was this man, or perhaps something else entirely. She was convinced that once she was admitted, even if the current situation was unpleasant, her talents would eventually allow her to redeem herself. Han Xiaoshu gazed at Tang Li, her expression one of sorrowful desperation. For reasons unknown, she felt that Tang Li was the kind of person who could easily soften. Tang Li, I don't understand. I never knew it would come to this. Bai Haoyu, observing Han Xiaoshu's tearful state, had completely run out of patience, his tone growing more severe. Miss Han's acting leaves much to be desired. The green tea types I've encountered could easily wield a gun. Given that Miss Han is too timid to even slay a zombie, she may require further practice to reach a level capable of deceiving me. I fully understand your desire for a protector, but instead of entangling us, you would be better off seeking another team. After all, there are plenty of fools and easy marks around here. However, if you delay, you may find no place left in other teams. That I wish you the best of luck. Do take care as you leave. Before Han Xiaoshu could react or utter another word, Bai Haoyu pressed a knuckle against an acupoint on her shoulder, causing her to stagger back in discomfort, at which point he promptly shut the door. Left outside, Han Xiaoshu was still processing Bai Haoyu's words. It was her first experience of being so bluntly labeled as green tea by someone she admired. Her complexion darkened further as the shameful truths of her heart were laid bare by the very person she held in high regard. Torn between indignation and a reluctance to confront her feelings for her idol, Han Xiaoshu redirected her fury. This is all Tang Li's fault. She must have instigated this. Why did Tang Li, also an ice-type ability user, awaken before her? Why was she left to endure the humiliation of being bullied by a group of lowly thugs? By the time she finally awakened her powers, she had already fallen behind the first wave of ability users, reduced to a mere underdog. They both attended the same university. Tang Li was the campus belle, while she was merely the flower of her department. Even someone like Su Qingqing, with her flamboyant charm, could stand shoulder to shoulder with Tang Li, eclipsing her. Why was it that in this post-apocalyptic world, she was forced to scrape by with a gang of miscreants while Tang Li was surrounded by capable men willing to protect her? Why did Tang Li get to know Bai Haoyu first and receive his special attention? Even Qin Yin, that ineffectual little girl, could manage it. Why was it that she was cast aside just for arriving a moment too late? Han Xiaoshu touched her face, acutely aware that it was this very visage that had subjected her to so much bullying and humiliation in the new world. In times of peace, the attention her looks garnered had turned into slaps of contempt in this harsh reality. Tang Li and Su Qingqing were undeniably more beautiful than her. They had enjoyed better lives before the apocalypse, and even now, they had not suffered the indignity she had endured due to their appearance. Instead, they had obtained everything she yearned for, but could never have. Han Xiaoshu's face twisted with jealousy, teetering on the brink of madness. She was unwilling to accept that after all her efforts, she would merely end up a laughingstock. Yet, she understood all too well that after the way she had spoken today, her chances of joining their team were all but dashed. Bai Haoyu and that Song Inching were clearly not easily deceived. Furthermore, they had made it abundantly clear that they trusted Tang Li more. Remaining here would serve no purpose other than to humiliate herself, prompting her to turn away with a scowl. Chapter 22. The formation of the Hai Yin He Qing team, much like in her previous life. Han Xiaoshu's jealousy towards Tang Li and Su Qingqing stemmed from the original sin of beauty. Tang Li not only outshone her in looks, but also lived a life far superior to hers. In her former life, Han Xiaoshu had preyed upon the weak. When Su Qingqing ignored her, she had schemed against the well-meaning Tang Li, especially as Tang Li's spatial powers became somewhat redundant and her significance in the team waned. This made Tang Li the primary target for Han Xiaoshu's resentment. Behind her back, she had spread malicious gossip and sowed discord, eventually conspiring to bring about Tang Li's demise that I end this life, with the awakening of her own ice-type abilities and her connection to Bai Haoyu. Han Xiaoshu once again aimed her spite at Tang Li. It seems some individuals are simply born with conflicting energies, destined to be adversaries on the other side, having finally seen off this pest. Several individuals within the room breathed sighs of relief, particularly Fu Dong, who, despite being a fresh face and heartthrob at S University, had turned down numerous advances from various girls. However, none had been as persistent and troublesome as this one. Throughout the journey, Han Xiaoshu had continuously sought out their group under various pretexts, engaging in conversation sporadically. Initially, out of courtesy, even though they were somewhat impatient, apart from the aloof Bai Haoyu and the openly disdainful Tang Li and Su Qingqing. The others had responded to her attempts with polite murmurs. However, as time wore on, they all grew weary of her lack of awareness and ultimately ignored her. In the end, only Song Inching, the diplomat, continued to engage with Han Xiaoshu, yet she mistakenly believed he was merely trying to shield her from others. In truth, that was somewhat accurate. Everyone else had offloaded the task of dealing with Han Xiaoshu on a Song Inching, especially Bai Haoyu. Song Inching had previously taken on this role during missions with Bai Haoyu, managing to intercept troublesome individuals while Bai Haoyu maintained his cool demeanor. Now, Song Inching executed his duties with equal adeptness. This individual has been persistently hounding us, drawing quite a bit of attention. With your harsh words today, if she can let go, that would be fortunate. Otherwise, she may concoct further troubles, and we must hasten our pace. Song Inching said, frowning as he observed Bai Haoyu returning through the door. What do these words even mean? Were it not for the need to maintain a low profile, there were countless ways to make her reconsider her approach. Moreover, if I do not speak more harshly, her incessant pursuit of us is untenable. The longer she lingers, the more troublesome it becomes. By how you shared Song Inching's thoughts, hoping that the woman would take the hint. They needed to be cautious, as their identities here required them to tread lightly and avoid attracting undue attention. After finishing their meal, the group ventured out to gather information at the base center. There was a task hall where various assignments were posted daily, available for both ability users and ordinary people to claim. Ordinary individuals could select simpler, safer tasks within the base, typically involving repairs, farming, or construction work. Those with skills could work in the newly established production workshops. Ability users, on the other hand, could choose more perilous missions, such as venturing out to combat zombies or gather supplies. With greater rewards for riskier tasks that, of course, outstanding ordinary individuals, such as retired soldiers or those with martial arts backgrounds, could also opt for external missions, as the potential rewards were significant despite the dangers. At this early stage of the apocalypse, the number of ability users was still limited, making it impossible for many external missions to rely solely on them. Thus, numerous teams comprised both ability users and ordinary individuals. After some discussion, the group decided that Song Inching and Chun Yin would remain at the base to gather intelligence, while the others ventured out to undertake missions as a cover. After all, to avoid exposing Tang Li's spatial abilities, their supplies could not be sustained for long. Blending in with the crowd and taking on missions was essential to remain inconspicuous, as for the individuals chosen to remain behind to gather information. They were the least conspicuous: Song Inching, who had never revealed his abilities in front of outsiders, and the seemingly timid Chun Yin. Their presence at the base would raise no suspicions. Furthermore, the combination of Song Inching's mental abilities and Chun Yin's invisibility made them particularly suited for gathering information that was not easily accessible. To outsiders, they were perceived as the two weakest members of the team, and their presence at the base would not attract any doubt. Bai Haoyu, serving as the captain, led the others out to tackle missions. Upon arriving at the task hall, the attendant greeted them warmly, noting that their entire team consisted of ability users. Please register your team name and the name of your captain. By Tang Team. Captain Bai Haoyu. Bai Haoyu spoke without hesitation, catching the other members, who were still pondering, completely off guard. Tang Li didn't even have the chance to intervene before the registration clerk rapidly tapped away on her keyboard, apologizing that the name had already been registered. Once Tang Li processed this, she let out a sigh of relief, silently mocking in her mind that such a ridiculous team name had actually been claimed. Captain Bai, what kind of absurd name is this? Just blurted it out. Can't anyone take a moment to think? This name is anything but grand. She thought to herself, well, I am the captain, and since you established the team, wouldn't Bai Tang be quite fitting? Upon hearing this, Bai Haoyu raised an eyebrow. He merely believed they wouldn't be here long, so any name would suffice, and thus did not consult the others, intending to choose one at random. Ah, so he wasn't just picking any name after all. He had been wronged. Tang Li rolled her eyes internally, realizing that no explanation could conceal the fact that the name lacked any sophistication. Why not call it the Li Z team? How adorable! Chun Yin stifled a laugh, expressing her fondness for Tang Li and agreeing that using her name for the team would be splendid. Then why not Hai Yin team? Tang Li pouted, refusing to use her own name. Su Qingqing frowned, questioning if Hai Yin team seemed a tad too rustic. That the Hai Yin team has already been registered. The clerk smiled. Tang Li, that's really unnecessary. Hai Yin Qing sounds quite appropriate. Not at all tacky, Song Inching comforted, gently patting Chun Yan's head, to which she stuck out her tongue in response. Hearing this, Tang Li had a sudden inspiration. Hai Yin Qing. Oh, this is lovely. We shall name ourselves this. It symbolizes our hopeful anticipation for a future of peace and prosperity. Truly worthy of Song, the great strategist, cultured indeed. All right, that's it. It sounds so refined. Fu Dong quickly nodded in agreement. Heaven knows how anxious he had been while those people were brainstorming for names. Finally, hearing a name that actually sounded decent, he hastily confirmed it. Although a bit lengthy and somewhat pretentious, it was still far better than what this bunch of naming ineptitudes might have concocted. Chapter 23. Fire Ability User Wu Lin Bai Haoyu observed the unanimous agreement among the group and nodded, confirming the name. Then we shall be known as the Hai Yin Qing team. All right. The registration for Hai Yin Qing team is successful. You may now accept missions. The clerk maintained her usual smile, exuding no impatience. Such occurrences were commonplace since the establishment of the mission center. Many teams struggled to come up with names during registration, particularly makeshift ones like theirs, which was relatively swift. By how you glanced at the tasks released by the base, currently categorized into several levels from A to C, with additional specialist-level tasks, each varying in danger and rewards. Initially, he intended to select a mid-level task for a trial run when Tang Li suddenly tugged at him, whispering, "Let us take that one from the agricultural center." By how you looked and saw it was a B-level task, aligning with his thoughts. Although he was unsure of Tang Li's reasoning, they had no other objectives at the moment. The group accepted the mission, leaving Song Inqing and Chun Yan at the base while heading to the agricultural center. Along the way, Tang Li explained her rationale for choosing this task. She had previously visited this area, where there was a gasoline packaging factory nearby that wholesaled gasoline, that if it hadn't been relocated by the government, they could seize the chance to alleviate their gasoline concerns before departing the capital base, as the road to the new city contained long stretches devoid of human presence, and a fuel station on that route potentially lacking gasoline would pose significant trouble. Thus, they drove towards the gasoline wholesale factory, as directed by Tang Li. Fu Dong, upon hearing the sounds from within, noted the presence of numerous zombies. Such factories typically operated continuously, making it quite normal for zombies to be around. Though the warehouse should be devoid of them, they needed to be cautious. The military would eventually send personnel. For large factories like this, they could only take a small share. Otherwise, the base would investigate, likely suspecting them of possessing a significant space ability. By how you unleashed his lightning ability, covering the factory courtyard to clear out the zombies. Inspired by Tang Li, Yin Yin refrained from forcefully breaking down the door, opting instead to use his metal ability to fashion a key to unlock the warehouse door, as this would best conceal their presence. Tang Li entered the warehouse and swiftly collected half of the packaged gasoline barrels, resembling the small barrels sold on online platforms. Although she and Su Qingqing had filled 2 fuel tankers on the way, those were for emergencies. Their smaller vehicle was more suited for this type of packaged gasoline. After surveying the area, Song Inqing estimated that even with unexpected circumstances, this would be more than enough for their journey to the new city, prompting him to signal Tang Li to stop. After restoring the door to its original state, the group quickly departed, as the nearby zombies had already been drawn in by the noise and scent, but Su Qingqing activated her racing skills, speeding along, skillfully drifting around several approaching zombies without engaging them, and turned towards the agricultural center. Since the agricultural center was adjacent to the road, to avoid attracting other passing teams, Tang Li chose not to store the vehicle in her space, but instead parked it, instructing Su Qingqing and Fu Dong to remain inside to watch over it, occasionally releasing mist skills to confuse any zombies that ventured near, with Fu Dong's keen hearing serving as an alert. The remaining members followed their usual protocol, with Bai Haoyu clearing the path of zombies, Tang Li gathering supplies, while the others dealt with any straggling zombies and scoured for useful items. Tang Li collected various seeds individually, intending to experiment with planting once they reached the new city base. She refrained from taking fertilizer, as its influence on the soil had diminished in the post-apocalyptic world, especially since they had a wood-type ability user among them. She also gathered a considerable amount of currently valuable vegetable seeds, filling the trunk in preparation to return and exchange them for supplies at the base. "Wait!" stopped the car. Tang Li's gaze shifted to another intersection, where a fair-skinned, beautiful woman with long legs, dressed in high heels, was effortlessly dispatching zombies with fireballs. Tang Li thought, if she wasn't mistaken, this must be Wu Lin, that Wu Lin had been a model before the apocalypse, and they had collaborated previously. In her past life, when the apocalypse broke out, she had been working in a city not far from the capital, escaping with a film crew to the capital during the chaos. When besieged by zombies, she had taken it upon herself to protect others during their retreat, only to be abandoned by her companions as they felt her powers were no longer needed. Abandoned, Wu Lin fought her way to the base alone using her abilities. Observing Wu Lin's current situation, it seemed reminiscent of her past life. She had once warned Tang Li about Han Xiaoshi's overbearing nature and lack of trustworthiness. Despite not having been teammates in her past life, Tang Li was inclined to befriend her this time, especially as their team lacked a fire-type ability user. Her name is Wu Lin. She's a model I've worked with before, and her character is commendable that we could use her assistance. Tang Li briefly explained to the others before turning to Bai Haoyu, suggesting, a fire-type ability user, What do you think? By how you hesitated to act immediately. Tang Li's previous remarks merely encouraged them to rescue her, which was not a significant issue, just a matter of convenience. However, her latter comment was directed solely at him, implying whether to consider adding her to their ranks. They had previously contemplated recruiting a fire ability user, as such a skill would be invaluable on their journey to Province Jade. Typically, this decision would fall to Song and Qing, but with him absent, the captain felt it was his prerogative to evaluate potential new members that Wu Lin had already spotted their vehicle, and by Hao Yu's hesitation indicated he was assessing her choices, that if she chose to attract zombies towards them, thereby dragging them into chaos, he would still rescue her for Tang Li's sake, as such decisions were not uncommon in the apocalypse for survival. Yet, she clearly still had the strength to fend for herself, which made it unwise to trust her as a teammate. Merely bringing her to the base would suffice as a benevolent act. That Wu Lin glanced at the parked vehicle, realizing it must have stopped upon seeing her, indicating that there were people inside. She pondered whether they were hesitating to help her. Did I end this apocalypse? Familiar faces could easily abandon one another to escape. How likely were strangers to come to her aid? Wu Lin, possessing a solid foundation and having awakened her abilities early, figured she could hold out until reaching the base, where help would surely be available. She was uncertain how many people were in that vehicle, or if their hesitation stemmed from inadequate abilities or concerns about her trustworthiness. Regardless, with their intentions clear, some zombies had already been lured away by the scent of the living within the vehicle. That Wu Lin had no intention of leading zombies toward them. With a diminished number of zombies, she found herself considerably relieved. Chapter 24. Rescuing Wu Lin by Hao Yu observed Wu Lin's actions with mild surprise, raising an eyebrow. He smirked at Tang Li, intending to reassure the young woman first and explain the reasons later. However, as he turned, he was met by Tang Li's clear gaze, devoid of discontent over his inaction, filled instead with trust and understanding. By Hao Yu felt as though his heart had been struck. Such trust was something he had only experienced with comrades during missions. Unlike the trust that stems from mere obedience to commands, the understanding reflected in Tang Li's eyes conveyed to him that she comprehended everything he was doing. Indeed, he had not anticipated that this young lady possessed a greater intellect than he had imagined, causing Bai Hao Yu's smile to grow increasingly sincere. The moment Tang Li beheld Bai Hao Yu's expression, she discerned that he had passed the assessment. That a surge of joy filled her heart. Their small team was finally to acquire a fire-type ability user, making the dream of barbecuing in the woods a tangible reality. She held no resentment towards Bai Deshun for not acting immediately. Her suggestion for him to contemplate his decision naturally implied that he had full autonomy. As the team leader, it was only logical that he would evaluate any potential new members, a matter she fully understood, given Bai Deshun's formidable abilities and the numerous tales she had heard of him from her previous life. Tang Li firmly believed that every action he took was underpinned by sound reasoning. Thus, even when she did not grasp his intentions, her immediate response was not skepticism but contemplation. After a moment of reflection, her astute mind arrived at an understanding. It must be said that this delightful misunderstanding deeply moved Bai Deshun. Tang Li rolled down the car window, extending her finger forward as she unleashed her ice blades, effortlessly dispatching the approaching zombies surrounding their vehicle. Yin Yin drove straight over the fallen corpses. Ching Ching. Upon hearing Tang Li call her, Su Qingqing instinctively released her mist ability. The mist dispersed, causing the surrounding zombies to halt their movements and become somewhat sluggish. As Yin Yin maneuvered the car alongside Wu Lin, Tang Li seized the opportunity to open the door, amplifying her ability to freeze the zombies that had been momentarily affected by the mist into ice sculptures. Extending a leg out of the vehicle, she kicked the frozen zombie to shatter it, grasped Wu Lin's arm, and pulled her into the car. Yin Yin pressed the gas pedal, accelerating away, but Su Qingqing's mist was too limited in range. With just one step on the gas, the zombies behind them fell outside its scope. Howling in pursuit, Fu Dong exerted all his power to raise an earthen wall, blocking the horde. By the time the zombies broke through the wall, Yin Yin had already driven far ahead. Tio streamlined their efforts. Each time their car encountered zombies, Su Qingqing would immediately conjure the mist, allowing Yin Yin to accelerate around them. Now that she could maintain this ability for a considerable duration, albeit with a limited range, it sufficed to handle their return to base while conserving the abilities of her companions. Upon returning to the base, they did not rush to report their mission, but first addressed Wu Lin's identity issue. registering her as a fire-type ability user with the rank department, allowing her to stay with them temporarily. "Let me introduce you," Tang Li began, turning to the others in the room. "This is Wu Lin, a model I've collaborated with in the past, and she is a fire-type ability user that we rescued her today when we found her besieged by zombies, and she will be staying with us for now." Wu Lin then turned to introduce herself to the others present. "These are my companions. We have formed a small team called Hai Yan He Qing. Here are the team members. Our captain, Bai Haoyu, the vice captain, Song Inqing, Su Qingqing, Chen Yin, Fu Dong, and Yin Yin." The individuals introduced by Tang Li responded with friendly nods and smiles, taking the opportunity to observe Wu Lin. Among the onlookers, they noted a certain resemblance between Wu Lin and Su Qingqing. At first glance, both exuded an aura of confidence, yet upon closer inspection, their qualities diverged as Su Qingqing radiated the unmistakable air of a privileged girl raised in an affluent family. Fair-skinned, beautiful, and tall that in contrast, Wu Lin possessed the striking features of an internationally renowned model. With typical Asian skin tone, though she might not be deemed conventionally beautiful, her excellent bone structure and ideal proportions conveyed a sense of mature sophistication. The Wu Lin, too, was scrutinizing the Hai Yan He Qing team. Some members had seen her during her rescue, but had not had the chance to speak, given the circumstances. The moment she saw Tang Li reach out from the vehicle, she felt a wave of relief wash over her, marking the end of a tumultuous ordeal. Still grappling with her feelings after the betrayal and violence she had just experienced, she placed her complete trust in the friend who had rescued her from the horde. As her situation could hardly worsen, "Thank you all for your efforts today. How about we have dinner and relax before continuing our conversation?" Tang Li suggested, casting a glance at Bai Haoyu, who nodded in agreement. With Bai Haoyu's assent, Tang Li confidently declared, "All right then," and waved her hand, causing 8 servings of food to magically appear on the table. "Let's eat," she announced. "After a long day, we all deserve something warm." The expressions of those in the room varied, yet they all settled down without much fuss, preparing to dine as usual. This team comprised intelligent individuals, and they had previously discussed the possibility of adding a fire-type ability user should the opportunity arise. Therefore, from Tang Li and Bai Haoyu's demeanor, it was evident that they intended to welcome a new member into their ranks. There was no reluctance among the team, especially since the original trio had always been inclined to follow Tang Li's lead. After Bai Haoyu assumed the role of captain, his capabilities had earned the respect of the team, and they had no objections to his leadership. Thus, the decisions made by the two of them carried little resistance. Song Inqing, however, pondered more deeply that he knew Bai Haoyu well, and from the way he had tacitly endorsed Tang Li's actions, it seemed something had transpired prior to their return that led Bai Haoyu to be generally agreeable to Wu Lin joining the team. Although Tang Li had introduced Wu Lin, she had not elaborated on the other team members, opting instead to provide only basic information about Wu Lin. Furthermore, by consistently seeking Bai Haoyu's consent upon their return, Tang Li emphasized his status as captain and intentionally referred to him as the vice captain. This implied that they were inviting the team to assess the new recruit, especially since they had never previously discussed the role of vice captain. Chapter 25. Wu Lin's background. Based on the information at hand, Song Inqing had already surmised the general situation. The newcomer was a fire-type ability user, whose capabilities and character seemed to meet the fundamental criteria for joining the team. And Tang Li's prior connection to her added a touch of sentiment. However, this connection did not surpass her feelings for her current team. Tang Li had entrusted the assessment of the new recruit to Bai Haoyu. Without elaborating further, clearly indicating that the team's interests were paramount, that it must be said that Song Inqing's analytical prowess was commendable. Tang Li had always held a favorable impression of Wu Lin in both her past and present lives. Now that their team was in need of a fire-type ability user, her inclusion would be most beneficial. Nevertheless, the necessary protocols must be followed. For Tang Li, the welfare of the team took precedence. As for revealing her spatial abilities, it was twofold. Firstly, they no longer needed to be overly cautious given their current strength. And secondly, she was curious to observe Wu Lin's reaction, as spatial ability users in this post-apocalyptic world were widely recognized as resourceful. Wu Lin's demeanor resonated well with the group. Aside from a flicker of surprise, she expressed her gratitude to Tang Li and comfortably joined the others for dinner, displaying no pretense. After the meal, Su Qingqing took charge of washing the dishes with her ability, while Chen Yin handled the cleaning. This arrangement had been established among them, with Chunyin being quick and willing to assist the team despite her lack of combat prowess. Often perceived as timid and self-effacing, the cooking duties typically fell to the male members, as the three soldiers were familiar with basic culinary skills, and Fu Dong had even learned a few more complex recipes. The dynamic within the team remained unchanged, as if Wu Lin were not an outsider at all. She helped tidy up and joined Tang Li on the sofa, observing the others as they settled down. Gradually, she spoke, "Thank you all for rescuing me today. My name is Wu Lin. I was a model before the apocalypse, and I met Tang Li during work, so I suppose we are colleagues of sorts. However, our interactions have mainly been professional, having shared a few meals without becoming particularly close, so I felt it necessary to reintroduce myself." She understood that while the group appeared friendly and welcoming, they were quietly assessing her. Upon witnessing Tang Li's display of spatial abilities and Su Qingqing's water abilities, she recognized it was time to make her stance known. She had fled to the capital with her filming crew and had grasped the emergence of abilities alongside the onset of the apocalypse. Yet it was clear that not everyone could become an ability user. The existence of those with extraordinary abilities is rare, akin to a sliver of hope that the heavens have bestowed upon humanity after the upheaval of the world. Among the myriad of such individuals, those endowed with spatial and water-related powers are particularly exceptional, serving as a guarantee for survival in a post-apocalyptic era. She vividly remembers the moment when Tang Li came to her rescue, wielding his ice-based abilities. Although she possesses a forthright personality, her prolonged presence in the modeling industry attests to her intelligence. She simply prefers to rely on herself rather than compromising her principles, which has hindered her from truly standing out in that chaotic realm. Currently, her team comprises individuals, each possessing their own unique abilities. A formidable assembly indeed that it would be unwise to dismiss their overtures of goodwill, as their willingness to extend friendship signifies a recognition of her worth. Their probing actions are not without merit. Such tests provide her reassurance that this group is selective, and their criteria for inclusion reflect their inherent standards. When the apocalypse erupted, I was in T-City for work. Thanks to the presence of numerous security personnel in the filming crew, coupled with my awakening of powers, we did not remain stationary awaiting rescue. Instead, we resolved to make our way to the capital. However, we soon encountered obstacles, as gas stations had been raided, leading us to deplete our fuel reserves that we resorted to walking, only driving when we stumbled upon vehicles with remaining fuel. And continuing on foot once they ran our Y.as we progressed, the undead became increasingly prevalent, and many lives were lost due to the scarcity of food, resulting in chaos within the crew. My abilities placed me in a position of responsibility. And thus, I was treated relatively well until we finally reached the capital. Today, we found a vehicle and aimed to reach the base before nightfall. As per usual protocol, I ventured forth as the sole ability user to divert the nearby zombies while they drove. To my dismay, the horde proved overwhelming. Fearing that my absence would leave them vulnerable, they abandoned me, opting to drive away now that we were nearing the capital base. Wu Lin recounted her experiences over the past month with an air of calm detachment, summarizing the events without indulging in self-pity, encapsulating many aspects in succinct phrases. Tang Li, having witnessed her plight post-apocalypse at the capital base, had learned of her abandonment through the gossip of other ability users, and he was aware that she had not sought revenge on those who had forsaken her. During a subsequent mission, when she encountered them, she chose to pass by without acknowledgement as they pleaded for help. Eventually, she became renowned as the Fire Rose of the base, with many familiar with her story. Opinions regarding her experiences varied. Some labeled her cold-blooded, others called her a saint, while some admired her magnanimity. Tang Li had previously inquired about this matter during their encounters, to which she simply replied that she had already witnessed humanity's most selfish facets along that treacherous journey, despite her disappointment and anger at being cast aside. She remained remarkably composed. Tang Li vividly recalls Wu Lin's serene expression as she spoke, noting that her singular desire amidst the zombie onslaught was merely to survive, devoid of thoughts of vengeance. The abandonment she faced served as a closure to all prior affections from the world before the apocalypse, rendering them as strangers henceforth. In such dire circumstances, survival is a challenge in itself. She saw no reason to squander time and energy on those who were of no consequence, believing that their mere existence in this new world was punishment enough for her choices. Tang Li held no judgment, recognizing that each individual has their own path. Perhaps Wu Lin's compassion was evident, yet Tang Li had witnessed her camaraderie with her team, and although she lacked insight into the depth of her relationships, it was clear that Wu Lin was someone who valued connections, a significant factor in her acceptance into the group. Chapter 26. Wu Lin joins. Had it not been for their encounters in the apocalypse, Tang Li would have harbored no intentions of forming a partnership with Wu Lin. After all, the personalities of those one once knew seem irrelevant in the face of survival, where the complexities of human thought can lead to unimaginable decisions in life and death situations. It is possible that the benevolent soul pre-apocalypse could push you aside when the undead strike, while a longtime adversary might offer you a morsel of food when you are on the brink of starvation. Wu Lin surveyed the group, stating, "As it stands, I am currently alone. Before the apocalypse, I was a model. Afterward, I became a fire ability user that I share my experiences in hopes that you might gain a general understanding of my journey. I recognize that your rescue was motivated by your acquaintance with Tang Li, and I can sense your scrutiny that I am forthright by nature, which is perhaps why I have yet to achieve recognition during my modeling career. I wish to know the outcome of your observations. If you are willing, I would be delighted to remain with you, for I hold a favorable impression of your group. However, if you find me inadequate, please feel free to speak candidly. Should I not be allowed to stay, I will still express my gratitude for your assistance today, that I in the future, should the opportunity arise, I will repay your kindness." Song Inching had been subtly influencing Wu Lin with his mental abilities, effectively ascertaining the truthfulness of her statements. Her emotional state remained stable throughout her discourse, with only a slight tremor of anxiety when she expressed her desire to stay. Tang Li, Bai Haoyu, Su Qingqing, Fu Dong, Yin Yin, and the others turned their attention towards Song Inching. His mental abilities had been tested by them, and while they could not guarantee absolute honesty, those whose mental strength was inferior to his often found themselves compelled to speak the truth in his presence, even if they attempted to conceal their thoughts. Song Inching nodded, his characteristic smile gracing his face as he addressed Wu Lin. "Our observations yield no concerns. We welcome you to join the Haiyan Haching team. However, I must clarify that our destination is not the capital base. We have other objectives and will continue our journey southward. Navigating this world may not be entirely stable, so if you seek security, the capital base may be your best option rather than joining us. This is a decision you must contemplate thoroughly. Should you choose not to join, our rescue is not driven by ulterior motives. So do not feel pressured." While Wu Lin found the prospect of heading south somewhat perplexing, she refrained from questioning further, sensing that this information was not yet pertinent to her. Her profession had always involved traversing the country, and she did not possess a particularly stable disposition, which made the prospect of joining a seemingly strong team appealing. For her, the thrill of battling zombies and embarking on adventures held greater allure than the mundane security of a life filled with deceit. Nonetheless, given the formality with which Song Inching presented this matter, it was evident he wished for her to consider it seriously. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Lin met his gaze earnestly. "The moment you proposed it, I was inclined to agree. However, I sensed your desire for me to weigh this decision carefully. Upon reflection, I wish to join you and travel together." Song Inching locked eyes with her, his mental acuity confirming her sincerity, and he refrained from further commentary. "Very well, welcome aboard." "Fantastic! Our team has gained another lovely lady," Fu Dong exclaimed, reverting to his endearing demeanor. He and Yin Yin were the most familiar with Song Inching's mental abilities, often finding themselves the unwitting subjects of his experiments due to their comparatively lower mental strength. Of course, Su Qingqing also possessed a lesser mental capacity, but as a woman, she was typically spared from Song Inching's scrutiny. The two boys had developed a profound understanding of his powers and trusted him implicitly that as Su Qingqing relaxed in her seat, nonchalantly draping her long legs over the armrest of the small sofa. Embodying a carefree spirit, observing her comfort, Tang Li mimicked the pose, propping her legs up as well, leaning against Chen Yanhui. Tang Li's legs, while not as long as Su Qingqing's or Wu Lin's, were proportionally lengthy, and although she might not match their towering heights, her stature of nearly 1.7 meters suited her role as a print model. Having learned this posture from Su Qingqing, Tang Li found it quite comfortable, even more so now as she leaned against Chen Yan. Perhaps it was because of Tang Li's exquisite features, with a delicate face adorned by a hint of baby fat, that made her so enjoyable to be around. Human nature is indeed capricious. She delights in playful antics, possesses an adorable visage, yet exhibits a clean and decisive demeanor when battling zombies, exuding both elegance and beauty. Chun Yin is particularly enamored with Tang Li's contrasting charm. Swiftly becoming her most ardent admirer shortly after their initial acquaintance, that Su Qingqing leans against her left cheek with one hand while beckoning Wu Lin with her right, inviting her to join in, creating an atmosphere of comfort akin to that of one's own home. The somewhat disillusioning scene makes Wu Lin's eyelids flutter uncontrollably. Tang Li, sensing Wu Lin's discomfort, initially considers intervening to salvage their team's dynamics. But realizing they would soon be comrades, she decides that adaptation is inevitable, cheerfully assuring Wu Lin, "You'll get used to it." Just as she raises her head, it droops again, casting a sidelong glance at Bai Haoyu with a silent cue, suggesting, "It's your turn, step up." Bai Haoyu, witnessing this exchange, feels a sudden tension at his temples, realizing for the first time that accepting this captaincy might not bode well. Before he assumed leadership, these two young women were rather normal. Su Qingqing's laziness is one matter, but Tang Li, who once displayed a sense of seriousness and responsibility, now seems just as lackadaisical. Meanwhile, Su Qingqing has grown even more indolent. Bai Haoyu sighs inwardly, sincerely wishing for a longer period of seriousness from their new teammates, hoping they wouldn't be led astray too quickly, especially since even the well-behaved Chun Yin has succumbed to this change. Chapter 27. The Origins of Bai Haoyu and Song Inching with the new captain in charge. Bai Haoyu assumes the responsibility of introducing their abilities to the team, a task previously managed by Tang Li. I am Bai Haoyu, a wielder of lightning and light abilities. This is Song Inching, a practitioner of psychic and wood abilities. Tang Li possesses space and ice powers. Chun Yin has psychic and speed abilities that Su Qingqing commands water and wind powers. Fu Dong is an earth manipulator with auditory mutation. Yin Yin wields metal abilities with strength mutation. Bai Haoyu stands, pointing to each member sequentially, succinctly stating their names and abilities, for in this apocalyptic world, all that mattered now were names and powers. Understanding each teammate's abilities is the first step. When they venture out to combat zombies, they must observe their combat styles and devise ways to cooperate, accurately finding their roles that in this world of chaos. Team synergy is paramount, not only to conserve energy and abilities, but also to ensure swift rescue in emergencies. Bai Haoyu adopts a commanding presence, yet refrains from imposing the same strict decorum he once demanded of his previous team. In this apocalypse, where survival is uncertain, rigid rules hold little relevance. Comfort is the guiding principle that Wu Lin listens in astonishment to the series of introductions, realizing this team is even more formidable than she had anticipated. Each member is not only an ability wielder, but possesses dual abilities, and at the very least, there is a mutation among them. Does that mean her singular fire ability is the weakest in the group? Had she not experienced the horrors of this world herself, witnessing what people had become in the apocalypse, she might have believed that everyone possessed powers that Wu Lin now feels that unless they encounter some extraordinary misfortune, this team should survive provided they don't act recklessly. Taking a deep breath, she concludes that her gamble has paid off. With Wu Lin's matters resolved, the focus shifts to the information gathered by Song Inching and Chun Yin during their stay at the base. Chun Yin and I have come across some rather distressing news that as he turns serious, Song Inching's smile fades. The leadership at the capital base has undergone numerous changes. Most of our superiors who were aware of our identities are likely no longer in power. Song Inching gazes deeply at Bai Haoyu, articulating the grim conclusion they had long anticipated. Old Ming's health has been compromised. He has suffered from hidden injuries that have resurfaced frequently in recent years. And he did not survive the outbreak. Bai Haoyu remains silent. It is not just Old Ming who is gone. Given the current state of affairs, many former leaders must have perished. Otherwise, they would not have been left uncontacted. With the new leadership in place, they will likely seek to stabilize their power swiftly, appointing their former subordinates, particularly for those like them, dispatched on secret missions. The loss of their files and the absence of direct superiors to validate their identities mean that even if they return and assert their identities, they will not be trusted as they once were. The consequence is that they will be assigned perilous, marginal tasks during this tumultuous period. Those who cannot demonstrate loyalty or be controlled will inevitably be sidelined. The previous two dangerous missions serve as prime examples. Initially, they believed the sudden outbreak had left their superiors without viable options, which led to their deployment, that in the face of calamity. Following orders was their duty, no matter the danger. However, after 2 such missions, they sensed something amiss. The methods of task assignment and the nature of the missions did not align with the actions of their former leaders. These missions did not seem to serve the nation or its people. The first task was to locate the family of a high-ranking official whose status was uncertain, and their attempt to rescue ordinary people delayed their progress and drew the ire of their superiors. The second task required them to identify an unknown individual in a town overrun by zombies, and they ultimately failed, but if not for the fortuitous encounter with Tang Li and her companions, they would have faced grave danger. Particularly, the thought of Song Inching becoming a zombie was something Bai Haoyu could not bear. Having lost contact with our superiors, we are now regarded with suspicion. And as we are essentially lone wolves, few are likely to remember us, that it would be prudent not to disclose our identities. The moment the apocalypse struck, many lost their lives, and the disappearance of numerous leaders led to the rise of many unworthy individuals suddenly wielding power. The human psyche has grown increasingly volatile, and the restoration of order will require a significant passage of time. Their best option now is to withdraw, avoiding entanglement in this chaotic mess, for true power players will eventually emerge to rectify the situation. Those driven by greed cannot persist indefinitely. However, as insignificant entities, they cannot navigate such a vast game. If they meddle, they risk being eliminated before the true power players can restore order. Their current strategy is to preserve themselves and, if possible, safeguard a few others within their protective capacity. But anything beyond that is unfeasible. That I've learned that old Meng's son, Meng Yun, has awakened fire abilities. That is a talented researcher. He remains at the Research Institute, though he has also been severely marginalized. Meng Yun has accompanied us on a few missions, and we can trust his character. Song Inching looks earnestly at Bai Haoyu. They trust old Meng and also believe in Meng Yun. As a researcher and a fire wielder, he is the kind of talent they will need when they establish their own faction in Province J, dealt with the capital in disarray, if they do not wish to engage in power struggles. It is best for them to leave the capital base. Bai Haoyu remains silent, and Song Inching recognizes Bai Haoyu's internal conflict. During times of national turmoil, he feels a strong desire to contribute to his country, a soldier's sense of duty. Song Inching, with a more complex background than Bai Haoyu, has even served as a double agent. That he can espouse righteousness and integrity, but he prioritizes those who are personally relevant to him or his interests. They are 2 distinctly opposing individuals. Bai Haoyu presents a facade of righteousness while being decisively pragmatic. Internally, he is deeply sentimental and finds it difficult to part with what he values. He often adopts a cold demeanor, masking a strong sense of justice, and some seemingly ruthless decisions are merely the best outcomes he can achieve. Due to the nature of his work, he has conditioned himself to maintain a stoic exterior, adopting a no-entry for strangers stance to avoid complications. Conversely, Song Inching appears warm and sunny, presenting himself as upright, yet his emotions are seldom revealed. Most of the time, his smiles do not reach his eyes. All his warmth and smiles are mere masks, the most effective social tools honed through experience at any moment. He can analyze the best course of action with rational thought, becoming whatever persona is necessary, performing any required task. Unless his limits are tested, he can employ any means to achieve his goals, disregarding superficial reputations. Chapter 28. Bai Haoyu's decision. Song Inching understands Bai Haoyu well. He knows that Bai Haoyu is a sentimental individual who finds it exceedingly difficult to sever ties with those or things to which he has formed attachments. At a critical juncture, he must help Bai Haoyu take that step. That if we decide to leave, we must act swiftly. While we were in City Y, we established contact with the military and base there. Having traveled here with the military, they will certainly report this to the superiors at the capital base, that we have not sought out any base superiors since our return. And while they may be preoccupied with other matters in the short term, if we linger at the capital base for too long, we will inevitably attract attention. You are acutely aware that, given our identities, the base cannot afford to disregard us. Otherwise, not only we, but everyone within our assembled team would inevitably find themselves in dire straits. Bai Haoyu cast a sidelong glance at Tang Li, his gaze profound and tinged with complexity, momentarily rendering Tang Li speechless. Without responding to Tang Li's inquiring look, Bai Haoyu scanned the room's occupants and nodded towards Song Inching. You must devise a means to privately contact Meng Yun and ascertain his current circumstances. Should he be inclined to join us, we must find a way to extricate him, that if he is not willing, we shall depart immediately. Song Inching was taken aback. He had anticipated that Bai Haoyu would allow some time for consideration, for the recent events diverged significantly from Bai Haoyu's usual principles of conduct. He was surprised by how swiftly Bai Haoyu had come to this resolution. Indeed, it appeared he had found someone worthy of concern. Although he had seemingly declared his intention to leave, making such a decision was far from simple. Given Bai Haoyu's character, even if the current superior's approach to matters was inconsistent with his deep-seated sense of duty to his country, a soldier's primary obligation is to obey orders that are in pursuit of a clear conscience. He would undoubtedly first clarify his identity with his current superior and then undertake some task for the base before feeling at ease to depart, such as addressing the base's ongoing research. This notion was one that Song Inching had always found somewhat disagreeable. The nation's foundation lay in its essence, and the present individuals of dubious intellect had merely seized power amid chaos. Such unworthy individuals occupying positions of authority were only temporary. A reshuffling would inevitably occur, leading to their eventual removal. Thus, there was no need for them to adhere so rigidly to convention. Yet at this moment, he refrained from offering much counsel, as Bai Haoyu had so readily accepted the situation and agreed to take Meng Yun along. The ease with which he acquiesced to the idea of leaving without notice while taking a research talent from the base was striking. Indeed, Captain Bai, now reinstated, exhibited a certain resolve reminiscent of his earlier days. Thus, it appeared he was still nursing wounds from past experiences. Song Inching glanced at Tang Li, who appeared to be attentively absorbing the conversation. Perhaps her presence played a role in this development. The team was well aware that Tang Li possessed an extraordinary space ability. It was evident that her spatial capacity had never reached its limit. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, the earliest and most powerful spatial ability user known, who was also the base's foremost spatial adept, could only manage to contain items equivalent to a 60-square-meter room. And that was under the base's tutelage. However, during his previous infiltration of the research facility, he had discovered that the most formidable spatial ability user identified to date had a space approximately 70 to 80 square meters in size. In contrast, Tang Li had collected an abundance of furnishings that would easily fill such a space, often retrieving numerous hanging chairs, lounge chairs, and sofa beds for Su Qingqing's comfort. Moreover, she had procured supplies from shopping malls, food processing plants, and grain stores. It was rumored that she had even stored 2 fuel tankers, 3 RVs, a jeep, and several motorcycles. Notably, she displayed no signs of her space being filled to capacity, effortlessly accompanying them to gather supplies while always considering their needs rather than the limitations of her own space. Observing her demeanor, it appeared that her spatial ability had not yet reached any semblance of limitation. A truly terrifying power, as for how she had attained such prowess at the onset of the apocalypse. Several possibilities arose. She could be inherently exceptional, possess a unique method of enhancing her abilities, or have awakened her powers prior to the apocalypse. The likelihood of her being innately special is scientifically tenuous. If she had indeed discovered a unique method for rapid enhancement, it would have to be extraordinarily exceptional to yield such results. Song Inching perused the data from the research facility, aware that the further one advanced in their abilities, the more challenging it became to enhance them. For someone with Tang Li's prowess, it would typically take several years to achieve such growth that if such a rapid and unrestricted enhancement method existed, applied to other abilities, particularly offensive ones, the individual would transcend humanity and quickly dominate the world. Furthermore, if such a method were available, why would Tang Li not utilize it to augment her ice abilities? While spatial abilities are undeniably valuable, if her offensive abilities could also escalate at that rate, her ice powers would surely rival those of cinematic ice queens, given the current pace of others' ability advancements. She could indeed claim dominion without reliance on any base. Eliminating the first 2 possibilities leaves the conclusion that Tang Li awakened her spatial abilities before the apocalypse. However, based on the level of her powers, she must have awakened them several years prior to the apocalypse, and the research facility had yet to publish any reports on the discovery of Z energy from that early period. Therefore, should the research facility uncover her secret, they would undoubtedly pursue it vigorously. Regardless of the circumstances, in the early days of the apocalypse, amidst humanity's panic regarding unknown energies, The awareness of her uniqueness by those at the base would hardly bode well for her. Furthermore, the items stored within Tang Li's space were numerous and uniform in style. A collection of identical clothing, shoes of the same size, and an array of camouflage and sportswear, all exceptionally suited for the apocalypse, durable and resistant to wear. Even undergarments were predominantly of a single size, suggesting an excessive preparation that seemed implausible for someone who had only recently discovered their spatial abilities. This detail was indeed intriguing. After all, it was improbable that such a collection had been amassed post-apocalypse. One could not expect to find clothing of the same size, haphazardly gathered in a shopping mall amidst the rush to collect supplies that it appeared that Tang Li's preparations had been made well in advance. The proposition to travel to Province J had originated from Tang Li herself. While her reasoning was comprehensive and compelling, it seemed too calculated to be a spur-of-the-moment decision. Nevertheless, it aligned perfectly with his own intentions. Ever since he and Bai Haoyu had contemplated their return to the capital base after their last mission, he had resolved that staying at the capital base was untenable, and he must find a way to extricate Bai Haoyu. The farther they could venture, the better, with Province J being his primary consideration. When these elements coalesced, a chilling thought crept into Song Enqing's mind, one he dared not delve into further. Tang Li harbored secrets, a fact she had never concealed from them, and they had not probed deeply into it either. Initially, Song Enqing had observed that Tang Li was not merely an innocent and naive girl. Rather, she exhibited an inexplicable trust in her teammates while maintaining a keen wariness toward outsiders. For the first time, he found himself perplexed by a young woman, entirely at a loss regarding her thoughts. Bai Haoyu, too, was scrutinizing Tang Li, yet he did not possess the same convoluted thoughts as Song Enqing. He perceived that, despite their intelligence, these individuals were still inexperienced university students, likely unfamiliar with the complexities they now faced. Thus, their naivety shielded them from the dangers their situation posed. Recalling Song Enqing's insights, he reflected on how he had previously utilized Chun Yan's invisibility ability to covertly infiltrate the research facility and examine studies on ability users. The research facility was currently investigating the origins of these abilities, which were believed to stem from the meteor shower that coincided with the apocalypse, an event that had unleashed a peculiar cosmic energy, termed Z energy, capable of inducing mutations in living organisms. The facility had also entertained theories regarding the existence of ability users prior to the apocalypse, that if the truth of Tang Li's uniqueness were to be revealed. Bai Haoyu's brow furrowed deeply. The most favorable outcome would be polite cooperation with the research, though the extent of such cooperation would not be within their control. The prospect of a worse outcome loomed large. According to Song Enqing's findings, the research facility had already engaged in human experimentation, and Meng Yan had been sidelined for this very reason. Of course, following the absence of Meng Lao, his marginalization was inevitable. Once his remaining value was extracted, he would be discarded. This incident merely served as a catalyst for existing tensions, a pretext, unless he could endure until a more favorable leader emerged. Thus, for Tang Li's sake, they had to leave, and they must do so while chaos still reigned. Sharing the intelligence he had gathered from the base, Song Enqing cast a glance at Bai Haoyu, sensing that perhaps their captain was also contemplating similar thoughts, which had prompted his decisive actions. Indeed, Song Enqing's conjecture was correct. In a previous life, Tang Li had crossed paths with them because Bai Haoyu had ultimately chosen to remain and assist the government in some capacity. It was only after shedding this layer of identity that he had departed. This transpired after the political strife within the capital base had settled, allowing those in power to release them based on their prior identities and contributions. Otherwise, they would have lacked even the right to perish on their own terms, in this lifetime. With Tang Li and numerous allies and comrades at his side, Bai Haoyu would not solely prioritize his own interests. Now, we need to deliberate on how to secure Meng Yan's escape, should he choose to accompany us. I believe he has a significant inclination to leave with us, so we must devise a plan in advance. Song Enqing elucidated Meng Yan's background and significance to others. After rescuing Meng Yan, we must depart immediately without delay. After all, although he is currently ostracized, he is still a valuable research talent who has participated in post-apocalyptic studies. And right now, such talents are in short supply. Once the reshuffling is complete, he will be an asset to either side. Despite the brainless individuals currently sidelining him, those with wisdom will not easily allow him to depart. Tang Li furrowed her brow, recognizing the complexity of the situation. She had heard of Meng Yun before. For reasons unknown in her past life, he remained at the capital base instead of leaving with Bai Haoyu and Song Inching. Moreover, their departure seemed fraught with difficulty, yet they ultimately succeeded. Given the present circumstances, it was inevitable that they had reached out to Meng Yun in their previous life, and his involvement may have facilitated their escape. Before her demise, rumors circulated within the base that there was a possibility of success regarding the research on storing abilities, which seemed to be related to someone named Meng Yun. Song Inching turned to Wu Lin. Observing that it appeared she had just joined the team and would be accompanying them. Initially, before they brought Wu Lin back, he had intended for the team to include Meng Yun as the fire ability user. However, now that she was part of the team, they were bound to move together. An additional fire user was of little concern, provided loyalty was assured. I am but one person. Naturally, wherever you go, I shall follow. Wu Lin had already discerned that Song Inching was the most astute member of the team, earning the trust of others. Though gaining his trust would not be an easy feat nevertheless, Wu Lin welcomed the prospect of having a shrewd and responsible vice-captain. After all, once she truly became a trusted member of the team, she too would enjoy the protection afforded by such a position. The following day, Bai Haoyu, accompanied by those who undertook tasks with him the previous day, along with Wu Lin, went to submit their mission reports, coincidentally encountering Han Xiaoshi and a few others who were registering their team name. Tang Li caught Bai Haoyu's arm, signaling the others to hold back, and positioned herself a distance away to observe the registration. Team name, Wind and Thunder Squad? Oh, what a surprise to see familiar faces. Fengyu male, lightning ability user Li Ting, female, spatial ability user Liu, male, wind ability user. Wu Dan, female, auditory mutant Wu Tong, female, speed mutant Muu, male, water ability user. Pei Yong, male, strength mutant. Zhao Kong, male, wood ability user. Zhang Chongshan, male, strength mutant, along with several ordinary individuals and with Han Xiaoshi as the ice ability user. Quite an impressive team configuration. Seemingly aiming for the standard of the first squad from their previous life, that I end this life. Lacking her, and Su Qingqing, these individuals still gathered together, albeit under the name Wind and Thunder Squad. Rather than the previous name, Clear Wind Squad, which had been conceived during their initial formation when Su Qingqing was captain. The name Clear Wind combined Su Qingqing's Qing with the 3 dots of water from the water ability, and Wind represented the wind ability. When Fengyu became captain, the sycophants absurdly claimed that the wind was a homophone for Feng's name. Utterly shameless that I end this cycle. Without Su Qingqing, they had adopted the name Wind and Thunder Squad. Did the wind still represent Fengyu? Did thunder denote the thunder ability? With the absence of her and Qingqing, they had also added several new members. The Li Ting from their previous life, who had frequently clashed with them, was now part of their ranks. Chapter 30. Tang Li confronts the little white flower in her past life. Li Ting struggled with weak mental acuity, causing her spatial abilities to stagnate. Directly contrasting with Tang Li. However, it seemed that the weak had their excuses. Upon seeing Tang Li, Li Ting never displayed a friendly demeanor. Did I end this life? Tang Li hoped for a more amicable relationship, especially when those superficial individuals realized Li Ting's spatial abilities were lacking. Tang Li felt a twinge of schadenfreude at the thought of witnessing that moment. Once their registration concluded and Tang Li had observed enough, she pulled Bai Haoyu and prepared to submit their task reports to AT that moment. Han Xiaoshi turned around and immediately spotted them approaching, her eyes narrowing upon seeing Tang Li holding Bai Haoyu's arm. A glaring sight indeed. The serene smile she had feigned shattered instantly, her expression turning remarkably sour. Bai Gu, what brings you here? As Tang Li and Bai Haoyu drew near, Han Xiaoshi swiftly masked her previously darkened countenance, reverting to her gentle demeanor, though her expression bore an air of awkwardness. Tang Li was astonished by Han Xiaoshi's rapid transformation. Without her, the art of face-changing had lost a significant talent. Yet had she truly not noticed Han Xiaoshi's previous instability? Did she genuinely harbor such feelings for Bai Haoyu? Tang Li observed her, letting out a soft laugh, finding Han Xiaoshi's current demeanor rather amusing. Fixated on Han Xiaoshi, Tang Li casually adjusted her grip on Bai Haoyu's arm, transitioning from holding to linking, halting before Han Xiaoshi and leaning lazily against Bai Haoyu, mimicking Su Qingqing's nonchalant style. Initially, Tang Li's attention had been on Fengyu, causing her to forget her hold on Bai Haoyu's arm. But now she found the situation entertaining and wished to tease Han Xiaoshi. After Tang Li tugged Bai Haoyu to a stop, he followed her gaze and observed the scene, though he was uncertain of Tang Li's connection to this group. Still, it was evident from her expression that she cared about the individuals before her, all of whom appeared to be part of Han Xiaoshu's team. They could not discern whether her concern stemmed from a dislike of Han Xiaoshu or from some other reason. Bai Haoyu's curiosity was piqued by Tang Li's unusual reaction, prompting him to observe longer, which naturally led him to witness Han Xiaoshu's awkward transformation. Feeling the weight on his arm, he turned to see Tang Li suddenly linking her arm with his. Bai Haoyu raised an eyebrow, studying Tang Li's expression before noticing the playful smile at the corner of her mouth, which reminded him of Han Xiaoshu's earlier embarrassment. Suddenly, he seemed to grasp her intentions. Realizing that this little girl possessed a peculiar sense of humor. Once he understood, Bai Haoyu controlled his expression, adopting an icy, unapproachable demeanor, feigning ignorance of Han Xiaoshu's words. "Hello, Han classmate. Oh dear. Have you joined a new team? How's it going? Last time we met, you were tearfully lamenting that you only recognized us in this apocalypse, making me think I was your long-lost relative. Yet, you've swiftly found new companions. However, your speed in forgetting old friends is rather alarming. Why did you not greet your dear schoolmate upon seeing them? You immediately focused on conversing with this handsome fellow. By go. Since when have you become so familiar with him? You have never referred to me as Sister Tang Li before." Tang Li gazed at Han Xiaoshu, deliberately mimicking her pretentious tone. Bai Haoyu's eyelid twitched slightly, choosing to continue his stoic facade as a mere tool. "Not at all, Tang Li classmate. I merely happened to greet Bai Ge first and didn't notice you there." Han Xiaoshu endeavored to maintain her little white flower persona, seemingly oblivious to Tang Li's deliberate imitation of her speech, completely disregarding her earlier embarrassment. Such thick skin left Tang Li both impressed and incredulous. "Is that so? I am so close to Bai Haoyu. You didn't even see that. Are your eyes perhaps defective?" Tang Li leaned against Bai Haoyu, inclining forward as if to inspect Han Xiaoshu's eyes, feigning surprise as she spoke. She could only maintain this affected tone for a few sentences before her annoyance resurfaced. Bai Haoyu tugged at the corner of his mouth, thinking, "This little temper. You, Tang classmate, how can you speak so? I simply didn't notice you. There is no need for such humiliation." Han Xiaoshu was perplexed by Tang Li's sudden boldness. She had previously ignored her, yet now she was audaciously confrontational. Observing Tang Li's linked arm with Bai Haoyu ignited a fire within Han Xiaoshu. Sensing Han Xiaoshu's frown and the pose she struck, Tang Li felt a premonition arise within her. Tang Li's internal monologue. "Here it comes, the big move is about to unfold. You previously urged me to leave. I know you do not favor me, fearing I would replace you, which I can understand. However, I genuinely wish to team up with you, as I only recognized you all. Now, as you desired, I have departed to join another team. I shall no longer be a hindrance to you. Why can you not just let me be? I did not intentionally ignore you while speaking with Bai Ge. I can promise not to speak with him again if that pleases you. Please do not target me any further. Your actions put Bai Ge in a difficult position." Despite her anger, Han Xiaoshu's persona remained that of a delicate flower in need of protection, and she swiftly adjusted her emotions. Displaying vulnerability before Bai Haoyu in an attempt to elicit sympathy and show others how Tang Li had wronged her. "Bai Ge, I am so sorry for causing you trouble again, da-da, as expected." It is indeed this familiar formula. Fortunately, Tang Li was well prepared. Her sudden arrogance must surely stem from a reason. Initially, she had no intentions of engaging with her, considering they had pressing matters to attend to within the base. Uncertain of the specific circumstances regarding Bai Haoyu and Song Inching, and not knowing how long they would remain, especially since it would be some time before these two formidable figures departed from the base in the previous life. However, she had not anticipated a change in circumstances. Yesterday, from what Song Dejunshi implied, after their interaction with Meng Yun, regardless of whether he chose to accompany them, their team would depart post-haste. Yet the prospect of departing so soon left Tang Li feeling quite unsettled, as she had yet to vent her frustrations. The last time they had aimed to chase her away, it had been a swift resolution, and in hindsight, she felt she had not performed optimally. Subsequently, she had concocted numerous schemes on how to confront Han Xiaoshu upon their next encounter. Over the past few days, Tang Li had mentally rehearsed how she would deal with Han Xiaoshu, preparing to give her a good verbal thrashing before their departure. Even if she did not have the opportunity to utterly vanquish her, she intended to release the pent-up grievances of both her past and present lives. After all, regardless of whether she was the one who had covertly attacked her in the past, Han Xiaoshu was certainly not a good person that I end this life. She had yet to confront her. Yet Han Xiaoshu lingered like a specter. Humph, she could not be allowed to enjoy herself after having vented her frustrations on Tang Li. Oh, classmate Han, why are you in tears? Am I mistaken in thinking I was the one who drove you out? Was it not your brother by who expelled you? Tang Li feigned an expression of pitiful confusion. It was merely an act, after all. Who could not pretend? Chapter 31. Feng Yu stands up for Han Xiaoshu. Tang Li continued to maintain her haughty demeanor. Alas, it seems you still harbor resentment towards me. Not to worry, I shan't hold it against you, for you claim to know me, yet I truly do not recall who you are. You say you are an alumnus of the same university as me. Qingqing and Fudong. Very well, I shall take your word for it. However, we cannot be very familiar, can we? We've only crossed paths a few times, have we not? Besides, you are even less acquainted with Bai Haoyu. Are you not? Well, I at least count you as a fellow alumnus. He is merely a teammate of your acquaintance. What a convoluted connection. Yet, you address me as classmate Tang Li, while referring to him as Brother Bai with such warmth. Who are you truly favoring? If not blatantly obvious? You say you only know us and wish to join our team, but at that time, our roster was indeed full. We simply cannot accommodate you if you choose to blame me for this. I have little to say in response, but allow me to offer you a piece of advice. The bonds between individuals cannot be assessed solely by appearances. You cannot favor him merely for his looks over the friends who have fought alongside you since the apocalypse, risking life and death together. What about the camaraderie forged in battle? It seems to pale in comparison to a mere acquaintance and a man with whom you've exchanged but a handful of words. Tang Li feigned disappointment, clicking her tongue, that I in truth. She had no understanding of how to wield the art of sarcasm, nor what it truly meant to be haughty. She merely imitated Han Xiaoshu's tone. But as she spoke, her own voice emerged, though she believed she had mastered the imitation quite well. Bai Haoyu had never encountered such a scene before. While it seemed tense, it was merely the awkwardness of young girls. Rather amusing in its own right, that he stifled a laugh, biting down on his cheek to suppress the smile that threatened to rise. Tang Li, oblivious to Bai Haoyu's reactions, remained focused on confronting Han Xiaoshu. Arms crossed, gazing intently at her. Furthermore, our team does not accept you. This is not solely my decision. Look, I am neither the captain nor the vice-captain, merely a bystander. You cannot take advantage of my cute appearance to bully me. The refusal of your joining is primarily contingent upon your brother Bai's decision. He has an aversion to weepy children, and you are quite adept at shedding tears. Indeed, just because of this, we deliberately sought out someone less prone to tears. Tang Li pointed seriously at Wu Lin behind her. Look at her expression, her demeanor. How cold, how unfeeling. In this apocalypse, entrusting a fragile girl who weeps at the slightest provocation as a teammate is hardly reassuring. Tang Li adopted a tone reminiscent of a patient elder explaining matters to a disobedient child that Wu Lin, pointed out, blinked innocently, wondering how she had come to be labeled cold and unfeeling. Han Xiaoshu's pitiful expression was beginning to falter. Was this truly her first day among her new teammates, only to be disparaged for her propensity to cry? She merely sought to elicit sympathy, not to cultivate an image of fragility. She was, after all, a legitimate ice element ability user. Where was the weakness in that? Han Xiaoshu endeavored to rein in her tears, striving to present a facade of strength. Her teammates, having observed the spectacle for some time, gradually approached, although their expressions were less than favorable. Such matters, they would resolve behind closed doors, for it was only the first day of their newly formed team, and to have a teammate bullied by outsiders would be a blow to their pride. Feng Yu, as the captain, took the lead in approaching. Sir, it is unbecoming for a gentleman to bully a girl. Regardless of your past relationship, one ought not to continue entangling a young lady in such a way. Allowing her to weep before you is somewhat lacking in decorum. Feng Yu directed his gaze toward Bai Haoyu. He was typically a staunch advocate of traditional masculinity, particularly disdainful of conversing with women like Tang Li, whom he believed relied solely on men. Bai Haoyu, suddenly caught in this unfounded calamity, sighed internally, casting a bland glance at Feng Yu before turning his attention to Han Xiaoshu. Miss Han, Might I request you refrain from speaking ambiguously? I do not recall our acquaintance that if memory serves, our only interaction was during our entry into the base, when you approached my team with bravado, demanding I admit you into our ranks that I declined at that time. Did I not? He interrupted her, scoffing at her stammering attempts to justify herself. I asked for the title brother by. I never consented to such a designation. I do not have a younger sister of your caliber. In future encounters, Miss Han may address me by my full name or as Captain by. Better yet, it would be preferable if you refrain from addressing me entirely. You, as an ice element ability user, will find many teams willing to take you in, even if you do not join ours. Look at how well Captain Feng treats you. Even if you do not choose his team as your first option, he harbors no ill will, coming forth to advocate on your behalf. Therefore, I kindly request that Miss Han refrains from targeting my team members, as they are still young and do not possess the art of weeping. This time, Han Xiaoshu was truly reduced to tears. She had not anticipated that by Hao Yu, a man who appeared as divine as a celestial being, could utter such venomous words. Listen to what you are saying. What do you mean they are still young and do not cry? Is that even a reasonable statement? Are you mocking me for being an adult who can only cry? Feng Yu's expression was equally grim. This new teammate was indeed a source of constant tears that on her very first day, she stirred up trouble, and her abilities were lacking. Recently awakened powers had only allowed her to unleash a few ice shards before exhausting her energy. Previously, she had been brought along due to her respectable appearance and the potential of her abilities. Yet now she had become the unwanted remnant left behind, that it seemed that the attractive men had their eyes glued to her. Alas, the women by their sides were far more captivating, rendering her invisible. Unbeknownst to Feng Yu, the precise dynamics between them, he observed by Hao Yu's impressive aura and Han Xiaoshu's demeanor, discerning that she must possess abilities. And thus refrained from speaking carelessly, shifting his attention to Tang Li. That I must say, this young lady is indeed quite attractive, with a commendable temperament, though her words are rather sharp. TSK, why must she rely solely on men? Showing such a lack of self-respect. You pick on the soft targets, do you? Feng Yu frowned, admonishing Tang Li. What you said earlier was rather excessive. Even if you manage to win a man through cunning, it will not endure. This gentleman clearly possesses capabilities, and even if he is initially intrigued, that novelty will inevitably fade. Relying solely on beauty is futile. In this apocalypse, those lacking ability will eventually be discarded. Tang Li regarded Feng Yu with an impassive expression, radiating an unmistakable aura of do not approach me. She could not even muster the patience to engage with him as she had with Han Xiaoshu. Chapter 32. Make him pay. Feng Yu had once been the captain of their small team in the previous life with commendable abilities, yet he was particularly patriarchal, quick to judge, and fond of imparting unsolicited lessons. He was always accompanied by a gaggle of sycophants who idolized him, and despite possessing formidable lightning abilities, he believed himself invincible and felt the need to educate everyone he encountered, particularly relishing the role of mentor. As by Hao Yu's famed sword in the later stages of the apocalypse, Feng Yu could not bear to hear his name mentioned. By Hao Yu's legendary feat of obliterating a horde of zombies with a storm of lightning was beyond Feng Yu's capabilities, and he could only harbor petty jealousy. He often looked down upon the girls who admired by Hao Yu, perceiving them as lacking in self-respect and decorum. Tang Li found him utterly intolerable and held no goodwill toward him. Oh, Captain Feng, have you finally noticed my existence? Just a moment ago, I was conversing with Miss Han, yet you offered me nary a glance, immediately reprimanding our captain that I had thought you looked down upon speaking with women. Tang Li forced a smile reminiscent of the official demeanor often worn by Song and Qing. However, Captain Feng was right. I truly have no need to resort to the same underhanded tactics as this Miss Han to attach myself to a man. Yet, I find her utterly displeasing and wish to provoke her. What of it? Does your seaside residence grant you such authority? Can you discern this gentleman's capabilities, yet see nothing but her visage? In this apocalyptic world, not only those lacking ability will be eliminated, but also those with poor discernment. Who the hell are you talking about, you filthy scoundrel? The voice of Pei Yong, the sycophant, pierced through the air. His interruption shattered Feng Yu's fleeting suspicion that something was amiss. Originally, he was puzzled as to how this woman knew his name and recognized him as the captain, but now he could scarcely ponder it further. Perhaps she had simply observed him. After all, it was no surprise that a woman who favored attaching herself to men would consider someone as exceptional as him within her selection criteria. What irked him was that she ultimately chose this man, suggesting she deemed him superior. Pei Yong, one of Tang Li's most detested lackeys in her past life, had longed to kick his pig-headedness to pieces. Previously, her spatial abilities had prevented her from dealing with him, but this time, she would not endure his provocations. Humph, let us have some fun. Tang Li narrowed her eyes, a glint of murderous intent otherwise. How could one be unaware that when apologizing to someone, one should utter the words "I'm sorry"? Feng Yu observed as Tang Li engaged in conversation, while simultaneously maintaining two icy spikes poised before Pei Yong's eyes. Neither piercing nor falling, that he felt a sense of astonishment at Tang Li's mastery of her extraordinary abilities. With a forced smile that barely masked his disdain, he managed to utter, "Yes, I apologize, Miss Tang Li." In truth, Tang Li was indeed eager to hear his apology. After all, the other two individuals, one shamelessly adaptable, capable of feigning vulnerability, found no difficulty in apologizing, and might even shed a tear after a mere word from her. The other sycophant was boundlessly servile, so intimidated that he would address even his father as daddy. Forcing them to apologize brought no sense of accomplishment whatsoever. Only Feng Yu, with his ingrained chauvinism and a mind as narrow as a pinhole, found it intolerable to admit inferiority to a woman. The TO compel him to apologize and bow before her was, for him, the most uncomfortable of humiliations. Furthermore, given his inability to contend with the individuals on her side, he could only resentfully remember the source of his embarrassment, making it curious what benefits Han Xiaoshu and Pei Yong might hope to gain under Feng Yu's command, having vented his frustrations sufficiently. And after establishing his dominance, Tang Li waved her hand, signaling everyone to retract their abilities. After all, there were still authorities within the base, and they could not afford to act too overtly. Their earlier display had been excessively ostentatious. Should a confrontation arise, it would surely attract the attention of higher-ups, complicating their subsequent rescue plans. Oh, if only I had said this sooner. Why make it seem as though I were unreasonable? Tang Li sighed, retracting her icy spikes and the frozen tears adorning Han Xiaoshu's face into her hand, forming an ice orb. Here, Yin Yin, make me a necklace. During their usual training sessions, Tang Li had often allowed Yin Yin to craft toys for her in a similar manner. Yin Yin extended his hand, threading a metal wire through the ice orb. Tang Li placed it around Han Xiaoshu's neck, and Yin Yin tightened and twisted the wire into a collar. See, how lovely it looks. In the future, if you have an excess of tears with nowhere to go, wear them as a necklace instead of always lamenting before others. Tang Li's smile faded, her tone turning frigid, having no desire to engage in further games of innocence with her. She felt no need to linger and gaze upon those distasteful faces, ignoring Han Xiaoshu's reaction and leaving Pei Yong's mouth sealed in frost. She recalled Su Qingqing's words. It was best to keep such a foul mouth shut. Looking at this group of incompetent cowards, Tang Li felt a sudden surge of annoyance. Quarreling with such trivial individuals was beneath her dignity, and being in their presence made the very air feel tainted. Wrinkling her brow in distaste, she found the situation particularly tiresome, and no longer wishing to bicker with them. She regarded these foes, whom she had long wished ill upon since her rebirth, and decided they were unworthy of her effort. If they could avoid meeting in the future, it would be for the best. If they did meet, it would be nothing but a series of confrontations, without any need to regard them as worthy adversaries. Now, Tang Li felt no lingering grievances. Punishing them brought her no satisfaction. Let us depart. The air here is foul, she declared, waving to Su Qingqing and the others before departing with resolute grace. Chapter 34. Feng Yu's provocation. Feng Yu watched the graceful silhouette of Tang Li as she exited, a wave of jealousy swelling within him. The moment he first beheld Tang Li's beauty, he felt envious of Bai Haoyu, who had the privilege of her company. Initially, when he believed Tang Li lacked any abilities, he could console himself with the notion that he, Feng Yu, looked down upon women who merely relied on men. Yet he found himself irresistibly drawn to her, which is why he had felt compelled to admonish her from the outset. While he disdained her, he also felt a sense of regret, as his words were intended to showcase his own nobility and capture her attention. Little did he expect that Tang Li would prove to be an even more formidable ability wielder than himself. Not only Tang Li, but several of the girls in their squad were strikingly beautiful, nearly all possessing extraordinary abilities. His attempts to assert dominance only resulted in his own chastisement, such a captivating, capable, and willful woman. Did Captain Bai not fear being overshadowed by her? She dared to act freely within the confines of the base, showing complete disregard for the consequences, and it seemed that, compared to him, her teammates were far more inclined to heed her. Throughout history, beautiful women have often been a source of calamity. Would Captain Bai willingly allow himself to be eclipsed by a woman of such prowess? Ultimately, Feng Yu could no longer contain his emotions. That as Bai Hao Yu prepared to leave, he suddenly spoke up, clearly attempting to sow discord. Yet his words bore a kernel of truth, that if Bai Hao Yu truly harbored any intentions, then Feng Yu's remarks would not be in vain. Deep down, he could not accept that such a beautiful and capable woman would associate with another man. Moreover, Feng Yu astutely discerned that the actual relationship between the two was not as intimate as they initially portrayed. It was likely a facade for Han Xiaoshi's benefit. Thus, if the two were at odds, he could position himself favorably. Women, after all, tend to prefer sweet words over the cold demeanor of men. Tang Li's appearance was precisely to Feng Yu's liking, delicate and youthful. Her voice soft and melodious, exuding an air of innocence. However, he held a deep-seated disdain for women like Su Qingqing, who embodied a more seductive allure. He harbored a dark belief that such women adorned themselves to ensnare men, clearly unworthy of respect. While he looked down upon women who depended on men, he was nonetheless irked by the prospect of being overshadowed by a woman stronger than himself. Thus, he often spoke to the girls in the squad with a tone that seemed caring but was, in fact, intended to undermine their confidence, subtly suggesting that they were lacking in some regard. That in his past life, he had indeed harbored feelings for Tang Li, yet her temperament was anything but malleable. Whenever he uttered something she found disagreeable, she would promptly retort, leaving him feeling both infatuated and frustrated, though he could never bring himself to abandon her. After all, Tang Li's beauty was unparalleled. He had yet to encounter another who captivated him as she did. And after meeting her, he could not let go, convinced that only she was worthy of him. Unfortunately, his previous conduct had left a poor impression on her, and the more he attempted to control her, the more she resented him. Their encounters never allowed for a genuine conversation. Feng Yu, obsessed with maintaining his pride, found that his attempts to hint at his affections were met with indifference from Tang Li, who would merely scowl in response that he could not bring himself to confess his feelings, especially since Tang Li maintained a close friendship with Su Qingqing, often appearing alongside her, which only fueled desire. When he learned that Han Xiaoshi was secretly sowing discord between Tang Li, Su Qingqing, and the other squad members, he refrained from intervening, hoping to teach Tang Li a lesson, anticipating that she would ultimately seek his aid once she found herself in a bind within the team. Yet, even when Tang Li was falsely accused and met her demise, she never spared him a glance. One could only wonder what expression Feng Yu bore upon hearing the news of her death in his past life. Whether he echoed the sentiments of Su Qingqing, Yin Yin, and Fu Dong as they pursued the truth behind her passing. However, Tang Li had no desire to know. To her, Feng Yu was simply an irritating presence. The moment she sensed his interest, she nearly retched, for he had never uttered a kind word to her, and yet expected her to develop feelings for him. Was this some form of psychological manipulation? On the surface, he appeared blameless. Yet he had never acted in any manner that could be deemed virtuous. He refrained from directly committing wrongdoing, but lacked any moral compass, watching as others engaged in misdeeds without a hint of remorse. When trouble arose, he would take the moral high ground to condemn others. Had he not constantly sought attention in front of Tang Li, using a tone that feigned concern while belittling her, she might not have grown so infuriated that she refused to acknowledge him. Now, reflecting on her past life, Tang Li's greatest regret lay in merging with the so-called first team for the sake of prestige and initially believing in Feng Yu's fade of a kind-hearted, nurturing older brother. Feng Yu's acting prowess had deceived many. Had he not developed feelings for Tang Li and lingered around her, exposing numerous flaws, she might never have uncovered the truth of his twisted nature. The most terrifying aspect was not that a person lacked proper values, but that he understood what they ought to be and chose to disguise himself as such, all while being completely unbound by any sense of morality. Bai Hao Yu hesitated briefly in step as he followed Tang Li outside, not turning back, but offering Feng Yu a sidelong glance. My role as captain was merely a burden passed to me by a certain lazy cat who found it bothersome. Serving beautiful women is my privilege. The girls in my squad are like angels. Can they be so easily insulted by the likes of you? It's only natural for my teammates to feel anger. Treating the girls in our squad with respect is our team's principle. According to Captain Feng's reasoning, does your team not share this standard? But I suppose every team has its own way of operating. After all, not all men embody chivalry. By how you lazily glance back at Feng Yu, commenting on how Captain Feng and his team members seem particularly fond of meddling in the affairs of other teams. Is it truly the style of the Fenglai team to be so intrusive? Nevertheless, I would advise Captain Feng to reconsider the ethos of your team. Excessive involvement in trivial matters during the apocalypse is hardly conducive to longevity. One by one, the others followed suit and stepped outside. Su Qingqing cast a sidelong glance at Feng Yu, who was still attempting to sow discord, and with a firm grip, she crushed the whirlwind that had just coalesced in her palm, its remnants dissipating before him, her eyes gleaming with a palpable threat. In truth, she was also concerned that by how Yu might be swayed. Men tend to harbor a degree of machismo, and many cannot bear the thought of a woman surpassing them, especially since Bai Haoyu himself was a man of considerable strength. Chapter 35. Better to be comrades in arms than to be lovers. Su Qingqing had never harbored lofty expectations of men, particularly given that Tang Li had known them first. Most of the team had been saved by Tang Li's initiative, which often led them to prioritize her feelings, perhaps inadvertently neglecting the captain's emotions. Should he be a petty individual, it could be problematic. Wu Lin, observing Bai Haoyu's reactions discreetly, acknowledged his status as captain and respected his capabilities and character. However, as someone who had been abandoned in the past, she often found herself imagining the worst. Though grateful for the assistance of the others, she recognized that the sole reason for her rescue was Tang Li, the only one who truly knew her. The memory of Tang Li kicking apart the ice sculpture zombie and pulling her to safety during her most vulnerable moment lingered vividly in her mind. She did not wish for this kind-hearted girl to endure what she had experienced. Yet, it appeared that Bai Haoyu had not fallen for Feng Yu's provocations. In contrast to the concerns of Su Qingqing and Wu Lin, Fu Dong and Yin Yin were less perceptive, failing to notice any change in Bai Haoyu's demeanor. Trust between men is often straightforward. If they believe, they believe. They were confident that Bai Haoyu was not the sort to be easily swayed like Feng Yu, and they found his behavior somewhat peculiar. Bai Haoyu indeed remained unaffected by the provocations. Feng Yu, while slightly more astute than the weeping Han Xiaoshi, was still only marginally clever. Such overt attempts at manipulation are akin to a blatant ploy. If one were truly that type of person, they would be easily led astray, even if they recognized the provocation for what it was. Unfortunately, Bai Haoyu, Song Yinqing, and Qin Yan were all latecomers, and newcomers naturally needed time to integrate. A fact well understood by all. Both he and Song Yinqing were not burdened by a sense of machismo. During their previous special missions, they had encountered numerous women who excelled beyond their male counterparts. In fact, they admired capable women. Their intelligence allowed them to see that this small team revolved around Tang Li, and it was only right for such a commendable girl to be cherished. They had never intended to change anything upon joining. Little did they expect Tang Li to be so discerning and generous, quickly recognizing their abilities and placing them in the most suitable roles. If Tang Li truly wished to be captain, she would not have handed over the position to him for 2 consecutive days, only to appoint Song Yinqing as vice-captain, despite her strong wariness towards others. She fully trusted those she deemed worthy. Bai Haoyu could only conclude that this girl possessed an exceptional talent for discerning character. Come on, hurry up. What are you doing so slowly? Do you want to stay here for the new year? Why are you chatting with that bunch of fools? You'll catch their stupidity too. As Bai Haoyu and the others emerged, they saw Tang Li standing ahead, waving her arms in frustration. The group laughed. Indeed, why bother engaging with that bunch of fools, who were both dim-witted and envious? Suddenly, Tang Li smacked her forehead, realizing they had forgotten something important, that we haven't completed our mission or claimed our rewards yet. Bai Haoyu rubbed the spot on his forehead where Tang Li had struck, saying, I haven't forgotten. Before we left, I had someone go with us to collect it that we brought back a truckload of seeds, which can be exchanged for quite a bit of supplies. What about Wu Lin's registration with the team? It should have been done in front of that little white flower. It would have infuriated her. Su Qingqing had little regard for her, perceiving her as overly delicate and easily bullied, as if all the women in the world sought to intimidate her, while every man was compelled to cherish her. We can register her another day. Ultimately, these details are not of great significance that we will be leaving sooner or later, as long as we get Wu Lin's identity registered before our final day of missions. She can leave the base with us. The group proceeded to finalize the mission and claim their rewards, which amounted to a few boxes of instant noodles and drinks, with their ample supplies. They were not particularly concerned. Upon entering, Tang Li swiftly stored the items in her space to Vice Captain Song. I think we may have stirred up some trouble. Tang Li suddenly recalled their earlier exuberance. Had they been too conspicuous today? Might they have jeopardized Bai Haoyu and Song Inqing's plans for a discreet rescue and escape? Observing Bai Haoyu's questioning gaze, Song Inqing briefly explained their actions from earlier. Furrowing his brow, Song Inqing contemplated the situation and deemed it unlikely to pose a significant problem. From his recent investigations, he had learned that the higher-ups at the capital base were in disarray, with many key figures mysteriously absent, leading to a temporary chaos. While the base still managed to function, a swift resolution was imperative to prevent more severe repercussions. Thus, it was unlikely they would focus on a few ability users squabbling, especially since no actual conflict had transpired. Their actions barely contravened the base's regulations against unnecessary violence. Even if their displayed powers drew some attention, it was no cause for alarm. At worst, they would end up on various factions' watch lists, which could serve as leverage for future negotiations when the time came to assert their interests. As long as they managed to rescue the individuals and depart swiftly, they would surely catch the base's leadership off guard. After all, no one would suspect that a team capable of thriving within the capital base would choose to leave for another base or venture into the wasteland. Then let us hurry. When are we rescuing people? When are we leaving? Tang Li had grown weary of the capital base. She had had enough. Song Inqing, noticing Tang Li's head leaning against him, reached out to ruffle her hair. Remarking, feels nice. Tang Li glared at him, her hair now tousled. With a huff, she swatted his hand away, tidied her hair, and joined Su Qingqing on the couch, resting against Chun Yan's other arm. Song Inqing cast a glance at Bai Haoyu, who was watching him with an inscrutable expression, silently mouthing, "Don't worry, I won't compete with you." From their first meeting, Song Inqing had recognized that Tang Li was Bai Haoyu's type. He knew Bai Haoyu too well. Thus, he had decided not to entertain any other thoughts from the outset, capable of analyzing the situation clearly to determine the best outcome before events unfolded. Indeed, Tang Li was hard not to like. But he resolved to view her as merely a little sister. Both Bai Haoyu and Song Inqing appeared to be somewhat slow to warm up, valuing deep connections and taking their time in matters of the heart. However, in the apocalypse, avoiding romantic entanglements could be advantageous. Love can cloud one's judgment and impair rationality. They were now comrades in arms, a bond that could sometimes prove more steadfast than romantic relationships. Chapter 36. The plan. Song Inqing discussed their upcoming plans with the group. We have previously contacted Meng Yun in secret. Currently, he is suspended from all research activities due to his opposition to human experimentation. That a few individuals are keeping an eye on him, but they are not particularly troublesome. Their primary aim is to monitor his research, and they never anticipated he would attempt to flee. With the external environment so perilous, no one believes he would venture out of the base alone. So that issue is easily resolved. Song Inqing tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table, methodically explaining while contemplating countermeasures. The base likely hasn't had the opportunity to investigate our true identities yet. Besides Meng Yun, who has interacted with us for his mission, no one is aware of our specifics. Even those affiliated with Meng Lao only know of the tasks, without any details on the executors. After Meng Lao's demise, no one will know our identities or appearances. While gathering intelligence at the Y City garrison base, I was careful to report only that I was executing a confidential mission, inquiring about the current leadership responsible for missions without revealing anything further. By how you nodded. In that case, the situation seems favorable. Our information is classified, unless a true power figure is established or someone is designated to oversee this matter. No one will investigate our records. The garrison leader might report your previous connections with the military when submitting personnel lists, but with so many individuals having executed missions before the apocalypse, finding one is hardly remarkable. When we entered the base, we registered our information under our real names, and you presented yourself as an ordinary person without abilities. That I end this tumultuous period, it may become increasingly difficult to conceal our activities over time. However, for the next few days, we should manage just fine. That be why the time the verification personnel arrive in a few days. Those involved will have already departed, and in this apocalyptic world, locating them will not be an easy task. Tang Li likely comprehends the situation as well. It seems reasonable for them to leave, especially given the dangers that abound in this new reality. Who would willingly choose to face death by lingering outside? Yet, it appears that in the previous life, Bai Haoyu and Song Inching's departure was not without its challenges, while Meng Yun remained behind. However, now that Song Inching has approached Meng Yun, he clearly wishes to leave, which leaves Tang Li with an uneasy feeling that there is more to this situation than meets the eye. Nevertheless, I still harbor some apprehension. Currently, escorting Meng Yun away does not pose a significant issue, provided we carefully plan our escape route and subsequent arrangements. However, the simultaneous disappearance of a capable ability team and a research talent is bound to raise suspicions that we ought to devise a meticulous plan to ensure our vanishing appears reasonable. Song Iching turned to Tang Li, contemplating her words, and softly acknowledged, "Indeed, it is best that in the future we report our team name and names when venturing out, although our plans are well thought out. Whether we can truly reach the new city remains uncertain, that if we are recognized later on, it would be prudent to have a plausible explanation to what's the harm. If necessary, we can just change our team name." Fu Dongman casually interjected. Song Inching considered this and shook her head. "That won't do if we leave the base while still accompanied by a research personnel, and we are out in the world unharmed and fail to return. The situation itself becomes illogical that we would either harbor some unspeakable secret, or we would have ulterior motives. Coincidentally, we possess both, which means we are bound to encounter military personnel that if our identities are discovered, especially if it comes to light that we have altered our team name, it will only intensify suspicion that A.S. Fu Dong pondered over their unspeakable secrets and ulterior motives. By how you interrupted their thoughts. The Yanqing team, if discovered, can simply be said to have been simplified. The previous name was rather cumbersome, and the essence remains the same. 4 characters were too verbose, and this saves us some trouble. By how you crossed his arms, one leg resting upon the other, reclining against the sofa's backrest. Upon entering the base, we are required to register our real names along with fingerprint and facial recognition. If they choose to investigate, they will undoubtedly uncover the truth. Escaping is out of the question. Even in this apocalypse, the government retains the power to apprehend us. Therefore, we must avoid drawing attention to ourselves and refrain from conflicts in the coming days. Our abilities should be displayed in a manner consistent with our previous conduct, without any new exposures, particularly concerning Tang Li's spatial abilities, which must be kept hidden, but that's quite simple. We can stage our own deaths. Su Qingqing suggested that we could pick the most perilous task available in the base's mission hall, one that appears life-threatening to the average person. Then we can merely linger there, given our abilities, even if the task proves challenging. We can always choose not to engage. That I've been diligently practicing my MIS skills daily, and my endurance has improved significantly. Our chances of escape will still be considerable, that we can leave behind some items to create the illusion that we perished there, leading them to believe we met our end. That as Su Qingqing spoke, she manipulated the wind and water to release her MIS skills. Ever since Tang Li had informed her of this technique, which she had painstakingly researched in her previous life, she had been training without respite, solely to enhance their chances of survival in this apocalypse. While it may seem that her laid-back demeanor leads her to rest wherever she goes, in truth, it stems from the exhaustion of her mental energy and powers. Thus, even though Su Qingqing appeared lazier after the onset of the apocalypse than before, Tang Li still doted on her, gathering comfortable sofas for her to rest upon. Initially, the others were unaware of this, merely perceiving her as a naturally lazy person with a temper befitting a young lady, yet they did not mind her demeanor. However, as time passed, they frequently observed the mist surrounding her, and after experiencing the potency of her mist abilities, they came to realize her relentless training. The team, comprised entirely of ability users, understood the feelings that accompanied the depletion of one's powers. Thus, they recognized why she often required rest. However, due to the immense utility of the mist skill in the early days of the apocalypse, they refrained from suggesting that she should not be so driven, for they all benefited from the protection her skill afforded them. Consequently, when they could, they allowed her to rest undisturbed, permitting her to lounge as she pleased, leaning on whomever she chose, without anyone daring to criticize her, even going so far as to reserve her preferred spots. Chapter 37. The most miserable team. Song Inching noticed Su Qingqing, sprawled on the sofa, had opened her eyes and resumed practicing her abilities. He ceased to moderate his speaking volume, directing his gaze towards Su Qingqing and reverting to a normal tone. Feigning our deaths is a brilliant idea, but if we do so, we must avoid entering any base afterward. If we do, the required identifications will inevitably reveal our true identities. At that point, how will we explain ourselves? Even though the apocalypse has led to sudden upheaval, the nearby bases are certainly in close contact with the capital base. Su Qingqing looked up, furrowing her brow at Song Incheng. I once thought you were as clever as a fox, but now you seem somewhat disillusioned. Truly, no matter how astute you may be, your loyalty to the state blinds you to the possibility of deception. You haven't even considered the simplicity of faking our deaths. What will you do if we are discovered? What can we do? We continue to lie. She retorted that haven't you seen idle dramas? They often feature such plots. The male lead embarks on a perilous mission, facing near certain death, only to survive against all odds. For instance, he might be saved at the last moment or have an unusual heart placement, preventing his demise. However, due to severe injuries, he cannot return and must recuperate outside, leading everyone to believe he has perished. When he is eventually found, it is revealed he has miraculously survived. Su Qingqing launched into an enthusiastic recounting of a typical idle drama plot. Her excitement palpable. Fu Dong stared at her, speechless, before managing to voice his thoughts. So, are you suggesting that our team has an abnormal heart placement or that we have been saved by an unseen master? Tang Li, who shared a tacit understanding with Su Qingqing, quickly interjected, we needn't complicate matters. That if we are discovered, we can simply claim we escaped. Our absence from the base can be attributed to searching for family or any other plausible excuse. No one will demand a detailed rationale from us, as long as we do not appear guilty. After listening to their fanciful musings, by how you decisively concluded, let us go with that. Whenever an explanation is needed, we will maintain this narrative without disclosing our actual destination to anyone. However, both of our identities are on record, so it would be unwise to fabricate family members. That if anyone has genuine relatives, they should speak up. Otherwise, we cannot invent them. Tang Li noticed the look by how you cast her way and hastily shook her head. Neither Qingqing nor I have anyone to seek out. That I have none, and she couldn't find them before the apocalypse. So it is futile to think about it now. Su Qingqing nodded in agreement. Yin Yin fell silent for a moment, lowering his head, his voice hoarse as he spoke. I have lost my family as well. They vanished the moment the apocalypse began. That I buried them with my own hands. Tang Li sighed at Yin Yin's expression, knowing his story from her past life. Unfortunately, the sudden turn of events had rendered any possibility of contact between them prior to the apocalypse impossible. Even if they could reach him, Yin Yan's grandmother had succumbed to the mutated zombie virus upon the onset of the apocalypse. Given her age, she would not have survived, and even if she were to be reborn 100 times, there would be no way to assist her. Su Qingqing cast a glance at Yin Yin, falling into silence as well. Fu Dong extended a hand, leaning over to pat Yin Yin's back and shoulder. Hey, what about you, little Yin? He wished to divert the conversation away from this sorrowful topic, glancing at the silent Qin Yin, and smoothly shifted the subject. I have lost everything too. I in my small town. Hardly anyone survived. They either mutated into monsters or were killed by their transformed relatives. Most of the young people from our town went off to work, leaving behind only the elderly, the weak, and women. They lacked the capacity to survive. After the apocalypse arrived, they could not endure. I was the only relatively capable young person left. My parents went off to work when I was little and never returned. They used to send money home, but eventually that ceased, and I lost all contact. I was raised by my grandfather, and after his passing, my second aunt occasionally provided me with food to prevent me from starving. I also worked to earn a bit of money. The day the apocalypse struck, my second aunt transformed into a zombie, and I had to kill her. I was terrified. I locked myself away at home. And somehow, I developed mental abilities. When I encountered Brother Bai and Brother Song, it was Song who discovered my distress signal and rescued me. I owe my survival entirely to Brother Song. As Chun Yin spoke, she suddenly burst into tears. Upon hearing Fu Dong inquire about Qin Yin, Song Inching, and by how you felt an uneasy sensation, as it evidently touched upon the child's painful memories. Seeing Chun Yin begin to weep, Song Inching could only approach and sit beside her, gently patting her head in a gesture of comfort. After all, she was a child he had raised. He could not simply disregard her feelings. Tang Li hastily handed a tissue to Chun Yan. Su Qingqing glanced at Fu Dong, her eyes seemingly conveying, You certainly have a talent for changing the topic to something pleasant. Fu Dong slapped his own face in frustration. Lamenting his poor judgment, he recalled that Chen Yin had mentioned being rescued by Song Enxing and by Hao Yu. Upon reflection, it was clear that most of her family was likely no longer alive. How could he have steered the conversation in that direction? What to do now? Perhaps he should divert the topic once more. Fu Dong discreetly glanced at Wu Lin, who exuded a sense of strength. Su Qingqing followed Fu Dong's gaze and, upon realizing he was looking at Wu Lin, hurriedly shot him a warning glance. Was he really contemplating changing the subject again? After just having made someone cry, he seemed oblivious to the need for sensitivity. When they had rescued Wu Lin, her own past was far from pleasant, and she had never mentioned her family. Who could say if it was appropriate to bring it up? Wu Lin caught Fu Dong's furtive glance and noticed Su Qingqing's admonishing expression, which struck her as somewhat amusing. Did I have lost them too? They were gone even before the apocalypse. My father had an accident at work, leaving behind a mountain of debt, and my mother died in a car crash while trying to gather funds. As she spoke, Wu Lin sighed, covering her face with her hands, obscuring her expression. That I still remember the day my mother had the accident. She was driving past a railway crossing, and I don't know if she was rushing or simply didn't see the train coming. I also wonder why the barrier wasn't lowered in advance to stop the vehicles. That I vividly recall the moment when the police notified us to identify her. The terror etched on her face is something I will never forget. It was the first time I realized that the portrayal of people being severely frightened in dramas was indeed true, as her hair stood on end and could not be tamed no matter how much I tried. I began working early to help my family pay off the debts. Perhaps the Ari, even if he is the one wielding the knife rather than being the meat to be butchered. And even if that meat belongs to a villain of the utmost depravity, he would still be haunted by an inescapable sense of guilt. Chapter 39. S-Class Mission. The Yanqing team waited 2 days and finally received an opportunity. The mission hall at the base issued a red S-Class special task, with as denoting extraordinary danger as well as exceptional rewards. The primary objective of this mission was to gather supplies at the West Street department store in the capital, requiring the retrieval of a specific amount of winter clothing to deem the task complete. The reward for completing the mission was a permanent residence within the base for the team that accomplished it, granting them the privilege of solitude, free from the need to share space with other teams or ability users. Additionally, the base would provide a week's supply of drinking water, allocated at 1 liter per person per day, calculated based on the number of individuals in the team at the time of accepting the mission. Moreover, any other supplies brought back that were not required for the mission would not need to be surrendered to the base. Of course, if they could also provide detailed information regarding the current state of West Street to assist future teams, additional rewards could be negotiated. While the mission sounded deceptively simple, being classified as S-Class indicated its true complexity. Ordinary supply retrieval missions did not warrant such high rewards. The department store had been the most frequented place in West Street prior to the apocalypse, offering a plethora of goods, catering to both casual shoppers and vendors alike. With everything from clothing and footwear to snacks and delicacies, the stalls operated year-round without a break, and the night market thrived in the evening, creating a bustling atmosphere at any hour, often resulting in scenes of overcrowding. Hence, the number of zombies in that area could only be imagined. After the apocalypse, the authority of the government had been significantly diminished, making every surviving military unit precious and not to be squandered lightly. To conserve military strength, the base opted to distribute tasks sporadically among ability user teams, allowing them to scout the area first. Once a detailed assessment of the department store was made, and it was determined that a complete supply retrieval mission could be executed, the base would naturally dispatch troops to thoroughly clear the area and retrieve the supplies. The Yanqing team found this mission appealing for 2 reasons. Firstly, it was located far from the base with fewer living individuals nearby, and ordinary teams would typically shy away from such a high-level task, affording them considerable freedom. Secondly, this was currently the most challenging mission. If they were to disappear without a trace, it would not be particularly shocking, as their true capabilities remained unknown to others. Once they departed from the capital, this mission might serve to obscure the fact that they were still alive for a while longer. After deliberation, the Yanqing team made their decision, and on the second day following the mission's issuance, by Hao Yu, accompanied by all members of the Yanqing team, arrived at the mission hall and accepted the S-Class task in front of many onlookers within the base. He also registered Wu Lin as a member of the Haiyan Huqing team, indicating their collective participation in the mission. It seemed as though fate had conspired in a peculiar manner, as the Fenglai team was also present that day. Tang Li watched Han Xiaoshi and Feng Yu with amusement. Ever since coming to terms with certain matters, she was rather curious about what mischief they might conjure up upon their next encounter. Akin to watching a captivating performance. However, unbeknownst to her, Han Xiaoshi was either frightened or thoroughly embarrassed, remaining silent throughout the encounter. Feng Yu, too, appeared lost in thought, maintaining a demeanor of quietness. Tang Li found the situation rather dull. In their previous lives, neither of them had exhibited such personalities. The initial intimidation upon their first meeting this lifetime had evidently subdued them, proving that even the most wicked of souls tend to fear strength and bully the weak. Han Xiaoshi observed by Hao Yu personally registering the newly joined Wu Lin into the Haiyan Heqing team. Her head bowed in palpable resentment. What nonsense! The vehicle is full. The house cannot accommodate any more. These are mere excuses. Why is it that Wu Lin can waltz in and receive everything without consequence? Clearly, this is the doing of Tang Li. When she first attempted to strike up a conversation, both Tang Li and Su Qingqing feigned ignorance of her existence, after which every member of their team ignored her. Subsequently, no matter her efforts, they refused to permit her entry into their ranks, undoubtedly influenced by Tang Li's disparagement of her behind the scenes. "Excuse me, are you members of the Haiyan Heqing team?" Just as Tang Li began to grow weary of the scenario, a dapper gentleman approached with a graceful demeanor. Bai Hao Yu, accompanied by the registered Wu Lin, stepped forward, addressing the gentleman that "I am the captain of the Haiyan Heqing team. May I inquire what brings you here, sir?" "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Meng Yun, a researcher from the Capital Base's Research Institute and an ability user of the fire element." Meng Yun extended a friendly hand toward Bai Hao Yu. Bai Hao Yu reciprocated with polite formality, shaking Meng Yun's hand. Bai Hao Yu. The remaining members of the Yanqing team, unfamiliar with Meng Yun, quickly understood that he was the individual they were to escort. "The matter is thus. My research on abilities has encountered a bottleneck. That is, I am also an ability user. I wish to venture outside to observe the changes in my abilities through combat with zombies. While also conducting research on live specimens of zombies that I have heard that your team is quite formidable, so I wish to join you for this mission. Rest assured, my abilities are sufficient, and I will not hinder your progress." With a flick of his wrist, Meng Yun conjured a flame that danced elegantly in his palm, akin to a beautiful maiden in motion. With a mere gesture of his fingers, he transformed the flame into several fireballs, which he manipulated deftly between his fingers, resembling a series of burning walnuts. The surrounding ability users stared in awe. His mastery of abilities was on par with that of the Haiyan Heqing team during their display of power that day, perhaps even demonstrating greater technical proficiency. While conducting research, Meng Yun had simultaneously honed his own abilities through varied training, enhancing his control, though lacking combat experience, that he had long harbored the desire to venture out, to study and observe zombies up close, to experience the fluctuations in his abilities during combat, and to explore the survival methods and habits of other mutated flora and fauna. However, most researchers at the base had not awakened offensive abilities and were unable to protect themselves, leaving him as the sole individual with such aspirations. Given his earlier inclinations, his current actions did not seem out of place. Others would merely interpret it as an impulsive endeavor to engage in dangerous research after being barred from participating in the latest studies. Bai Hao Yu appeared to seek the team's consensus before addressing Meng Yun. "Our mission is perilous and may extend over a lengthy duration. Returning prematurely will not be feasible. Furthermore, our supplies are limited. So you must bring your own provisions and vehicle, that in the event of danger, we cannot guarantee your safety. Of course, I am fully equipped with supplies, having prepared everything, and I have provisions for you as well. All I ask is that you protect me when within your capabilities. My supplies and vehicle are at my residence, and I will need you to accompany me to retrieve them. After the mission's completion, I will not take any of the supplies we collect. They will all belong to you." Bai Hao Yu nodded in agreement. "That a pleasure to cooperate." Meng Yun extended his hand once more for a shake with Bai Hao Yu. Chapter 40. Chewing Gum. Just as they were about to depart, Meng Yun suddenly turned his attention to Su Qingqing, who was standing off to the side with her arms crossed, and flashed a gentlemanly smile. My driving skills are quite commendable. May I have the honor of inviting this lady to accompany me in my vehicle?" Su Qingqing, arms still crossed, scrutinized him with her captivating peach blossom eyes. This man is rather intriguing. Accompanying you is acceptable, but I shall be the one driving. I am renowned as the racing champion of El City, the god of Mount Akin, with a delicate finger. She snatched the car keys from Meng Yun's grasp, tossing him a wink as she sauntered past. Meng Yun maintained his smile, bowing graciously to Tang Li, Wu Lin, and Qin Yan. "Ladies, please." Tang Li blinked curiously, surprised to discover that Meng Yun possessed such charm. She had previously envisioned him as a bespectacled figure in a plaid shirt, but if he hadn't revealed his identity, few would believe he was a researcher. Rather, he resembled a mature, sophisticated gentleman from high society. Wu Lin followed closely behind Su Qingqing, giving Meng Yun a nod without much display of emotion. Qin Yan also cast a curious glance at Meng Yun before hastily pulling Tang Li along to exit. Han Xiaoshu watched their retreating figures, her previously calmed mind now consumed by jealousy. Why is it that all the admirable men only have eyes for Tang Li and Su Qingqing? That elegant gentleman is almost as handsome as Bai Haoyu. Yet he is so easily charmed by Su Qingqing. Indeed, he possesses a face that captivates. Bai Gu, Captain Bai. As she witnessed them preparing to leave, Han Xiaoshu could no longer suppress her impulsive feelings and rushed to stand before Bai Haoyu. Bai Haoyu regarded the persistent woman with a cold demeanor, his eyes betraying a hint of impatience. "That I noticed you accepted a rather dangerous task earlier. Few teams within the base are willing to take it on. Our Fenglai team is also contemplating whether to seek a partner for the mission. Although there were many misunderstandings regarding Tang Li that day, which left everyone rather uncomfortable, I still find myself concerned for your safety. Perhaps our teams could undertake the mission together. After all, there is strength in numbers, and it would be safer that way." Han Xiaoshu impulsively intercepted by Haoyu and Meng Yun. The events of today were simply too unexpected. She had not yet formulated what to say. However, upon seeing Bai Haoyu's apparent impatience when she approached him, a sudden spark of inspiration led her to fabricate a reason that sounded somewhat plausible. While feigning a genuinely concerned expression, Bai Haoyu ignored her entirely, his gaze drifting past her to focus on Feng Yu, raising an eyebrow and flashing a mischievous smile. "What is this? Is the Wind and Thunder team preparing to merge with my Haiyan Heching team?" Feng Yu, upon hearing Han Xiaoshu's words, felt a fleeting temptation. Their squad was indeed formidable, and collaborating with them on missions could offer greater safety. They could remain on the periphery, avoiding deep involvement, and should any danger arise, they could retreat swiftly, even if it meant taking a smaller share of resources. However, merging with them was out of the question. What was Bai Haoyu thinking? With so many members in their squad, why would they consider merging with his? The name of their team sounded like something only an old-timer would come up with. It was quite a fanciful notion. "Captain Bai, you jest that we are merely seeking a team to undertake missions together." With no intention of merging with anyone, Feng Yu remarked, his posture straight and proud, that he believed their squad was sizable, with numerous ability users, and they had recently recruited several more. Though his current team members may not seem as capable as Bai Haoyu's, he held firm in the belief that, given time, their abilities would surpass theirs. Feng Yu was convinced that his squad had the potential to become the premier team within the capital base. Viewing Bai Haoyu's group as nothing extraordinary, Bai Haoyu's eyes glinted with mockery. "Captain Feng, you don't plan on merging with us? If you're not going to be my team members, what gives you the right to expect my assistance? Are you truly prepared to fight alongside us, or are you merely trailing behind, hoping to pick up the scraps? Since you have such confidence in undertaking S-rank missions, why not take them on yourselves? Based on the reaction times of your team the other day, I find it hard to believe that you possess the capability to assist us rather than hinder us." Feng Yu could not tolerate being looked down upon. However, he was acutely aware of his team's limitations. They were far from being able to take on S-rank missions. Even if he was optimistic about their future, the reality of their current inadequacies was undeniable, and he could not afford to overinflate their capabilities. Especially since they had only recently formed, familiarity among members was lacking, and unity was still a work in progress. Even C-rank missions felt somewhat ambitious. "Well then, if Captain Bai is unwilling, my team merely intended to kindly remind you to prioritize safety. It seems you do not require our assistance, so I wish you a safe return," Feng Yu said, his tone polite, yet laced with a hint of sarcasm. Han Xiaoshu, eager for the Wind and Thunder team to merge with Haiyan Heching, had come to understand Feng Yu's prideful nature quite well over the past few days. She recognized that he was someone who valued his dignity above all else, and was reluctant to be subordinate to anyone. Given the current dynamics of the team, her willingness to express such sentiments would likely provoke Feng Yu's disdain. She had initially hoped to subtly forge a closer relationship with Bai Haoyu, believing that with the Wind and Thunder team's considerable abilities, he might be tempted to absorb them, thereby elevating their status to the top team within the base. Yet, she had not anticipated Bai Haoyu's bluntness with Feng Yu, effectively closing that door. "But I'm sorry, Brother Bai. That was not my intention, that I am merely concerned for your safety, that Mr. Meng is a researcher within the base, and his safety is equally important. Brother Bai should also consider his well-being, that Mr. Meng, since Brother Bai's team is undertaking S-rank missions, which are perilous. If your research does not necessitate such dangerous tasks, we can accompany you on B-rank missions instead. We will do our utmost to assist you with your research," Han Xiaoshi implored, striving to convey her sincerity through her tone and expression. Meng Yan smiled faintly, "That I apologize, miss, but it is precisely because I have investigated the capabilities of the Haiyan Huching team that I chose to venture out. As for your Wind and Thunder team, it seems you were only established a couple of days ago. Based on my findings, frankly speaking, if I were to encounter any danger, your team does not appear to possess the ability to protect me." "I apologize," Mississippi Meng Yan gestured for Han Xiaoshi to step aside, nodding at Bai Haoyu before proceeding to walk out with him. Throughout the exchange, Bai Haoyu had not spared Han Xiaoshi a single glance, feeling as though she would cling to him like a stubborn piece of gum if he looked her way for even a moment. Chapter 41. Mission. Ignoring Han Xiaoshi's resentful expression behind him, Meng Yan led the members of the Haiyan Huching team to his residence. "Mr. Meng, is this all you have? Is there anything else that needs to be secretly taken?" Tang Li quietly inquired, eyeing the large backpack Meng Yan had packed. "Secretly taken?" Meng Yan chuckled at Tang Li's furtive demeanor. Bai Haoyu smiled at Meng Yan, placing a hand over his mouth to lower his voice as he mimicked Tang Li's whispering, spatial ability, and pointed at Tang Li. Meng Yan's mouth formed an exaggerated S. He feigned realization, gesturing for Tang Li to come closer and speaking softly, "Come, follow me." The others behind him wore expressions of exasperation, yet could not suppress their smiles, stifling their laughter. Su Qingqing, well aware of her best friend's antics, remained expressionless. However, she rolled her eyes dramatically when she saw both Bai Haoyu and Song Enqing play along with Tang Li's childish act, deeply questioning their collective intelligence and maturity. Despite the lightheartedness, Meng Yan was serious as he began packing his research equipment and personal belongings, leaving only essentials for daily use in a large hiking backpack. He then led them to his private garage. "Beautiful racer lady, all of these vehicles were meticulously chosen by me before the apocalypse, but if you still find one worthy of your title as a racing queen, feel free to select one." Meng Yan gestured toward the array of cars lined up before them. Su Qingqing twirled the car keys she had snatched from Meng Yan earlier, stepping forward to inspect them. Surprisingly, the vehicles were impressive. A mountain off-roader, a modified sports car, a pickup truck, and 2 military vehicles. Aside from the sports car, the practicality of the other vehicles was unexpectedly appealing. This flashy man turned out to be quite the pragmatist. As a racer herself, Su Qingqing cherished fine automobiles, and the prospect of leaving any of them behind was unthinkable. In the apocalypse, vehicles had become consumables, and they needed to keep some in reserve. Their current vehicle had already sustained considerable damage. While it was possible to scavenge cars from the streets, they were rarely practical or clean, especially if they contained zombies. However, observing the cautious demeanor of Bai Haoyu and Song Enqing made her apprehensive about the potential repercussions of taking the cars. "Deputy Captain, can we take them all?" Su Qingqing sought to first gauge Song Enqing's opinion. If he agreed, they would proceed, but if not, then they wouldn't. Song Enqing pondered for a moment, turning to Meng Yan. "If we take all the cars, will it raise suspicion? Are there tracking devices installed? How many people know about the vehicles in your garage?" Meng Yan was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. "All of them? Each person takes one. My vehicles do have tracking systems, but they were installed by my father and have no connection to the higher-ups. Only my father's car has devices installed by them. But it's not here. This is my private collection that I doubt anyone is paying attention to how many cars I own. Before the apocalypse, I rarely drove, and since then, I haven't touched these vehicles. Of course, if you're concerned, you can remove the tracking systems. We likely won't need them." Though Meng Yan did not grasp their intentions, he answered Song Enqing's questions earnestly. Upon hearing his response, Song Enqing exchanged a glance with Bai Haoyu, and they both proceeded to inspect several vehicles. During their previous special missions, they had encountered such devices countless times, and within minutes, they had dismantled the tracking systems installed in the cars. After Bai Haoyu removed the last device, he emerged from the vehicle holding a pile of dismantled equipment, thoroughly checking the garage to ensure everything was in order before nodding at Tang Li. Tang Li understood the signal. Which one shall we keep? Su Qingqing paused her fidgeting with the keys and pressed the unlock button, causing the mountain off-roader to emit a couple of beeps. This one. The dialogue was overly succinct, yet Meng Yun remained perplexed. Just as he contemplated asking something, he turned his head to see Tang Li shifting her gaze, and with each glance at a vehicle, it seemed to vanish in a thin air, leaving only the off-road vehicle that Su Qingqing had chosen moments earlier. That Su Qingqing opened the door of the SUV and tilted her head towards Meng Yun, signaling him to get in. Meng Yun's eyelids twitched uncontrollably twice, his expression a mixture of shock and confusion as he looked towards Song Inching. The Research Institute at the capital base was currently engrossed in the study of human abilities. And as a participant in the research, he was acutely aware of the typical dimensions of an ordinary spatial ability user's space. Thus, he had not considered spatial abilities until now. However, the spatial ability demonstrated by Tang Li was nearly on par with the base's foremost spatial ability user. Song Inching patted his shoulder, urging him to board the vehicle first to alleviate Meng Yun's confusion. Song Inching and Tang Li also entered the same vehicle. The remaining members of the group drove off in their previous Land Rover, and the ensemble appeared to leave the base with a light-hearted demeanor, akin to embarking on a casual mission, raising no suspicions. Inside the vehicle, Song Inching briefly introduced Meng Yun to the situation of the Yanqing team. Describing Tang Li's spatial abilities in terms of the size she typically needed to manifest. Though he was aware that it was much more than that, he refrained from delving deeper into the matter with Meng Yun. Even with trust, some details need not be elaborated upon. Merely mentioning what Meng Yun would eventually learn on his own, that he also cautioned Meng Yun to keep Tang Li's substantial spatial ability a secret to prevent any meddlesome thoughts from arising. Meng Yun possessed a keen understanding and acceptance, absorbing everything Song Inching conveyed while refraining from probing further into unspoken matters. The topic soon shifted as he began to direct Su Qingqing, relying on his pre-apocalypse experience to estimate which routes would be more navigable. After all, he was the most familiar with the terrain in the capital among the Yanqing team. Bai Haoyu had some knowledge of the area as well. But seeing Su Qingqing's vehicle overtake him, he concluded that Meng Yun was more adept at navigating the terrain and chose to follow closely behind her vehicle instead, under Meng Yun's guidance. The two vehicles traversed paths where fewer humans had roamed pre-apocalypse, encountering manageable zombies along the way. Fortunately, they did not face any situations requiring them to disembark and clear obstacles. They managed to maneuver through with a few bumps and jostles. Chapter 42. West Street Commercial Center. However, upon nearing the vicinity of the West Street Commercial Center, the group realized the situation was far from optimistic. This area had once been the most bustling locale. But the closer they approached the commercial center, the more zombies they encountered, densely packed to the point that even with Su Qingqing's missed ability, they would have to collide with zombies to pass through. Unable to circumvent them, fearing a potential overturn, Song Inching utilized his wood-type ability to conjure simple vine whips, striking at zombies to clear their path, supplemented by Su Qingqing's extensive mist skill, barely allowing them to inch forward. Once the West Street Commercial Center came into clear view, the vehicle could no longer proceed. The group found a suitable spot to disembark, and Tang Li disdainfully stowed away the vehicle, were it not for the necessity to conserve resources. She would have preferred to abandon it entirely, that Su Qingqing maintained her missed ability, and the group formed a protective circle around her to shield her from distractions. Tang Li retrieved weapons stored in her space, such as tang knives and watermelon knives, distributing them among her companions. She communicated through gestures to indicate the use of these weapons against the zombies. Given their proximity to the undead, it was prudent to minimize verbal communication. Even with the missed ability's influence, the zombies could still detect sounds, and the more they spoke, the more they risked attracting attention. To conserve energy, Tang Li, Bai Haoyu, and Yin Yin took turns clearing the path ahead, while Wu Lin and Meng Yun stood by to address unexpected occurrences, and Fu Dong and Song Inching positioned themselves at the rear for defense. Bai Haoyu and Yin Yin had initially intended to shoulder more of the burden. Considering Tang Li was but a young girl, a university student prior to the apocalypse, now faced with such gruesome and brutal scenes. However, when they glanced over, they found that Tang Li required no assistance. With swift and decisive movements, she dispatched the zombies, either severing their heads or compelling them to retreat, quickly clearing her immediate vicinity. Observing Tang Li, both men exchanged astonished glances, realizing that their military backgrounds afforded them keen insight into the art of killing. Such a clean and efficient method was not something one could simply learn. Zombies, while no longer fully human, still retained a human-like anatomy. Human bones are dense and robust, making it essential to possess a certain skill to sever a head, unless one possessed a strength-type ability. Yet Tang Li could pinpoint the vulnerabilities of each zombie with precision. Although everyone had previously used abilities against zombies, the sensation of plunging a knife into their flesh was distinct. Not everyone could endure such a visceral experience. Reflecting on their military days, where even seasoned men needed time to acclimate to killing, the notion of a young girl, a sheltered university student, engaging in such brutality was perplexing. Bai Haoyu glanced back and noted that even Su Qingqing, protected within the circle, along with Wu Lin and Fu Dong, wore expressions of distress. Chen Yin's face was pale, the knife trembling in his grip, prompting Tang Li to step behind him. Just this observation led Bai Haoyu and Yin to infer that Tang Li had undoubtedly taken lives before. However, it was inconceivable that a university girl prior to the apocalypse would possess such lethal prowess. Her technique suggested experience gained in the initial days of the outbreak, as Fu Dong had mentioned that the two girls had fled after completing the collection at this section's counter. Several young ladies promptly returned, wasting no time at all, accomplishing the task in under 5 minutes. "You truly are impressive, knowing all this," Tang Li remarked, giving Meng Yin a thumbs up in admiration upon her return. "You're flattering me. I've merely written a paper and done a bit of research," Meng Yin replied with a modest smile. Bai Haoyu, observing the tense atmosphere, yet noticing the two individuals engaging in mutual flattery, suggested, "If you're looking for high glycerin content, we could head to the pharmacy. The glycerin in glycerin suppositories is the highest." Tang Li responded with a puzzled expression. "Is that even a coherent statement?" Once the counters and stalls were nearly cleared, the group made their way to the supermarket section. Song Inqing and Fu Dong remained vigilant, silently dispatching any zombies they encountered. The others retrieved several shopping baskets, remaining alert while tossing items inside. Once a basket was full, they handed it directly to Tang Li. "Yingu, over here. There are shopping carts. Quickly transform some coins for me, so we can take the carts." Fu Dong called out, spotting a row of interconnected shopping carts that he rummaged through his pockets but could only produce a single yuan, immediately beckoning Yin. The shopping carts required a 1 yuan coin to unlock the chain and take them away. And who better than Yin, with his metallic abilities, to accomplish this? Fu Dong felt a sense of pride in his cleverness. Yin approached, and as Fu Dong pointed to the slot for the 1 yuan coin, he asked, "Do you remember what a 1 yuan coin looks like? Perhaps you could fashion one based on this slot shape. Although it might be a bit cumbersome, it was essential to create several. If we take a few carts, it will save Tang Li the trouble of collecting items one by one, which would be exhausting in terms of mental energy, that it would draw too much attention if we simply move the shelves. Everyone would know our team had been here. What if they discovered her space is vast?" Yin regarded him with a look of incredulity, and after listening to his rambling, he summoned his metallic powers to sever all the chains connecting the shopping carts in one swift motion before pushing one away without uttering a word. Heading straight for the shelves to load items, Fu Dong stood there with a single yuan in hand, feeling as though someone had pressed the pause button on him, as he prepared to retrieve a cart. He caught a glimpse of the entire scene, including Chun Yan's earlier smug demeanor, and couldn't help but let out a snicker. He quickly composed himself, suppressing a smile as he pushed a cart past Fu Dong, hoping to avoid drawing his attention. The others, having been alert to their surroundings, also caught sight of the incident, but refrained from teasing him due to the circumstances, merely turning their backs to Fu Dong. Suppressing their laughter, Fu Dong seemed to be liberated by Chun Yan's laughter, stiffly pushing a cart and searching a nearby counter, acting as if nothing had transpired. The group moved through the supermarket like a swarm of locusts, leaving behind nothing but empty shelves, having cleared all the food. Once a cart was filled, they handed it to Tang Li, who, with a sweep of her mental energy, stored both the cart and its contents in her space. She showed no restraint in comparison to when they gathered clothing and miscellaneous items outside. After all, this was food. What is most precious in a post-apocalyptic world? Food and water. They had water manipulators. And though they currently had enough food, they couldn't afford to overlook it, especially as they lacked any food-type abilities. Food is a consumable and will inevitably run out. Furthermore, even if they let some go, there was no guarantee that other teams wouldn't come and seize it afterward. At this moment, there was no need to fear offending others. In a world devoid of food, survival was paramount, and no one would concern themselves with such matters. Tang Li focused primarily on gathering larger items, such as boxes of biscuits, canned milk powder, and snack drinks, sweeping them directly into the cart without a second glance. She collected all frozen foods without leaving any behind. Having been over a month since the apocalypse began, many places had already lost power. The commercial center still had electricity due to its backup power supply, but it wouldn't be long before that ceased as well. The base could arrive at any time, and without space manipulators, these items would inevitably spoil. Wasting food in the apocalypse is the gravest sin. Tang Li was particularly delighted to see a freezer filled with various ice creams still intact, and took them all away. Although she possessed ice abilities, this was different. Ice cream brings joy. She also cleared out the ready-to-eat food section, as they had no idea how much more edible stock would remain in the underground food court of B1. However, they had no intention of searching the supermarket storage rooms. Their supplies were sufficient, and they only needed to take what was necessary or what couldn't be stored, with so many people at the base needing to eat. The West Street Commercial Center, while not the most resource-rich, was abundant in variety. Clearing out this location would yield a significant haul, as evidenced by their first S-rank mission here. They weren't greedy or intent on cutting off others' chances of survival. They simply wished to avoid being hunted by the base. Despite the apocalypse, one should not underestimate the formidable power of a vast nation. If she were to clear out the West Street Commercial Center completely, even half of it, she would likely be tracked down no matter where she fled, and it would be uncertain who would be cutting off whose chances at that point. With such a powerful space ability, she might even end up being dissected for research. The base undoubtedly possessed a general understanding of the quantity of goods available here, along with the number of teams that could access this place. How much they could take, and what would ultimately remain. Aside from these considerations, Tang Li calculated how far they could escape before the base arrived to clear out the area, weighing various factors in her mind. In addition to taking all the visible food, they gathered other items within a normal space manipulator's capacity, ensuring they did not attract excessive attention. Even if they were discovered to have space abilities, it wouldn't matter. At least they wouldn't be in the capital at that time. Moreover, since the base had dispatched teams to this area, they likely didn't expect any visible food to remain. Song and Qing noted Tang Li's contemplative expression and felt a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, she was a clever girl. It's fine. The quantity is insufficient for the base to suspect your uniqueness. They might speculate that we haven't encountered any trouble or that we possess a space manipulator. But they wouldn't guess that we could take so much. We can frame this for the other teams that arrive later. Most of the teams that manage to get here will likely have space manipulators. No one can inspect how much is in a space manipulator's inventory, and even if a team with a space manipulator returns to the base with a bounty, the base cannot control it. Song and Qing shared the research data he had seen at the Research Institute with Tang Li, saying as long as we don't go overboard, it should be fine. I've seen the base's investigations regarding space manipulators. An ordinary space manipulator can typically hold around 70 to 80 cubic meters. That if we limit ourselves to the capacity of 3 space manipulators, we shouldn't encounter major issues by the time the base discovers it. We should have covered half the distance based on the pre-apocalypse road conditions. However, post-apocalypse, road conditions are unpredictable, so it's hard to say, but it should suffice. Chapter 44. The Foreseen Danger. Song and Qing raised his gaze towards the direction of the base, reflecting that Tang Li's reasoning was indeed sound, that if she truly had the ability to carry everything away, she could not execute it so brazenly. The base might not pursue them, but if news of their possessing space manipulators and carrying a significant amount of supplies spread, their journey would be fraught with unrest. Tang Li, reassured by Song and Qing's words, nodded in agreement. With that, she felt no further anxiety. The words of the expert were undoubtedly correct. The group continued to advance in a protective formation, with Tang Li eager to gather supplies. Bai Haoyu shifted to Tang Li's right side, positioning himself slightly ahead to clear obstacles for her as they moved. Qin Yan, having regained her composure, yet still lacking in strength, found herself positioned between Tang Li and Yin Yin. Under Yin Yan's watchful EYE.AS, they passed the toy section. Members of the Yin Qing team noticed that several plush toys inexplicably disappeared from their vicinity. Casting sidelong glances at Tang Li, likely grasping her preferences, with a blush on her cheeks, Chun Yin shyly offered a Barbie doll to Tang Li. Tang Li glanced at the Barbie doll she had abandoned for lacking fur and nodded in understanding. Recognizing that Chun Yin was still young and fond of such toys, with a sweep of her mental energy, she collected an entire row of various Barbie princesses into her space and then patted Chun Yin's head with a smile. Chun Yin, observing Tang Li's actions, felt she might have been misunderstood and blinked innocently, remaining silent. In truth, she thought the Barbie doll resembled Tang Li, but possessing a multitude of Barbie dolls would also be acceptable. Fu Dong, keen to follow suit, brought over several remote-controlled airplanes and handed them to Tang Li. She scanned them and stored them away, then paused to consider that she might have overlooked the others. What if someone else liked toys but was too shy to speak up? Turning to her companions, she regarded them with a questioning gaze. Everyone quickly shook their heads, indicating they had no interest in such childish items. After confirming that no one desired them, Tang Li prepared to leave, but glanced one last time at a pile of squeaky chickens and pink pigs, along with various other sound-making toys stacked in the aisle. An idea struck her, and for reasons unknown, she felt that perhaps they might come in handy, prompting her to collect those as well. Having nearly finished collecting items from the supermarket, the group prepared to transition to the food court on the lower level. As she approached the escalator, preparing to descend, Tang Li suddenly halted, sensing an inexplicable danger emanating from her mental perception that seemed to threaten her from below. That moment, Chun Yin beside her tugged at her arm, while Song Inqing and Bai Haoyu also came to a stop simultaneously. The four of them were the strongest in mental prowess within the Yin Qing team, and they all sensed the imminent danger almost concurrently. Bai Haoyu signaled for everyone to remain vigilant. Fu Dong listened intently. The only sounds were those of zombies, but they were not abundant. Bai Haoyu furrowed his brow, realizing that a scarcity of zombies was not a good sign. The food city was typically the most crowded place. If there were not many zombies, it implied that many had already fled the area, that it was akin to a king emerging in a forest, causing other creatures to steer clear of his domain. Bai Haoyu waved his hand, indicating for the group to proceed outside. They were too few in number, and the zombies here were in the thousands. They could only rely on Su Qingqing's abilities to blend in, and if her powers were exhausted, they would be in great trouble if discovered by the zombies. Initially, Bai Haoyu had hoped that with their collective abilities, they could carve out a path even if Su Qingqing faced difficulties. The worst-case scenario would involve provoking a zombie riot, necessitating a retreat to their base for safety, although getting out again would not be so simple. However, if there were not merely ordinary zombies present, the situation would be dire, as Su Qingqing's powers could sustain for about an hour, and considering time, they had already passed the halfway mark. They needed to account for their return time. Now was not the moment for recklessness. The group slowly retreated to the first floor, the sense of danger gradually dissipating, indicating that the creature had likely not noticed them. Song Inqing utilized his mental prowess to thoroughly scan several floors, detecting danger only on the basement level. Although Tang Li and Bai Haoyu possessed high mental abilities, they were not psychics and could only perceive danger that a broad sweep could easily alert the creature. So Tang Li merely signaled Chun Yin to perform the same scan. Ultimately, they exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. How much longer can Qingqing sustain her abilities? Bai Haoyu asked gravely, directing his gaze at Su Qingqing. At most, half an hour, Su Qingqing replied, realizing they seemed to have encountered some issues. Half an hour was her current limit, as maintaining this skill required not only the output of abilities, but also focused concentration. Beyond her powers, it would deplete her mental and physical strength. Moreover, the sheer number of zombies was nerve-wracking for Su Qingqing, who remained vigilant, further exhausting her mental resources that we cannot proceed to the food city. According to the map at the entrance, the second floor is for shoes, and the third floor is for clothing, both of which currently show no danger that we must ascend quickly, gather as much as we can, and leave within 15 minutes. Then we shall depart the capital without looking back. By how you decisively concluded, and objections were raised by the team. They swiftly ascended the escalator, maintaining their formation while only raiding the nearby stalls. Whether shoes, socks, clothing, or various other items, they filled bags and handed them to Tang Li, carefully avoiding deeper exploration. Although there were indeed numerous zombies, The group managed to exit within 10 minutes, rushing out of the commerce center at breakneck speed. Once away from the zombie-infested area, Tang Li summoned a Hummer capable of seating 7 that we need to conserve Ching Ching's abilities as much as possible. Let us squeeze into one vehicle. Yin Yin took the wheel, with Fu Dong occupying the front passenger seat. Though Fu Dong was unsure why, he obediently opened the door and settled into the front seat. The girls, being relatively slender, found the space cramped but manageable. The boys lingered at the rear. After boarding, Song and Sheng, seeking to have room to maneuver later, refrained from crowding in with the others, using his wood-based abilities to conjure a small chair in the available space. Yin Yin enveloped the vehicle in a barrier of metal blades, pushing the zombies aside. Tang Li suddenly conceived a swift exit strategy, and Yin Yin complied, effectively clearing a path without the previous hassle of colliding with zombies. Nonetheless, they still encountered densely populated areas, and time was not on their side to engage in further zombie-clearing efforts. Yin Yin intended to add another layer of protection as they pushed forward. Fu Dong, use your earth abilities to create a bridge. Let us pass over. Fu Dong hesitated, contemplating. That should be feasible, but my current abilities may not sustain such a large output for long. Additionally, he had never considered this method before, leaving him uncertain about his endurance. Tang Li recalled the application of abilities from the later stages of the apocalypse and decided to take a chance. Let us try it. We'll see how far we can go. With Fu Dong's earth powers activated, Yin Yin pressed the accelerator, launching them forward. Sever the path behind us. Retract your abilities to prevent the zombies from following. Fu Dong, can you maintain this for 5 minutes? Song and Ching suddenly found merit in the approach. 0.5 minutes at their current speed would suffice to escape the most densely populated zombie areas that it's tough. The energy output is substantial. Fu Dong was still inexperienced in utilizing such extensive abilities. Previously, he had only envisioned using his powers defensively, constructing a simple wall of earth to fend off zombies that Su Qingqing often joked that he was like the sturdy nut in Plants vs. Zombies. After some contemplation, Song and Ching realized that he, Tang Li, and Yin Yin were the only ones who could take over Fu Dong's role, as the abilities of the others were not suited for this task. Yin Yin focused on driving as Fu Dong signaled when he was nearing his limit. Call on me when you need to switch. I'll take over for you, and Tang Li can follow me. With Yin Yin last. Song and Ching estimated that Tang Li would be able to manage well enough last, likely not needing Yin Yan's assistance, that Fu Dong focused on drawing energy from the earth, conjuring pillars of soil to elevate the vehicle above the zombies' heads. After a while, he could no longer sustain the effort and called out to Song and Ching that Song and Ching's wood abilities kicked in. He adapted Fu Dong's method, utilizing the greenery lining the path. However, the ride became somewhat bumpy. Their abilities were still too weak. Despite their combined efforts, they could not maintain the output for the full 5 minutes. In areas with fewer zombies, Song and Ching wielded branches from nearby trees to push the zombies aside, conserving energy compared to Fu Dong's earlier efforts. Wrap the zombies with branches. Just clear us a path. Tang Li reminded Song and Ching, hoping he wouldn't expend too much energy, that MY powers are nearly depleted. Su Qingqing announced as they cleared West Street, finally at her limit. Withdraw your abilities and rest. Everyone stay alert, by how you instructed, immediately preparing for what lay ahead. Su Qingqing's powers receded. The nearby zombies, drawn by the scent of fresh flesh, began to howl. Fireballs and lightning struck down upon the encroaching zombies. The brutality of her abilities, while effective against the undead, came with a significant drawback. The overwhelming stench generated from the scorched corpses was akin to roasting rotten meat. Having already exhausted her mental resources, Su Qingqing nearly succumbed to the noxious odor. Song and Ching frowned as he assessed the group's condition, voicing a rather pessimistic conclusion. It seems today is not a suitable day for us to leave the capital. The group fell silent. If they did not depart the capital, their safest option was to return to the base. Yet none wished to go back, especially when no better opportunity had presented itself. We can find a random house to spend the night. Haven't we done so before? Fu Dong suggested, reluctant to return to the base and court trouble, as such opportunities were rare, upon sensing the danger within the commerce center. Song and Ching had already harbored unsettling thoughts, with several of them depleted of abilities. Continuing onward was indeed perilous. Tang Li glanced at Song and Ching's contemplative expression, grasping his concerns. That entity must be a more advanced zombie. Song and Ching frowned, turning to Tang Li. Advanced zombies? Tang Li elaborated. As we evolve, so too do the zombies. With the surplus of zombies in the commerce center and nearly no living beings present over time, they should have resorted to cannibalism. The zombies we encountered outside rarely attacked one another, but inside, I witnessed them tearing each other apart. That IT was far more challenging to exit than when we first entered. And it felt as though the zombies inside were more attuned to the scent of the living. That Su Qingqing's fog skill seemed to have less impact on them as time progressed. And didn't you notice the zombies probing closer to us while we were in the mall? At that moment, a sense of foreboding washed over the group. They still had to traverse a considerable distance in the apocalypse to reach J Province, which was far from reassuring news. Yet we need not overly concern ourselves. Such advanced beings should be few. The sheer quantity of zombies on West Street, particularly in the Commerce Center, is overwhelming. Much like raising a venomous creature, it is inevitable that a formidable one will emerge over time. That as long as we escape West Street, we should be fine. That we don't have to leave the capital today. We can find a more secluded spot to rest for the night before proceeding. Tang Li recalled that 3 months after the apocalypse began, the capital base had discovered even more formidable zombies, dubbed the second-generation zombies. The second generation of zombies exhibits significantly greater agility compared to their first-generation counterparts, no longer resembling mere marionettes that could be easily evaded with a brisk jog. Moreover, their strength has increased considerably, rendering the mind-altering abilities of users less effective against them, much like Su Qingqing's fog skill. Statistics indicate that the prevalence of these formidable second-generation zombies has surged across various regions. However, Tang Li considers that, given the pace of their team's training, their abilities must have also improved considerably. Alleviating her concerns, that as long as the abilities of her small team remain among the elite within the remnants of humanity during this apocalypse, there is no need for excessive fear. The second generation of zombies at the West Street Commercial Center, which she had heard of in her previous life, included a zombie king. She had not recalled this earlier, as she had not participated in that battle in her past existence. The danger they had sensed previously might have been an early indication of the zombie king's presence. Although it appeared to be less formidable than it would later become, they had found themselves surrounded by zombies at that time, hence the sense of peril dissipated once they left the commercial center. The combination of second-generation zombies and the zombie king indeed posed the most challenging aspect of that battle. The difficulty did not stem merely from the prowess of the zombies, but rather from the zombie king's ability to command and organize ordinary zombies into formidable hordes. A coordinated zombie tide is markedly different from a disorganized one that, regrettably, there was no way to notify the capital base. It was not merely a matter of whether they could return, but how to explain their circumstances without revealing their unique situation. The personnel at the base were not easily deceived, and her storytelling skills would undoubtedly fall short. Chapter 46. The advice of a straight man, although the final zombie tide could not be compared to the sporadic zombie waves that followed the apocalypse. It was said to be the first and most unexpected encounter. Tang Li was unaware of the casualties, but the fact that this incident was still remembered after surviving numerous zombie tides indicated its profound impact. Even if there had only been a single casualty, the inability to speak out or warn others about the impending danger and merely watching it unfold filled Tang Li with a sense of guilt. Seeing Tang Li's subdued demeanor, Song Inching refrained from probing further. He was instinctively cautious, preferring to eliminate potential dangers before they arose, a habit cultivated through surviving numerous special operations. However, he chose to trust Tang Li's judgment. Aware of her unique qualities, before nightfall, the group, guided by Meng Yun, arrived at an old courtyard in an alley. This was Meng Yun's ancestral home, located in an area sparsely populated by elderly residents. Posing minimal threat even if they turned into zombies, the courtyard boasted a pleasant environment, vibrant with flowers, resembling a different world altogether compared to the desolate outside. The team felt a sense of nostalgia, pondering how long such a place could endure in the post-apocalyptic landscape. That evening, after finishing their meal, they utilized the kitchen to prepare an abundance of food for their journey, with the gas supply cut off. It was thanks to Meng Yun's efforts in locating a gas cylinder that they could cook. Otherwise, they would have had to resort to the most primitive methods of cooking over an open fire. After their arduous journey, the comfort of a warm meal was essential for their morale. Meng Yun had noticed the extent of Tang Li's spatial abilities while at the West Street Commercial Center. Upon confirming if she could carry some items deemed less useful, he entrusted her with a few belongings hidden in the old house, some of which, while not immediately useful, would serve as cherished mementos. Despite the apparent tranquility of the courtyard, dangers lurked in the apocalypse, necessitating a night watch. Meng Yun and Bai Haoyu took turns, with Meng Yun covering the first half of the night and Bai Haoyu the latter. Since the number of males in the group had increased, they had seldom assigned the girls to night watch duties that in the harsh reality of the apocalypse. Women must also exhibit resilience to survive. Many matters transcended gender, focusing solely on capability. Essentially, the only significant distinction was between ability users and ordinary individuals. However, Yanqing's team was an exception. The few men who had joined were well-mannered and capable, showing exceptional consideration and deference towards the brave women in their group, particularly towards Tang Li and Su Qingqing, as the duo's contributions had been invaluable in the formation of Yanqing's team. With most members having been saved by Tang Li while accompanying Su Qingqing, Meng Yun, the newly joined member, displayed no discomfort with this dynamic, embodying the qualities of a refined gentleman. De Wulin, on the other hand, felt a bit out of place. Yet seeing the other three girls comfortably accepting the situation, she decided not to dwell on it further. While the men regarded her as a girl, she did not consider herself merely as such. Wu Lin assumed the responsibility of caring for the female members of the team, particularly Tang Li, akin to a super-attentive older sister. Thus, it appeared as though Tang Li had pushed Bai Haoyu and Song Yanqing into leadership roles within the team. Yet Yanqing's group subtly revolved around Tang Li. Hence, if Feng Yu's sentiments were expressed by a leader with a similar possessiveness or narrow-mindedness, he would undoubtedly feel discomfort. However, Bai Haoyu and Song Yanqing were far too perceptive. Both had previously led teams and understood Tang Li's significance to the members, akin to a spiritual anchor. After all, what Tang Li accomplished was irreplaceable, and thus they felt no need, nor could they, to compare themselves to her. Yanqing's team was not the same as those they had previously led on special missions. The members were not soldiers or subordinates, but friends and comrades that in this team. Being a leader meant simply being a guiding presence, with the shared hope of helping each other survive in the apocalypse. After collapsing onto her bed, Tang Li pondered the events of the day, particularly the zombie that could potentially evolve into a zombie king, leaving her unsettled. During the first half of the night, Bai Haoyu stood guard. After some time, Tang Li rose and stepped outside. "Why aren't you sleeping?" Bai Haoyu, lost in thought, was startled by Tang Li's sudden appearance. "That I can't sleep." Tang Li settled beside Bai Haoyu, retrieving a super comfortable small sofa she had stashed away in her space from a high-end furniture store and nestled into it. "Did you get frightened during the day? It's normal to have trouble sleeping in the apocalypse, but you must learn to rest and rejuvenate to survive." Bai Haoyu, mindful of avoiding attracting zombies or other humans, refrained from using any light source, and in the darkness, Tang Li could not discern his expression. Yet his calm tone elicited a soft chuckle from her. Indeed, he was a person of substance, imparting survival wisdom without hesitation. "I know that I have survived 5 years in the apocalypse. How could I not be aware?" Tang Li sighed inwardly, keeping her thoughts to herself. "Are you troubled?" Bai Haoyu turned to glance at Tang Li. Tang Li inwardly criticized Bai Haoyu for his tendency to act aloof despite his evident concern for the team members, as he spoke succinctly and focused on the essential points. "Yes, tell me. That zombie we sensed during the day, if left to evolve, what might it become? Could it pose a threat to the base?" Bai Haoyu hesitated momentarily. "Perhaps it could. Then if we simply leave without notifying the base of this danger, and if any consequences arise, such as significant casualties, would you regret it?" Bai Haoyu narrowed his eyes at Tang Li in the dim light of the night. Her outline was barely visible, yet he could vividly imagine her expression. Tang Li. Tang Li was taken aback by Bai Haoyu's sudden call of her name. "You are overthinking this. Regardless of what you know, you must understand one thing. This world cannot accommodate those who are too special. The ability users of the post-apocalyptic era differ vastly from those before it, that if they align with the masses, they will be seen as one of them. If they stand apart, they will be regarded as outsiders. Those who are stronger than the average person may be viewed as heroes, but if they exceed the norm by too great a margin, they will be seen as threats. Both outsiders and threats are unwelcome presences, destined for eradication. How foolish humanity is. Regardless of your uniqueness, it is best to conceal your brilliance that in any era, society cannot accommodate those who are excessively extraordinary." Chapter 47. An awkward heart-to-heart Tang Li was jolted by Hao Yu's words. Realizing that her special abilities had likely been perceived by her teammates to some extent. Yet, she had not anticipated by Hao Yu's keen insight, linking her abilities to those she had possessed prior to the apocalypse. And it seemed he had expressed this subtly. Her obsession with her rebirth revolved around protecting those she wished to safeguard, and her memories from her previous life instilled a deep trust in her teammates. However, she had never contemplated how they perceived her. The dynamics between individuals are not easily altered by a single rebirth. For her, it was akin to reloading a save file, but for others, it was their first life. So some of her actions might seem somewhat naive or overly sweet to them. Noticing Tang Li's silence, by Hao Yu speculated that he might have been too harsh, considering she was still a young girl. I say these things only to urge you to take care of yourself. Upon hearing by Hao Yu's explanation, Tang Li responded, I understand. You needn't worry, I am merely curious. Given your disposition, I had assumed you might feel that our knowledge of matters without informing the base is somewhat amiss. By Hao Yu stretched his body, resting his hands behind his head. Your sense of guilt is, in fact, a manifestation of responsibility. However, you seem to lack a full understanding of them, even amidst the current internal chaos. The base's essential operations and requisite energy remain intact. It shall not be vanquished. Moreover, have you perhaps forgotten something? What is it? Tang Li found herself somewhat bewildered by Hao Yu's philosophical discourse, but we departed from the base after accepting an S-level mission. If we do not return, the base will undoubtedly suspect that we have encountered some misfortune. How many ability users witnessed the commotion we caused in the mission hall before we left? I believe the strength we exhibited would at least be recognized as above average among the base's ability users. Do you truly think they would neglect to pay attention when a relatively strong team like ours mysteriously disappears? By Hao Yu leaned slightly toward Tang Li, asking, what do you think the base issues missions for? Simply to issue them and then disregard them. Tang Li's eyes widened like saucers, her mouth slightly agape. As she pondered, how could I have overlooked this? In my previous life, our Yanqing team never undertook a mission to the West Street Trading Center. When that task was first announced, no one dared to accept it. Eventually, a few teams ventured out, but they only skimmed the periphery before retreating, returning empty-handed. Yet the situation is different now. Our Yanqing team has taken on this mission, and an entire squad, along with a researcher, has vanished without a trace. The base will surely seek to investigate. To say, I've been nothing but a fool, wasting my emotions after coming to this realization. Tang Li slapped her forehead with a resounding smack. Hey! Bai Hao Yu was startled, quickly springing up to grasp Tang Li's hand that had just struck her forehead. Does it hurt? Once he realized his own actions, Bai Hao Yu awkwardly rubbed Tang Li's forehead. Tang Li looked at Bai Hao Yu's exaggerated reaction in confusion. She had merely been annoyed with herself for not thinking of it sooner. Why are you reacting so dramatically? Tang Li wondered aloud. I was startled, of course. In this apocalyptic world, even the faintest sound can elicit sensitivity. Your slap was both swift and loud. It truly took me by surprise. By Hao Yu recalled Tang Li's earlier action. His brows knitting together as he exhaled a long breath, still shaken. Why did you slap so hard? Do you think you're too clever for your own good? Do you want to make yourself look foolish? Tang Li felt a twinge of guilt. It was just a habitual action. I didn't expect it to be so loud. I was careless. Indeed, the spot where she struck was somewhat sore. As Tang Li raised her hand to rub her forehead. She inadvertently touched Bai Hao Yu's hand, only then realizing that he had been rubbing her forehead since earlier, while her other wrist remained clasped in his grip. Tang Li looked up at Bai Hao Yu. Upon noticing his actions, Bai Hao Yu, rather than feeling the embarrassment Tang Li had imagined, naturally released his hold on her wrist, yet his other hand remained on her forehead. Does it still hurt? Not anymore. Tang Li was somewhat perplexed about the current situation. I can rub it myself. She lowered Bai Hao Yu's hand and rubbed her forehead a couple of times. You're pulling the rug out from under me. I never asked you to help. Tang Li muttered softly. You certainly didn't have this attitude when you were dragging me into a fight. Bai Hao Yu observed his hand, which Tang Li had pushed away. Hovering in midair, his fingers twitching slightly. Tang Li, there is no need to dwell on the past. Let it be forgotten. It doesn't hurt anymore. Why was I still rubbing it? Tang Li lowered her hand. Frowning in contemplation, engulfed in self-doubt. Let us return and rest. We need to rise early to leave this place tomorrow. by Hao Yu. Observing Tang Li's awkward and bewildered expression, showed no change in his demeanor and refrained from saying much, merely reminding her to rest. Tang Li nodded, albeit somewhat perplexed, choosing not to probe further. She stood, bid him good night, and returned to her sleeping quarters. By Hao Yu watched Tang Li until she entered her room and shut the door. He lingered for a moment, glancing down at the couch Tang Li had not tidied up before sitting in the spot she had just vacated, his brow furrowed. Lost in thought that as dawn approached, By Hao Yu roused everyone to prepare for departure. The sky remained shrouded in gloom, foreboding rain. However, they could not linger in the capital any longer, so they resolved to leave at the earliest opportunity. Tang Li gazed at the oppressive, overcast sky, a sense of foreboding creeping over her. She vaguely recalled that in her previous life, the early days of the apocalypse also featured several days of such dreary weather, where the clouds hung low, as if threatening to crush all beneath them. Many, lacking fortitude, even despaired, proclaiming that the sky was about to collapse, while others, clinging to religious beliefs, declared that hell had descended upon the earth, displeased with humanity and seeking to cleanse it. Numerous theories abounded, whether theistic or atheistic, none heralding anything good. Yet after several days of persistent gloom, the world was suddenly graced by a flurry of pristine snowflakes, illuminating the earth and sky, pure enough to wash away the world as filth. That snowfall lasted an entire month, and the sky, cleansed by the snow, became clear and unobstructed. Even the zombies, during that snowy period, grew more subdued, no longer roaring about as they usually did, allowing humanity to take advantage of the snow's cover to eliminate wave after wave of the undead. Chapter 48. The coming of the Great Snow. Just when humanity believed they had not been forsaken by the cosmos and still held hope, the snow began to melt, but yes, it did. Everything began to awaken. Plants, animals, and zombies alike began to mutate with increasing ferocity. Some plants developed offensive capabilities, refusing to be trifled with by humans, while animals began to exhibit heightened intelligence. Those who had once escaped to their islands at the onset of the apocalypse, the wealthy and powerful, found themselves far less fortunate now. The zombies no longer moved with the sluggishness of their early days. Their limbs had grown more agile, and the number of second-generation zombies increased significantly. While third-generation zombies emerged, those akin to the ones experienced by the Yanqing team in the West Street Trading Center. In comparison, the first-generation and second-generation zombies that humanity had managed to eliminate during the snowfall seemed far less threatening now. The behavior of third-generation zombies began to closely mimic that of humans. They no longer charged blindly, relying solely on brute strength, but began to evade human pursuit and attacks, distinguishing humans not just by sound and scent, but also by sight. Research institutions nationwide urgently conducted studies, ultimately concluding that the snowfall appeared to have infused some form of energy, accelerating the evolution of zombies, with an increasing number of them now harboring crystal cores in their brains. The sole piece of encouraging news was that all species that survived the snowfall seemed to have been favored, including humanity. The energy within that snow proved beneficial to humans as well. Akin to the first meteor shower, those who endured emerged as ability users, while those who could not succumb to zombification. New ability users emerged, some even exhibiting powers previously unseen. Yet these newcomers lacked the strength to confront the evolved zombies and mutated flora and fauna. Instead, integrating into established ability teams, relying on the protection of their predecessors while gradually strengthening their own powers. This apocalypse had transformed into a survival game, where the only question remained: who could endure to the end? However, life for ordinary individuals post-apocalypse became increasingly arduous. The firearms humanity had developed prior to the apocalypse no longer held the same efficacy. Weapons of lesser caliber proved far less lethal against zombies, and the consumption of gunpowder had doubled. Some nations had begun to relinquish certain territories, obliterating entirely fallen cities with devastating weaponry. Humanity could no longer afford to allow more zombies to evolve. Their knowledge of these newly emerged entities was scant, and they remained uncertain whether they were still truly alive or to what extent they might evolve. The fear of the unknown compelled humanity to eradicate danger, even at the cost of sacrificing certain assets. Tang Li understood that if the timeline from her previous life remained unchanged, they would not be able to navigate the post-snowfall landscape as easily as they did now. Thus, they needed to hasten their journey to Province J before the snow melted, seeking a reliable place to take refuge. After all, the outskirts of Province J were enveloped by vast forests. Failure to enter before the snow melted would result in considerable complications once the plants mutated. With the Yanqing team now comprising 9 members, they would likely need to split into 2 vehicles for the journey. Tang Li retrieved the walkie-talkies prepared by Meng Yun, distributing them to everyone for safety in case of unforeseen circumstances. Subsequently, she conjured 2 vehicles from her spatial storage, one accommodating 4 individuals and the other 5 that while additional vehicles could be summoned, safety remained paramount. Moreover, at least 2 individuals in each vehicle must remain alert. They could not all afford to rest, they divided into 2 teams. The Yanqing team engaged in discussion about their next steps. Tang Li and Su Qingqing are best kept apart. One embodies the ice element while the other represents water. Should the 2 teams become separated, concerns regarding water sources would be alleviated. Meng Yun and Wu Lin both possess fire abilities, so it would be prudent for them to also be separated. Chen Yin and Song Yinqing, both adept in psychic powers, should likewise be divided. Yin Yin and Bai Haoyu, one embodying gold and the other thunder, both demonstrate formidable combat prowess and should be kept apart as well. Consequently, the final decision is to group Bai Haoyu, Tang Li, Chen Yin, and Meng Yun together. This quartet consists of lightning and light, ice and space, fire and psychic speed. With 2 males and 2 females, 3 fighters and 1 supporter. They will be able to rely on one another both in daily life and combat scenarios. The remaining 5, Song Yinqing, Su Qingqing, Yin Yin, Wu Lin, and Fu Dong, shall form another group. This team, comprising psychic, wood, water, and wind abilities, alongside metal strength mutation, fire, and earth auditory mutation, is well balanced. With Song Yinqing possessing both wood and psychic abilities, he can adapt to circumstances by choosing to engage in combat or provide support, while the others can also be arranged into 3 fighters and 2 supporters, achieving a reasonable gender balance. The group led by Song Yinqing will forge ahead, while Bai Haoyu's quartet will trail behind. Before they embark, Tang Li ensures the 5-person team S vehicle is stocked with food, preventing any potential discomfort from hunger or unexpected circumstances. The Yanqing team officially sets forth from the capital towards a new city. Meanwhile, at the capital base, numerous individuals express skepticism regarding the fate of the Yanqing team, who have yet to return with their mission report, speculating that they may have perished during their task. Upon hearing this news, Feng Yu feels a flicker of joy. He can never forget the humiliation inflicted by that formidable man. While he shares the same lightning abilities, he pales in comparison to him. Yet, the thought of Tang Li invokes a sense of loss, as she chose to accompany that man to his demise rather than stick with him, suggesting a lack of wisdom. Conversely, Han Xiaoshu does not believe the Yanqing team has met their end. Despite the S-level mission, and although she finds the members of that team insufferable, she cannot deny their exceptional capabilities. Even someone as formidable as Bai Degu is among them. It is improbable that such a team would easily succumb to death, especially without leaving a trace. After all, Bai Degu is certainly too powerful to perish. If something were to happen, she would rather see Tang Li and Su Qingqing, those wretched individuals, face misfortune. Better yet, to perish and be done with it, sparing her the annoyance of their incessant seduction of men. One is a vixen, the other cunning, both relying on their fortunate births. Before the apocalypse, they flaunted their worth, maintaining an air of untouchable superiority with any male suitor. Yet, once the apocalypse struck, they hastily clung to the strongest allies available, even dragging along several hapless men to serve them. They only know how to deceive someone as naive as Bai Degu. However, if they are alive yet do not return to the base, where else could they be? This perplexes Han Xiaoshu immensely. There is no place more secure than the capital base, which remains the nation's center even post-apocalypse, attracting the most capable individuals. Especially considering their abilities, they could thrive here. Chapter 49, Dogs Battling Zombies. The base is abuzz with speculation regarding the fate of the Yanqing team, who gained much attention during their duel with the Feng Lei team, only to later embark on an S-level mission. Regardless of the conjectures, no other team dares to undertake the S-level task at the West Street Trading Center. After all, many witnessed the Yanqing team's victory over the Feng Lei team. The stark contrast between their name and their strength leaves a lasting impression. If such a team could fall, who would dare accept that S-level mission? Why bother? There are other tasks to pursue and resources to gather elsewhere. The harsher the apocalypse, the more precious life becomes. And with the Yin-Qing team unaccounted for, no one is eager to seek trouble. Nevertheless, the Yin-Qing team is indifferent to the happenings at the capital base. Having set forth, they have no intention of returning, allowing others to think as they will. Yin and the second group lead the first vehicle ahead, heading from the capital towards Province J. With the nearest route passing through City T, that their vehicle can navigate around military search routes with Wu Lin's guidance. And when encountering roadblocks, Song Yiqing can utilize his Wood abilities to manipulate trees from green belts, transforming them into elongated branches to clear obstacles, or using vines conjured by his powers to push aside abandoned vehicles. The TO avoid any encounters with the search teams. They forego collecting supplies. After all, City T is adjacent to the capital and too close to the base. Fortunately, their supplies are sufficient to last until they reach the desolate regions of Province J, that although others tally the resources they gathered as a team post-apocalypse. Only Su Qingqing is aware of the substantial stockpile they amassed before the collapse. Even with 9 individuals, it could last them approximately 2 years, making her the most reassuring presence in the group. Just as they are about to exit the city, they encounter a cluster of zombies surrounding a certain area, seemingly oblivious to their presence. Typically, in the absence of human life, moving vehicles attract zombies, suggesting that there is something far more enticing nearby, such as living beings or fresh flesh. Woof, woof, woof. Wait. Tang Li hears the sound and rolls down the window, spotting a gray Alaska dog engaged in combat with the zombies. Its fur matted with congealed blood. It is unclear how long the dog has been fighting or whether the injuries are from the zombies or inflicted upon itself, but its movements remain relatively nimble, indicating it has not sustained severe wounds. That IT is seeking our help. By Hao Yu observes, having seen a cluster of zombies gathering from a distance. This dog is remarkably astute, despite its prolonged struggle against the zombies. It refrained from barking, possibly aware that its cries would attract more zombies. Yet upon spotting their vehicle, it suddenly vocalizes, its expressive eyes darting towards them, pleading for assistance. Yin, wait. By Hao Yu contacts Yin ahead via radio, then unleashes a bolt of lightning to incinerate a few zombies. Tang Li, concerned that Bai Haoyu's lightning may prove too volatile and inadvertently harm the dog, reaches out to halt his actions. Extending her hand out the window, several ice spikes shoot forth along her fingers, piercing through the zombies' skulls. Tang Li manipulates the spikes to explode within their brains, a skill she devised in her previous life to effectively combat zombies from 3 generations prior. The ice spikes swiftly take down the slower, lower-tier zombies, and Tang Li opens the car door to step outside. That if they were human, she might have simply unleashed her power without a second thought. For survival in this world necessitates the capability to endure. Extending a helping hand is already an act of mercy. That in such dire times, relying on others for survival is a path to a short life. After all, death is inevitable, and sometimes one must be cold-hearted, lest their warmth is used to sustain others. However, dogs are different. Tang Li once had a dog, which, during a moment of inattention, dashed out after a relative who had exited the house. In a moment of anxious pursuit, the protagonist failed to notice an oncoming vehicle while crossing the street, resulting in a tragic accident. By the time Tang Li arrived, the dog's rib had already fractured, piercing its lung, leaving only the opportunity for a final glance. The emotional toll was profound, and from that day forward, Tang Li never kept another dog. Indeed, dogs are not meant to be confined within the walls of a home. They possess remarkable intelligence. Once humanity recognized their capabilities, they enlisted their help for various tasks. Hunting, herding, pulling sleds, and even disarming explosives. They have contributed immensely to our lives, having been domesticated by us to serve diligently. Since we have compelled them to relinquish their wild nature and become our loyal companions, it is our duty to care for them wholeheartedly. Tang Li observed an Alaskan Malamute and scrutinized the pet shop's interior. From the storefront, it appeared to be a moderately sized pet grooming center, offering an array of pet toys, dog and cat food, bathing products, and various other pet supplies. The dog likely belonged to the shop owner. Yet it remained there, steadfastly guarding the premises. The shop was devoid of people or zombies, leaving one to wonder whether the owner had been absent during the onset of the apocalypse or had fled afterward. The roller shutter was still raised, and the glass door lay shattered, indicating that if the owner were still present, such a scene would be implausible. That as Tang Li approached the Alaskan, she endeavored to exude a spirit of friendliness. The dog approached, sniffing cautiously, perhaps confirming that Tang Li was indeed a good person or recognizing her as its recent savior. It wagged its tail, circled around, and then headed towards the shop, glancing back to check if Tang Li was following. Intrigued by the dog's behavior, Tang Li trailed after it, wondering if there was something of significance inside the shop. The members of the Yanqing squad observed as Tang Li followed the dog into the pet store, quickly disembarking to remain vigilant for any potential threats. Ready to offer assistance if needed, as Su Qingqing exited the vehicle, she immediately followed Tang Li inside, activating her fog skill to envelop Tang Li, guarding against any hidden zombies that might pose a danger. However, Su Qingqing's precaution proved unnecessary. Upon entering, the only items in the main area, aside from the shelves filled with pet supplies, were a solitary cage. Inside the cage was a ragdoll cat, calmly nestled within, appearing clean and unharmed. The Alaskan circled the cage, pawing at it with urgency. Tang Li approached to investigate. The cage was securely closed. That it seemed her earlier assumption was incorrect. The Alaskan was not merely guarding the pet shop, but was instead devotedly protecting the ragdoll cat. Tang Li opened the cage and gently lifted the cat out, to which the Alaskan promptly followed. After handing the cat to Qin Yan, who awaited at the entrance, Tang Li instructed, "Qingqing, please wash the dirt off this dog and check for any wounds." She then scrutinized the dog closely, hoping to ascertain its condition. Su Qingqing, observing the dog, found it to possess a remarkable spirit. Having fought tenaciously against zombies to protect the cat, it was unclear how long the dog had stood guard, ensuring no zombies breached the shop's defenses. It would be a pity if such a spirited creature were to perish. Using her abilities, Su Qingqing carefully washed away the grime from the dog's fur, removing the remnants of whatever it had encountered. Regrettably, upon cleansing it, she discovered several abrasions on the dog's body. While she could not definitively conclude they were from a zombie's claws, the possibility of mutation loomed ominously. Tang Li felt a pang of compassion as she watched the obedient dog wagging its tail. Her heart heavy with sorrow, that Su Qingqing, her eyes glistening, turned away, unable to bear the sight. She understood Tang Li's feelings. She too had cherished the dog Tang Li had once owned, and she remembered the sorrow that enveloped Tang Li when it passed away. Chun Yin, gifted with psychic abilities, sensed Tang Li's profound sadness. Being a sensitive soul herself, she understood the weight of Tang Li's emotions. Approaching with the cat, she gently held its paw and offered a comforting touch to Tang Li's head. Although Song Yanqing could not fully grasp the girl's emotional turmoil, as a fellow psychic, he discerned the unprecedented depth of Tang Li's sorrow, that he found it curious that she exhibited such intense feelings for a dog when she had shown little distress over human casualties. But he refrained from probing further, recognizing that everyone harbors their own stories. That as the vice captain responsible for managing the team's daily affairs and emotional complexities, he calmly assessed the situation and approached Tang Li. Placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder, "Isn't there still a pickup truck in your space? You mentioned that not all injured individuals turn into zombies. Some might even survive and develop abilities. Perhaps this dog could be one of them. That we could have someone drive the truck with the dog secured in the back, ensuring it poses no threat to the driver while allowing the rest of us to monitor its condition." Just as Tang Li was preparing to bid a sorrowful farewell, her head snapped up, filled with disbelief and hope as she gazed at Song Yanqing. Scanning the faces of her comrades, she noticed no dissenting opinions. Is it truly possible? Bringing a dog along in this apocalypse might not be very practical, would it? Though she entertained the notion, her rational mind cautioned her against the idea. This is a professionally trained dog. It likely isn't from this pet shop that I used to train military dogs, and this one's behavior is reminiscent of that training. But how did it end up here? Song Yanqing continued to observe the Alaskan. "Down," he commanded suddenly. The dog, hearing the directive, hesitated for a moment before complying and lying down. "Sit, stay, come, heel," he issued a series of commands, and the Alaskan dutifully obeyed each one. Well then, this dog has indeed received training," he remarked, patting the dog's shoulder gently. Mingyan approached with a smile, stroking the Alaskan's head. Such a well-behaved dog, bringing it along poses no issue. Its loyalty, demonstrated by its steadfastness in guarding a confined kitten, is commendable. That if there's hope, we should give it a chance. This dog is far more reliable than many humans. I would rather my former teammates had been dogs. At least they wouldn't abandon their companions. Wulin also stepped forward, affectionately patting the Alaskan's head. Previously, she had hesitated to express her sorrow alongside the other girls, fearing Tang Li might interpret it as reluctance. By how you approached, glancing at Tang Li and the Alaskan. Having known her for so long, it was his first time witnessing Tang Li display such vulnerability. Bring out the pickup truck. If you want it, just say, so that I no need to look so pitiful. Although he worried that Tang Li might be setting herself up for disappointment, he believed it was better than allowing her to feel let down without trying to at least by making the effort. She wouldn't regret not having taken the dog in the future. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Tang Li hurriedly retrieved the pickup truck from her spatial storage and placed it on the ground. Feeling somewhat at a loss, she wondered if she was imposing a moral dilemma. Had she not hesitated to leave the injured dog earlier and instead mourned its plight, perhaps the team would not have considered taking it in. She had never intended to bring a dog into their survival in this apocalypse. They would not willingly rescue an injured person, let alone a dog with a 50-50 chance of turning into a zombie. She had no desire to gamble with the safety of her team members by proposing to take the dog. It would be unfair to others. Her sadness stemmed from the dog's resemblance to her own beloved pet. As sometimes the bond between humans and animals can run deeper than that with fellow humans. Yet, she had not anticipated that Song and Xing, the most rational member of the team, would devise a plan to potentially take the dog with them. And astonishingly, the others concurred with this seemingly impractical notion. As Yu Qingqing strode forward and opened the pickup truck's door. I'll drive this one. With the way you're looking, I nearly forgot we even had a truck. Yin, go fetch the Alaskan's cage and supplies to place in the back. As Yu Qingqing seemingly rolled her eyes at Tang Li, then took her seat in the driver's cabin of the pickup truck. Subsequently directing Yin to assist her with the tasks at hand that I end Chapter 51. Yin and Su Qingqing were at odds that I end truth. Su Qingqing harbored thoughts similar to those of Tang Li. Neither of them had originally intended to take the dog with them. Although she felt a pang of sympathy at the sight of Tang Li's sorrowful expression, she understood that their team comprised more than just the two of them, necessitating consideration for the safety and opinions of others. To her surprise, the members of their small team proposed bringing the dog along. Motivated by their desire to care for Tang Li, it seemed undeniable that Tang Li was the beloved darling of the group. This did not render her sister's efforts in her rebirth in vain, as she had gone to great lengths to gather them all together in a hurry, aiming to spare them some hardship. With Tang Li's spatial abilities, one could say that their team, Yin Xing, had the best food and quality of life. If they claimed second place, no one would dare to assert they were first. Su Qingqing was quite aware of her sister's heartfelt wishes. Upon witnessing the group's agreement, she promptly made her way to the pickup truck. To avoid inconveniencing the other team members, she decided to fulfill her good sister's desires herself. As long as they did not oppose her, Yin retrieved the dog crate and bedding, placing them in the truck bed, then gestured for the dog to enter the crate. The dog obediently followed his signals. Showing no signs of resistance, glancing at Su Qingqing in the driver's seat, Yin addressed Tang Li. There are still many items for the cats and dogs inside, such as dog food and cat food. Would you like to go in and grab some? I think this dog and that cat might need it on the journey. Yin had not intended to say this. After all, he doubted the dog could endure for long. If the dog faltered along the way, it was likely that Tang Li would be heartbroken upon seeing its plight. However, upon his exit, he recalled the cat that Chun Yin was cradling, reminding him that they had not just one dog but also a cat. The cat appeared to be in good health, and as long as it was not caught by zombies, should be able to survive for quite some time. Thus, those supplies could also be useful for the cat. Right? Yin had only encountered military dogs before, which were typically fed beef. That he had never cared for such delicate creatures as cats, but it should be somewhat similar, he thought, upon hearing Yin's words. Tang Li immediately remembered that they indeed needed to bring along food such as dog food and cat food. Otherwise, what would they feed the animals during their journey? Besides dog food, there were also treats and toys to consider. The dog was relatively easy to manage, but the cat required much more: litter, scratching posts, and so forth. Tang Li entered the store, quickly scanning the shelves filled with various brands of dog and cat food, treats, and toys. With a sweep of her mental energy, she effortlessly cleared the entire shelf. Their beloved pets did not require selection. Everything was necessary. As she watched Tang Li fully enter the pet store, Yin turned and approached the pickup truck. That he opened the driver's side door, resting one hand on the door frame, and the other on the steering wheel, his gaze fixed on Su Qingqing as he succinctly declared, "ILL drive." Su Qingqing raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing him before lifting her chin defiantly. "Done on what grounds? It's not that I look down on you, but have you ever heard of the King of Cars from L City? What makes you think you can take my place?" Upon hearing the familiar phrase King of Cars, Yin Yin felt a surge of irritation. Every time she was about to drive, she would boast like a peacock. It wasn't that he opposed her driving. Her skills were indeed commendable. But as a girl, what if danger arose? Yin Yin sighed, considering the dog's injuries, though its faint scent might escape their notice. Zombies could detect it. Leaving it outside could attract unwanted attention, even if the dog did not turn into a zombie. When Yin Yin had ventured out with Bai Haoyu to scout the area, they found themselves in a high-end residential district where the population was sparse, and most residents were confined indoors. Thus, they allowed the young lady some leeway, assisting with the dog and tending to its wounds. Otherwise, even if the dog's demeanor resembled that of a military canine, Bai Haoyu would not permit them to disregard human safety for the sake of a dog. So, when zombies appear, I can just drift past them, while you foolishly engage in combat. What gives you the confidence to replace me? As a racer, Su Qingqing felt an immense surge of confidence whenever her hands gripped the steering wheel. After months in the apocalypse, she had grown less fearful of the sluggish zombies from the early days, except for the incident at the West Street Commercial Center, where she had been uncomfortably close to a horde. She now found Yin Yin to be somewhat of a male chauvinist. While it was admirable to want to protect the girls in trivial matters, she was more than capable. Moreover, her driving skills were undeniably impressive. Why should she be sidelined due to some so-called chivalry that forced the male members of the team to bear the risks? Meng Yin noticed the escalating argument and was about to intervene with some gentlemanly advice about not putting women in danger when Su Qingqing shot him a look that silenced him. "And you spare me the lecture. This is an apocalypse. Those who can should work. It's one thing to be chivalrous in minor matters, but in situations like this, it should naturally be whoever is capable." Yin Yin, not one for eloquence, felt his irritation rise, his tongue pressing against his cheek. After a moment's thought, he took a step back and with a bang slammed the door shut, walking around to the passenger's side. Opening the door and buckling himself in. Once secured, he glanced over at Su Qingqing's seatbelt, reaching out to fasten it for her before lowering her window and tilting his head toward Meng Yun, who was watching Tang Li emerge. "You should head back and inform the captain that we'll be driving the pickup truck ahead, while you all follow behind, keeping an eye on any sudden developments in the dog. However, there are only 2 of us in the truck, so I will conserve my abilities as much as possible that if we encounter zombies, this King of Cars lady says she'll just drift past them. So you all need to decide whether to evade or confront them." This was perhaps the longest sentence Yin Yin had uttered all day. Meng Yun found it amusing to see Su Qingqing's bewildered expression as Yin Yin's fluid motions left her momentarily speechless. Rubbing his nose, Meng Yun chuckled as he looked at Su Qingqing and Yin Yin. "All right, I understand. Then please, King of Cars lady, do take care of yourself." That Su Qingqing thought, "What is wrong with these 2? Did they consult me first? Who wants to ride with this straight man? My sweet and soft sister is far more appealing." Sighing, she settled into the driver's seat, waiting for Tang Li to finish gathering her things. No longer wishing to engage with Yin Yin in the passenger seat, in Chapter 52, Bai Haoyu confronted Tang Li. After leaving the pet store, Tang Li initially headed towards the pickup truck, but was abruptly turned around by Meng Yun, who pressed down on her shoulder and pivoted her in a different direction. "Hey," Tang Li exclaimed, bewildered by this sudden change in course. "And no need to go over there. It's full," Meng Yun said. Walking alongside Tang Li. "Full? With whom?" Tang Li queried, her mind racing with questions. She had seen Su Qingqing approach and understood that her sister was acting for her benefit. She had complete faith in Su Qingqing's driving abilities. And although her combat prowess was not particularly strong, it was undoubtedly useful. Furthermore, with her ice powers, even with a dog in tow, the 2 of them could navigate the front lines without issue. Until they found Yin Yin and Fu Dong, they had managed just fine together. Realizing this was all for her sake, Tang Li felt a sense of responsibility to tackle the situation herself. It puzzled her that someone else was stepping in to help her. Meng Yun brought Tang Li back to Bai Haoyu, releasing her shoulder to Su Qingqing, and Yin Yin are driving the pickup. "We'll follow closely and remain vigilant." Meng Yun conveyed Yin Yin's message to Bai Haoyu, offering an explanation to Tang Li. Bai Haoyu nodded, He was well aware of Su Qingqing's driving skills and Yin Yin's capabilities. Both were more than capable of handling unexpected circumstances. Moreover, it was merely a precaution. As long as they stayed close together, there was little danger. Tang Li shook her head, reflecting on Yin's tendency to take on the most dangerous tasks whenever he deemed someone worthy. Bai Haoyu shot a displeased glance at Tang Li as she lost herself in thought that we're a team, you know? Why do you insist on keeping your distance from me and the rest of us? Without waiting for her response, he turned and climbed into the vehicle. Huh? Keeping my distance? What do you mean? Tang Li blinked in confusion, her large eyes seeking clarification from Meng Yun. Meng Yun smiled reassuringly. It's nothing, just a man's temper. Quick to flare and just as quick to fade. You should join the vice captain's vehicle. They're down 2 members. Bai Haoyu did not refute the assertion that Song Yinqing's wood-based abilities and Fu Dong's earth-based abilities were, in the early stages, not particularly lethal. That the 2 most formidable outputs in the team, his lightning abilities, combined with Meng Yun's fire abilities, were more than sufficient to protect Xinyan, a young girl. Although Wu Lin also possessed fire abilities, her mastery of them paled in comparison to Meng Yun's. Meanwhile, Tang Li had mastered her ice abilities to an impressive degree, making them a well-suited quartet for their journey. Recalling her own walkie-talkie, Bai Haoyu glanced at Tang Li. Although his expression was inscrutable, his words were laced with concern, for he had just seen Yin take the original walkie-talkie from that vehicle. Tang Li nodded silently, harboring a hint of displeasure from being chastised. After all, who among them was devoid of temper? Chun Yin wished to return the cat to Tang Li, but she declined, preferring to hold on to it for now. Being the sole girl in the vehicle alongside 2 large men was rather dull, and this little cat would provide her companionship. Tang Li turned towards Song Yinqing's vehicle, where he gestured for her to sit in the passenger seat. You've been clearing obstacles with your abilities. Why not take a break and let me drive? She suggested hesitantly, recalling how Song Yinqing had used his powers earlier on the road. Song Yinqing cast a playful glance at her, his tone teasing. What's this? Have you transformed into a driving goddess with skills that sweep the field? As for my driving skills, Tang Li pretended to ponder that a novice in high heels, adept at sudden stops. Perhaps not, I still wish to live. Song Yinqing feigned a look of fright, waving her to join him quickly. Tang Li laughed heartily as she settled into the passenger seat. That I was just joking. Are you really not in need of a break? Not at all, that I haven't exerted much power. Driving won't hinder my recovery, he replied, immediately shifting gears and accelerating to follow Su Qingqing's vehicle, denying Tang Li further opportunities for modesty. How you isn't angry with you? He merely feels you're being a bit distant from us, Song Yinqing noted, catching a glimpse of Tang Li's distracted demeanor. Tang Li found it difficult to comprehend. Having fought her way through the apocalypse, she had experienced a fleeting 2 months of peace after her rebirth, yet she constantly reminded herself of the impending brutality of that life. She had long forgotten how to live in tranquility. All she knew was survival in the apocalypse, and the foremost lesson was to rely solely on herself. Perhaps due to her influence, the Yanqing team had formed early in the apocalypse, and thanks to her guidance, they had faced little adversity. The team members, selected with great care based on both character and ability, were all amiable individuals. Consequently, they had yet to witness the gruesome reality of the apocalypse, where relatives and friends turned against one another over mere scraps of food, leaving them with an incomplete understanding of its harshness. Yet perhaps this was a blessing, for it aligned with her desires. Song Yinqing, sensing Tang Li's emotions without any intentional avoidance, recognized her internal disagreement with his statement. However, from Song Yinqing's perspective, he saw no fault in her thoughts, that he merely found her peculiar. At times, she seemed emotional, yet she maintained a rational demeanor, frequently making choices that appeared pragmatic and grounded, at odds with her emotional character. It was as if she had endured something that rendered her restrained. Song Yinqing admired this quality in her, understanding that mastering one's emotions is a formidable challenge. However, he knew Bai Haoyu was not of the same ilk. Before undertaking special missions, Bai Haoyu was a person who lived in the sunlight, embodying integrity, that he yearned for a team infused with warmth and camaraderie, one that felt like family. Though we are quite different, we share some similarities, that I am inherently calm, whereas you are cultivated in restraint, thus I can understand you. Yet the individuals in this team are nearly all carefully selected by you. Did you not intend for them to be akin to Bai Haoyu's current hopes when you appointed him as captain? Chapter 53. Bai Haoyu's regret. Song Yinqing observed Tang Li, who who remained silent, gazing out the window, yet he knew she was absorbing his words. His fingers lightly drummed against the steering wheel. You and Su Qingqing previously joked that our team is an orphanage. Surely you realize that apart from each other, we have no other family but a team with warmth, where everyone behaves like family, striving to survive together in the apocalypse, even working together to create a paradise of our own. Wasn't that your original intent? In this world, if we cannot find warmth in one another, life becomes unbearably lonely. Tang Li was momentarily taken aback by Song Inching's words. Indeed, wasn't that how she had initially felt? Yet, now that she found herself in a team that genuinely cared for her, she instinctively recoiled, perhaps triggered by the memories of her past life, while traversing the road filled with zombies since leaving the capital base. She had grown accustomed to being cherished when useful and cast aside when not. The notion of becoming dependent on others frightened her. Suddenly, Tang Li burst into laughter. All right, I admit my fault. It's quite a task for Deputy Captain Song to both drive and provide psychological counseling to his teammates. Please refrain from overextending your mental powers. While I don't mind you probing my thoughts, I would prefer you focus on driving. After all, you lack the driving god aura of Akina, and I would rather not meet my end in an accident rather than at the hands of zombies. Meanwhile, in the back seat, Wu Lin and Fu Dong, who had been feigning interest in the scenery outside while secretly eavesdropping on Song Inching and Tang Li's conversation, couldn't help but smile. Song Inching, unperturbed by any embarrassment, retracted his mental abilities, for Tang Li was indeed an enigma, often displaying odd emotional fluctuations. Utilizing his mental powers allowed him to gauge her sentiments and tailor his responses accordingly. Presently, they were en route, with no time for slow psychological guidance. Thus, resorting to his unique abilities was necessary. Moreover, Tang Li possessed considerable mental strength. At his current level, she could easily shield herself from his probing if she wished. Thus, his actions were implicitly permitted by her. The illustrious strategist Song and the captain are truly in love, speaking in veiled terms on each other's behalf. Just moments ago, the captain was inexplicably harsh with me. Yet he offered no explanation, leaving me in a state of confusion. Tang Li leaned against the edge of the window, glancing through the rearview mirror at Bai Hao's vehicle closely trailing behind. Perhaps due to the evolution of her abilities, her physical faculties had improved. With her current eyesight, she could see him clearly from the driving seat in the reflection. Rest assured, I can guarantee that after scolding you, he will regret it. Song Inching smiled slightly, unhesitatingly betraying his captain that he had not anticipated Bai Hao's reprimand of Tang Li, but he suspected the man had come to his senses by now. Tang Li pursed her lips, remaining non-committal. Whether he regretted it or not was inconsequential. In truth, she had somewhat morally coerced them. Had she not harbored such thoughts, she would have left immediately upon seeing that injured dog, rather than lingering for a farewell. Seeing that Song Inching was about to speak again, she raised her hand to halt him. Enough, you need not defend me further. I've already acted, and I shan't feign remorse. Claiming it was unintentional, Tang Li's nature was such that she would promptly reflect on any perceived missteps. However, having acted, especially in a scenario where she might repeat the same actions, there was no need for pretense. She was not the type to shy away from criticism that, on the other hand, Bai Hao, his handsome brow furrowed tightly enough to crack a walnut, pondered whether he had been too harsh in his tone. He was aware that Song Inching would undoubtedly clarify things to Tang Li. Over the years, they had developed a dynamic where one played the villain while the other played the hero, a pattern he had grown accustomed to. Yet, he had only just realized why he had chosen to play the villain and leave Song Inching to assume the role of the good guy. True to Song Inching's expectations, Bai Hao indeed felt remorse. Before he could dwell on it further, he noticed that Yin Yin and Song Inching's vehicles had come to a halt. They were traveling along the national highway. Approaching the outskirts of the city, the road had been eerily tranquil even before the apocalypse, which is precisely why they chose to take it. After all, on the highways during the end times, traversing them became nearly impossible. One could never ascertain which stretch was infested with zombies. Once trapped amidst a horde on the expressway, escape would be nothing short of a Herculean task. Meanwhile, the national highways were flanked by factories. Their gates usually shut tight, and the roads devoid of significant foot traffic, allowing for a relatively smooth journey. However, as they approached the outskirts, they encountered a procession of hearses from a funeral home nearby. It seemed that a ceremony had been underway just before the world fell apart, resulting in a considerable number of wandering zombies, at least several dozen, upon cursory inspection. Many of these undead figures, clad in black and white, swayed about in a disconcerting manner that was indeed unsettling. With the zombies having drifted onto the main road, no amount of skillful driving could allow Su Qingqing to circumvent them. Hence, they had no choice but to park a safe distance away. The group disembarked, and Yin Yin, empowered by his metallic abilities, conjured a barrier of metal railings to encircle the truck bed, securing the dog within to prevent any accidental encounters with zombies. Tang Li retrieved various controlled knives from her spatial storage and handed them to Bai Haoyu, Wu Lin, and Meng Yun. They had arrived at a gas station, where one of the fuel tanks lay in disrepair, its condition unknown if it had failed before or after the apocalypse. Regardless, their powers were rendered useless here, and firearms would be ineffective as well. Thus, they would have to rely on these knives that it was imperative to avoid any sparks near the gas station. The volatile mix of electricity and fire could lead to catastrophic consequences, sending them skyward in an instant. Reluctantly, the three accepted the knives from Tang Li. Bai Haoyu considered speaking to Tang Li, but sensed the inopportune timing. After exiting the vehicle, their presence had already attracted the attention of the zombies. Tang Li stood protectively in front of the trio, observing that the zombies appeared swifter than before, raising concerns about their potential evolution. Given that the three were stripped of their powers, it was prudent to keep a watchful eye on them. Bai Haoyu noticed Tang Li's protective stance and adjusted his grip on the knife. Subtle Bai Haoyu placed her into the car, a cold smirk playing on his lips as he regarded her. Do you still think you are of any use now? Or are you simply too relaxed with the vice captain, hoping to find him some work? Tang Li observed Bai Haoyu's mockery, pouting slightly. His expression seemed to convey, do you even count as a person anymore? Amen. It's not like you just apologized to her with that cool demeanor. Yet, considering her current predicament, still relying on others for care, she chose to silence herself. At this point, it hardly mattered which vehicle she occupied. By the way, is that dog all right? I haven't heard it bark at all. Tang Li suddenly recalled the dog she had rescued, still resting in the pickup truck. Don't worry, it's doing better than you, Yin Yin replied without glancing back as he prepared to drive off, having overheard her question. When he exited the vehicle, a sudden idea struck him, and he affixed a layer of iron bars outside the pickup. The dog was quite safe, and no zombies had managed to bypass them thus far. Moreover, it was quite perceptive when he told it to stay put. The dog complied obediently, maintaining its silence. Tang Li, having just endured Bai Haoyu's taunts and now Yin Yan's retort, felt her heart tighten with irritation. For whom were they both acting like this? Alas, what an injustice! Once Bai Haoyu entered the car, he glanced at Tang Li, who resembled a puffed-up pufferfish, and, though he didn't wish to be harsh with her, her earlier actions had indeed been concerning. What are you so indignant about? I didn't realize you had such a spirit of adventure, he remarked. Tang Li shot him a sidelong glance. Whatever happened to his aloof persona? Listening to his tone, he sounded like a master of sarcasm. Oh, Captain Bai, has your facade finally crumbled? With her arms crossed, she slumped in the back seat, turning her head towards the window. Bai Haoyu let out a scoff. When had he ever maintained a faade? Observing Tang Li's stubborn yet frail demeanor, he ultimately chose not to continue his sharp tongue. Close your eyes and rest, will you? What else with this need to prove yourself? Do you think claiming victory over me will boost your abilities? I doubt it will affect your health, but refrain from overexerting yourself until your powers are restored. Understand? Tang Li, feeling somewhat fatigued, noticed that Bai Haoyu had ceased to chastise her for exhausting her powers and decided not to engage in further banter. She murmured a soft got it before tilting her head, resting it against Chen Yin's shoulder, and closing her eyes to be by the time they found a place to settle. Tang Li had already drifted off to sleep. After Bai Haoyu exited the vehicle and opened the back door, he refrained from waking her, instead reaching under her arm as he had before to lift her out. Just as he bent down, he noticed that Tang Li was already awake. Their eyes met. As she rubbed her eyes and felt his hand behind her, she pouted unhappily. Can you not carry me like this? It's uncomfortable. Perhaps still not fully awake, her soft complaints sounded almost like childlike pouting. Bai Haoyu observed her awakening, his body stiffening for a moment. Despite feeling somewhat awkward, he maintained a calm facade. He responded softly, extending his other hand naturally to wrap around her legs and pulling her close to his chest, lifting her effortlessly. Initially, Tang Li hadn't thought much of it, but once by how you carried her out into the gaze of the others who had already exited. She felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. They had chosen a farmhouse, typically unoccupied by its owners, who used it merely as a means to run a farm stay for profit. Coincidentally, the pre-apocalyptic era was off-season for such businesses, resulting in minimal foot traffic. As by how you carried Tang Li inside. He did not set her down immediately, but instead surveyed the room, noting the dust that had settled on the chairs due to neglect. A fine layer of dust covered everything, and although such details mattered little in the apocalypse, the young girl was still quite fragile. "Can you still use your spatial abilities?" By how you inquired, looking down at the girl in his arms. Typically, they relied on items from her spatial realm, but he was uncertain whether her ice abilities would impact her spatial powers after being depleted, that if they were affected, it wouldn't just compromise their living arrangements, but also their dinner for the night, which would have to consist solely of snacks from their bags. Of course, these two powers don't interfere with one another. My spatial abilities primarily depend on my mental strength, which hasn't been overly taxed, just my body is weak. Otherwise, why would I be foolish enough to exhaust my abilities? I'm not that naive, Tang Li replied, retrieving a sofa from her space. By how you place her on her favorite small sofa and moved the dusty chairs aside. Several young men quickly approached to clear out the unnecessary items from the room, piling them in a corner. Tang Li coughed from the dust stirred up by their movements. By how you promptly opened a window for ventilation. Su Qingqing waved her hand in front of her nose, releasing her mist ability to settle the dust. Tang Li cast a surprised glance at Su Qingqing, not expecting her skill to be utilized in such a manner. Quite resourceful indeed. "Let us use this. Spraying it around the room might mask our scent as living humans, potentially keeping the zombies at bay," Tang Li suggested, retrieving a bottle of 6-God floral water from her space. Su Qingqing took it and sprayed it around the room. After a simple tidying up, the Yanqing team finally had a moment to sit and rest. Tang Li distributed several boxes of takeout she had pulled from her space. "Let us eat something to fill our stomachs. We've all expended considerable energy. Since this is a farmhouse, we would need to cook in the back kitchen, but we'll manage with what we have for tonight. As I still have some leftovers." Fu Dong gazed eagerly at Tang Li. "Is there meat?" Silently, Tang Li produced 2 roasted chickens and handed them to him, who received them with delight. "I've been craving this. At the base, I couldn't indulge in anything so flavorful, and now I feel like I can't get enough." Just as Fu Dong eagerly reached for the roasted chicken, he was smacked on the hand by Su Qingqing. "Did you wash your hands? Aren't you disgusted after just dealing with zombies?" Fu Dong had momentarily forgotten in his excitement, but now that he thought about it, he indeed felt a bit queasy. Chapter 56. Tang Li's teaching. After Fu Dong received a reprimand, he bore no ill will and extended his hand towards Su Qingqing, seeking a bit of water to wash up. Following Fu Dong's lesson, the rest of the Yanqing team lined up to wash their hands as well. The only water ability user in the group, Su Qingqing held their hygiene in her hands. The Yanqing team had no complaints about her overseeing their cleanliness. They were willing to wash as often as she deemed necessary. Once Fu Dong had washed up, he tore apart the 2 roasted chickens, distributing the 4 chicken legs to the 4 girls, while breaking the rest into shareable pieces for everyone. At this moment, the previously unnoticed dog suddenly let out a couple of whines, prompting the group to remember they had a dog, and a cat too. "Almost forgot about you. You must be hungry too. Huh. You can have dog food. Chicken bones aren't safe for dogs. They can choke on them. What flavor do you like?" Tang Li pulled out several bags of dog food from her space for her to choose from, but seeing it show no preference, she sniffed a few herself before selecting one, opening it and mixing the kibble with canned food in a dog bowl. She did the same for the ragdoll cat, providing it with a similar treat of cat food and a can. Su Qingqing observed the dog she had driven all the way with. Surprisingly, it hadn't turned into a zombie dog. "Do you think it made it through? It won't change now, right? Is there a dormant period for this zombie virus?" Tang Li furrowed her brow, pondering. "There shouldn't be, right? Generally, if bitten or scratched by a zombie, one can't last this long. Its injury wasn't severe. It didn't even require medication. Yet, since it did draw blood, there remains some risk that we can keep an eye on it overnight. If it's still fine by morning, then it's truly safe." Fu Dong glanced at the dog and cat, both relishing their meals, while he gnawed on a chicken neck, praising Tang Li. "Goddess Li, your skills are truly remarkable. Not to mention your spatial ability. It's like Doraemon's pocket, holding everything. And that freezing ability you just displayed. Wow. Is it the legendary frost binding?" That's incredibly impressive. You froze the zombies solid. Su Qingqing rolled her eyes. ISNT'd impressive, but that ability was quickly exhausted. And it didn't last long. Just look at how weak you are now. Tang Li, upon hearing Su Qingqing's mockery, forced a smile in her direction that if she were to act in such a manner without the knowledge that her abilities had been depleted, it would indeed be somewhat reckless, and thus, it was no surprise that others criticized her. Although she was aware of her condition, they were not privy to this knowledge, and their concerns stemmed from a genuine worry for her well-being. Su Qingqing, feeling a surge of compassion for her, noted Tang Li's composed demeanor and recalled her prolonged survival during the apocalypse. It was clear she understood the gravity of the situation, so Su Qingqing refrained from further admonishing her. Song Inqing observed that Tang Li's complexion had improved significantly from before and decided to intervene diplomatically. That last move was truly impressive. To simultaneously control your skills during a group attack while ensuring our safety. How do you manage such a feat of concentration? Perhaps you could enlighten us? Fu Dong nodded earnestly. Indeed, that is what I admire most. Although you nearly froze my feet due to a lack of control, once you extend the duration of your ultimate ability, the cooldown time will shorten, and such incidents will be avoided in the future. The Wu Lin also directed a serious gaze at Tang Li, eager to learn that MY fire-based abilities are challenging to control. The greater the power, the more difficult it is to direct. That I believe it is imperative for me to learn from you to prevent harming my allies. Tang Li contemplated this carefully. Her prowess stemmed from her strong mental fortitude. In her previous life, she had no ice-based abilities, and while she had assisted Su Qingqing and Han Xiaoshu in training, discussing it was merely theoretical. Practical application was essential. The greater one's mental strength, the easier it was to become distracted, which might be considered a natural talent. That to train effectively, one must master their abilities thoroughly. The more adept they became, the easier it was to maintain focus and control during combat. After some thought, Tang Li produced 2 candles and handed them to Wu Lin. For practice, you can use these. Your goal is to keep both candles burning simultaneously and extinguish them at the same time. Once you master that, you can gradually increase the distance between them. Ultimately, if you can ignite both from different positions, I will provide you with 2 more candles. The group listened intently as Tang Li explained the methods of practicing their abilities, growing increasingly optimistic that mastering her techniques would lead to their own significant advancements. However, Tang Li's next remark nearly choked them. This is quite the rigorous training regimen. How extreme. I love it. Fu Dong took a deep breath, grasped Tang Li's hand, and shook it playfully. Goddess Li, please accept me as your disciple. I promise I will not bring you shame by how you yanked Fu Dong back by the collar, admonishing him for being too exuberant given her frail condition. That I agree with Fu Dong. We should all engage in some training. Song Inqing found himself intrigued by Tang Li's training method, although he had mental abilities to assist him and could manage distraction without practice. He recognized that additional training could be beneficial, as this method could be adapted for various abilities. For instance, Su Qingqing could utilize her wind abilities to control blades, directing each one in different directions, increasing their numbers gradually. Yin Yin, who possessed metal abilities, could also apply similar techniques, though he preferred a more direct approach with his sword. Song Inqing recalled Fu Dong's mention of Yin Yan's grandmother, as he was likely the only member of the Yanqing team to have witnessed a loved one transform into a zombie and had to deal with it personally. Thus, while he appeared composed, he actually harbored a deep-seated aversion to zombies. That in an instant, Song Inqing conceived several training methods for the entire Yanqing team, knowing they needed to traverse to Province J, a considerable distance even before the apocalypse. Without the option of trains, they would likely have to walk for at least half a month, and stronger abilities would significantly enhance their survival chances. Chapter 57. Not forming a team, but a society. If we all master your unique techniques, must we not all become your disciples? By how you smiled lightly, reclining comfortably as he observed the revitalized Tang Li with gentle eyes. Forget it. You all are penniless, and all your belongings are in my possession. You can't even afford a token of apprenticeship. I might have to give you red envelopes instead. Tang Li dismissed by Hao Yu's teasing, even if they were to become her disciples. She had little interest in accepting a group of impoverished individuals. No need for red envelopes. How about you grant them a title instead? Su Qingqing smirked, suggesting a rather dubious idea to her friends. She had completely overlooked that when referring to we, Song Inqing and by Hao Yu were including her as well. Grant a title. What do you mean? Tang Li asked, somewhat perplexed. What title? Loyal service to the nation. What are you thinking? Not that kind of title, but a name, like flying dragon in the sky or rising dragon across the seas. Su Qingqing looked at Tang Li incredulously. Sister, that thought is quite dangerous. They wish to regard you as a master. And you want to become their mother? Never mind, I have no desire to shave peach blossoms. Tang Li finally grasped the meaning behind Su Qingqing's words and rolled her eyes at her. Have you watched too much crosstalk? You don't want to be part of the team, but are aiming to form a society instead. Fu Dong realized what it meant to dig one's own grave. He had merely spoken too hastily, nearly placing himself in a position beneath them. Had it not been for the two little tyrants in the team, Fu Dong would have been tempted to overturn his meal box and shout, "Let us all give up." The others, overhearing the exchange between Su Qingqing and Tang Li, were relieved they had finished eating. Otherwise, they would have spat their food out in laughter. After their meal and some playful banter, everyone felt fatigued and sought places to rest, as there had to be someone to keep watch. Given that Tang Li's powers had not fully recovered and she was relatively weak, Bai Haoyu insisted on taking the night watch himself. Allowing the others to rest, eventually, Song Inqing took over for him in the early hours, letting Bai Haoyu catch some sleep on the sofa. Trusting his old comrade, Bai Haoyu, despite waking a few times from concern, chose to remain resting until dawn. Awake. How do you feel? Bai Haoyu, hearing movement other than Song Inqing's, immediately opened his eyes with vigilance. Upon seeing Tang Li emerge, he spoke before his brain could catch up. Tang Li, holding a basin and preparing to wash her face, momentarily registered his question that it was simply too rapid. She had yet to process it that, "Oh, I'm fine, half recovered." After a night, Tang Li's abilities had regained some strength. She was well aware that regardless of the power level, full recovery from depletion typically took around 24 hours. Only half recovered? By how you frowned, there's no cause for concern. Having even half my abilities allows for self-defense. The most crucial aspect was that her body was no longer weak. The extent of her abilities was secondary, that as long as she was physically capable, she could fight without relying on her powers. However, it would be wise to refrain from using your abilities today unless absolutely necessary, that we are here for you. Do not exert yourself unless it is unavoidable. By how you pondered the need to keep a close watch on her. Considering the diminished recovery speed after depletion, what if there were lingering aftereffects? Tang Li nodded, refraining from elaborating that it would be easier to explain everything once her powers were fully restored, as that would foster greater understanding. Song Inqing, who had intended to inquire about Tang Li's condition, held back his words that he was naturally someone who preferred to think before speaking, and he was startled by the sudden attentiveness of the man who had just been sleeping on the sofa. Glancing at the man who had taken over his duties, Song Inqing swiftly redirected the conversation. Did anyone else feel that today is particularly cold? Tang Li had already contemplated this matter and was pondering how to articulate it. Now that Song Inqing had broached the subject, she seized the opportunity to express her thoughts. Do you not find that the weather has become increasingly unstable since the apocalypse? Every heavy rain seems to arrive unexpectedly, and temperature fluctuations are significant. With winter approaching, a sudden snowfall is quite possible. Song Inqing considered her words thoughtfully. By how you nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of her observation. Song Inqing couldn't help but glance at Bai Haoyu, who looked serious and sighed. Upon hearing someone affirm her thoughts, Tang Li wasted no time. She retrieved the thermal underwear she had prepared for each team member from her space and placed them in Bai Haoyu's hands. I believe there is a high likelihood of snow in the next few days. My instincts have always been quite accurate that let's distribute these to everyone, so they can wear them just in case. As the temperature has already dropped, wearing extra layers will not lead to discomfort. By how you receive the stack of thermal underwear with both hands, counting them meticulously, 5 pieces for men and 4 for women, ensuring everyone was accounted for. Tang Li handed the thermal clothing to Bai Haoyu before heading off to freshen up. One by one, the others gradually arose, quickly washing up, their efficiency commendable in this apocalyptic world. One need not be overly meticulous. Those who could still wash up were already considered fortunate. The Fu Dong, wrapped in a blanket, emerged to find Bai Haoyu distributing the thermal underwear, praising Tang Li's thoughtfulness. He hurried back to don the underwear beneath his clothes. After finishing breakfast, the members of Yan Qing's team prepared to set off. The weather is inclement today. Perhaps we should stick to our original convoy instead of taking the pickup truck. One suggested. The dog seems fine. It's eaten plenty and appears robust, unlikely to turn into a zombie. By Hao Yu, considering that Tang Li had not fully recovered and the dog was also safe, contemplated calling Su Qingqing and Yin Yin back. The team nodded in agreement. The dog's well-being was paramount, and their previous fragmentation was less than ideal. That in the apocalypse, safety reigned supreme. No one should complain about being cramped. Point two vehicles would suffice, as too many would attract unnecessary attention. Very well, we shall maintain the old formation. The dog will be in your group of 4, so there's room for it. For the cat, you girls can take turns holding it. He instructed. Each person's backpack should be filled with supplies to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. While the bags could be stowed in the trunk, everyone should carry a few chocolate bars and candies to replenish energy. Before their departure, Song Inching reiterated his instructions. The team nodded obediently, accepting the vice captain's routine care. Chapter 58. Roadblock and Robbery. Tang Li followed each person's requests, replenishing the missing items from their backpacks. And, adhering to Song Inching's advice, stuffed several chocolate bars and energy snacks into their pockets, ensuring that each vehicle was equipped with 2 watermelon knives. After gathering their gear, they boarded the vehicles. Ready to embark, Meng Yin took the driver's seat, assuming the task of driving, while Bai Haoyu settled into the passenger's seat. Since they were not familiar with the upcoming route and their phones lacked signal for navigation, Tang Li produced a map that she had prepared for the apocalypse. This was the most updated and detailed map of every city, meticulously collected by Tang Li before the end of the world, ensuring they would not be lost. Bai Haoyu unfolded the map, studying it intently, and nodded at Meng Yin. Let us set off. We'll lead the way. He communicated via the walkie-talkie. We have the map. Team 2, stay close and proceed with caution. The 2 vehicles traveled in tandem along the road, the sky above heavy and foreboding, causing pedestrians to stoop as if trying to break through the oppressive gloom. Zombies were scarce along the roadside, posing little threat. They were now in the outskirts of T-City, with the province of Ji ahead. Why are there so few zombies here? Even though it's the suburbs, it is still a first-tier city. This doesn't seem right. Should we alert the captain? Fu Dong murmured from the vehicle, observing the unnaturally quiet streets. This area had military presence before the apocalypse. They must have cleared out the zombies, Song Inching noted, also recognizing the anomaly. Bai Haoyu and Meng Yun shared similar thoughts, while Tang Li had already known the situation. Ji province, being close to the capital, had many military forces stationed pre-apocalypse, which quickly dealt with the nearby zombies after the collapse. Unlike other cities where zombies roamed freely, this area had been largely purged, with regular military patrols keeping it remarkably clean post-apocalypse. As they approached the city center, Bai Haoyu frowned at the map. That we are about to enter the urban area, which is difficult to clear. That we will inevitably pass through a section of the city. We need to be vigilant. Indeed, as their vehicles entered the city, the situation began to deteriorate. Zombies appeared in increasing numbers, wandering in small clusters along the roadside, the ground littered with grotesque remnants of limbs and torsos, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a haunted house. After experiencing such scenes repeatedly in the post-apocalyptic world, the members of Yanqing's team had grown accustomed to such horrors. Hold on tight. Accelerate. Meng Yin urged as he pressed the gas pedal, picking up speed. In areas teeming with zombies, slowing down would only invite trouble. Moving swiftly might catch the zombies off guard, but if they moved quickly, any zombies that lunged at them could be easily brushed aside. However, moving slowly could lead to being overwhelmed, which would be less than ideal. As they drove further, a few second-generation zombies, slightly evolved, lunged at their moving vehicle. When avoidance was impossible, Meng Yun simply rammed into them. The windshield occasionally splattered with unidentifiable, gruesome matter, and Meng Yun refrained from using the windshield wipers, fearing it would only worsen the mess. After a while, they finally exited the city's core and entered more remote streets. The roads widened, and the number of zombies diminished. Meng Yin gradually found ways to navigate around any remaining threats, finally past this stretch. It was too revolting, Chan Yin exclaimed, clutching a small kitten against a dog, her face contorted in disgust. The sound of vehicles colliding with zombies was more nauseating to her than facing them directly. They had been driving for an extended period without stopping. As in the apocalypse, every moment of daylight was precious for covering distance and reaching their destination sooner. After all, they could not take the highway. With the abundance of zombies in the city, speed was limited and unexpected incidents were inevitable. It's snowing. Tang Li, ever vigilant of the weather outside, noticed the falling snowflakes, a weight lifting from her chest. Although it wasn't necessarily a good omen. It was an inevitability. When it finally occurred, it brought a sense of foreboding validation that in her previous life, a heavy snowfall had occurred around this time. Although she could not recall the exact date, it was likely within these few days. She hadn't expected her luck to be so fortuitous. Having just distributed thermal underwear that morning, the snow began to fall. Now that it's snowing, we need to find a place to rest soon. We've just left the city, and there is still a ways to go before we find a suitable stop, by how you remarked, glancing at the map with a furrowed brow. Wait, there is a roadblock ahead. By how you warned Mingyun. Mingyun reduced speed, cautiously advancing until he could discern the situation ahead, and came to a halt. Who are they? Military. Mingyun scrutinized from a distance. Doesn't he seem like it? Although they were camouflage, their demeanor and physique don't resemble soldiers, by how you observed. Using his mental acuity to assess the unfolding events, .2 military-style pickups were parked in the middle of the road, with several armed individuals brandishing guns and knives, confronting the driver of an SUV. Fudong, see what they're saying, by how you instructed via the walkie-talkie. After a moment, Fudong's voice crackled through the device. Captain, it appears to be a group of robbers imposing tolls, claiming they let anyone pass unless they receive adequate food and water. There was a pause, likely as Fudong continued to eavesdrop. The vehicle being stopped has a man and a woman. The woman is pleading with them that they're armed, so don't make any sudden moves. Let us observe for now, by how you advise quietly, signaling for the team to remain vigilant. The intentions of the robbers were unclear, and their audacity to block the road in the apocalypse suggested they possessed some strength in addition to firearms. It was likely that some among them were also endowed with abilities. Suddenly, the man in the stopped vehicle seemed to become agitated, followed by the sharp crack of a gunshot. Captain, it seems that man has been shot. Fudong's anxious voice came through the walkie-talkie. It appeared they were facing a band of desperate criminals. Since they had crossed paths with them, there would be no easy resolution, that if confrontation became inevitable, they would have to fight. Tang Li furrowed her brows, deep in thought. In her previous life, she had only come to this area much later for a mission, and the current events were beyond her anticipation. Chapter 59. Negotiation and Conflict. Meng Yun glanced at Bai Haoyu, who nodded in affirmation. Let us proceed and assess the situation. Prioritize safety. Meng Yun drove the vehicle up to the group, halted by the makeshift roadblock. As their vehicle approached, the armed individuals aimed their weapons at them. One man wielding a knife stepped forward, struggling to articulate his demands. Get out. Another bald man pushed the first aside, exclaiming, Step aside. Your speech is so slurred. Why are you still trying to assert yourself? The bald man cast a glance into their vehicle, observing the well-dressed group, whose demeanor was markedly less aggressive than it had been with the previous two individuals. I spoke. Hey there, young brother. Come down for a moment. My friends and I would like to have a word with you. By how you regarded him briefly, suggesting that if there was something to discuss, it would be better to get straight to the point. What is the matter? Is it too much to ask for some respect from you? The bald man rubbed his shiny head and declared, All right, you seem to have a bit of capability, so I won't beat around the bush. Have you noticed those weapons over there? They're the real deal that if you wish to pass through, you might want to consider giving us a little something in return. He gestured towards his armed companions. You think you can just set up a blockade here and seize our supplies without consequence? That seems rather unreasonable, Tang Li remarked, eyeing the bald man. The dialect sounded strangely familiar to her. Hey, don't get it twisted. I earn my keep through my own merit, and I'm not wasting my breath with you. I'm talking to this young brother here, who clearly seems to be in charge. The bald man was astute enough to discern that Bai Haoyu was the leader of the group. While Bai Haoyu engaged the bald man, drawing the attention of his associates, Song Yicheng discreetly extended his hand from the car, quietly unleashing his abilities to manipulate the branches in the nearby greenery, inching them towards the armed men. What kind of world are we living in now? Don't you know? It's all about capability. We're not asking for much. Just leave us half of the food and water, and we'll let you pass today. What do you say? The bald man scrutinized Yanqing's team, noting their pristine appearance, and concluded they hadn't suffered much in this post-apocalyptic world, which indicated they possessed some degree of skill. Moreover, the direction they were heading was opposite to the capital base, suggesting that only those escaping from such camps would venture this way, Or perhaps individuals with criminal records who dared not approach the military. Or powerful ability users on missions that you're asking for too much. By how you replied, unflinching in the face of the guns pointed at them, calmly buying time for song-inching. Come on, young brother, this is the best deal I can offer. I can't lower the price any further. What if we give you the supplies and you decide to back out? Tang Li chimed in, recognizing by how Yu's strategy to stall for time. Their current powers were limited to Yin Yin, Fu Dong, and her own abilities, which could create shields capable of withstanding gunfire, but they couldn't guarantee everyone has safety. Thus, disarming the assailants was the best course of action. What are you talking about? Go check with the folks down south that don't you treat your big brother like this. Tang Li scoffed, her disdain apparent. What has South Street become? Should I consult the zombies? No, I'm telling you, little sister. How can you be so naive? We're all waiting for a meal. Just give us a straightforward answer. The bald man, observing by Hao Yu's silence, began to grow impatient. He was reluctant to confront this seemingly tough group directly, but the vehicles passing in the opposite direction were few and far between that he assumed they were just a bunch of young people and thought he could easily swindle them for supplies, only to find them more resilient than anticipated. Yet, having said so much, backing down now would seem like conceding defeat. And what if we refuse? Then you won't find it easy to pass through today. However, my friend, I advise you, as ability users out collecting supplies, it shouldn't be too difficult, right? And you've got a few pristine young ladies with you. If things turn violent, it wouldn't end well for them. Would it? We might be starving today, but we won't hesitate to draw the line. The bald man felt he couldn't back down and continued to exchange harsh words with Bai Haoyu. Worst case, they would fight. He didn't want to appear weak, that he had initially thought this young brother was a straightforward person, but now he was caught up with a girl who seemed to disrupt everything. Unable to utter a word that don't trust them. They killed my husband. They are murderers. Please save me. The previously detained woman, quick-witted, noticed the bald man's different demeanor towards Yan Qing's team compared to her own and realized with a pitiful demeanor. She lamented, likely because Bai Haoyu possessed an appearance that exuded an air of righteousness, easily deceivable. Consequently, everyone who had encountered him, particularly the women, were inclined to believe that he was the sort who would readily offer assistance if one were to weep profusely. This explains why Bai Haoyu often deliberately wore a stern expression, his demeanor icy and unyielding. Upon casting a glance downward, he initially felt a tinge of sympathy for this woman's plight. However, witnessing her monotonous display of theatrics swiftly extinguished his patience. The audacity to seek solace from another man immediately after her own husband's demise, employing theatrics to elicit sympathy, was rather distasteful. Even if she were truly deserving of compassion, that a surge of lightning coursed through Bai Haoyu's palm as he clenched his fist, channeling the electricity throughout his body. The woman clinging to him emitted a piercing scream, jolted by the current and propelled away from him. Tang Li, observing from behind, clicked his tongue, remarking that a man imbued with electrical powers was not easily swayed. The bald man, partially buried in the earth, chuckled derisively at the woman's predicament, remarking that the young lad ought not heed the ramblings of a madwoman. They had intended to rob her, but the man had been bitten by a zombie and had threatened them. It was his brother who had fired the fatal shot. No, you lie, the woman sobbed, her face streaked with tears, radiating sorrow. Bai Haoyu turned to glance at Fu Dong, who nodded in affirmation. Indeed, the man had suddenly become agitated, claiming a desire for mutual destruction. The woman, incredulous, raised her gaze. Did you hear that? You witnessed them tormenting us and did nothing to help. If you had intervened even a moment sooner, my husband would still be alive. By how you approached the corpse that had been there prior to their arrival. And indeed, it bore a distinct claw mark on its leg'd 8T that moment. Tang Li realized why this scenario felt eerily familiar. It mirrored the situation of a certain delicate flower from the capital base. The man had sustained severe injuries from a zombie, deep enough to expose bone, rendering it highly probable that he would either die or transform into one of the undead. Bai Haoyu examined the wound, taking in the frail form of the corpse, resembling a plucked chicken. Given such a slight physique and the extent of the injuries, the likelihood of becoming a zombie was near 100%. You speak nonsense. Those who have been bitten by zombies can still remain human. Some may even become superhuman. The woman sobbed, shaking her head in denial. Indeed, we had no intention of rescuing you, Bai Haoyu stated flatly. The woman was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unaware that her moral coercion held no sway. "You can't leave me here. I truly have nowhere to go. I beg of you." Without further ado, Bai Haoyu retorted. "By subduing those who attempted to rob you, we have already saved you. Point one must learn gratitude, or at the very least, humility. You have two choices: remain with them or drive off on your own." Since Tang Li had observed similarities between this woman and that delicate flower, he lost interest in her plight. Initially contemplating assisting her to the nearby encampment, he now deemed it best to let her fend for herself. "How can you be so heartless? Even someone like you has a man willing to stand by you." Before she could finish her protest, Bai Haoyu raised his gun, aiming it at her head. "Will you leave, or will you stay?" The woman glared resentfully at Tang Li, then cast a pleading glance at Bai Haoyu. With a stomp of her foot, she turned and entered her vehicle, flooring the accelerator and departing with a speed that belied her earlier show of reluctance. Chapter 61. Entering Jixing with the irritating presence gone, Bai Haoyu holstered his handgun, while Song Inching stowed away the firearms of the would-be robbers. Bai Haoyu adjusted his weapon, noticing a few missing bullets. It was uncertain whether they had previously dispatched zombies or fellow humans. Although they did not seem virtuous, their claims possessed a degree of credibility. The man indeed had a chance of becoming a zombie. In this world where humanity was dwindling, they had no desire to turn on their own kind, nor did they harbor intentions of ridding the world of threats. Ultimately, they held no interest in harming the living. And apart from Bai Haoyu and Song Inching, the rest of Yanqing's team had not taken a life, which mitigated any urge to brutally eliminate the robbers. "That I can let you go. But I will confiscate your weapons. That I hope this serves as a lesson. The business of highway robbery is not as lucrative as one might think." Bai Haoyu instructed Yan Yan to search and collect all metallic items from them, including bullets and various blades. The bald man and his companions nodded submissively, promising not to repeat their misdeeds. Bai Haoyu did not concern himself with their sincerity. It was likely they would not cross paths again, and reality would soon teach them a harsh lesson. After confiscating their weapons, Bai Haoyu led Yanqing's team into their vehicle and departed from the area, encountering no further unusual incidents, as they maintained a steady pace along the predetermined route. They were about to enter Jixing, with H City ahead that will soon be entering the city. "I wonder what the situation is like within." "Everyone, stay alert," Meng Yin remarked, glancing at the signpost, which roused the quietly resting individuals. As they traveled along the national highway, the landscape surrounding them was dominated by expansive fields blanketed in snow, creating an atmosphere of desolation that in the distance. Undulating mountains could be seen, not particularly high, but stretching for miles. This region of Jixing was characterized by hilly terrain. "This place appears quite clean, unlike the filth of the capital and Tea City," Chun Yin commented, cradling a cat as he admired the pristine scenery outside. "Though we have yet to enter the city, it remains uncertain what awaits us. However, with such heavy snowfall, don't you think the zombies' mobility might be hindered?" Tang Li interjected, posing a critical question for their consideration. Your observation holds merit, that if that's the case, then perhaps it bodes well for us." Chun Yin, a speed-oriented superhuman, was particularly attuned to the concept of velocity. She had noticed it earlier, but hadn't pondered it deeply. No worries. Otherwise, no zombie could outrun you. "Just remember, if you can't fight, flee," Meng Yin remarked, glancing at the obedient Chun Yin through the rearview mirror, playfully teasing her, "that I'm not that useless." Chun Yin protested, her adorable brows knitting together in a frown, her eyes forming charming shapes reminiscent of a mischievous rabbit. Meng Yin found her expression even more amusing. As the group neared the city, they passed through a township-like area, predominantly consisting of single-story homes and self-built villas. "Let us not enter the city today. We'll find a place to rest here," Bai Haoyu suggested, assessing the surroundings and the weather. The population here was less dense, suggesting fewer zombies than in the city. The self-constructed houses were sturdier than the high-rises in the city, making them easier to defend and escape from. In agreement, they selected a house with a courtyard. The exterior featured a sturdy gate and reinforced security measures, with tempered glass windows. Properties equipped with tempered glass were the preferred choice for refuge in a post-apocalyptic setting. After all, the quality of tempered glass in their country was among the best in the world. And in the early days of the apocalypse, zombies could hardly breach it. Even in the later stages, when more advanced or mutated zombies emerged, tempered glass still provided a degree of resistance, granting occupants precious seconds to react. Every second could mean the difference between life and death. By how Yu utilized his mental prowess to sense the surroundings, detecting no imminent threats. This will do, he declared that as the group disembarked, they noted that the house was adjacent to the road, potentially frequented by passers-by, making it conspicuous to leave their vehicle outside. Thus, Tang Li promptly stored the car in his spatial pocket that I'll check inside, Yin Yin stated, taking the lead, with Fu Dong following closely behind. The others remained outside, tasked with ensuring their safety. Old Song, keep an eye on them. By how Yu organized the plan, drawing his handgun as he ventured forth as the scout. Yin Yin, utilizing his metallic abilities, unlocked the door, allowing Bai Hao Yu to enter, with Fu Dong ready to erect a soil barrier should any unforeseen events arise. Minutes passed before Fu Dong emerged. All clear. It's safe inside, albeit a bit dirty. One by one, they stepped inside, with Song Inxing and Yin Yin locking the door behind them. Yin Yin inspected the security bars on the windows, reinforcing any weak points he discovered. The walls separating the courtyard from the neighboring property were relatively low, easily surmountable. Observing this, Fu Dong raised the height of the walls until both sides matched the house's elevation. Satisfied with his work, Tang Li nodded approvingly at their cautiousness, appreciating their diligence, though the gate had been fortified. The group wasted no time entering the main house. The layout differed from traditional homes. Upon entry, they found a living room, with a master bedroom to the east and a kitchen at the back. On the west side, there are 2 secondary bedrooms. The main house also features a back door leading to a backyard. However, this back door does not appear very sturdy. Fu Dong took a glance at the back door and noted that it was an ordinary wooden door, which, although it could be locked, lacked the robustness of a steel security door. Furthermore, the backyard connects to a narrow path, and the wall surrounding it is not particularly high, even lower than that of the front yard. Surely, sir, are you suggesting I should build a wall? Fu Dong surveyed the backyard and felt an overwhelming sense of insecurity. That I have an idea. Tang Li, after inspecting the area, returned and patted Fu Dong on the shoulder. Why not seal off this back door and all the windows on the north side? I noticed there are vegetables growing in the backyard, and there is soil available. You can use that. It won't require much of your abilities. Seal everything up? Doesn't that mean there would be no back door or windows left? That idea is absolutely ridiculous. Fu Dong gave Tang Li a thumbs up. Well, Tang Li's suggestion is feasible. Fu Dong, hurry up and finish the task. Then we can eat. Let us discuss further after the meal. Tang Li nodded, still setting up her own sofa and table, opting not to use external furniture. Chapter 62. Naming woes. How much of your abilities have recovered? By how you recalled that Tang Li had used her powers today, although she claimed there was nothing to worry about at the time. By how you feared she might have withheld something due to the inappropriateness of the moment. Tang Li took out a hot pot, using a portable gas stove to boil a pot of water, into which she tossed meatballs and various meats. Hearing Bai Hao Yu's question, she suddenly remembered to assess her ice-type abilities. They had already fully recovered. It seemed that after exhausting her powers, it took approximately 24 hours to regain them. Tang Li noticed Bai Hao Yu's hesitant gaze and anticipated his inquiry, interrupting him. There are no side effects. I have carefully assessed my condition. Not only are there no residual effects, but I also feel as though my ability level has improved. It's as if my previous capacity has expanded slightly. Could this be what they call rebirth through adversity? Bai Hao Yu flicked her forehead with 2 fingers, exclaiming, "What nonsense! Mind your language, so what you're saying is, using up your abilities brings no harm and may even yield benefits. Is that correct?" Tang Li instinctively recoiled, cradling her forehead. Well, if we disregard the potential dangers within the next 24 hours, then yes. That is indeed the case. Tang Li was reluctant to use this method to enhance her abilities, fearing that Bai Hao Yu might refrain from utilizing his lightning powers, which were a significant asset to the team in this apocalyptic world. I believe that under conditions of confirmed safety, one of us could undertake this. After all, recovering half of one's abilities overnight is not detrimental. Look at me today. I used my powers without any issues. Right. Bai Hao Yu shot a glance at the carefree Tang Li, breaking off a duck leg from the roasted duck she had brought out. I wouldn't weaken even without this method. Just take care of yourself without worrying too much. After sealing the area with soil, Fu Dong took a deep breath and sat down at the table. Phew, wall building is no easy task, though. Roasted duck today. Goddess Li truly understands me. Upon hearing the mention of roasted duck, Yin Yin, who was still conducting a final inspection and reinforcement, plopped down beside him. That in truth, he also enjoyed such delicacies. However, he had never voiced any particular requests before, simply accepting whatever Tang Li offered. Tonight, let us all sleep in the living room that don't sit too close to the windows. Although there is a doorman and the vicinity is quite tranquil, I still feel something is off. After dinner, Song Iching addressed the group, suggesting that perhaps the excessive quietude and numerous windows here made the space feel too exposed during dangerous times, while smaller, more concealed areas often provide a greater sense of security. Tang Li, taking Song Iching's words into account, began to move the living room furniture using her spatial abilities into another room, propping one of the sofas against the door and setting up beds in the living room. Fortunately, the living room was spacious enough to accommodate 4 beds. Esteemed colleagues, let me take the night watch. You have all been working hard lately, so it's my turn to Fu Dong casually plopped down on the sofa by the door. Just as a gray, fluffy figure jumped up beside him, the Alaskan dog they had brought along. Following closely behind was a white, fluffy creature that darted in with remarkable speed. Hey, do you 2 little ones wish to keep me company during the night watch? Fu Dong smiled at the 2 fluffy beings that had joined him. Huh. I sent that cat a bit too fast. And don't you find these 2 particularly intelligent and perceptive? They seemed exceptionally obedient and well-behaved on the journey. So much so that I often nearly forgot about them. The distance was too short, and the cat was too swift. Su Qingqing couldn't ascertain if she had merely imagined it that Su Qingqing observed the fluffy beings with their wide, round eyes, seemingly engaged in a silent contest to see who could stare longer. That moment, Song Iching glanced over, extending his mental abilities towards them. After a few moments, he nodded that I can sense a faint thought process from them. It appears they want to do something for us and are fearful of being abandoned. Song Iching furrowed his brow, uncertain whether it was typical for animals to possess such thoughts, as his mental abilities had only manifested after the apocalypse. And he had never before sensed animal emotions. Animals are indeed quite intelligent. I recall hearing that many possess an intelligence comparable to that of children. Tang Li pondered, aware that animals inherently possess a degree of intelligence, and that mutations among them were something she had known from her previous life. However, she had only discovered this fact after the heavy snowfall, as the news had spread post-blizzard, leading everyone to collectively believe that such changes occurred only thereafter. Yet upon reflection, it seems possible that animal mutations may not necessarily have begun after the snowfall. After all, the first wave of human mutations occurred following the meteor shower. Who knows if animals could have mutated as well? This notion had never been substantiated. It was merely a widely held belief. If humans can awaken abilities and possess mental powers, perhaps animals can too. Even if they cannot, becoming more intelligent is still within the realm of understanding. Tang Li gazed thoughtfully at the cat and dog. Oh, no way. Could it really be that severe? Fu Dong exclaimed dramatically, observing the seemingly harmless fluffy creatures beside him. Let us give them names. It would be inconvenient to keep referring to them as the dog and the cat now that they will be following us. Due to her own experiences, Wu Lin felt a particular fondness for the dog that protected its companions and suggested they give them names. The naming-challenged individuals exchanged glances, wide-eyed and silent, as the room fell into a temporary hush. Fu Dong was the first to speak. Well, I believe I'm fairly decent at naming. How about calling one Black Ear and the other Little Gray? He based his choices on the Alaskan's predominant gray fur and the black ring around the ragdoll's ears. Chun Yin, who had developed a bond with the ragdoll during their journey, immediately disagreed. No, it's too adorable to be called something as unappealing as Black Ear. The others rolled their eyes, unsure of where he derived his confidence that his naming skills were above average. Then you suggest a name. Little Yin. Fu Dong leaned back, putting his feet up and leaving the matter to Chun Yin. Chun Yin turned to Tang Li, his brows furrowed in a plea for assistance. Tang Li, why must she bear such immense pressure? Observing Fu Dong's mischievousness, she offered Chun Yin an idea. Little Yin Yin, it's so chubby and white. Doesn't it resemble a soup dumpling? How about no? All right, fine, just don't. Cautious of the now fierce little girl, Fu Dong retreated after being rebuffed. Chapter 63. King Kong and his Iron Hammer sister Tang Li met Chun Yin's pleading gaze. Her mind racing, her cheeks puffing intermittently. This was her habitual response when struggling to conjure thoughts, resembling a pufferfish gasping for air. However, Fu Dong's soup dumpling suggestion had sparked an idea. She found it quite fitting. Yet given Chen Yin's expression, it was clear she could not voice that opinion. So white and plump. How about we call it Tang Yuan? Tang Li tentatively proposed to Chen Yin. Chen Yin nodded with satisfaction. Great! Seeing Chen Yin pleased, Tang Li sighed in relief. She had indeed taken on burdens she shouldn't have as a naming-challenged individual. Meanwhile, Fu Dong, overhearing their exchange, appeared utterly perplexed, as if 3 question marks had sprouted above his head. Glancing back and forth in confusion, did I ask that it? How is this any better than my suggestions? Of course, the other two had no intention of acknowledging his bewildered expression. Did I in that case? Let us name that dog Sesame. It pairs nicely with the soup dumpling, right? Fu Dong retorted mischievously. In a way. Wu Lin firmly rejected Fu Dong's suggestion that it deserves a name that befits its bravery. Once again, Fu Dong was pushed back. Arms crossed, and with a huff, he reclined. Call him whatever you wish. He simply could not care less. He cast a glance at the disheveled dog, questioning its valor. Today, it had been so formidable, having unleashed its full power to bury 2 individuals alive. And yet, it still had energy to spare. Lin Lin hadn't even praised its bravery. Wu Lin pondered seriously for a moment. How about calling it Jingang then? Song inching, having just taken a sip of water. Couldn't suppress a sudden spray. Fu Dong. Is that your reason for disliking me? Wu Lin gazed in confusion at the reactions of others. Was it not brave enough? Tang Li looked at Wu Lin with a complicated expression, then glanced at the so-called valiant Alaskan. Are you certain? Wu Lin's face was innocent as she hesitated, looking at Tang Li. I sent it good. Then, how about you all suggest another name? Tang Li opened his mouth, contemplated for a long while, and finally shut it again. Jingang it is then. After the group settled on the names Jingang and Tang Yuan, they lay down to rest. Fu Dong patted Jingang's rear, saying, Go, Jingang, find your hammer sister. Meow. Chunyin shot Fu Dong a glare with her round little eyes, gently nudging the Tang Yuan who had invaded half of her pillow. Sleep. Ignore him. You shall be called Tang Yuan. Jingang was squeezed to the edge of the sofa by Fu Dong. Turned to glance at Fu Dong, who had his feet resting upon him, then shifted his head to the other side, resting his chin on the armrest, exhaling a long breath through his nose. As everyone gradually succumbed to slumber, Fu Dong's ears suddenly perked up. Having foregone sleep to keep watch, coupled with his heightened auditory senses, he could discern every faint sound from beyond the courtyard. He heard the sound of claws scraping against the wall and recalled noticing traces of animals climbing over when he had heightened the surrounding wall. Initially, he assumed they belonged to livestock that had fled or been consumed by zombies during the apocalypse. But now it seemed they were familiar with the place. As Fu Dong listened intently, the sound drew nearer, and he straightened up. Jingang, noticing Fu Dong's movement, also perked up with a quiver of his ears. Though Jingang lacked enhanced hearing, dogs are inherently sensitive, and he could still pick up the noises from the yard. Wu Lin had intended to rise and switch places with Fu Dong, but upon opening her eyes, she saw Fu Dong and Jingang on high alert. Just as she was about to approach and investigate the situation, there came 3 distinct knocks on the door. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of knocking roused the lighter sleepers from Yanqing's team. Thud, thud, thud. Again 3 knocks. The knock itself was rather polite, but at this hour, who would knock? No one inside spoke. The group quietly got out of bed. Tang Li folded the bedding and stood alertly on the ground, prepared for any potential danger. The knocking grew more urgent. Thud, 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 when suddenly, a girl's anxious voice rang out from outside. Brother Bai, it's me. Open the door, Brother Bai. Bai Hao Yu frowned. That overly dramatic voice sounded so familiar. Could it be? He turned to look at Tang Li. Tang Li also bore a troubled expression, and no doubt about it. After all these years, he could easily distinguish that voice. It was none other than Han Xiaoshi's. Tang Li glanced at Bai Hao Yu, who was looking back at him with a grim countenance, and nodded slightly. Bai Hao Yu was even more perplexed. How had she managed to find them? They had traveled quite a distance, and they hadn't dawdled along the way at this speed. It was as if she had journeyed day and night. Brother Bai, open the door. It's me, Han Xiaoshi, Brother Bai. The knocking outside had turned into banging. Bai Hao Yu furrowed his brow. They couldn't let her continue banging like this at this rate. The noise would inevitably attract zombies, and it was clear that the person outside was determined not to leave until the door was opened. Bai Haoyu gestured for silence to the others and approached the door. How did you get here? How did you find us? Logically, with Fu Dong's auditory mutation and Song Inching's psychic abilities, they should have been impossible to track. I was on a mission with my team and encountered a sister along the way. She told me you had saved her, and from her description, I knew it was you. Could it be that woman from before? Before Bai Haoyu could continue pondering, the voice outside rang out once more that I knew you were still alive. Everyone at the base said you had been eaten by zombies, but I didn't believe it. I knew Brother Bai would be fine. Please, let me in. I got separated from my team, and it's dangerous out here alone that if you got separated, go find your team. Why should we let you in? Bai Haoyu felt an unsettling sensation about her insistence. The voice outside hesitated. Brother Bai, aren't you a soldier? Aren't you supposed to be the most righteous? How could you stand by and do nothing? Have you forgotten your mission? You've hated me from the start solely because Tang Li was against me. You completely sided with her, disregarding my explanations, preferring to bring a dog along instead of me. Don't you know that mutated animals are dangerous in this apocalypse? Yet, you indulged Tang Li, bringing those two mutated creatures with you. With a similar level of psychic power, Tang Li sensed that something was amiss, but couldn't quite piece together a coherent thought. Song Inching, being a psychic ability user, was the first to react. Chapter 64. It's an illusion, huh? How do you know Bai Haoyu is a soldier? We've never made that clear. And how do you know we have two mutated animals? Even if you encountered that woman, the two creatures we brought did not get out of the vehicle or make a sound. Even if she noticed that large dog, it would be impossible for her to have seen the smaller cat. Moreover, how did you deduce that it was Tang Li who wanted to save her? Song Inching scoffed and turned to Bai Haoyu. Old Bai, something is off. She might not be Han Xiaoshu. Then who could she be? Bai Haoyu's gaze was filled with confusion, his brow tightly knitted as if he couldn't fathom that moment. Song Inching noticed Bai Haoyu's unusual demeanor. Logically, with so many inconsistencies, even if the voice outside was identical to the Han Xiaoshu they had met at the base. Bai Haoyu's vigilance should have caught on to the discrepancies. Yet Bai Haoyu had only expressed slight suspicion at first, later seeming to question the other party while inadvertently pointing out the inconsistencies, seemingly waiting for them to resolve the contradictions themselves. That was peculiar. Given Bai Haoyu's character, if he were certain that the other party posed a problem, he should have ceased questioning long ago. Observing Bai Haoyu's puzzled expression and glancing at his companions, every member of Yin Qing's team wore a look of bewilderment, except for Qin Yin, who was fearfully clutching Tang Li's hand, shaking her arm while maintaining a clear gaze. However, Tang Li appeared deep in thought, ignoring her that moment. Song Inching suddenly realized where the discrepancy lay. Perhaps it was not the person outside who was off, but rather they themselves. Su Qingqing, get everyone some water to help them wake up. Su Qingqing, still dazed, did not respond to Song Inching's request and remained motionless. The voice outside continued, gradually shifting its focus from Bai Haoyu to address each individual. Song Inching realized that no matter what he said, the others would not heed him, yet they could hear the outside voice immediately. As the conversation progressed, the Han Xiaoshu outside even began to make personal attacks, mentioning Yin Yan's grandmother, trying to provoke Yin Yan into opening the door. Feeling the gravity of the situation escalating, Song Inching hurriedly searched the room for everyone's bags, recalling that they contained water. Thankfully, Tang Li had the foresight not to stow the bags in the spatial pocket, leaving them outside. Otherwise, they would have had no water at all. Just as Song Inching located the water, he looked up to see Fu Dong gripping a brick in his palm, one hand lifting the edge of the sofa, preparing to dash out and confront the person outside. Song Inching quickly blocked Fu Dong, twisting open a bottle of water and splashing it on Fu Dong's face. Fu Dong, wake up. He then turned to Bai Haoyu, Tang Li, Yin Yin, Wu Lin, and Meng Yun, drenching each in turn. When he reached Qin Yin, just as she was about to protest that she was fine, Song Inching splashed her, cutting her off. Qin Yin wiped the water from her face, puffing her cheeks in a pout, feeling wronged. She had realized something was off herself and had wanted to wake Tang Li. Why was he splashing her? Song Inching poured the remaining water over his own head, fearing he might also fall under the spell. Turning back to Bai Haoyu, who still wore a frown, he patted his face, producing sharp slap sounds. Old Bai, are you awake? Bai Haoyu opened his hand. That I'm awake, that I felt something was off for a while. But the longer it went on, the less I could make sense of it. There must be something confusing us. Tang Li turned to the others. Can you still hear the voice outside? No, what could it be? As Tang Li found herself deep in thought, she was abruptly interrupted by the low, mournful emanating from Jean Gang, who stood at the door, having been doused with water by Song inching in similar fashion. The sound was soft, akin to a dog's warning growl directed at an intruder. That thing was still outside. Observing Jean Gang's behavior, Song inching felt the tension in the air and spoke that Fu Dong's ears perked up at the mention. Yet no sound followed. Could it be that the thing outside remained utterly still? Zombies were unlikely to act in such a manner. Could it be a ghost? A chill ran down Fu Dong's spine at the thought. This cursed world had given rise to both zombies and superhumans, and even animals had begun to mutate, suggesting that the long-standing rule against spiritual evolution post-establishment might no longer hold water. Thus, the existence of ghosts was not entirely out of the realm of possibility, was it? Reciting the 24-character mantra of prosperity, democracy, civilization, harmony, freedom, equality, justice, rule of law, patriotism, dedication, integrity, and kindness, Fu Dong was abruptly silenced by a light smack to the back of his head from Su Qingqing. Shut up. Where are you getting ghosts from? Look at Jean Gang. Could it be some kind of hallucinogenic substance, like those in martial arts novels that induce illusions? Do you smell something? I feel like there's a foul odor lingering. Speaking of scents, Tang Li turned her gaze towards Jean Gang, who had initially been alerting them to the thing outside, but now appeared somewhat dazed. Suddenly, a memory from her past life resurfaced. Everyone, cover your noses and step away from the door. Su Qingqing utilized her wind-based abilities to disperse the odor permeating the room through the cracks of the door. While covering her mouth and nose, Tang Li urged Su Qingqing to cleanse the air within. Following Tang Li's command, Su Qingqing not only expelled the stench, but also employed her mist skills to envelop the room in fog, shielding them from any other sense. Once the group sensed it was safe, they lowered their hands. What is going on, Li Zi? Su Qingqing inquired, for if anyone in the room possessed the most knowledge about the apocalypse, it was undoubtedly Tang L. Su Qingqing believed Tang Li had stumbled upon something significant. In truth, Tang Li was reminded of a terrifying incident involving a squad from her previous life, who encountered a dreadful experience while on a mission. This squad comprised numerous superhumans and mutants of various types, making them relatively formidable within the base. However, they lacked a psychic type, as such individuals were few and far between, typically found in the top-tier, exceptionally skilled teams. Despite this, it should have sufficed. While psychic superhumans might be powerful, they were not strictly necessary for missions. Even in the latter stages of the apocalypse, unless one was particularly unfortunate to encounter psychic zombies or mutated creatures, visual and auditory mutants could effectively scout terrain and identify dangers. However, by sheer misfortune, that squad did encounter a psychic mutant animal, a wolverine capable of inducing hallucinations at that time. The entire squad fell under the influence of the psychic-induced illusions. Fortunately, they were rescued by a passing team. Sadly, by the time they were roused, a third of their members had perished, all while under the thrall of the hallucinations, meeting various fates. The rescuing team had a psychic superhuman among them, who discerned that the source of their predicament was a psychic mutant wolverine. Wolverines were known to be intelligent creatures even before the apocalypse, classified among those animals most likely to attain sentience. They seldom appeared before humans, but possessed a keen understanding of the human world. With a clear sense of loyalty and vengeance, those who aided Wolverines in acquiring valuable items would find themselves repaid in kind, while those who wronged them would be pursued for retribution. In the remote regions where Wolverines once thrived, there were frequent reports of individuals driven mad by the Wolverine's foul stench. Superstitious folks claimed they had been possessed, and such tales only grew more sinister with time. Ultimately, this species gained notoriety in the human realm due to its deeply vindictive nature. That squad had encountered the mutant Wolverine while battling mutated plants in the jungle. During their efforts to clear the plants, they had overlooked the Wolverine, inadvertently injuring it while simultaneously incinerating both it and the mutated flora. Unfortunately, the Wolverine managed to escape and later returned with accomplices seeking vengeance in the face of psychic attacks. Unless one was a psychic superhuman like Song Inching or Chen Yin, it was exceedingly challenging to resist. Additionally, only those with inherently strong mental fortitude, like Bai Haoyu and Tang Li, stood a chance. Yet, the mutant Wolverine was among the more formidable psychic mutants, bolstered by its foul odor, rendering unprepared individuals like Baihaoyu and Tang Li susceptible as well. Furthermore, as they had all been in slumber, their resistance was significantly diminished. Fu Dong, on night watch, was not a psychic superhuman. When he first heard the animal sounds, he hesitated to awaken the others, fearing that doing so might alarm the thing outside, that by the time everyone roused, they had already been subjected to the Wolverine's noxious fumes, compounded by the effects of his psychic abilities. That it was only due to the presence of two psychic superhumans in their team that they managed to awaken in time. Had they been a different team devoid of psychic abilities, they surely would have met their demise. However, this story was not something he could divulge. Tang Li was left to fabricate an alternative tale. It seems this odor resembles that of a wolverine, that I encountered it during my childhood in the countryside. Those afflicted by a wolverine stench often experience hallucinations that I suspect that the creature outside may have mutated. Much like Tang Yuan. Baihaoyu furrowed his brow, contemplating for a while. Well, it's not entirely implausible. After all, we had previously suspected that the two creatures we rescued were mutated animals. It wouldn't be surprising if the wolverine could evolve as well. However, typically, if we leave them be, they shouldn't attack humans unprovoked. Why are they attempting to confuse us now? Tang Li was perplexed. The squad had unintentionally harmed the mutant wolverine while burning hazardous plants. But they had not provoked any wolverines on their journey thus far. Not even encountered one. Why was this happening? Song Yiqing attempted to communicate with the mutant wolverine outside, using his psychic abilities. After a moment, he hesitantly spoke. I sense that they do not harbor strong malice. It seems they wish for us to leave, as this territory is likely claimed by them. So, they believe we are intruding on their domain? Tang Li raised an eyebrow. Why do these wolverines seem so audacious this year? Isn't this human territory? How dare they attempt to drive us away from our own dwelling? It was still dark outside. They needed to wait until dawn to depart. Since you can communicate with them, perhaps you should negotiate that if they mean us no harm, we should avoid causing trouble. After all, these creatures are known for their grudges. If we provoke them, restful nights will be a distant memory. Baihaoyu glanced at the dim sky. It was far too perilous to venture out now that he suggested that Song Yiqing negotiate with the mutant wolverine outside. Song Yiqing felt a mix of exasperation and despair that I'm not at the level where I can communicate fluently with animals. You know, I can only barely sense thoughts and emotions. How am I supposed to discuss such intricate matters with them? Nevertheless, Song Yiqing endeavored to establish communication. That it was uncertain whether the wolverine understood, but it remained stationed at the door without retreating. The group dared not return to slumber, and Song Yiqing instructed Su Qingqing to cease her abilities, as maintaining them was exceedingly draining. Given his current mental state, he was no longer susceptible to hallucinations. Had he not inhaled the wolverine's foul fumes while asleep, he would have been entirely unaffected. This is rather alarming. Now I understand why my second aunt's family had altars dedicated to the wolverine and Hudaxian. If it can produce illusions after mutating, could it truly possess individuals? Fu Dong stealthily shifted his position among the group, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. You, a grown man, are afraid of such things? I didn't see you trembling when facing zombies, Su Qingqing remarked disdainfully as she observed Fu Dong trying to conceal himself. Zombies are different. They are merely mindless corpses, akin to monsters or the Loch Ness Monster. Have you ever seen a boy raised on Ultraman who fears such creatures? Fu Dong countered earnestly. However, some unseen entities are different. Our great China has believed in these things for thousands of years. There must be some truth to it. Tang Li observed Fu Dong's demeanor, noting that this was the first time she had seen him behave this way. In her past life, Fu Dong had struck her as a bright and resilient young man, but now Tang Li pondered whether this transformation stemmed from never having encountered such ghosts or deities. Young man, have you ever heard of the Pen Fairy? Tang Li found Fu Dong's demeanor quite amusing, and with a hint of mischief, he retrieved a pen from his space. What if we were to summon a pen spirit now and have her battle the outside's Huang de Xian for 300 rounds? Who would be more formidable? Chapter 66. The fragile Fu Dong. Fu Dong swallowed hard. No, that won't be necessary. I feel rather vulnerable at the moment. The 24-character mantra of strength, democracy, civilization, harmony, freedom, equality, justice, rule of law, patriotism, dedication, integrity, and kindness had just been recited. Ah, you've just chanted the mantra. Let me teach you something new. Tang Li beckoned Fu Dong to lean closer. What new one? Is it all combatants? Take your positions. Fu Dong edged a little closer to Tang Li. Tang Li looked at him speechlessly. You seem quite knowledgeable about these exorcism things. Fu Dong replied earnestly. In this world, one must be prepared. Come here. Tang Li whispered something into Fu Dong's ear. Fu Dong gazed at Tang Li in confusion. What was that? I've never heard of it effective. Tang Li, with utmost seriousness, affirmed, it is indeed effective, very effective. This is the latest demon exorcising incantation, and many have verified its efficacy. Fu Dong nodded, albeit skeptically. The group endured an indeterminate wait, as the exterior began to reveal faint glimmers of light. Once more, a persistent knocking echoed at the door. Fu Dong, startled, sprang up from the ground, muttering incantations. Makabaka, Mikamaka, Makamaka, Mikamika bump. Tang Li exclaimed at Su Qingqing. Wu Lin, Bai Hao Yu, Yin Yin, Chen Yin, Ming Yun, and Song Inching all looked puzzled. All right, enough of the antics. There's merely a psychically mutated creature outside. Nothing to fear. Bai Hao Yu signaled for everyone to assume a battle-ready posture and boldly approach the door first. The Yanqing team quickly adjusted and followed suit, with Fu Dong inserting himself among them. Wu Lin sighed helplessly at Fu Dong, who had wedged himself in front of her. Bai Hao Yu held a gun in one hand while opening the door with the other. The moment the door swung open, a few earthy figures darted past at incredible speed. A series of footprints marred the silver-white snow, attesting that something had indeed passed by. Bai Hao Yu scanned the surroundings. The silver-white snow had blanketed everything in sight. Perhaps that was why dawn seemed to arrive earlier. The early morning chill still carried the breath of ice and snow, causing the group's breaths to form visible puffs of air. It was clear that the mutated creature had endured the cold outside for quite some time. Bai Hao Yu gestured for everyone to remain alert, and the Yanqing team quickly arranged themselves into their usual formation as they stepped outside. This time with a dog leading the way. They approached the door without incident, and Tang Li summoned the vehicle from her space. They piled into the car, pressing the accelerator to depart, leaving only the sudden tracks imprinted in the snow. That creature didn't follow us, did it? Fu Dong peered through the rear windshield. The weasel is incredibly swift, especially as a mutant. Your auditory mutation won't help you notice it if it followed, Song Inching bluntly retorted. Fu Dong's expression turned astonished. Is that so? What should we do? Song Inching regarded him as if he were foolish. I'm a psychic ability user. Of course, I can sense whether it followed us or not. Oh, Fu Dong elongated the sound, appearing disinterested. Just the fact that they failed to control me first indicates that the mutant weasel's psychic ability is not superior to mine. Thus, we should be safe with our precautions. Song Inching glanced at the still worried Fu Dong. I'll keep watch tonight. Nothing will happen. Fu Dong finally nodded in reassurance. I'll stay with you. Song Inching smirked slightly. Are you here because you want to keep me company? Or because you don't trust me? I am far more capable than your Makamika. What exactly is that Makamika? Why did Tang Li ask me to say that? Fu Dong suddenly recalled earlier events. Su Qingqing eyed him curiously. Haven't you been surfing on 5G? How do you not know this? What did Tang Li tell you? Yin Yin, who had always been on good terms with Fu Dong, recognized that his good friend had likely been hoodwinked. The latest exorcism spell. What on earth? Haha, you actually believed it. Su Qingqing laughed so hard she could barely stand. What is it then? Yin Yin, you laughed too. Aren't we good friends? Hurry and tell me. Unable to counter Su Qingqing's teasing, Fu Dong seized Yin Yin by the neck from the passenger seat, demanding answers that it's the baby shark song. What Tang Li said isn't entirely inaccurate. Yin Yin briefly explained the origins of the Makamika to Fu Dong. Fu Dong's expression soured. Do you think Tang Li is still punishing me for stealing her candy? If it weren't for her preparing undergarments for me, and if it weren't snowing heavily today, this matter could have been far more complicated. Su Qingqing's face contorted in mild disgust. Speak clearly. My dear Li is providing you with thermal undergarments. Why does it sound so sordid coming from you? Fu Dong retorted. What's wrong with what I said? Isn't it your mind that's in the gutter? Fu Dong protested. Song Inching shook his head in exasperation and turned on the heater. The two vehicles traversed the dilapidated city, where the zombies in the heavy snow appeared remarkably sluggish, only reacting after they had passed, unable to catch up. The howling wind outside and the zombies' roars formed a symphony of despair as they huddled in the vehicle, soaking in the scant warmth. Now I understand why you all enjoy bickering so much. After witnessing such scenes repeatedly, it can truly lead to a sense of despondency, Wu Lin remarked, withdrawing her gaze from the window. Her expression somber. Noticing Wu Lin's demeanor, Fu Dong quickly produced a piece of corn candy from his pocket. Here, have some sugar. It might cheer you up that it's corn-flavored and smells quite delightful, for reasons unknown. She had a particular fondness for this candy, so he had coaxed a piece from Tang Li and, not having had the chance to eat it himself, offered it to her. Wu Lin accepted the corn candy he handed her, unwrapped it and popped it into her mouth. The sweet, fragrant taste, infused with the unique essence of corn, was indeed something Tang Li would likely enjoy. That it's really delicious, Wu Lin murmured softly. That Fu Dong's hearing was remarkably acute. Within the confines of the vehicle, he could discern even the faintest sounds, given how close they were. You like it? Should I go and coax another one? No need. I prefer white chocolate, Wu Lin immediately countered. Wary of him snatching Tang Li's candy again, upon hearing this, Fu Dong sighed in relief. That's good. You have no idea how difficult it is to pry food from Tang Li. The last time I coaxed that corn candy, she glared at me for ages. White chocolate is easy. It's her least favorite. Yu Ching rolled her eyes. It's not that you dislike corn candy. You just had to coax her into giving you a piece. So, of course, she glared at you, that if Wu Lin wants something, she can simply ask. Her words are far more effective than your meddling. That Wu Lin's lips curled into a faint smile upon hearing this. After seeing Wu Lin smile, Su Qingqing and Fu Dong exchanged glances, both sharing a moment of relieved amusement. Chapter 67. Being followed. Meanwhile, Tang Li remained blissfully unaware that Fu Dong was using the corn candy he had coaxed from her to curry favor with the ladies. Engaging in animated chatter with King Kong. Hey, King Kong, you say everyone has abilities. What skills do you and your iron dumpling sister have? Are you just left to be caught by zombies? Didn't anyone awaken or anything? Dumpling has skills. She's a speed ability user like me. The other day, she jumped onto the sofa at lightning speed. I felt it. Chun Yin staunchly defended her new companion, Dumpling. Tang Li nodded. The cat awakened a speed ability. That makes perfect sense. She then turned to King Kong. So what about you? What are common traits of dogs? Auditory mutation, visual mutation, olfactory mutation. King Kong cast a sidelong glance at Tang Li, raised his right paw, and then glanced back at her, his eyes spinning as if searching for an appropriate test subject, but ultimately lowered his paw in silence. Tang Li. What does that mean? In the end, Tang Li could not ascertain King Kong's abilities, leaving her to observe him more closely when the opportunity arose. Why did those mutated weasels insist on entering that room? Generally, animals tend to avoid areas populated by humans, especially weasels. Meng Yun, a researcher who had previously studied animal behavior before the apocalypse, chimed in. Weasels, as members of the Mustelidae family, are burrowing creatures and do not have fixed nests. That it is unusual for them to prefer human habitats. Perhaps they were hiding something there. Tang Li recalled that during the latter stages of the apocalypse, mutated animals, much like humans, also engaged in the pursuit of zombies, all for the coveted crystal cores nestled within the zombies' brains. Now that these mutated creatures had emerged, it was highly probable that second and third generation zombies possessing crystal cores were already in existence. But no, the one on West Street should already be a second generation zombie. The zombie crystal cores served as a source of supernatural energy for humans, akin to batteries that could recharge their abilities. And the same applied to the mutated animals. While these cores might not enhance their powers, utilizing them to replenish energy was akin to maintaining a state of full charge for an extended period, leaving a person invigorated. Conversely, prolonged depletion of supernatural energy would lead to fatigue, affecting both humans and mutated creatures alike. While in that house, Tang Li found it perplexing why those weasels were so adamant about leaving. Thus, she employed her mental powers to sense the energy beneath the bed in the secondary bedroom of that house. Given her extensive encounters with zombie crystal cores in her past life, Tang Li was nearly certain that it was indeed a zombie crystal core. However, aware of how troublesome mentally altered animals could be, she refrained from touching it. Meng Yin nodded, acknowledging the possibility. Today, the illusion created by that mutated weasel. Why was it specifically targeting Han Xiaosher? No matter how far I walked, I still couldn't shake her off. It's truly vexing, hearing that irritating voice again with such bad luck. Perhaps among all the people known to our team, she was the only one with a reason to be here. By how you reasoned that if someone were to create illusions for them, this individual would be the most plausible candidate. Tang Li was still not very pleased and was about to speak, when Chun Yin suddenly tugged at her sleeve, and the voice of Song Inching came through the intercom. "There's a car following us, and it bears a striking resemblance to the one belonging to that woman who was robbed the other day." By how you frowned, acknowledging the information, and reminded them to stay vigilant. "Chun Yin, did you sense it too?" Tang Li looked at Chun Yin, who was holding her hand, and gently squeezed it in return. "Yes, it's that car. Right behind us that I wonder if it's following us. It seems to have come from that small town as well. Are you suggesting she likely stayed there overnight? Neither you nor Brother Song noticed anyone tailing us. And she left before us, meaning she must have arrived there ahead of time and remained until this morning. That a woman who could drive to this place and spend the night alone during the apocalypse must either have extraordinary luck or possess something special. Don't worry. Regardless of her intentions, we're not fools." By how Yu was characteristically confident, and his assurance was undeniably rooted in his abilities. Perhaps having risen early, it wasn't long before Tang Li began to yawn. Chun Yin, like a chick pecking at rice, nodded her head, but she remained cautious about the presence of someone following them, afraid to fall asleep. "Let us rest for a bit. I'll call you if something happens." By how Yu softened his tone upon noticing the weariness of the two girls in the back seat. Tang Li, unwilling to show off, gently patted Chun Yin's head. "You should rest as well. There's no need to keep vigil. She won't dare make a move." Then, she settled Chun Yin's head on her shoulder while she herself leaned against the window, closing her eyes to gather her energy. In a half-asleep state, Tang Li observed Meng Yun and By how Yu swapped driving positions, allowing Meng Yun to take a break while she remained alert, gazing out the window. "That don't you need a rest?" Tang Li softly inquired, watching By how Yu transition from the passenger seat to the driver's. "That it's all right. I'm used to it." By how Yu glanced at Tang Li's worried expression in the rearview mirror, a slight smile gracing his lips. However, doesn't this constitute fatigued driving? Tang Li's concern deepened, yet By how Yu's smile faltered slightly. Meng Yun, who was merely resting his eyes in the passenger seat without truly sleeping, struggled to suppress a smile, pretending to be asleep. Watching By how Yu's smile rise and fall, Tang Li mischievously smirked. "Just teasing you. I want you to stay alert, that as long as you're in the car. I can remain vigilant." By how Yu's voice was low and soothing. I have the ability to keep you awake." Tang Li, intrigued, raised her head but couldn't see By how Yu's expression, only catching sight of his slightly reddened ears. By the time Chun Yin awoke, the sun outside the car window had transformed into a shade reminiscent of a duck egg yolk. The moment she opened her eyes, Chun Yin instinctively checked for danger around them, only to discover that the car was still tailing them relentlessly. "That car is still behind us. She is still following us," Chun Yin exclaimed, her small face puffed with indignation, though her still groggy gaze diminished her intimidating presence. Tang Li squinted. This woman had been hovering behind them, neither too far nor too close. Could it be that she was utilizing them as a pathfinder? It couldn't merely be a conspiracy theory. Initially, that woman had been ahead of them. Yet inexplicably, she had now fallen behind, maintaining that ambiguous distance, making it difficult to dismiss her intentions, even if she hadn't planned it from the start. After following them for so long and enjoying the benefits of their path clearing, she must have realized it by now. Chapter 68. Relentless Pursuit. Tang Li was displeased at the thought of paving the way for that morally coercive woman. The impression she garnered from her was akin to an older version of Han Shaoshi. "Captain, should we pull over and let that tailgater pass?" By how you chuckled at Tang Li's displeased expression. Curious how long she could endure it. Don't worry. Ahead lies Z City. Z City's most notorious trait before the apocalypse was its labyrinthine streets, rendering navigation futile. That a leisurely detour would surely help us shake her off. Tang Li had seen various videos online showcasing Z City's bizarre, maze-like roads. For someone like her, with a terrible sense of direction, just watching those videos left her bewildered. She even avoided visiting the city during travels, fearful that her brief vacation wouldn't suffice to navigate its twists and turns. Facing the infamous Z City, Tang Li suddenly hesitated. Are we really going to pass through Z City? If she's willing to follow, let her tag along. I'm already confused enough without getting lost in there. Not to mention, they were in a hurry to Z City, being a tourist destination, had likely seen a surge of visitors when the apocalypse began. Coinciding with a holiday, that if they happened to cross paths with a tourist hotspot or commercial street, it would undoubtedly be quite the predicament. Rest assured, I've undertaken numerous missions in Z City. I can find the way. Bai Haoyu's words reassured Tang Li, and she nodded with confidence, knowing that if he said he could navigate, he surely could. Bai Haoyu, observing Tang Li's sudden ease, couldn't help but feel puzzled. How could she trust him so implicitly without a second thought? From their initial acquaintance, whenever he assured her, she was instantly calmed. Where did this blind faith in him originate? Unbeknownst to Bai Haoyu, who was grappling with this conundrum, Tang Li was preoccupied with the thought that if those weasels truly harbored crystal cores, it would indicate a significant number of second-generation zombies in existence. Thus, in Z City, they were likely to encounter them, raising the question of how to concoct an excuse to eliminate zombies for their cores. As they neared Z City, I will devise a way to shake off our tail. Team 2, stay safe and close, and be cautious of getting lost. By how you communicated with the others via the intercom, then pressed the accelerator, increasing their speed. However, after several turns, Chen Yin shook her head. They were still being followed. The voice of Song Inching came through the intercom. She likely possesses a hearing mutation similar to Fu Dong's, making it difficult for us to lose her. Bai Haoyu had no better plan. So they proceeded as planned. The convoy of Yin Qing's team continued their journey, and unsurprisingly, the number of zombies on the road began to increase. Annoyed by the persistent tail, Yin Qing's team opted to avoid engaging with the zombies. Instead, Song Inching utilized his wood-based powers to immobilize the zombies, allowing them to pass before releasing them, creating a minor hindrance for their pursuer. However, when they reached a junction leading to the highway and national road, they found the path blocked by a horde of zombies that to avoid revealing their spatial abilities in front of the tail. They had no choice but to disembark and manually clear the roadblocks and zombies. Yin Yin was a power mutation user. Although he hadn't yet reached the level of lifting a car like a toy, he could effortlessly push one aside. Yin Yin, remember to push the car back into place after we pass through. Tang Li suddenly conceived of a plan when she saw Yin clearing the roadblocks. Soon, they would restore the barriers, and she wondered if that woman possessed the same extraordinary strength to remove them herself. She was curious whether the woman would continue to hide in the shadows or be compelled to engage in trivial conversation, that if she chose to take a few steps forward to switch vehicles, she could certainly manage it. However, Yin Yin interrupted Tang Li's pleasant reverie. As Jean Gang noticed Tang Li had opened the door, he leapt out of the vehicle and used his claws to assist Yin Yin in dismantling the roadblocks. With one swipe, the car's body crumpled, and a gentle push from his head effortlessly dislodged the roof. In that moment, Tang Li realized the true nature of Jean Gang's abilities. He shared the same power mutation as Yin Yin. Originally, everyone intended to leave after clearing the obstacles, but unexpectedly, the vehicle that had been trailing them, feigning invisibility, suddenly advanced. The members of Yin Qing's team immediately adopted a defensive posture. As the vehicle drew closer, they discerned that the driver and passenger were two individuals. One was indeed the woman from before, while the other was a scarred man with a menacing expression. I know you've noticed me for some time. Engaging in such unethical behavior now, do you intend to leave us no escape? The woman taunted Yin Qing's team, her gaze settling on the two most handsome men, Bai Haoyu and Meng Yun. Gentlemen, is this how you treat a lady? Indeed, you are too young to appreciate the value of sisterhood, treating a few younger sisters as mere trifles. Her words, laden with flirtation, left the members of Yin Qing's team momentarily speechless. Oh, it's not as if you're begging us for salvation now, is it? Tang Li scrutinized the woman anew, pondering how her demeanor had shifted so drastically. Had she discarded her pretense so swiftly? The woman, appearing as if she had nothing left to lose, gestured toward the horn of her steering wheel. If you do not grant me a way out, then we shall all perish together. Tang Li found her audacity amusing. You've been hiding behind us, using our path for most of the day, and now you come at us with this? Very well, if you seek a way out, then get out of the car and clear the obstacles yourself. You can arrange them however you please, stack them up if you wish. With an unfounded confidence, the woman raised her chin defiantly to know, you all continue clearing the way. Otherwise, none of us shall escape. Tang Li had never faced such indignity. Yet the proximity to the highway posed a risk with the potential for countless zombies lurking nearby. Although they could fight them off, she could not solely consider her own safety. Her team was weary, and she could not impose unnecessary burdens on them. Tang Li glared at Bai Haoyu, awaiting his decision. By how you offered her a calming glance before coldly addressing the deranged woman. Then you shall see. We shall see who meets their end first. He then turned to Yin Yin. Yin Yin, continue on. Ignore them. We shall proceed. The scarred man restrained the woman, signaling her to remain calm. He clearly understood that with only two of them, they could not contend with the 9 opposing them. Although the woman showed some restraint, her gaze towards Yin Qing's team was filled with animosity, as if they were sworn enemies. Chapter 69. The origin of hatred. By how you paid no heed to them. Even if the woman truly pressed the horn in a fit of madness, Yin Qing's team would manage to retreat and scathe it that moment. Several nearby zombies, drawn by their voices and the scent of the living, approached not just any zombies but second-generation ones. These creatures moved at a speed akin to a human sprint, rather than the usual shuffling gait of the undead. They charged forth from the highway exit without hesitation, heading straight for Yin Qing's team, who had never encountered zombies that could run so swiftly. For a brief moment, they were taken aback. However, they were no longer the inexperienced team that had just emerged from the capital base. They had evolved beyond the days of mutual clumsiness with the zombies. Previously, during their time at the West Street Trading Center, they had faced overwhelming numbers of zombies, and had they been discovered, they would have been overwhelmed. Now, however, these second-generation zombies were foolish enough to engage them alone, and they could not be blamed for their lack of combat ethics. Eager to discover whether these zombies possessed cores, Tang Li tightened her grip on her knife and charged at the nearest one. In this apocalyptic world, no specific techniques were effective. With zombies lacking intelligence and strategy, brute force was the most reliable approach. Tang Li sidestepped the outstretched hand of the second-generation zombie, resembling a claw from a mythical beast, and swiftly maneuvered to strike at the back of its head. In that instant, she was surprised to find the zombie's skull had become significantly more resilient. Even with her enhanced abilities, she found melee combat challenging. Nonetheless, these particular zombies were among the weaker second-generation ones, with only slightly improved physical prowess and speed, akin to an average human. Thus, with a bit of extra effort, she overcame it. Her intention to avoid using abilities was to gauge the evolutionary progress of the zombies. As her blade twisted within the zombie's cranium, she was not surprised to discover a small, transparent core nestled inside. This crystal was a chaotic source of energy, usable by any ability user, albeit with minimal energy, making it the least valuable type of core. With a discreet use of her mental power, Tang Li stored the core in her space, only to realize there was already an identical one within. She smacked her forehead, exclaiming, "How foolish of me!" They had encountered cores before, most notably when they first faced a horde of zombie sheep, which also contained a core. Yet they had not encountered zombie animals in quite some time, and the memory had faded. After all, that was over 50 chapters ago. Moreover, since her rebirth, she had been on edge, fearing any slip of the tongue, and the more anxious she became, the more prone to mistakes she was, leading her to forget previous events. After resolving the zombie, she turned to see that aside from Song Inching, who had also extracted a core, no one else had managed to do so. As a psychic ability user, Song Inching naturally discerned the latent power within the zombie's brain without needing any prompting from Tang Li. Dejected, she approached him, and by how you pulled her closer, signaling the group to hasten their departure. Seizing the opportunity while others were distracted, Tang Li used her mental power to retrieve 2 squeaky chickens from her space and place them beneath the woman's vehicle. Observing the woman and the scarred man glaring at them, she shot them a disdainful glance. They expected to reap the benefits without even stepping out of the car. How naive! The woman's glare was filled with animosity toward Tang Li. She indeed possessed auditory mutation abilities, allowing her to survive by evading the dangers of the apocalypse. What those people did not know was that she had long seen them, back when they rescued that dog near the pet shop. At that time, she and her partner had passed by, and due to her enhanced hearing, she had overheard their intentions to save the dog. She had deemed them overly kind-hearted. How could such individuals survive in the apocalypse? Later, when they managed to reach Jixing province with her abilities, the overwhelming number of zombies became insurmountable to protect her. Her partner had been injured by a zombie. She had heard tales of those who survived zombie bites, and some even gained abilities, albeit with slim chances. What if luck fell upon them? After all, he was the man she loved dearly. If she abandoned him, who else would protect her? Before the apocalypse, her husband had subjected her to domestic violence. While this man had treated her with kindness and care, even taking the risk of incapacitating her husband during the chaos to save her. He had promised her a refuge in Yuqing, where no one would mistreat her, allowing her to live peacefully with him. Who would have known they would encounter a band of robbers intent on assaulting them? Her partner, in a fit of desperation, declared he had been bitten by a zombie, threatening mutual destruction if they were not allowed to pass. To her horror, those robbers shot him dead. She had heard a vehicle approaching and, filled with hope, believed they would come to their aid. Yet, they merely watched as her partner was killed. Upon recognizing the foolish individuals who had previously saved a dog, her hatred intensified. How could these well-meaning people save a dog but refuse to assist two living souls? Her resentment towards them surpassed even that towards the band of robbers. Her pitiful cries for help were met with indifference by the man, whose face radiated righteousness, as he merely shielded the insincere woman claiming to rescue a dog. Aiming a gun at her head, the seemingly benevolent woman guarded against her, yet she was determined to follow them, eager to witness the fate of those men who placed their trust in such a duplicitous character. At that moment, Tang Li was unaware that her initial distaste for the woman, who bore a slight resemblance to Han Xiaoshi, had been misconstrued as jealousy by the latter. She suddenly recalled that Yin Yin possessed metallic abilities. Logically, he should be able to manipulate the vehicles as they were also made of metal. That it was likely that the two individuals were watching closely, and the sinister man projected an aura of danger, prompting Yin Yin to refrain from revealing his powers unnecessarily. Otherwise, he might have attempted it, perhaps aspiring to wield his abilities like Magneto, which would be quite exhilarating. Sadly, it seemed that regardless of past or present, Yin Yin preferred the visceral thrill of manually combating zombies. In her previous life, she had come to understand his emotional struggles a bit too late, and in this life, she hoped to guide him, wishing for the day he could break free from his burdens. Tang Li's thoughts drifted to Yin Yan's display of strength earlier, conjuring an image of a fusion between Magneto and the Hulk. Oh, that vision was too splendid. She dared not dwell on it further. Chapter 70. Thunderclaps suddenly. The shrill sound of a screaming chicken pierced through Fu Dong's ears, a cacophony that startled him into covering his ears. What on earth was that? Where did this screaming chicken come from? Fortunately, they had driven far enough away. Otherwise, if that noise had erupted right next to him, Fu Dong would surely have lost his sanity. Song and Qing chuckled. That must be the work of Li Zi. That I sensed her placing something under the wheels of those two men before we left, but I never anticipated it would be this. Fu Dong rubbed his ears, still tingling from the chicken's shriek. Liz certainly has a twisted sense of humor, that we've laid obstacles along our path, so they shouldn't catch up with us anytime soon. Coupled with this screaming chicken, they'll have their fair share of trouble with the zombies. Meanwhile, inside the car, Tang Li was all ears, and upon faintly hearing the chicken squawking, she couldn't help but chuckle. Let them annoy others for fun. Now they shall experience true disgust. Lost in her own cleverness, she was suddenly met with a sharp tap on the head from Bai Hao Yu. What was that for? She exclaimed, cupping her head with both hands. You seem rather pleased. Why are you attracting so much animosity today? That woman's gaze was as if she wanted to devour you. Bai Hao Yu found it perplexing. Wasn't it said that women should not trouble other women? Yet, it seemed that the strife among women in this post-apocalyptic world was even more pronounced than before. Tang Li's eyes brimmed with disbelief. Oh, how dare he utter such words? She retaliated with an even louder smack to Bai Hao Yu's head. Do you not have any self-awareness? The animosity I've attracted along this journey is partly due to you. Bai Hao Yu sheepishly rubbed his nose, attempting to appease her by extending a hand to where he had just struck her. All right, my fault. Let me massage it. Bai Hao Yu's swift admission of guilt caught Tang Li off guard. Originally intending to engage him in a lengthy argument, she felt as if her fur had been smoothed down by someone. Staring blankly, she was momentarily taken aback by the large hand on her forehead. Her thoughts momentarily jumbled. What should I do now? I'm anxiously waiting for a response. Qin Yin turned his face towards the window, his small eyes crinkling into a smile, revealing a row of neat little teeth. Realizing her embarrassment, Tang Li hastily shifted the topic. Do you think that woman harbors resentment towards you for not saving her when she begged you, and consequently directs her anger at me? Who was pushed behind you? Bai Hao Yu pondered her words with a mock-serious expression. Well, it's not impossible. After all, I am rather handsome. She might have clung to us because she couldn't forget my face. He sighed dramatically, pretending to be troubled. Alas, being blessed with such a visage is indeed a heavy burden, that I believe you. Miss Tang Li, possessing a beautiful face as well, can empathize with my plight. You truly are full of yourself. Indeed, it is a great burden. I understand your struggles, and it is not your fault. Almost spilling her thoughts in a fit of annoyance, Tang Li managed to rein herself in at Bai Haoyu's last comment. Bai Haoyu silently chuckled. This girl was utterly delightful. With their tails unfurled, Yan Qing's team encountered little trouble on their journey. However, as they approached a road leading past Lotus Lake, fish began leaping from the water, audibly thudding against their car doors and tires. Had these fish gone mad? Meng Yan furrowed his brow as he drove. This area was part of a large, under-construction wetland at Lotus Lake, which had not been open to the public before the apocalypse. They had chosen this route to avoid the crowds and take a shortcut. Yet, he worried that before they even crossed this stretch, their tires might be punctured by the fish. They must have mutated. Tang Li remarked, unimpressed by the sight of the leaping fish. Having encountered such mutated fish during missions in the southern water towns in her previous life, she knew that one had to be particularly cautious around water. A single bite or collision from a mutated fish could be quite painful. Yet, wasn't either just a heavy snowfall? Why hadn't this area frozen over? Qin Yin observed the fierce fish outside. Feeling he might never want to eat fish again, that it had only just snowed, and even if the lake surface was covered with a thin layer of ice, it posed no challenge to mutated fish. Bai Haoyu rolled down the window and unleashed a surge of electricity, causing the fish to convulse in the air before they fell back into the lake. Dark clouds loomed overhead, and a flash of lightning arced through the gray sky. As if responding to Bai Haoyu's unleashed power, with a resounding boom, thunder and lightning fell together, with Bai Haoyu directing them all into the water. In another vehicle, Wu Lin was about to throw some fireballs when the deluge of lightning startled her back. Is the captain really this formidable now? Fu Dong leaned against the window, awestruck as he gazed at Bai Haoyu, who had summoned the very thunder that my goodness, he is like the god of thunder. Tang Li's eyes widened in astonishment at the lightning cascading from the sky. This, perhaps, the thunderclap. This celestial mastery, akin to the divine purple gold hammer. Stop, she tapped her head, wondering if she had been stunned by the thunder. Why did it feel as though a pair of subwoofers had been added to her thoughts? She tugged at Bai Haoyu's sleeve. Great one. If you keep summoning thunder like this, we may end up struck by lightning too. Don't waste your abilities. I have a plan. Bai Haoyu retracted his powers, and the fish in the lake had been sufficiently subdued by the electricity. They continued driving for another 5 minutes before a few naive fish, still unaccustomed to the harshness of life, began leaping towards the surface. Calmly, Tang Li retrieved a bag of fish food from her space, tossing a handful outside. Sure enough, the mutated fish began to scramble for the food. Leaving them unbothered, Tang Li clapped her hands, turning to see Bai Haoyu and Qin Yin giving her thumbs up, their expressions indicating that this was no big deal, even as they gestured for her to remain low-key. Internally, she thought, haha, I'm simply brilliant. How could it be otherwise? One bag of fish food wouldn't last long, so she distributed one to Bai Haoyu and Qin Yin each. Bai Haoyu took out the walkie-talkie. Team 2. We have fish food. We'll scatter it to the sides and they'll be distracted for a while. Stay close, as mutated fish eat quickly and won't be distracted for long. The 5 members in Team 2 responded. Fish food can resolve this. So that grand display earlier was just to intimidate someone? Chapter 71. The zombie chicken flock thus, relying on the fish food from Tang Li's space, they navigated through the internal paths of the Lotus Lake wetland. They chose to traverse less populated areas, avoiding the city roads in favor of a deserted embankment. The 2 vehicles traveled along the long embankment, passing through a vast expanse of barren rice fields, where not a single stalk was visible beneath the thick blanket of snow. Only the square-shaped ridges and stacked straw indicated the presence of rice paddies. Occasionally, clusters of rural houses emerged in view, revealing the sparse population of each village, with considerable distances between them. Ahead lay a village not far from the city, where few souls resided. They could rest there for the night, just before the apocalypse. It had been autumn, and, judging by the state of the rice fields, the harvest had likely just concluded, so perhaps they might find some food. Bai Haoyu shifted his gaze from the map, scrutinizing the road ahead as he contemplated the destination for the night. Meng Yan drove to a village as directed by Bai Haoyu. Indeed, there were not many people, nor were there numerous zombies. But the road into the village was difficult to navigate by vehicle, compelling the group to disembark and proceed on foot. A few zombies posed no real threat to the Yanqing team, as they were merely left for Wu Lin, who was still grappling with her newfound abilities, to practice on. Wu Lin was currently attempting to strike 2 zombies simultaneously with small fireballs, aiming for precise locations akin to igniting candles during her training. Suddenly, the sound of flapping wings pierced the air, prompting Fu Dong to perk up his ears and alert the others. Something was nearby. A flock of zombie chickens and ducks inexplicably swooped in from an unknown direction, flapping their wings as they approached. The Yanqing team remained remarkably composed. Having faced numerous battles, they swiftly transitioned into their combat mode despite the unexpected presence of flying zombie poultry, given the repulsive nature of these creatures. The team opted to employ their abilities in the fight. Fu Dong conjured up earthen spikes from the ground, each piercing a zombie chicken. Tang Li unleashed icy projectiles that penetrated the skulls of the zombie chickens, aiming directly through their eyes. Su Qingqing initially summoned a mist to obscure their positions. However, for reasons unknown, the flock of zombie chickens still managed to track them down, flailing about despite their disorientation. Frustrated by this unforeseen complication, Su Qingqing abandoned the mist and resorted to using blades of wind to attack the foul-smelling creatures. Song and Qing manipulated wooden vines through the air, deftly skewering the zombie chickens in succession. Bai Haoyu, opting to utilize his light-based abilities, had previously been unaware of their potential beyond merely serving as a source of illumination. It was only when Tang Li casually mentioned lasers that he realized their application. Thus, he seized the opportunity to experiment on the flock. With a mere gesture, a searing beam shot forth, incinerating a hole through a zombie chicken's head, rendering it motionless on the ground. However, given the diminutive size of a zombie chicken's brain, Bai Haoyu was uncertain if he could achieve the same effect on a human zombie and noted that he needed further practice. In essence, the Yanqing team was merely using the zombie chickens for practice, treating the encounter with a degree of nonchalance. Yet an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Chen Yin, relying on her mental and speed abilities, typically blended into the background, stealthily eliminating zombies, while she usually remained unharmed amidst her comrades. As zombies tended to target others first, this time, for reasons unknown, the flock of zombie chickens seemed particularly fixated on her. Although her speed surpassed that of the zombie chickens, their relentless pursuit hindered her ability to utilize her full potential, preventing her from escaping the protective range of her teammates lest she become a target. Inevitably, a zombie chicken seized the opportunity and lunged at her, claws raking across her shoulder. Chen Yin cried out uncontrollably upon being scratched. Meng Yun, witnessing the zombie chicken breach their defenses and hearing Chen Yan's cry, turned to see her injured. Overcome with guilt and anger, he shed his earlier nonchalance and unleashed a torrent of flames from his hands, akin to a flamethrower, directed at the swarm of zombie chickens until they were reduced to ash. However, this came at a cost, depleting his powers entirely. Meng Yun staggered over to Chen Yin, who was being supported by Tang Li. "Are you all right?" Chen Yin, wincing in pain, bit her lip and shook her head in silence. Tang Li glanced at Meng Yun, who appeared equally compromised, and spoke to Bai Haoyu. "We need to find a place to rest. They both require recuperation." Bai Haoyu, his expression grim, nodded in agreement and assisted the weakened Meng Yun. "Let's move away from here." They discovered a rice processing factory. Though it was a rural structure, it was sturdier and more spacious than the villagers' homes. Yin Yin approached and used his metal abilities to open the roller shutter, securing it shut once everyone was inside. Tang Li conjured a sofa and a bed for the injured and weakened individuals, hastily providing supplies to disinfect and tend to Chen Yan's wounds. Zombie chickens are still zombies, right? This means Xiao Yin has been injured by a zombie. What if she is in danger? Fu Dong said anxiously, glancing at Chen Yin. This remark nearly jolted the weakened Meng Yun upright in alarm. Yin Yin noticed Meng Yun's struggle and firmly pressed him back down. "Stay still. They will take care of it." The possibility of such a fate weighed heavily on Meng Yun, causing tears to well in his eyes. Tang Li meticulously cleaned and disinfected Chen Yan's wounds, bandaging them with care before gently urging her to rest. After attending to both individuals, the atmosphere in the room fell into a heavy silence. From the onset of the apocalypse, everyone had been acutely aware of the fact that being bitten by a zombie could lead to transformation. Chen Yan's current state cast a pall over their spirits, as a supernatural being, She possessed a degree of energy within her, which afforded her a degree of resilience against the virus. Even ordinary individuals had a chance of not becoming zombies. And it was believed that supernatural beings were less susceptible to infection. Supernatural beings are indeed less likely to turn into zombies, Tang Li remarked, observing the somber expressions of her companions. This was not an unfounded assertion. Supernatural beings had a certain immunity to the zombie virus due to the shared origin of their abilities with the energy that caused the zombie mutations. The likelihood of a supernatural being becoming a zombie was only about 30%. And since Chun Yin was a dual ability user, her risk was even lower at approximately 15%. Chapter 72. Chun Yan's injury in the grand scheme of things. This probability was negligible, especially when juxtaposed against the 90% chance of an ordinary person succumbing to the same fate. However, when the likelihood was applied to a teammate or someone close, it felt significantly more daunting. After all, there remained a 15% chance of danger, a thought that was impossible not to fret over. Song and Ching had always placed his trust in Tang Li's words, for she often held peculiar secrets unknown to others, lending her an air of mysterious knowledge. Did I ask that true? Meng Yun's weak voice broke the silence, prompting Tang Li to glance back at him. Recognizing his uncertainty regarding Chun Yan's condition and his inability to rest, that it is true. Rest assured, both the vice captain and Chun Yan have seen the research materials at the Capital Base's laboratory. Tang Li conveyed, exchanging a knowing glance with Song and Ching. Although you were excluded from that research, you should have a general understanding of its nature, correct? According to their findings, the abilities of supernatural beings and the energy responsible for the mutation of zombies are indeed intertwined, which is why more powerful zombies coalesce into cores. Hence, the probability of injury leading to transformation is minimal. Meng Yin was aware of the research being conducted on supernatural abilities, but was oblivious to the specifics of the content and progress. Tang Li's argument was sound, and in his weakened state, Meng Yin chose to trust her explanation, surrendering to slumber under her comforting words. After Tang Li had successfully soothed Meng Yun, Song and Ching, having caught Tang Li's eye, remained silent until she turned back to him, that he directed a questioning glance her way. Is that true? After all, he had not seen the materials during his time at the laboratory, that he knew of the research into supernatural beings and zombies stemming from the mysterious energy of the meteor shower. But the notion of supernatural beings possessing some degree of immunity to the zombie virus was not something he had encountered. Tang Li was at a loss for an explanation and simply replied through lip movements. I guess that in an instant, Song and Ching found himself at a loss for words. However, it was indeed unwise to allow Meng Yun to continue to endure in silence. They could devise alternative solutions. Tang Li glanced at Song and Ching, uncertain whether to voice certain matters. In her previous life, upon her rebirth, she had heard rumors about the deeper applications of wood-type abilities being researched within the base. Unlike other abilities that manipulate inanimate objects, wood-type abilities had a unique nature. They could control flora and summon vines from thin air. Though these entities were plants, they were also living beings that required life force to thrive. This implied that wood-type abilities could generate vitality from nothingness. This aspect became particularly apparent when wood-type ability users enhanced their powers over time, assisting the base in cultivating plants. The more adept among them could even accelerate the growth of flora instantaneously, drawing the attention of the Research Institute. Subsequently, it was rumored that if one could extract this life force, it could also benefit the human body. While it may not instantly heal all ailments, it could mitigate the damage caused by injuries and illnesses, rendering once impossible recoveries feasible. However, at that time, the research was in its infancy, and Tang Li was not a wood-type ability user herself, nor had she witnessed others performing such feats. She only knew that regardless of its veracity, the status of wood-type users had suddenly ascended, and she had not lived long enough to observe the aftermath before her demise. Tang Li occasionally cast glances at Song and Ching, whose attention was also drawn to her, as even by how you noticed the exchange. What is it? Song and Ching inquired, noting Tang Li's hesitance as she repeatedly looked his way. Deputy Leader, come here, Tang Li, fearing that revealing her thoughts might lead to disappointment, especially for Meng Yun, who was likely asleep, cautiously pulled Song and Ching aside. Song and Ching, observing by Hao Yu's seemingly impassive expression yet aware of his lingering gaze, found humor in the situation but could not fully smile, considering Chun Yan's current state. What is it? he asked, feeling by Hao Yu's curiosity directed at Tang Li's grasp on his arm. Amusingly, he refrained from reminding her to let go, pretending to forget, and instead, he inquired about the matter at hand. Have you ever read novels, Deputy Leader? Tang Li hesitated, pondering how to present her thoughts convincingly. Huh. What kind of question is that? Song Inching was perplexed by Tang Li's ambiguous intentions. I haven't had time for that. Why do you ask? She explained. You must have seen Su Qingqing's mist ability, right? It's something we often learn from novels before the apocalypse. During peacetime, there were many stories about the end of the world. Although they differ from our current reality, they still provide valuable insights. Tang Li's mind raced as she formulated her reasoning, confident that Su Qingqing could validate her claims. Many novels mention that typical wood-type abilities possess the capacity to heal injuries. Song Inching's eyes widened in surprise. That I asked that so? Why does it seem that being with Tang Li always brings unexpected revelations? You see, the abilities of our kind, including mutations, originate from elements that exist in this world. Ability users can manipulate and even create from nothing, though the reasons remain unclear. However, among all ability users, only wood-type users can create living entities, albeit the simplest form, plants. These plants contain vitality, and if this life force is extracted, it means one could potentially use it to heal injuries, similar to how you control branches to grow. That if applied to a person, it could serve as a means of treatment, right? Tang Li noticed the growing curiosity in Song Inching's gaze and hastily added, I merely read this in a novel. I cannot guarantee its efficacy. You can ask Su Qingqing. She watched the same stories with me. That I just feel that Qin Yan's situation is rather precarious. So trying is better than not trying at all, don't you think? Chapter 73. Life Force. Tang Li knew that revealing her thoughts would inevitably lead to Song Inching's skepticism, but she could not allow Chun Yin to bear the potential dangers of becoming a zombie alone. If Chun Yin were to tragically succumb to such a fate, her conscience would forever be troubled. Moreover, if Song Inching discovered years later that he could have saved Chun Yin, he too would never find peace. Furthermore, Song Inching had long been suspicious of her. With so many doubts, she felt indifferent that in the presence of such a perceptive individual, feigning ignorance was futile. What could she say to deter him? I will give it a try, Song Inching remarked, casting a meaningful glance at Tang Li, as she had anticipated, without pressing her further. With Meng Yin resting to recover his abilities and Chun Yin needing time to heal, Song Inching and Tang Li returned to practicing their powers. Despite the oddness of the situation, the trust among the members of the Yanqing team meant that no one inquired further. When the time came to speak, they would, and questions asked prematurely would yield no fruitful answers. After resting for a while, Chun Yin pulled Tang Li aside to whisper something to her, prompting an expression of realization from Tang Li. After a brief conversation, Tang Li led Chun Yin to a small compartment. Emerging 2 minutes later, Yin, even if you feel a bit embarrassed, it's crucial that we inform the team so everyone can be prepared, Tang Li said, observing Chun Yin's flushed face. Chun Yin pulled up the blanket that Su Qingqing had just draped over her, concealing half of her face, revealing only her round, shy eyes, and nodded in agreement. The girls subtly understood the situation, feeling a bit bashful, while the boys remained bewildered, having experienced similar circumstances in her previous life. Tang Li grasped the importance of transparency in this matter. Chun Yan's menstrual cycle had arrived, intensifying her blood scent. While it might be difficult for them to discern, it was easily detectable to zombies, making her particularly vulnerable to their attacks, even rendering Su Qingqing's mist ability ineffective. The boys finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. They recognized it as a serious matter that required respectful acknowledgement, without displaying overt awkwardness, lest it exacerbate the girl's discomfort. By Hao Yu nodded. He had been puzzled as to why Qin Yin, usually so inconspicuous, was now under siege. They had encircled her, yet the zombies relentlessly targeted her. This suggested that during a woman's cycle, she would attract zombies more intensely. By Hao Yu observed the men attempting to mask their embarrassment, unsure of how to broach the topic, before he sighed and decided to speak up. Being the captain, Tang Li nodded, affirming the necessity of addressing this issue, as it would impact the entire team. They needed to ensure that any girl experiencing her period would refrain from participating in combat, as it would make them particularly enticing targets for zombies, escalating their attacks. In her past life, women typically remained within the base during their cycles, avoiding the outside world. Fortunately for ability users, the alterations to their bodies meant that their cycles occurred only every 2 to 3 months, shortening the period of vulnerability. However, this came at a cost, as it also made it challenging for them to conceive. Naturally, in the early years of the apocalypse, no one dared to consider starting a family. Given that survival itself was a daily struggle, do you have any necessary supplies prepared? Would you like us to help you gather some along the way? By how you, having misconstrued the situation, asked with unrestrained boldness. Tang Li paused, quickly realizing what Song Inching was inquiring about, and nodded eagerly. Yes, indeed. We collected some while scavenging for supplies at the supermarket. Song Inching acknowledged her response. Well, it's best to gather more if we encounter any along the road. Especially since these are consumables. More is always better. Tang Li was relatively fine, but the other girls seemed to have nothing to say besides nodding their heads. Discussing such matters face-to-face with several big men was indeed a tad awkward. The Yanqing team decided to remain stationary due to one injured member and another who had exhausted her powers, planning to set off only after 24 hours to ensure both were in stable condition. To maintain a semblance of peace, Bai Haoyu took Wu Lin and Fu Dong to the site of the zombie chicken battle, where they incinerated and buried the corpses to prevent attracting other zombies or any other dangers, as well as to eliminate the increasingly foul odor. Whenever the Yanqing team had the energy and time, they would burn and bury the zombies, since it was known that zombies tended to devour one another when they could not find food, leading to their evolution. Since hearing Tang Li's words, Song Inching had been researching the feasibility of deriving healing abilities from the wood-type power she mentioned, discovering that it was indeed possible, albeit complex and demanding on mental energy. Fortunately, Song Inching possessed mental abilities, which facilitated his ability to devise a method in such a short time. However, the effectiveness was limited, as he could not achieve remarkable results given the short duration. Nonetheless, Tang Li encouraged him to give it a try, especially since Qin Yan had begun to run a fever and her wound was starting to rot. Tang Li took a sterilized knife and carefully removed the necrotic tissue from Qin Yan's wound before disinfecting it. She then allowed Song Inching to use the life force from his wood-type abilities, but on his first attempt, he barely managed to stop the bleeding. Instantaneous healing was out of the question. After resting until midnight, he delivered another infusion of life force, and after 2 attempts, Qin Yan's fever had at least subsided, marking a partial success. The reason for the staggered infusions was to avoid depleting Song Inching's powers all at once, as doing so would leave him unable to recover for 24 hours, ultimately wasting precious time. The members of the Yanqing team were puzzled by Song Inching's actions until Tang Li explained that the life force from wood-type abilities could facilitate healing. With the hope of Qin Yan's recovery, everyone finally felt a sense of relief. During their idle moments, they found it hard to sleep, as one team member had exhausted her powers, another was injured and feverish, and one was tirelessly exerting and recovering his abilities to save someone. Thus, the remaining members of the Yanqing team opted to forego sleep altogether, taking turns to clear out nearby zombies in a fit of frustration. However, there were not many zombies nearby, and once they cleared the area, they began searching local farms for any leftover supplies. Eventually, when they could find neither zombies nor resources, they even resorted to cooking. Several members of the Yanqing team were adept at cooking, as they had all lived independently before the apocalypse, and their culinary skills varied in quality. For instance, Tang Li harbored doubts about Fu Dong's culinary prowess. Yet he continually sought opportunities to showcase his skills. Ultimately, they decided to employ the most sophisticated method available in the universe, rock, paper, scissors, to determine who would cook at Liz. Do you have a frying pan? My scrambled eggs need a frying pan to have soul, and it must be non-stick. After securing the right to be the chef, Fu Dong began to cause a ruckus. No. Tang Li didn't even spare him a glance, as she had no time to specifically procure such an item. Any pan would suffice, and aren't they all just pans? Can't they all cook? What's the difference? Yin, I need a frying pan, or my eggs will lack soul. Fu Dong, unable to contend with Tang Li, began to pester Yin, insisting that he make one for him, to the point that Yin, thoroughly exasperated, complied. Today, this pan isn't even flat. You need to practice your skills. Besides, this pan is utterly unremarkable and doesn't do justice to the eggs I am about to cook. How about you draw a dragon on it? Yin looked at Fu Dong in disbelief. Do I need to make you a shiny light ball too? That would require the captain. You can't manage that. Yin, Bai Haoyu. Fu Dong, ever the opportunist, would press Yin Yin for more since he was the only one in the team who could not verbally counter him. Typically, Yin Yin would acquiesce to Fu Dong's demands to enjoy some peace and quiet. By the time Tang Li had finished preparing her dish, Fu Dong returned with his trophy frying pan. Tang Li glanced at Fu Dong's pan. "What is this, a dragon-patterned skillet?" As she observed the pan adorned with a dragon, her eyelids twitched, and she exaggeratedly shook Fu Dong's shoulders. Dong, is that really you? You were promised in the 4th season. Why have you only just arrived? Fu Dong, who had never watched idol dramas in his youth, scratched his head, perplexed by Tang Li's reference. "What are you talking about? Weren't you calling him Xiao Dong Dong before? Now that there's a new person, you're calling him Dong. Humph. You fickle woman." Unable to tolerate the antics any longer, Su Qingqing approached and pulled the two drama queens apart. "Hurry up and finish cooking. I am starving." Song Yinqing, sitting nearby to recover his powers, smiled slightly upon witnessing Su Qingqing's unamused return. Let them have their fun. Qin Yan's fever had subsided, and Ming Yun had also awakened. It was a welcome respite for them to enjoy a moment of levity. Su Qingqing, upon hearing this, slumped onto the sofa and rolled her eyes. The joys and sorrows of humanity are not interconnected. I find their noise unbearable. Tang Li brought over her completed dish and looked at Su Qingqing, who was sprawled on the sofa. "Miss Su, can you refrain from philosophical musings? Come help out so we can eat faster." Upon seeing Tang Li's dish finished, Bai Haoyu helped Meng Yun sit up so he could eat. "We'll stay here for a few days. It's quite peaceful, perfect for Chun Yin to recuperate, and Meng Yun also needs time to recover." Bai Haoyu hesitated for a moment, then looked at Tang Li. "By the way, have any of you girls been experiencing situations like Chun Yan's recently?" Tang Li tilted her head in thought. Since the apocalypse and their transformation into ability users, their menstrual cycles had become irregular, and they had not experienced any for some time, leading them to forget. However, now it had been nearly 3 months, and particularly since the girls were together every day, such matters could influence one another, potentially synchronizing their cycles within a few days. Tang Li exchanged a glance with Su Qingqing, who was unaware of their current states, but suddenly realized that 3 months had indeed passed. It should be around this time. Qingqing and I are likely on similar schedules. Being around each other could affect us. However, it seems our status as ability users has changed things. It may no longer be once a month, but rather every 3 months. Wu Lin, feeling the attention of the others upon her, spoke hesitantly. "I think I'm also about due. I hadn't noticed until now since I was busy with everything else." Bai Haoyu nodded, acknowledging that they could only adapt to the situation. "Well, let us eat. We'll take turns cooking for the next few days." Tang Li nodded and was about to lift her bowl and chopsticks when she suddenly remembered that Fu Dong was still in the midst of cooking his eggs. "Does it really take this long to scramble an egg?" Tang Li called out curiously towards Fu Dong. "Are you having trouble? Did you fail, or are you too shy to come over?" "Big guts. I am aka the campus heartthrob culinary god, the S University Zhonghua little chef, Fu Dong. Dare to question me, and you'll soon know what true fragrance means." Fu Dong's voice boomed from the makeshift stove they had set up against the wall beneath the exhaust fan. Su Qingqing sighed deeply, thoroughly exasperated. After a few minutes, Fu Dong finally returned with his scrambled eggs. Tang Li observed the separated egg whites and yolks and finally understood why he had taken so long. "Is this a simplified version of crab separation? No wonder you wanted ginger and vinegar from me." Tang Li took a taste, raised an eyebrow, and glanced at Fu Dong. Could it be that this guy actually had some skills? Fu Dong arched an eyebrow, smirking with a sense of pride. "Impressive, right? I isn't it truly fragrant." Tang Li was about to agree and tell him to sit down and eat properly when she suddenly changed her mind at the last moment. "I think it's average. It's not as delicious as my minced meat and eggplant. How about we have everyone judge our dishes, and the loser will cook for a week?" "Are you kidding? Who do you think you're fooling? Is there anyone here who would support me?" Fu Dong looked around, realizing that none of them would side with him. "Tske, that word if he quite right." Su Qingqing interjected. Wu Lin smiled at Fu Dong. "Or you could be more confident," and just omit the word like. Fu Dong stared at Wu Lin in disbelief, his eyes wide as saucers. "Xiao Lin, how could you have learned such bad habits from them? While I knew you would eventually be influenced, couldn't you hold out for just a few more days? You've succumbed to their corruption far too quickly." Su Qingqing narrowed her eyes, her palms facing down as she slammed her chopsticks on the table. "Liz, where's my knife?" Chapter 75. speculations on abilities under the relentless questioning of the three girls. Fu Dong finally succumbed to their pressure, clutching his bowl in silence and eating without daring to utter a word. After the meal, Song and Qing treated Chen Yin once more, and at long last. She fully regained consciousness, no longer in a daze. Tang Li took out the food and water she had prepared for Chen Yin, urging her to eat quickly to restore some energy and spirit. Seizing the moment, Bai Haoyu explained to Chen Yin the discussions that had transpired among the group regarding their intention to stay here for a few days, along with the reasons behind it. He advised both Chen Yin and Meng Yun to rest well and not to worry. Meng Yun nodded in agreement, feeling relieved that they could shake off that persistent shadow trailing them. This brief stay should ensure they would not encounter it again in the future. Speaking of that shadow, Tang Li felt a jolt in her heart as a sudden thought struck her. Just ahead lay Yu City, which, during the early days of the apocalypse in her previous life, had a temporary base established there. This base was situated within the military garrison, precisely at the point where they would enter Yu City. Thus, it was likely they would have to pass by this temporary base, which meant they could potentially run into that woman. Given her intense hatred towards them, it was uncertain what kind of trouble she might stir up then. The manner in which she had looked at Tang Li when they parted had left her feeling particularly unsettled. It seemed she was caught in an undeserved predicament. Why was it that these women did not direct their animosity towards Bai Haoyu, who was clearly the leader? No matter how he presented himself, they simply did not harbor any resentment towards him. Encountering women whose perspectives were so skewed was truly bewildering that these thoughts swirled in her mind. Tang Li shot Bai Haoyu an irked glance, which left him utterly perplexed. What wrong? Why the sudden anger? Bai Haoyu inquired, noticing the confusion etched on Tang Li's face. However, she chose not to clarify her feelings. Instead, she posed a question that had long piqued her curiosity. That I heard you all mention that you used to carry out special missions, that you even went undercover. How did someone with Captain Bai's righteous appearance manage to convince the villains? Upon hearing this, Song and Qing tilted his head and chuckled, while Bai Haoyu shot him a sidelong glare. Tang Li raised an eyebrow, intrigued. That is there a story behind that? It turned out the roles he often portrayed were of innocent youths who had fallen into misfortune due to family hardships. A persona that ironically made it easier for others to believe him. Tang Li nodded in understanding that, I see that, so that's how it works. I've learned something new today, whether it be the stoic, cool-headed type or the Na'vi youth who had stumbled. Both were archetypes that appealed to women. How fortunate it was that good looks seemed to garner admiration everywhere. What are you feeling unbalanced about? Song and Qing remarked, glancing at Tang Li. Given your ordinary appearance, it should be me feeling out of place. Tang Li gaped at Song and Qing. You call yourself ordinary? If I had your intelligence, I'd be content. And your looks hardly qualify as ordinary. Just look at that refined demeanor and charm, that if you were a bit more benevolent, I believe you could become a monk to save the world. Why don't those women seek your help instead? Song and Qing nodded, acknowledging her point. Precisely. It suggests they are not particularly astute. Only the foolish would seek help from someone who appears easily deceived. Yet genuine innocents are few and far between. But they did choose the right person. If they were to approach you, it wouldn't be any better than seeking the captain, that you're just a smiling tiger, capable of devouring others without leaving a trace. And you'd even make them count the money they handed you. Meng Yun interjected from her position on a nearby sofa, where she was resting to recover her abilities. Do you think I'm good-looking? Bai Haoyu suddenly leaned closer to Tang Li, breaking his silence. Tang Li was taken aback that the main point. She felt her cheeks flush as Bai Haoyu fixed his intense gaze upon her, refusing to relent until he received an answer. Yes, you're good-looking, she stammered. And what else? Bai Haoyu pressed, clearly dissatisfied with her vague response. You have long eyelashes, and your eyes are quite expressive, she added, feeling increasingly flustered. And Bai Haoyu continued his relentless pursuit, leaning even closer. Also, you're fair-skinned and tall, and your eyebrows are rather thick. And, Yin Yin has finished eating and should return to rest. I'll help her back. The more Tang Li spoke, the more embarrassed she became, ultimately pushing Bai Haoyu aside and fleeing. Bai Haoyu, watching her retreating figure, quickly followed suit. Meanwhile, Meng Yun and Song and Qing exchanged glances, both aware of the unspoken tension. If I weren't feeling weak, I would have left too. Your emotional resilience is commendable. You managed to keep your gaze fixed for so long. Truly worthy of a strategist. Meng Yun gave Song and Qing a thumbs up. Song Inching smiled wryly at Meng Yun's comment that I wanted to intervene, but I was unsure whether it would be appropriate, that I feared that if I startled Tang Li, she might blame me. Honestly, it has been a long time since I felt so uncertain about how to act. After a brief silence, he sighed softly that I find myself somewhat envious of Chun, and that if only my psychic abilities leaned towards invisibility and reducing my presence like hers. How wonderful that would be, that he recalled Chun Yin's often stealthy movements within the team, her occasional giggles, and how no one ever found her bothersome. Whenever she wished to go unnoticed, others would naturally overlook her. Ah, how splendid that ability is, Meng Yun mused suddenly. Deputy Captain, do you think the awakening of psychic powers is related to a person's inherent character or their mindset at the time of awakening? As a researcher, Meng Yun had diligently studied the phenomenon of abilities since the onset of the apocalypse. Initially, the meteor shower observed before the apocalypse was treated as a mere celestial event. Yet its profound consequences had taken everyone by surprise. That it was now understood that these powers were manifestations of an unknown energy brought forth by cosmic meteors. The universe is vast, and the origins of those meteors are beyond verification. The nature of that unknown energy remains elusive, dissipating before it could be detected on Earth, leaving researchers to study the powers within the abilities of the awakened. That he pondered whether the variety in the awakening of different abilities was random or had underlying reasons. For instance, Chun Yin had mentioned that her psychic powers arose from overwhelming fear, prompting her desire to hide, which led her to send a distress signal to Song Inching. Her invisibility was a product of her psychic powers, designed to obscure her presence and create visual illusions for others. Chapter 76. Tang Li's Discomfort, by How U.S. Concerns Song Inching, skilled in communication and psychological insights, found that after awakening his psychic abilities, he leaned towards mental control and interpersonal communication.